LFO, come on, let's go.
And I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat, speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat, speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat, speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, with the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat, speaking in Irish.
I can't catch my breath, frustration.
Mi corazón baila anciano. Welcome to day 3 of Champions and another day of group stage play. Getting some first looks on a few of our teams, and then we're diving into some winners matches as well, which is going to be very exciting to say the least. I am Dash, more than happy to be joined again by Jess, and then Achilleos hopping on the desk with us for the very first time. My friend, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing just ecstatically. I had a day off yesterday, had to sit back and watch. Wanted to get back in there, and despite you and I knowing each other for many a year,
True
for like 6-7 years now, first time that we're actually getting to work together. So
that's true.
Awesome.
You're normally tucked away on a different desk. Oh, so far.
Or I'm
just
over in a different country.
or all the way across the world, one way or another. Another exciting day of play. Yesterday, I think, surprised many in the way that it broke down, and we'll get into some of that. But I think it comes down to the idea of the tournament favorites. Both people, looking at Gambit, Sentinels, and the fact that they were even pushed to a third map both times yesterday.
You know what? It just goes to show how incredibly ecstatic that we're going to be that the whole world can compete at the top level. It's not just those big regions that we're expecting, EMEA, NA, and for those asking, yes, EMEA over NA. So just to really put that out there very quickly, I'm sure the NA
let's
fans
get
are
that
happy.
on record
Let's
nice and
just
early.
make sure we know. But every single region is competing at the moment, and that is amazing.
Well, you talk about competing and those competing at the highest level. Let's take a look at a few players who are competing at the highest level. This time around, looking at our assist leaders across the tournament so far. Yesterday it was ACS. This time it's the assists. And I think that it's always important to point out those who are maybe in a more supportive role than others, but still playing a major part in their team's success. Doma topping the boards.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Doma is one of the guys who I'm sure we're going to touch on a little bit later when we do get to that second series as FNATIC gets to go up against Vision Strikers, but somebody who has been a little stiff in his flexibility, but as of late, in that first series versus C9, started seeing him become a little bit more flexible when it comes down to his agent pool, and he's also just, consistently participating in these firefights, making sure that he's helping his team get the advantage. That's why he comes out on top with the assist standings there. Link as well has always been one of the most fantastic site anchors, so it's unsurprising to see him make this top 5.
Bozzy too, also there at 12. Yeah. Don't want to forget him in the conversation. But at the end of the day, it's a new day. And so we got to take a look at the way the groups stand and what we have ahead of us as well. A few teams that haven't yet played today. We've got Acend versus Vivo Keed up there in Group A. Then we're going to have that winners match of FNATIC versus Vision Strikers in Group D. Before we close out with Envy versus X10, just a reminder to everybody that because of remote play, that's why Envy X10 is now at the end of the day. So just a couple teams that will be taking to the stage for the very first time here in Berlin. But that winners matchup too, smack dab in the middle of the day, man. That's going to be sick.
Well, I cannot wait. This has been, from the moment that we saw that group, we knew that this was basically going to happen unless Full Sense came out with some crazy upset win. We knew that it was going to be C9 or FNATIC going up against Vision Strikers, and that is going to be one of the truest tests for those squads, because I don't think I'm alone in saying this. I think so far the only two teams that have fully impressed me are Vision Strikers and Team Liquid. I think everybody else has had some very glaring mistakes. TL, even so, both of these squads not without their own mistakes, giving up a couple rounds where maybe they shouldn't have, but for the most part, it's been very clean from those two squads, and everybody else has to level up to try to catch up.
I mean, look, maybe I'm a little bit biased because I have my tournament prediction of Vision Strikers, so I'm going to put that to the side and say, objectively, I agree. Vision Strikers has been the one that I felt had, quote-unquote, the best game, but again, I'm going to quantify it and put a little asterisk at the end. Who was their opponent? Sure. Was it someone that we expected to push them to the edge? Did they have to show everything? No. However, today,
FNATIC might do just that.
Let's go. I'm waiting for this. I've been waiting for this forever.
All right, well, that is the Group D matchup of the day. Otherwise, we've got the two Group A matchups as well. And so for a little bit of a primer, we're going to throw it over to Bala, who's talking the group of Jets.
So far in Champions, we've gotten a glimpse at the group of Death. We've taken in the group of Breath. And while we got a taste of tens yesterday in Group B, still more opening matches remain in the group of Jets. Out of the 8 total groups we've had so far at international tournaments, this group has got to have the most interesting of matchups for the 4-star Jets taking center stage. And while the current meta demands a heavy focus on enabling your Jet players, not every team relies so heavily on them as the teams in Group A. So what makes a good Jet, and what makes these specific ones special? I think the great part is that every single one of them has a different answer to that question, but the results are the same. They've each placed top 4 in their respective LAN performances in ACS. Beyond that, there is certainly a uniqueness to their game. Ye thinks it's his ability to be incredibly annoying without having to be too flashy. Patapan took Acend to a long stint at the top in SEA because of his ability to take over games late. Acend's consistently strong opping in tough situations makes him so hard to deal with because no matter how hard you try to counter him, he still somehow makes it work. Heat's amazing aim and confidence consistently puts him in conditions and positions that no one else would put themselves in. But what about when faced up against each other? Will Heat's confidence crack when going head-to-head against Acend? Will Acend be able to perform against Ye and his irritating insistence to have his best games against the best teams in the world? How hard can Ye push himself? Can he replicate an all-time tournament performance against Patapan and other international competition instead of just only his NA opponents? We are about to find out. One thing is for certain, though, the spotlight is on these 4 players on their pursuit to become champions. Only 2 can make it out of the knockout stage. Only 2 can make it out of the group of Jets.
Thank you so much, Bala, for that look in on Group A. And I think there's no better way to set up this group than to look at those duelists who will be piloting Jet for each of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, no matter which way you slice it, whichever matchup we were going to have at the top of the day, like, it was always going to be really stacked up. But, you know, off the bat, you've got Acend, you've got Heat. I mean, Acend, he's shown a little bit more flexibility when it comes down to his agent pool. Heat has not. He has done nothing but play Jet. He's got 133 games under his belt with only playing Jet. That is his career, period. So if you're looking for a guy who is a one-trick Jet player, he's basically it in this tournament.
When we talk Jets, though, I'm refreshing my memory to Masters Berlin, where there was a lot of talk about Acend, a lot of hype around him coming in, and I would say slightly less so around Ye. And Ye seemed to surprise, where for Acend, maybe expectations got tempered a little bit because of Ascend's ultimate showing at the tournament.
I think the biggest thing you can do when you're going into a tournament and you have Acend on the board is just look at Acend and expect for him to do everything. Whereas if you're looking at other teams that maybe don't have that pressure on their shoulders, you can forgive them if their player maybe doesn't have that highlight play, isn't the flashiest of players. So I do think that sometimes we come in, whether it's on the desk, whether it's the community, or just everyone as a whole, and they put a lot of pressure on the Jet players, especially if they're from a strong region. So that's what Acend has on his shoulders. From a strong region, has to be a strong player, plays Jet, wields the operator. As a result, that's a lot of pressure, and if he doesn't meet it every single round, people are putting it on him.
Weight of the world on his shoulders. Without a doubt, we'll be keeping our eyes and the spotlight on the Jet players here in Group A. We're going to a break, but when we come back, it's Game 1, Acend versus Vivo Kid. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Champions Berlin. We're gearing up for the first matchup of the day. It's Acend versus Vivo Keaton. We're going to start on the Acend side of things. I brought it up, touched on it just a little bit before the break, but I do want to dive back into it. Where is this team at mentally, particularly coming off of Masters 3, where I think the expectation was better than a quarterfinal finish? Granted, they did fall in a close matchup against 100 Thieves in that quarters, but missing out on semis, you got to wonder where their heads are at.
I mean, way before that, even way before that, we had super high expectations for Acend. I remember having conversations about multiplicity of their players well in advance, and for them to get into the quarters, I think maybe, just maybe, given a little bit of extra time to understand what that kind of pressure is, what international competition like North America can bring to you will require you to put on in the server. But I mean, even Team Liquid has given them the runaround recently as well. So they are not impenetrable as we thought they would be.
Yeah, I mean, this was always a team that looked so much in form when they were playing online. They always looked fantastic. CNED was being touted by a multitude of people as being one of the best, if not the best jet in the world leading up to Masters Berlin. Then they get there and it doesn't necessarily translate onto stage, onto land. Looked a little bit rough there, and we have to just ask this question repeatedly. Have they finally fixed those issues? Are we going to see them pop off like we anticipated initially?
Well, and this is the thing, right? I find that we hang our hats a lot on CNED when it comes to Acend, right? We said it before. They seem to live or die by him, and in the game of Valorant, I mean, you can, I guess, live or die by a single player, but that means they have to be on lock every single map. And if he has one bad day, then that could be the end of the tournament for Acend. So my question becomes, who behind him do we look to maybe step it up a notch? Who needs to find another level, another gear here on the stage next to him or behind him to really give them a shot?
Zeke? It's got to be. I mean, if you're going to throw a name out, someone that steps up, especially in the ACS range, alongside CNED, mind you, if I'm looking on the defensive side of things for Acend, CNED is at the top 99% of the time. But, I mean, guys like Zeke and whatnot punch in behind him every now and then. They steal that top dog spot, and they can have a good performance as a result. So I'm looking at multiple players here throughout. Even Starks, but I do have to throw it across and say, who's going to step up now and be the other big dog if he can't?
I think that, this, like you said, this has to be a shared thing. It can't just be on CNED. I think that as far as people who need to step up as well, I think that also needs to be shared. I'm looking for Bone Cold to step up. He's been grinding a lot as of late, looking for him to improve and really be able to, support his squad. He likes to play control, he likes to play smoke. As long as he can be denying vision, getting his team in onto sites when they're on the attacker's side, helping with retakes, I think that they might be able to fare very well. The other side of that coin for me is also Starzo. I'm looking to see him have a strong performance. There's been a lot of people who have been doing lists and whatnot for top 20 players that are at this event. Shout out to Plat Chat. And a lot of people were apprehensive about putting him in those top 20 lists. They said, he's shown in the past that he is capable of being in this list. He's capable of being that caliber of player, but he hasn't been able to show it as of late. So if he can come into this event, be strong, support, and really enable CNED to have those pop-up performances, then I think that he will finally have earned that.
Got the shout out to the boys. I like it. Beyond that, though, as we say, we're going to keep our eyes on the supporting cast to step up behind CNED, but CNED is always and still is the star of this show. And as a reminder, he's had this matchup before against Heat, Masters 3, so this is not an unfamiliar matchup for him.
together in any way, shape, or form. I've got to bring up Heat, though. We've been yapping on about CNED over and over throughout this desk. All right, let's bring the little bit of the spotlight over to my man Heat. Something that I found interesting when I was comparing head-to-head these two players was that in a 1v1 or a 1vx situation, CNED oftentimes is flawless. Throughout the past 10 games, he hasn't lost a 1vx situation bar one. However, Heat, not very good in them, but has more multi-kills on average than CNED. So in the early to mid round, Heat's the one that will chain 3 kills in a row, whereas in the late round, you can rely on CNED to get the clutch, whereas he doesn't necessarily have the clutch factor CNED has.
The other thing I'll point out is the first blood percentage of the two.
Yeah.
Heat finding far more first bloods by percentage than CNED, but that goes to your point,
Absolutely.
right? CNED is reliable on the back half of a round for sure, but we've had plenty of discussion about Acend as a team. Now it's time to meet them ourselves and hear from them.
Hello, my name is Starkso and I play for Team Acend. Let's begin with me. I'm like flex role in our team, like most towards support role. Then it's Zeke, he's playing like secondary duelist, also he's playing sometimes supports. He's secondary IGL as well. Then it's Bonkok, he's our main IGL. He was used to play smokes, but he went into initiator role more. Then we have CNED, our superstar. He's his main jet, obviously. He's just doing all the job. Then in the end it's Skilles, and he's our sentinel, and he's holding bomb sites for us. So the main goals we were focusing on in the practice between this tournament was like mainly communication, chemistry in the team. When people hear my name, I want them to like know that they don't need to be sad their whole lives and they can have fun, and it's not only about like work, winning and stuff. You just need to have fun in your life, and that's it. Our goal is to for sure show like the best performance and like what we're capable of, but we obviously main for the main trophy, and we're gonna do our best to take it. And I hope we won't disappoint you.
Maybe a little chip on the shoulder after that Berlin performance, but looking to bounce back here in a big way. And hey, this is the trophy that matters the most. So if they can hoist this one, I think it's going to wipe a lot of the sour taste from people's mouths in how they maybe underperformed due to expectation back at Masters 3 Berlin. But now it's time to transition to their opponents today in Vivo Keed. This is a Brazilian superstar team, right? And I think, again, specifically coming from that region, there is so much expectation on this roster.
There absolutely is, and we've already seen some middling success from the other Brazilian squads here at this event. Furia looking very strong yesterday. Vikings able to pick up their win over Crazy Raccoon. Now it comes down to the squad, like, which, as you say, is the superstar team. You've got MW's Era coming over from Gamelanders on a loan. NTK stepping away from the roster, but despite the fact that we know these players extremely well, we know that they can perform at the highest level. We don't know how they are going to look put together, because this is going to be our first time seeing them perform. Who is going to be playing Sova? A lot of people have been saying that it's MW's Era. We know for sure that it's not Heat, just given that he only plays Jet. But aside from that, where the roles are kind of going to be assigned is still a bit up in the air, and we kind of just have to wait and see, what they do once they actually get on stage. We can guess and conject as much as we want, but we truly have no clue what's going to happen here.
The biggest thing for me is I can go back on the matches for the viewers and say, well, yeah, I mean, they lost to Crew recently, and Crew didn't do too well yesterday, and so via process of elimination, maybe Vivo Keed won't do well because they lost to that team. I can give you a pecking order, but that would be false. That would be disingenuous to do, just purely out of the fact that we don't know where they're at the moment. Okay, maybe that recent loss to Crew might signal something, but I think there's a lot under their sleeves when they can beat Vikings, who, you remember, put up a damn good show, so I don't know where the pecking order's at anymore.
Yeah, and we say a recent loss to Crew, but it was still months ago.
Sure, their most recent game.
Exactly.
I should preface there.
There's such a lack of tape on this squad. I mean, you would expect that they're only going to get better with the addition of MW Zera, but, how do they mesh?
So let's talk about him, right? Because there's always trepidation when you have a team, a roster that gets shaken up before coming into a big international event. You're wondering about how much time have they had to mesh together. But just individually, this guy's a star.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he's coming over from Gamelanders who, they tried their damnedest to make it through their last chance qualifier. They couldn't do it, and they said, hey, can we borrow him? So he's here with the squad on loan. And, you know, my big question is, you know, we know that MWZera can perform extremely well. He's typically going to be a raised jet player. Those are going to be his most played agents historically. Most recently, and I say that, you know, within the last 90 days of play, we've seen it pick up the Sky more often, but even then, it's only 4 games, 2 on the race, a little bit of Reyna and a little bit of Jet in there, but when they do need this Sova player, it seems like, just given the rumors surrounding it, that he is going to be the one to pick it up. Players have been able to do that in the past, such as RB, moving from being a Jet and Race player. He is now the Sky and Sova player for Vision Strikers. Can MWZera find similar success? That's my biggest question.
I mean, I just have such a big question mark. I'm looking at my list of agents here for him. Raze, Jet, Sky. Reyna was even posted throughout the last 90 days of gameplay. And then Zero Sova. So that's going to be my big question mark. You can move there. I won't doubt that players do move agents. They do move roles quite consistently. My problem is that in an official match, we have not seen him prove himself.
Question marks across the board then when it comes to agent select. But the good news is we don't have to wait that long to get some answers about what they are going to come prepared to with champions. But it's time for us to meet the team, and Zhao has got us covered.
Meu nome é Jonathan, meu nick é Joe e eu sou da Vivo Cage. Bom, os meus colegas de equipe, eles são incríveis. Eu vou começar pelo Hit. Ele tem uma explosão que dentro de round que às vezes é fora de sério. O MW que entrou recentemente, ele se adapta muito fácil, então é sempre bom jogar com ele. O Murizi, ele é um IGL muito bom, ele consegue lidar com situações que normalmente a gente não consegue enxergar. O Vixen, ele me traz muita tranquilidade no quesito controlador, ele é muito bom e calmo. Eu acho que o estilo tem um pouco a ver com a personalidade de cada um. E eu sempre tento dar o meu melhor para ajudar a equipe como um sentinela deve fazer. O estilo de jogo do meu time, ele é bem agressivo. Porque o Muris tenta orquestrar isso da melhor forma possível. A gente é tudo uns cachorros sem coleira mesmo, e isso é a nossa personalidade, digo, do brasileiro em si. Então a gente sempre vai para cima, vai em busca de eliminações, e é isso que faz tipo, o nosso time quem ele é. O meu objetivo é terminar no mínimo entre os 4 primeiros. Eu já conquistei uma na minha carreira. Então eu sempre tento manter o pé no chão. Eu sei que tem equipes incríveis e a gente está buscando sempre o topo e a melhor forma de poder ser campeão.
Aggression, that's the biggest thing that jumps out to me in the way that he speaks about the team, but also the fact that he feels the team's play style is dictated by the personalities of the player, and seemingly every personality perfectly aligns to the role that they're playing in the game.
I mean, you want someone who's cool, calm, collected to be your backline, you want them to be your support, check, that's done there for Vivo Keyed. I mean, aggressive, you want the front line, you want to be the space maker, sure, you've got the aggression for it, that's great, but that's all good on paper at the end of the day, Dash. You need it to come out and actually work, and I'm wondering how cohesive that might be.
Yeah, I like that they are staying grounded about this, though. They are admitting, you know, this is how we like to play. They're wearing that on their sleeve. They say, we're going to come at you. We're going to try to get kills. That's our play style. That's how we enjoy playing this game. But they're also coming into this saying, like, you know, we're aiming for a top 4. That would be fantastic for us. If we can get that trophy, that's even better. But they're not going to be underestimating their opponents. They're not going to think that they could just come into this lobby, shoot everybody else in the head, and then just take games that way, which is good to see because this team, which we don't know that much about, is they need to have strategy. They need to be able to try to pick their opponents apart, prep for them and whatnot. If they're able to do that off the back of Murs, then that's going to be a fantastic look for Vivo Key.
Right, that final sentiment there, right? The idea that we know there are a ton of incredible teams here at Champions, so we're not going to underestimate a single one of them. Yeah. It's one match at a time as we claw our way towards that trophy. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're diving straight into Day 3 of VCT Champions.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Man, better be careful of me. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces.
Welcome back to Champions. Now, just before we get into some gameplay, we got to hit you with some fun stuff. It's the first annual Tech to Hunt. We've got 3 hidden figures throughout the show. Make sure if you see them with your eagle eyes, take a picture and share using the hashtag Valorant Champions Hunt and hashtag Tech to Hunt. If you hit us up with those, we're going to get you featured on the stream. I have honestly been impressed by people's ability to spot these because I've got a monitor 4 inches from my face and I feel like I'm missing them all throughout. Obviously, we've got these ones right here. So.
Sure, but these don't count at the moment because we already used them on day 1.
No,
so
this
if
is
you
too
want
obvious.
to do, exactly.
I might cheat and just walk around with this one and put it in places and then
Yeah.
just
That's a
like
good idea.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, and just, okay.
You know?
All right, we're going to get ourselves featured on the broadcast more than we're already allowed to be.
How narcissistic of us.
Let's just go walking behind the players and their cameras by holding up these things. It's day 3. We're closing out our final look of groups. I just want to get some final thoughts from you guys before we dive in, because after this, it's winners matchups. We got our first one today as well.
I think it's going to be wild. I can't wait to get to that second match, but this first one also seems like it could just be an absolute bloodbath. Acend versus Vivo. I'm looking forward to it.
No expectations. I just want a close game. None of these blowouts, please.
No expectations. If yesterday taught us anything, that's exactly the right mindset to have. We gear up for 3 more banger matchups today. Let's dive into day 3 of VCT Champions Berlin right now.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game. This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
Uma competição que tem os melhores do mundo, eu sei o quão difícil é.
Last time I said making champions was definitely the goal. The next goal is to win the whole thing.
We're back, we're ready to dominate, and we're ready to show the world how good FNATIC really are.
Sobre o último campeonato em Berlim, eu acredito que dava para ter passado de grupo. A gente deu o nosso máximo, mas acabou que a gente era uma equipe um pouco inexperiente. Eu foco muito no que a gente vai enfrentar primeiro, então a Acend é o nosso primeiro objetivo.
Our performance at last Masters was not that great. We know we had the game in our hands, but the pressure got us on stage.
100 Thieves ripping the lead away from them.
But we got a lot of experience and we are bootcamping a lot to prove ourselves again.
We missed out on Berlin Masters 3, but now we're back. We'll be able to take the edge on this one.
Incredible showing here for Boaster and the boys.
저는 좀 좋은 팀이라고 생각하는데 이제 대회를 많이 안 나와서 모르지만 그래도 조금 경계는 하고 있고 좋은 경기가 될 것 같습니다.
Vision Strikers take the first series of champions.
They're very structured. They're kind of like us. The players individually are players that I look up to personally.
시청자들의 눈이 즐겁게 하기 위해 뭐 그런 거밖에 없는 것 같아요.
Definitely the marquee match of the day.
Obviously, Berlin was a disappointment. I feel like we went into the game too confident.
Timing, oh my god, no! Yeah, he's made a meal of it! It's all going to pieces! No way!
We had a lot of momentum going for us, considering we didn't lose a map getting into the final. But I think we have a pretty good foundation, so we're not too concerned.
เพราะว่าผู้เล่นที่ผมอยากเจอก็คือเยครับเพราะว่าเป็นไอดอลในการเล่น
As far as X10 goes, we don't know much about them. The tournament that we watched them play, there was a lot of trolling going on.
ทีมเราเป็นทีมที่เล่นให้พยายามเล่นให้อีกฝ่ายจับทางไม่ได้ครับเพราะว่าบางครั้งทีมเรายังจับทางกันเองไม่ได้เลยครับก็จะเป็นความลับที่ทำให้เราเก่งครับ
한국에서는 제일 최고의 선수라고 생각해 줬으면 좋겠고
So we're coming to prove that we can fight with the best teams in the world.
ระวังไว้ครับเพราะผมอาจจะเป็นทีมนอกสายตาแต่ก็อาจจะมีเซอร์ไพรส์
Just go easy on us, okay? I'm in their heads. They're gonna be, look, they're scared of us, and they're...
Welcome back to Champions Berlin. Two things stand out to me there. Number one, every team's got the same goal, but I think we knew that coming into the tournament. Sure. The second thing, though, is the immense amount of respect that we see every team giving the other on an individual and team level.
The biggest thing about that for me now is I'm sitting here going, some teams were like, we gave too much respect to our opponents last time. Others are like, I'm really looking up to this player. I'm so excited. I mean, what's the balance? How much respect do I give my opponent? If I give too much respect, there's too much pressure. If I don't give enough. Then all of a sudden, I'm a little bit too cocky going into the server. Where do you sit?
Yeah, you have to strike that fine balance. And again, I'm actually really happy with what VivoKeed is saying coming into this. He said, you know, we think that we just didn't have enough experience at the last one, and that's where we faltered. But now we've been on the grind. We've got this new player coming through who is, I say new player, but somebody who's very storied to really give a nice foundation to this squad. So, you know, they're coming into it with the right mentality.
New addition, but I like that you bring it back to VivoKeed because they're stepping onto the stage first. And guess what? It's time for our map vetoes. We get our first look at what kind of strategy they're going to bring in, right? And I think that's where it all begins is the map picks. And I'm infinitely curious about this matchup specifically because for both of these teams, I think actually the order in which they dive in is going to be incredibly important.
Absolutely. The bans, the first two bans for me are going to be super key. If I'm looking over to the VivoKeed side of things, if they don't get rid of Bind, like that is the map you must get rid of if you're VivoKeed. Otherwise, you've changed something considerably.
I think if we see Bind go through, this really tells us that they've been workshopping it, and it's actually not going to be Bind. So they're going to ban Acend. I mean,
that was a good map for them.
Relatively speaking, I feel like yes, but there was so many maps for VivoKeed in the past that have been, you know, similar win rates for them. So it's really tough, but not banning Binding is super curious.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Yes. That's not necessarily the best map for Acend. It's one they're 50-50 on.
Not the best map for either team, though.
Sure.
Which is and that's why I thought the order here was going to be very interesting because whoever bans second, I felt like is going to have to ban Haven. I think that's intelligent by Vivo to leave it up, give it to Acend to ban. But to the point that Bind is now in the pool, you're going to have to assume when it gets around to Acend,
it's got to be. It
will be Bind. But first up, it's VivoKeed picking Icebox.
I mean, sure, this is one of the maps have played, let's say, the most. In the, you know, amount of maps, you've got them playing it over 10 times in the past however many months, or rather in the competition that they've had over the past 6 months. Okay, you got to answer me this, man. Breeze, why not? Why not bring that in as your first map?
I wasn't sure about Breeze because while VivoKeed has technically got a 100% win rate on it, and it is going to be Bind selected, of course, for Acend. That is not surprising at all.
Yeah.
I just think that they don't have enough experience on that map to have it be a truly comfortable pick. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing that be a decider, though, because both of these teams are going to be looking relatively comfortable on Breeze.
What more experience outside of 100% do you need? You and I can be on the other end of this. I mean, sure, but you haven't lost a single one. That's fine. Bind gets picked up because you refuse to get rid of it. That's going to be a huge question mark for me. And then, of course, I need to see what this map is going to be. Will Breeze get in as that decider that you're asking? Because overall, okay, Fracture, no more Fracture. Not a lot of teams, and we saw this when Breeze was first added, not a lot of teams like to go to that new map.
This isn't shocking. You bring in MW Zera, you have to workshop and get you know, synergy on all of the other maps. Just take away the newest one, and I was about to say, it's got to end up being Breeze because Split is 100% going to be taken away by Acend. It's not good for either of these squads. It's the lowest win rate map for the side of Acend. So it's unsurprising to see this off the board.
Well, there you go. We do end up getting Breeze. I'm glad it's there. Unfortunately for VivoKeed, had it have been in the first two maps, this would have assumed to me it might have gone to a third map if the teams were able to win their own map pick. Now, they're putting themselves in a harder position, having to win on a map that they have a very, very poor history on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think both teams are going to be fairly comfortable on Acend, but then we seem to be in perfect agreement that Bind is almost assuredly going Ascend's way. So it's going to be that first map that is all important in determining whether or not we're going to even make it to Breeze as a third.
Yeah, they need to come out swinging. They have to have a victory on their pick of Icebox. If they can't get it done there, it feels like this is unfortunately just going to end up folding into a 2-0.
Well, okay, so let's talk about then how it is that VivoKeed can actually overcome Acend right out the gate on Acend. Man, that is, never put those two words together, Acend and Acend. That's going to be difficult throughout the tournament.
I don't know.
It's a tough question.
It is, because you're essentially trying to say, has Acend changed anything up? One, because we would be speculating when we make that point, because they themselves said they came in and they felt they had a lot of pressure and they were nervous. How does that look coming in now that they have experience? But on the flip side, VivoKeed said the exact same thing. We didn't have enough experience. We were inexperienced. Now we're here to play. And by them leaving Bind in, things have got to have changed. And therefore, I'd just be throwing things on the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, that has to be the biggest thing for me is that, you know, clearly they feel comfortable with this map. They would have done the modicum of research it takes to see that Bind is one of Acend's best maps. So they have to be feeling especially confident to leave that in the pool. So I'm excited to see what they have prepared for us for that map. When it comes down to Icebox, I'm not sure what to really anticipate. When it comes down to aim duels, these guys absolutely can compete with some of the best out there. And Icebox is a map that kind of trends to that. So maybe they're just going to be relying on raw aim.
I mean, Icebox, interesting one, right? Because the last time we saw them play, they fell to Envy. In overtime fashion, Vivo Keith did. So they pushed a really good team very, very far.
I mean, we're talking very, very far away from this date upon which we are now.
That
so
is true.
There's been a lot of time for them to sort things out. That bind, again, we're going to keep going back to it. We're going to keep harping back to it. That bind being in shows me that this is not the same Vivo Keed we once knew. It's impossible for them to leave that in and go forward. Icebox, that just screams to me, and thank God it's in. It's either Breeze or Icebox for me. CNED. We're going to have the CNED show so quickly. We're going to get the operators screaming across the map very quickly. That's what I want to see. And whoever wins out on those opening duels, we said which player from which team is going to open it up. We know who's good on the backline. CNED hits it, but who's the multi-kill man for Vivo Keed? That's who I'm going to be watching.
I think it's got to be Heat.
Oh, go for it.
I think it's got to be Heat. I mean, we keep running that clip over and over again of him getting that ace with the Marshall on Breeze, just no-scoping people across the map and whatnot. I think it's really going to fall on his shoulders, so I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to step up to the plate today.
Yeah, please let us get there. Please let us get there, right? We see the players loading up into the range behind us, which means that we're narrowing in towards game time. And as we talk about the stars, you know, CNED and Heat, I also want to talk about some of that supporting cast, right? So let's talk Joe versus Starkso.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, starting things off, when you come down to Icebox especially, looking forward to seeing how Joe is going to be looking to pilot either the Sage or the Killjoy, but more likely than not, probably the Sage. Depends on if they've decided to kind of shake up their roster and who's going to be piloting what. But the Sage is so very important, having those walls to get plants down, to deny access over to the A site, cut off tube entrance, you know, all of these different things. We have to see if he's going to be on the ball with that.
I really want to see him take the Sage, and the reason, you know, for that is even Vikings reference the fact that every time they were going to Icebox without a Sage, they felt 4, 5, 6 months behind the rest of the world. So if we don't see Vivo Keed do that, and we're saying questions about the fact that they felt inexperienced at the last event, then I feel they actually haven't learned enough going into it. So if he does pick up the Sage, even if he's not a battle Sage, we don't always expect that, but he gets those plants down, I'm going to be pretty happy with his performance.
I'm also just curious when we talk about Icebox specifically, teams' ability to really utilize both bomb sites, because we even kind of saw yesterday for Gambit, right? It was one of those things where they were having such a lack of success on the B bomb site, and really their only answer was to funnel 5 guys towards A and just win the gunfights, right? And so if you can really open up the map and give the defensive opponent a reason to throw a player or two on the side of B, then okay, maybe we have some more options and you can find more attacking rounds.
You want to know a nice little stat I have here?
Please.
The side of Vivo Keed, 40 plants A. Guess how many plants on the other side? 40.
Oh.
Yo, I'm telling you, this is the most balanced plant ratio I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I have something actually I was going to throw in there to kind of backs that up even further. Both of these, as far as their recent play, obviously we don't know what Vivo Keed's going to be workshopping with WWE Zera.
Right.
Run the exact same compositions. When we saw Vivo Keed go up against Envy, they come out with the Jet Reyna, Sage, Sova, Viper. It's the same exact thing for the side of Acend. That's what they like to run on Icebox. So there's a chance that we come into this so evenly matched, mirrored agent compositions as well.
That is a sick stat.
You know what? I got
Sorry,
another stat.
You're
rolling on the 50-50? Okay, well, let me make it worse for the Acend fans out there.
Okay.
That was a good stat. I was throwing out the nice. You know, we start with the good news, then get to the bad news. The bad news is that Acend is very heavy A. Very heavy, or more than double heavy A.
But well, actually, I was going to say that makes sense when you have someone like CNED.
Sure.
Granted, you got Heat on the other side, and we keep bringing it back to that. But all right, if you're going to give the guy the opportunity to just go, you know, find the verticality, look for the op, you know, and just find that first kill, okay, now we've got the man advantage push through and attack A. That just might be the recipe for success. We'll have to see. I'm curious, though, for the two of you, where you're going to throw your way. Let's talk some predictions. Achilles, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first.
All right, sure. Why not? I think that this is going to be Acend, especially after seeing this draft. Unless Vivo Keed comes out and really surprises us on Bind, I think that this might just end up being a bit of an inevitability.
So you think it's a 2-0, or you think there's a a shot
there's a
we
chance.
go 2-1.
I think there's a chance.
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance. This Icebox pick is still very good for Acend. You know, they have a 78% win rate on it historically.
Yeah.
Given that you have this changeup in the roster, granted, while I do think that the power level of this team has gone up on paper, just because you get a bunch of star power and push it together, it doesn't necessarily mean that things are going to gel, that you're going to have those natural synergies. Sometimes moneyballing it is a little bit better when you take people who have some weaker statistics, but, you know, form an overall stronger squad. That can be good. I hope that this team can come out. I hope we get a series on our hands, but I think Acend takes it at the end.
This is not baseball, my friend.
I know.
This is not baseball. Okay, so we saw the prediction flash up. You are also in the Acend camp, but where do you fall in terms of the map score?
I think with the bind in and on paper, I would have to say 2-0. I would like it to go to 3, but I do think, with how the stats are showing us right now, it's looking like a 2-0 for Acend.
Oh my goodness, it's all about Icebox then. Let's go Vivo Keyed. Let's go Vivo Keyed. Let's see if they can push us to 3 maps. I was excited to see teams that were favored yesterday get pushed. We've talked constantly about how on the international stage and over the evolution of an esport, you want to see regional strength increase and those gaps close, right? Because that's what makes competition interesting, and that's what ultimately is going to push metas forward. It's going to challenge different regions to start thinking outside the box. You know, it was Iceland that everyone was looking at Sentinels and going, well, they're not dropping a map, so they must know how to play the game the best. Let's start trying to adopt to maybe what they are playing, and then you make it all the way to Berlin, and you go, well, wait a second, Sentinels looks entirely fallible compared to what they showed us in Iceland. And now people are looking at teams like Gambit, teams like Envy, even 100 Thieves as a surprise at that tournament. And then we come into this one, and right out the gate, Vision Strikers, right? And that's been the one that everyone's kind of been tracking throughout the year and has had really high hopes for. And so Acend, this team that we've had expectations for and is definitely favored here, I wonder how they're going to get pushed. I wonder how they're going to be forced to evolve as a team and ultimately grow.
Yeah, I think both of these teams back at Masters Berlin, I think that they both had, you know, an eye-opening experience where it's like, okay, we did not perform at all how we wanted to. And that is going to be the biggest thing, the course correction, making sure they rectify those mistakes so that they can come in here and start things off strong. Granted, maybe a little unfortunate for both of them that they're both in the same position and now have to play against each other. So at the end of the day, it's going to look like one of them didn't really accomplish that goal. But that's why we have the double elimination in the group stage.
Only one can win, but we got the double elim, so there's still a shot even if you drop it here. We're going to go to... Words are hard for me today. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's Agent Select coming at you, and then we're diving into the matchup.
Win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions. The players are getting readied up behind us, and so while they do, I think it's only right for us to reset the stage for people here as we're about to jump into our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Icebox first. We're following that by Bind. It's Vivo Keyed, and it's Acend on the other side. If we're lucky to go to a map 3, it's going to be Breeze, and that's it. That's your prep because the teams are ready. And so I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to let you meet them. Acend versus Vivo Keyed. We've laid it all out there for you at home, but these are teams that are familiar with each other. They've faced up before, but with a couple months' time between the last time and this, there are still a lot of questions about what has changed. What did these teams take in terms of learnings from that previous matchup, and how will they come into today's? And of course, for Vivo Keyed, that new addition to the roster. What kind of special sauce is going to be brought to the stage today when you've got MW0 in the lineup?
It's, you know, we've been so up in the air with this. You know, how are they going to perform? And at the end of the day, I hope that they just have found that synergy that they've so very much been desiring, that they absolutely need if they're going to take down a caliber team like Acend.
Last times we've seen Vivo Keyed play on this map, it's either the Jet, the Killjoy Sage, Sova Viper, or maybe they'll roll that Killjoy out, bring a Reyna instead. Sure, do they stick to that formula? Is that the recipe that's cooking the best outcome? The win condition for them is how they implement that new player. And is he on an agent? He hasn't played before. How does that fit? Scrims only tell half the story, I'll tell you that much.
Without a doubt, right? And this idea that the highlights we watched of MW0 at the top of the day were almost primarily duelists, right? The Razes and the Jets and things like that, but knowing that you got a player like Heat on the lineup who's already so locked in to the Jet, is he gonna have to get pushed to a more utility-focused role? Is he gonna have to take a back seat? And can he step into that role flawlessly? Because that's what they're going to need to be able to take down a team like Acend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we said, on paper, just because we have seen Acend, we know what they're capable of, at least in an online capacity. It seems like the odds are stacked against Vivo Keyed, but Acend themselves have that hurdle to overcome of translating their online performances to land.
Well, it's Icebox first, and it's going to be Acend on the attacking side. But I'll remind everybody that this is one of the most familiar maps we have when it comes to international play. It gets seen a lot.
Especially in this event.
In this event as well, yes. Again, we're only on day 3, so we'll see how the map meta develops, because that's always intriguing, as well as maybe one team comes out with an interesting adaptation or strategy on a map. It immediately makes everybody rethink their approach in future best ofs. But as it stands, one of the maps we've gone to the most And so given that there's so much tape to work with, that's again what makes it so interesting to me when we talk about Agent Select, because it feels so defined in a lot of ways. And you're waiting for that one curveball. You're waiting to see which is the team that's had something in their back pocket this whole time, and if they're willing to rip it out. We get our answer, though, immediately on MW0. He's going to the Sova.
This is where I would expect a player to unfortunately have to sit on the sideline behind Heat. You're not going to be able to take that top dog spot. You're not going to be the front line, and you're certainly not going to be the one that's going head first into battle. So for MW0, he's going to have to be the one to collect that intel.
Flip side, it is the double duelist. We're going to get the Reyna. We're going to get the Jet.
Yeah, so Acend is sticking to the same composition. A little bit of a change up there from the side of Vivo Kid that we see Murray is actually swapping over onto the Killjoy. It's not something that he's played in the last 90 days, so we have MW0 showing us the Sova. Now we see the Killjoy coming out, so there are some minor changes here for Vivo.
Ooh, see, I like that. I like that. Bringing in something that just couldn't have been expected. But it's Acend. It's Vivo Kid kicking off our day 3, and we're tossing it over to Tom and Ryan for the call.
All right, it's the perfect time to get the night started, guys. Valorant Champions is back. Kami ang magiging casters nyo. My name is Acer, and of course, joining with me now is Illustrado. And the match, as you've been tuning into, is gonna be Acend versus Vivo Kid. What do you think about this one, Ilu?
Man, I'm excited. Vivo Kid, they've shown us that they can actually compete with the best. They had some pretty decent results nung And this is a map that both teams are pretty much known for being pretty competitive on. I'm happy to say that this first game should be a very interesting one. Coming into this one, you look at certain players. Acend. Look at CNED on Acend on Icebox. Isa na siya sa pinakamagagaling na manlalaro ng Valorant anywhere in the world. And on Icebox, he's a sight to behold. I'm expecting big things from CNED as he gets one kill, quickly traded out.
Acend not shying away from a fight here, already getting so much battling coming in from Orange as they charge up onto the B site. That's going to be the rest of them, still for full force strong. Muriz with the flank, but that's just going to be a back out. It was the bomb planter that he did knock out though, so this is perfect, and Muriz still actually gets another Vixen coming in from Snowman to get that pinch. At the same time, Keyless and Bone Cold na lang ang matitira ngayon, and they're kind of wrapped around and don't really know where to have their bearings on, as Muriz doesn't stop the flank coming in. He's already shown himself on Orange, and now he's about to pop off onto Yellow, and he hits the one. Another in the 4K for Muriz. What a transition.
Grabe, 4K at the very start of the game. Muriz, nakahanap ng apat. The first time he got that kill, nasa mid yun eh. He was in mid, nakahanap siya ng kill sa mid, and I was really surprised that he got he was, look at that, 35 HP, and then he finds another one, 180 kill, and then goes on for the long flank. Napakaganda ng pinakita natin sa atin ni Muriz dito. Siyempre, hype na hype siya. Galing, ano kaya sinasabi niya? Helicopter.
That was grape.
Grape!
Isn't that like a super long meme from like way back?
You got it. Yeah. I want to be pilot. Grape!
Oh my goodness. Okay, back to the task at hand. We are seeing a bit of movement right now coming in from Vivo Kid, or rather Acend here, as Zeke looking to maybe open some shots here with that Marshall of his. Still, all right, just a bit of a pause as that wall does come in handy from the Vivo Kid team. Oh, nice shot from Heat.
Tapan niya yung isa, but he was only able to get one, and this should really be a pretty much clean-up round here unless they manage to rush him down. 4v5 na ngayon, mga kaibigan, as the wall really slowing the progression here of Acend. There's going to be a couple more shots, but ultimately a lot of utility being deployed here towards A. Nobody really committing. Iniintay pa nila yung oras. Iniintay nila yung wall na bumaba, pero si Bone Cold nakahanap ng isang pitas. Heat goes down, and that's the Marshall removed.
Set up with the recon dart, maybe from Bone Cold. 30 seconds. Kailangan nilang i-pull yung trigger onto the A side. Joe does have the cross, but backs away immediately. MW0, lots of eyes on this player as he is at borrowed player from Gamers Blue, if I'm not mistaken. Another shot popping out with the Ghost. And say goodnight. That's going to be another round for Vivo Kid.
Linabas pa nga ni Stark so yung knife niya pero syempre di na umabot. Munti ka na pero hindi pa rin. So nice round there. Clean up crew for VK. 5-0 na ngayon si Muris. Pero it's a good way to start off the game. I mean, you think about it, you keep everybody, almost everybody alive. Apat ang nabuhay dun para sa VK. Kaya siguro naman masaya sila dun. Kasi tingnan mo naman, si Heat will be able to afford early Vandal. Kaya tingnan natin. I mean, they might be able to open up a couple of sites with it, might be able to get a couple of entry kills. As they look their way towards B, they're gonna try to get a little bit of damage off. They spot Jao, pero no kills thus far. Tatlong miyembro dito ng Acend ang nakabantay sa B site.
Zeke still looking to go para sa control on to B long. Does have to deal with Heat that is hiding somewhere dun sa yellow. And he's just looking for a bit of that coverage. Now spots a little bit more. Has to back away as the smokes is giving him some trouble. But the rest of his team is already moving for A. This is nice because now you can see on the map that every single member of Acend is actually stacked up onto B. And even though there's a good amount of Killjoy utility on the A site, that still is going to be the pull on the trigger. But they did lose one of their entry fraggers, and this could become hairy for VK here, excuse me. Muriz spotted out, has to back away first. Spike should get planted, but CNED wants to make sure that he can at least get that coverage onto the site itself. Both Jets on top of A.
Timing.
And MW Zera shuts down CNED. Bone Cold onto Heat, and this is a trade on trade. Stark, so beautiful flank coming in from the back of the A side. Bone Cold flushed out by that snake bite, but he will not survive as he was put in an uncomfortable spot. Cannot win, and VK still get another round on that buy.
Naka-upgrade pa nga yung dalawa. They upgrade their weapons onto Phantoms and Vandals. Rifles ang nakuha nila, and that was a bonus round that VK actually got. Sobrang grabe talaga mag-hold si Muris. Kanina pa to eh. He's able to get 2 on the defense. Sobrang init ng Sentinel ngayon. And the reason why napakahalaga nito, napakahalaga na yung Sentinel nyo magaling mag-hold ng site, is because you can rely on them na kahit anong mangyari, makakahanap pa rin ng pitas kahit isa para mas madali ang retake kung sakaling nawala yung site. And because of what? A shot from VK!
Heat. The main player. Nag-usapan ng analyst to kanina Ilu that this guy compared to CNED is all about those 1v1 encounters. And you can really see how explosive he is. He's that value player sa simula ng game. And it shows, right? So really insane shots to say at the least, and this will stop Acend, especially now they're on that weaker buy.
Yeah, tingnan natin kung ano magagawa dito on the eco round. Bone Cold, napakalupit niyan mag-sheriff, pero Siles hindi siya nakatingin sa tamang pwesto. 2v5 as you have Heat on that operator here. Everybody trying to... They actually have 3 players. Tatlo ngayon nakabantay sa A site. Tignan natin kung makakapitas pa nga yung members dito ng Acend. CNED, isa na to sa pinakamagagaling na player sa buong mundo. Kaso lang, the last time they played, they could not get a victory. They took a loss up against Gambit. Also, I think sila yung super close game with 100 Thieves, if I'm not mistaken. Yung nag-crazy comeback. Pero Vixen able to spot out one, and that's information given now. Swing out as well. Vixen cleans that up. Bone Cold lang natitira.
And Boca has to force this. Whatever happens, he's not supposed to get that unless Moriz got shut down or if ever. But very low on time. Nothing much na magagawa niya sa sitwasyon na yon, and back to the drawing board for Acend. But at least for this time, they're gonna have themselves that buy round.
Grabe, I really think Berlin here is showing us a lot of crazy upsets. Kahapon pa to eh.
Headshot.
Actually, nung first day pa lang, ang dami nang nangyayaring upset na 0 and 4. Well, to be fair, yung sa Sentinels, nabawi naman ng Sentinels. Pero kahit na, 3 games pa rin yung Sentinels kahapon eh. Kung nanood kayo ng Sentinels game kahapon, nag-overtime, muntikan pa nga mag-overtime, muntikan pa nga extra mile, extra distance yung mga games natin, but we did get to see 3 games after Sentinels. They took a loss early on. Nice shot from Acend, starting it off. Op versus Op, he wins against Heat, and now they're gonna have a little bit more of a relief dito sa side ng Acend dahil ngayon nakahanap sila ng pitas. Alam na nilang mas mahina na yung A site dahil wala na si Heat, wala nang operator dito.
That's a big investment, right? So rest of the team here, knowing, as you mentioned, we'll just be pushing now onto that A site. Lear, tatapon agad dito ni Zeke just to get that coverage dun sa front of the site itself. Pull on the trigger by Bone Cold to use that ultimate. Keep them a little bit contained for now, but Heed, yeah, they're not gonna back away from this fight. They will actually triple on the back of site. Zeke is up on top of 410, but look at how VK has actually already gone back, and
Wow.
Zeke's opened up a couple of kills here. This will actually gravitate, I think, a couple of the members of the defenders just to stay on the A site, but because of that rotation, they're gonna just have such a clean time to get to that B site. Walang kapawis-pawis ngayon para sa VK, and Zeke is still at the site. Spots out one. He's not gonna get Muriz. Say goodnight. But this will be the retake, and Acend is just ready for that rotation to come through.
Acend looking for one more, and this should be the end of the round here. Keyless makakuha niya yung last kill, last 2 kills here for him, and it's gonna be the first round on the board for Acend. Gusto ko yung ginawa ng Acend doon. Purinesure talaga ni nila yung A site. They forced all the utility. Kinumit pa nila yung Hunter's Fury para lang masira yung lockdown. And that actually gets them so much rotation na ang daming lumipat sa A site. Lahat silang nasa A site. Bukas na bukas yung B tulad ng sinabi mo. Kaya yung nangyari doon, sila Acend, ang daling nakapasok sa B site. They even got Acend up on top of Tube. Kaya sobrang dali nilang napitas yung isa't isang mga membro ng VK. So VK, they need to be aware na hindi pwede mangyari ulit yan. Hindi pwede mangyari yung na fake lang talaga sila, pa-fake lang yung mga ginagawa ng Acend. And it should not work on them more than this here. VK should be aware that Acend, they do like to run the clock down, they do like to fake, they do like to rotate on mid-round calls.
And what's kind of good dito din para sa Acend is they don't really like to split up too much. I guess like they're gonna just leave one guy as they 4-push, and that works for them. Hindi sila para from what it looks like, hindi sila magkakaroon ng lurker. I don't think lurking works too hard right now, or too well right now dito sa Icebox, just because of the fact na ang dami masyadong angles that can be covered quite cleanly by, let's say, just the one sentinel ng Killjoy na ganyan. But moving into the movements of Acend, 45 seconds na lang natitira sa ating timer ngayon, as it seems like Zeke has already popped up his Empress. He's going to be on top of pipes as he opens up the site. Lear once again just to cover it up, flushing out anything that could be coming into the back of things. And Zeke, no fear on this player as he just mauls and gargles NW Zera in his sights. Vixen spot at the back of the site. That's gonna be him flushed out, and that's gonna leave Zhao and Heat. Alright, save nila weapons nila. They have to fight for another day because they have no chance para manalo dito.
Grabe, mainit ang pasok doon ng Acend. Sobrang linis ng A-take nila. Able to easily dismantle any of the defenders there holding into it. So now VK, they have to think, ano ba ang gagawin nila? Paano ba nila i-address yung problema? Nice shot from Heat right there, but that's still a little bit of a like parang consolation prize na lang yun, kumbaga. Footsteps being heard. Acend spots him. Acend's better this time. Operator versus operator. Si Acend na naman ang nagwagi. And that's another round here for Acend. Nakadalawa na sila. Tingnan natin kung ma-recreate nila ang success nila. Can they string those rounds together? Can they build up the economy? Kasi alam naman natin sa Icebox, napakahalaga na yung pera mo is enough, especially on the attacking side. Kasi kung kulang-kulang ang attacking, kung kulang-kulang ang weaponry mo, kung hindi sapat ang weaponry mo, mga long-range duels, it's not gonna work, syempre, because Icebox is such a big map. It's such a long-range map. And I want to see what they can do with it. But now we go into round number 7. Little bit of an eco here for VK. And, look at their buy. Isang rifle lang yung meron sila.
Well, this is the hands of Muriz. Siya yung top fragger na napakaganda ng performance at the start of those 4 rounds para sa Vivo Key dito. The only problem is he is stuck at the A site. This will leave Heat to show up what he's got with the blades, and he is damn good with it. Able to dash away and get 2 kills.
Grabe.
Smooth criminal. Dito ngayon si Heat. shutting down the offense ng Acend. They still should be able to plant the spike, but ultimate is being used. Spots out Bone Cold, and he cannot escape the clutches before he gets tagged down to 70. Still, he'll be forced to use that, and Heat has actually gone all the way around back into his own spawn. Wants to fight once again, spots out another. That gives the information. One's on the site, one's on yellow, and he has, with his team, a lot of numbers still left. Bone Cold, so smart, but yeah, he's giving away his position, but he still actually makes it happen. One Shark Dart left on him, so he can maybe use that to wrap around. Spike is still good. Bone Cold's done. Out in the open, Keyless, what you got? And well, he's got good enough, but not well to actually clutch this round. And Send still take the retake. Right, excuse me, VK take the retake.
You know, VK, they take that thrifty round. Eco round, mga kaibigan, nakuha ng VK. Napaka-husay ng pinapakita sa atin dito. Muriz, another great round from him. Kahit anong ibigay mo sa kanyang baril, makakahanap pa rin siya ng patay. And I don't know, man. Like, it's all about Heat. Let's take a look. Really beautiful set of shots right there. And look at this one. Pixel perfect. Paano pa niya nakuha yun? Pero actually, si Sined. Di ko alam kung bakit pa niyang rinipik yun eh. Pero, you know, ganun talaga si Sined eh. Yun yung napansin ko, Asoray, kay Sined. Mahilig talaga siya mag-repeat. Kahit mapa-vandal man siya, kahit mapa-operator man siya, mag-peak lang talaga siya kasi kaya niya eh. And that could be a double-edged sword. Pero tignan natin kung sila dito sa B.
Yikes. You see that? Muriz, hindi siya makapush forward dahil dun sa recon dart na yun. That is beautiful! Para kay Keyless and Bone Cold. And WZera left out to dry in the open, and we're left to Heat. Wala na siyang blades. Can't really do too much about the resets and everything. Yeah, it's either fight or die. Para sa akin, he's stuck on hut. It's not a tropical hut.
Or
it's
safe.
It's only that ice hut.
Alam mo ba, nung bata ako, may kwento ako. Nung bata ako, sa tropical hut, di ba pagpasok mo sa tropical hut dati, may parang ketchup tsaka mustard na yung squeeze bottle, yung pinipiga. Tapos may ketchup
yung
tsaka mustard.
red sa yellow na ano.
Kala ko dati nung bata ako, kala ko cheese. Kaya kinuha ko yung yellow, squeeze ko sa mukha ko. Tapos napunta sa mata ko. Tapos yun pala mustard. Siguro mga 10 minutes akong umiyak kasi bata ako eh. Di ko alam, kala ko cheese.
Bakit mo escort sa mukha mo yung cheese?
Ay, alam mo naman, kala ko cheese and I'm like, na-excite ako kaya escort, di ba?
Score.
Great!
Oh, so random. Ano ba yung mga mess-ups ko sa fast food chain? Di ko alam.
Dapat may label yun. Dapat may label yun. Para kung may batang nakaisip na cheese.
Ano ba sa panahon natin ngayon walang label?
Alam mo yan ah.
Hindi ah.
Kala mo, kaduo mo na, pero yun pala, walang label lang pala.
Wala, hindi pa naglalaro ng Valorant. Hindi ko po tuloy mataruan. Okay.
Okay. Okay, wait lang, taga lang. Heat! Okay, nanalo na siya against Sined. Pero medyo kanina pa natatalo si Sined kay Heat. Rez comes out. Starkso is able to save him. Walang tailwind si Heat. Kaya kailangan niya mag-manual. Kakainis yun ah. Dalawang tag yun ah.
And with that, Zeke, nakasingit na siya sa likod ng site ngayon. Heat forced to back away as that was literally just a clean round for Acend. Second shot dart, take down Starkso maybe? Nope, not gonna happen. As this is going to be a full-blown 5 versus 5. Jhao, I am sorry, I do not know how to pronounce that, does have a revive out in the open. This could be a crucial thing just to retake the rest of the site. Starso and Sined making quick work of the rest of the team here. Jhao making use of his utility. Ultimate as well. Muriz onto the corner, up on top. Beautiful shot from Muriz, just flicking up high. He has no time left now. Swings out wide. Can he go for the spray? Muriz! 4 freaking K! That he even has time. 4 seconds? 5. Goodness me gracious, Muriz. What a transfer.
Wow, grabe, napakagaling. The spray transfer. Where did that even come from? Muriz, absolutely amazing. Holy moly. crazy stuff right there. Able to get a double look at that 1v2. Melts them down, melts them away. And that's going to be up another round here for VK as they are making a statement up against Acend here. Talagang wow. Talaga. Wow.
Kailangan natin ng dictionary ata, Thesaurus. Amazing. Fantabulous. May label yan. Clutch. Clutch label.
Hindi hindi spray and pray yun Kalkulado yun eh.
Yeah.
Yung spray and pray yun, hindi niya nakuha yung headshot. Di ba? Headshot yung pangalawa eh. Tama nga naman si Nax, mga normies kayo eh. Okay lang yan.
Here's the thing about that. Seriously speaking, Ildo. Yung weapon itself, di ba, random yung pag-wiggle nung spray, right? But merong bullet tracers kang pwedeng sundan eh.
Oh.
Na you can see in your, I guess,
may spray
peripheral
control
vision.
naman eh.
Exactly. Like you can make it work naman then, and that's it just shows, right? Plus, yung siya naka different resolution, 1280 by 960 from the looks.
Sungit ng coach nila si Mr. Clean, no? Yun ako. Pero ito na, babalik na tayo sa ating game 6-3. Medyo yung Acend hindi na nila alam kung ano nangyayari dito kasi yung Acend malakas naman talaga tong team na to, isa na sa pinaka magagaling sa buong daigdig.
This is also the map na
Tinurkin-zero nila yung di ba? Hindi ba?
Yeah, I was gonna say Team Secret beat Gambit, so
tama.
that's also one thing. I feel like Icebox is the upset map. For some reason, it seems to be that kind of stage para sa mga players natin, and it's perfect. That's a bait. Good bait from Cena. Good bait.
Good bait,
He's
man.
Siya ang ano bang master sa Tagalog?
I don't know.
Siya ang punong taga-pagbate.
Ang pinuno
na mga magaling
magbait.
Magbait.
Ano yung bait sa Tagalog? Ayun lang.
Pag sabi kong bite,
ano? Ano yun, direct?
Kain?
Pain?
Pain.
Oo,
nagpapain. Oo nga pala, pain. Kailangan natin ng pampain para sa mga isda.
Okay. Pero teka lang, ito na Hunter's Fury tuloy. Dito lang ako nakatingin. Lockdown na deploy. Ayan na nga. Zeke. Nahanap niya si Vixen. 4v5. Papasok na ito sa side. Starkso gets a double. Gets a triple. Nahanap na ngayon ang members ng VK. And he gets a 3 amazing kills before he gets shot. Uy! Sumablay pa nga. Teka lang. Linabas pa yung pistol. Teka, uy! Okay ka lang ba?
Well, that's it done.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Yeah. Nice. I'll be honest, hirap ako mag-play-by-play ng Tagalog. It is so not my forte.
Mahirap talaga, dude. Kaya sabi ko sa'yo, mag-caller ako.
Bill, nasama na ba? Yeah, para sa mga hindi nakakilala sa akin specifically, since magkasama na kayo ni Bill ng isang araw. Part ako ba ng English broadcast
English broadcast team kami. Well, sige, try ko mag-play-by-play next round. Try ko lang. Sige. Okay. Ito na. Okay, ito mga kapatid. Let's go! Pumasok na tayo dito sa Land of Dawn. Ay, joke. Iba palang game yun. Dito sa B-side. Si Starkso, mahanap niya yung kill kay Muris. That's gonna be a 4v5. And they're gonna try to get that entry. Gonna play even more aggressive. Alam naman natin si Sinid, mahilig talaga mag-aggressive. And he gets a kill onto Zira. Zira. Ganun ba yung pronounce yun? Pero tignan natin. Eco round nga lang naman. Sined, repeak ng repeak. Pero okay lang. Nakatakas naman siya. Naghahanap pa ng isa. Gets another one. Nice line of headshot onto Vixen. Right click. Uy, pero si Starkso yung nakapatay. All up to heat. Mainit na ba talaga siya? As we go into this one. A couple more. So 1v5. He's got a lot of work to do. Pero sa tingin ko, tapos na to eh.
Yeah, tapos na to for sure. Recon Dart, tago-tago na lang para hindi siya mapulsuhan pero still get spotted. Everything exposed And Starksa shows to us how to get that flawless ngayon para sa Acend from 4 to 0, 6 to 5. And one more round before we end yung ating first half ngayon. The question now lies.
Nagalit yung viewers natin sa Land of Dawn. Joke lang kasi yun. Huwag kayong magalit.
Actually, I don't get that.
Di mo alam yung Land of Dawn? Hindi ka kasi normie eh. Hindi ka kasi
alam ko yung Dawn of the Dead. Alam ko yung
Land of the Dawn, yun yung mapa ng ano eh, ibang bang-bang.
Okay, gets.
Yun yung mapa ng bang-bang na isa eh.
I'm sorry, hindi ako...
So, syempre, hindi ka kasi nagbabang-bang ng ganun eh.
Oo, hindi ako malig sa ganun kasing bang-bang, sorry. Ano masama pag hindi ako malig sa bang-bang na ganun? Nga lang, hindi ako educated. Pasensya na po.
Ignorante ka eh.
Ouch. Ouch. Sorry naman po.
Joke lang.
Yeah, by the way, habang naka-tech pause tayo dahil sa may problema sa kanilang gear. Sorry, gear. Maraming salamat nga pala sa Globe. Again, malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30 gigabytes data ka na. Valid for 7 days. 190 pesos lang. Winning starts at home with Glow at Home Only Fiber up with Plan 2699 with speeds up to 100 Mbps. Sigurado panalo pamilya with its powerhouse bundle.
David Archuleta. Ovation Productions presents yung mga banat tangan eh. Wish 107.5.
May mga yung mga commercial para sa mga Tagalog movies, yung ganun yung ano nila.
Isaw mo sa toyo ang malaki kong tilapia, yung mga ganun. Yun yung sinasabi mo, di ba? Hindi ba yun?
Yung boses yung sinasabi ko, hindi yung laman ng sinasabi. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Pero yeah, tama ka naman. Nanon talaga sa toyo yun.
Mahilig ka ba sa tilapia? Ayun, tanong.
Oo naman, syempre.
Grilled?
Fried.
Okay.
Yeah. Pero actually, pwede din naman ng grill. Kasi parang pag grill, feeling mo nasa beach ka.
Oo.
Wala lang. Share ko lang. Feeling ko lang.
Okay. Iskwento. Oh, yun o.
Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean.
Alam mo, tingin ko talaga sa pag tumanda tayo, ganyan din magiging ano natin eh.
Oy, baka ikaw lang. Maayos yung hairline ko. Ikaw yata yung may hair fall dito.
Ouch.
Isa lang yung sagot dyan. Meron na akong nalaman. Guys, para sa mga... Kasi alam ko naman na maraming masungit sa chat natin na maagang makakalbo. Hanapin nyo yung minoxidil. Yan, pang pa-hair growth formula siya. Kung wala kayong facial hair, kung wala kayong hair sa itaas o sa ibaba, pwede nyong gamitin yan. Mabilis tutubo ang buhok nyo, promise ka gano'n.
Ito ba yung mga sa infomercial na sprayan mo yung...
Hindi, legit to, legit na gamot to.
Okay.
Legit na gamot to, ito yung ginagamit ni Wolf, sabi niya sa akin eh. Tas trinay ko nga, ginamit ko sa beard ko, gumana.
Works in just 7 days or your money back guarantee, mga ganun. Ay. Ba't nga pala brochure pangalan nyo kahapon? Nakita ko lang.
Ito, ipapasok na kita sa loop, Astro, kung malalaman mo na. Alam mo ba ang Destiny Cable?
Sky Cable lang.
Sure. Sky Cable. Hindi ka Destiny Cable ng bata. Ay, hindi mo alam to. Kasi pagdating ng madaling araw, mga 2 a.m., 3 a.m., yung mga Destiny Cable, yung mga channels, may lumalabas na ibang kakaibang channel.
Okay.
Tulad ng mga fashion TV, yung ganon. Tapos yung sa oras na to, dun lumalabas yung mga matsatsaga. Yung mga matsatsaga. Kaya kahit Avon brochure. Hindi ko na-explain, alam mo na to.
Okay, medyo gets ko. Ang naisip kong tinutukoy mo is ano yun? Yung mga infomercials, yung nagbebenta sila ng yung may stainless steel blades na pag chinap-chap yung sobrang ganda, hindi mo kailangan linisin ng...
Kaya panoorin yung mga yun.
Tanda.
Ilang beses akong alam mo ba, yung pananonood ako ng mga infomercial, yung mga gano'n, like, buy 2, get 1 free. Tapos parang 3 oras na yatang nakalipas.
Tatanda mo pa rin.
Oo.
It's that easy!
Tapos parang kung may telepono lang ako, nag-order na ako eh.
Kaya nga ako rin actually. Ay, hindi. I think tinawagan ko, pero humingi sila ng credit card number and bata pa diba? So,
Tinawagin mo talaga.
oo.
Para may kausap ka lang.
I think pinapagalitan nata ako, baka tumatawag daw ako, order pa lang ang pera.
There. Doy, double up. Double up for Acend here as we go back into the next round, 6-6. As Acend able to get that pick off. And that's gonna get them a 4v5. Sulit na ngayon ang operator, pero tignan natin kung gaano ba. Viper Spit deployed dun sa A site. And that should help them control A site a little bit more here. Swap of weapons, swap of guns. Viper Spit din sa mid. Okay, pero kita yung shoulder ng Muris. And yun ang problema sa mga angle na to eh. Close ka, malayo yung kalaban. Mas mauna ka makita. Mga geometry lang yan.
Problema din dun is, I think Cena just knows na there's gonna be one popping out from the tube here. And just because of that one fact, Kiles just did all of that utility, not really to get that mid control, but rather to create that that opportunity para ma-spot out dito si Muris. And that's a really big hit, right? Because VK, they rely solely on Muris right now to actually get those shots. He's good for the one kill at the start, pero as flashy as it looks, as amazing as it can get, it only is still that one kill. Joe, kitang-kita sa ilalim. Whoop. Now we're left with Vixen and MW Zera for that retake. And you asked me what that means. I feel like it's Modern Warfare Zera. Yep. This Vixen to remain in this 1v5. Oh my gosh, mahilig ka sa moi. I get it.
Moi. 1v5 Vixen. Di pa nga. Bakit siya tumalikod sa pader? Hindi ko maintindihan. Pero okay lang. I don't know why he would turn around.
Maling spider sense.
Maling spider sense. Eh, no? Uy, nasa kaliwa mo, pero pader lang pala. 6-6. As favorite number ng director namin, kasi mahilig siya just sa number na yan.
Shouts nga pala kay Boss YB na tumutulong sa ating production ngayon. Nasa Berlin nga pala siya. Salamat.
Sa Berlin nga pala siya. Berlin Cubao.
Berlin Fartel.
Baka Berlin syndrome.
Okay, huwag niyo sabihin yan.
10:57. Bago pa tayo pagalitan ng mga sponsors natin, mukhang may timeout halftime. As we do have to take a little bit of a break. But before we do that, ito nga ang ating magical spills. Asuray, ano nga ba ang spills natin ngayon?
Kagaya nga nasabi ko kanina, guys, with Globe, malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para sa 30 gigabytes data ka na valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiber with Plan 2699 with speeds up to 100 Mbps. Siguro na panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. Only available with Globe, guys.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Amazing stuff right there. Also, winning starts at home with Globe Only Fiber up to with plan of 2699 with speeds up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. Ayan. So, hindi ko alam kung ano.
Sabi ko lang, hindi ko alam kung sobrang weird ng pag sabi ko ng spiel na hindi mo na-realize na sinabi ko na rin yun.
Ah, talaga? Inulit ko ba? Inulit ko ba? Kasi in English yung huling narinig ko sa'yo eh.
Tinapos ko lang.
Okay lang yan. Para sulit naman.
Kaya nga sulit, kagaya ng bundle na available. Grabe, parang 3 beses na repeat yung replay na yan. Parang linis ng flip.
Okay lang. Time out muna tayo. Chill lang kayo dito. Guys, kung hindi pa kayo nagkakape, kumuha na kayo ng kape. We still have a long evening ahead of us. Last night, wala ka dito Asuray kagabi. Kaya last night, matagal ang last night. Natapos na kami mga 7:30, 8 a.m. YB, anong oras natapos kagabi? Yung direct. Mga 7:30 ng umaga natapos kagabi. Ako natapos ako 5 a.m. Pero si Dax at Ray nagcast pa. Saka yung direct namin nagcast din. Pero walang nakinig sa kanya kasi nasa studio lang siya.
Sabi. Mas sabihin ko nga nakita ko nag-message pa kayo sa group chat natin. Nakagising ko lang ng 7 o'clock kanina So, kita ko pa.
Wow, naman yung mga casters natin.
Kaya nga.
Binubully nyo pa, mga viewers natin talaga.
Okay lang, hindi na ako nabubully. Kahit nung nasa grade school ako, ganyan.
Okay lang
Seems like second half ensues. Walang halftime ngayon sa kanila. I'm surprised.
Walang halftime nga. Meron. Hindi lang natin nakita.
Wasn't that a break?
Meron. Anyway. Acend. Uy, ano ba yan? Acend! Okay, nakataka siya. Tailwind out. It's gonna be him falling back. One more parting shot. But not gonna be able to find anybody here. Aggression tapered off. 4v5. 4 players dito sa B site, 1 player onto that A site. Pero sa A naman yata papunta sila tapping. Zeke, gets destroyed by Heat.
That was so good. I just gotta say, Heat, very opportunistic. Alam niyo na nakatingin na si ZK Moriz, so he just uses that bit of opening time para lang maka-insta-peek siya dito ngayon. And he has an angle already. Heat has to back away, does not hit the shot in. And Acend, they've actually just descended onto the A site quite quickly. 4 versus 4 left into the scenario. Acend coming in with the rest of his team. Keyless getting a couple of kills now. As Joe removes 1. Vixen left to remain for the rest of the VK squadron. That's only going to be for a couple of seconds. As Acend, they've only just licked the site, but they've tasted victory already.
Do you know what a cowlick is?
I assume it's a cow that licks you.
No! Kung di nyo alam, a cowlick is when your hair stands up in one spot and it's standing up.
Okay.
So parang, alam niyo yung parang bagong ligo ka, tapos humiga ka sa sayaw yan, nagti-tiktok. Sayaw yan. Pero yung a cowlick is when, yung alam mo yung parang basa yung buhok mo, tapos humiga ka, tapos parang nakatayo yung buhok mo. Yan, yun ang cowlick.
Ano naman yung salt
wala
lick?
lang, fun facts lang.
Salt lick.
Salt lick. You know why salt licks are a thing? You know why they lick salt, yung mga cows?
For nutrients.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh yeah.
Kasi ang diet nila sometimes cannot get enough salt, so they have to lick salt.
Did you know there are goats that have to go on top of mountains just to get their salt lick? And they actually fall to their death.
Yeah, and they scaled sidewards.
Yes.
Like, sobrang 90-degree angle yata, halos.
Yeah, kasi walang hiking trail para sa mga mountain goats.
Well, dito kaya sa Icebox, may mga goat ba? Greatest of all time. Tingnan natin. As we go into the 14th round, Marshall in the hands of Heat. Finally, Acend, they take the lead.
30 seconds
Now
left.
we get closer and closer to the apex of this tournament. Zeke able to get 1. Isa pa lang nahanap niya. Awkward timing. He's able to dismiss out. Binaback up ni Starkso. Starkso goes down though. Zeke is able to get a refrag onto MW Zira. 2v5. Can't get the spike down. They try to plant it. 14 seconds left. Doesn't matter. Everybody cleaned up. VK easily done by Acend. 8-6.
Joe just got devoured by Acend as they were just rolling in from that backside. Acend slowly climbing up the kill score, but you know what? We'll erase that yung round na yun, because this is where VK can actually get their buy round. The only one that's gonna be weak on the buys on the VK squad on that Brazilian team is going to be Heat, but honestly, it's not gonna matter too much about because Heat is all about those initial duels that he gets sure victory. Kung hindi niya makuha yun, he's really not gonna be in a good spot. Acend missing the big jump on top of Long here, so he backs away immediately, but nobody from the attackers actually pushes in to direct because they're making sure na walang mga nakatago dito sa gilid, you know, making sure that Acend didn't just play that because he wanted to be just like that, making sure that there's no bait plays from the jet player of Acend. In any case, this is going to be the pull on the trigger as VK clearing out the back of yellow. That's going to allow them some form of coverage, but that snake bite will stop the plant for a few seconds. And they still need somehow a wall to push through on this. And Joe, well, they're waiting for somebody to come through. And Muriz is somewhere on mid, looking for that rotation to counter out.
Well, now they're gonna go ahead onto the B site. Kukunin na nila yung B. Should be able to plant it down unless may magic lineup. Recon darts exchange here towards that B site. Now, kukunin na nila ang map control dito towards B long. Atras na ang mga members ng VK. But they will leave Zhao to play this close angle. Pero expected na yung position natin. Normally, players will check this. And that's why inunahan na nila ng shock dart coming in onto the site. It's gonna be MW0 to get that kill. Zhao is able to go down. Bone Cold taken out here. MW0 with 3 kills here. Starkso falls shortly thereafter. And VK, they're gonna get themselves around 8-7 na ngayon.
I was actually wondering kung gaano ka-effective ang flank ni Marisno, but he joined the rest of the team dun sa B-Long. He even had like one of his nano swarms just to actually line up, if I'm not mistaken. He was taking a long time there to actually just fight that one out. EU, what a great shot, just hovering on top of Long and basically winning out yung game just from, you know, playing aim labs, so to speak. So, with all said and done, that's, as you mentioned, going to give a bit of a boost ngayon para sa VK. Zeke, what's the play here? He's pushing through the smoke, but I'm pretty sure someone is already marking him. But he's so aggressive. He wants to get that kill just to get that dismiss, to get back. So, that's going to maybe make it to the 4 versus 5, but he whiffs the shot. He biffs it. That's going to be a big takeaway from the site. Keyless onto the side, but that wall actually allows the rest of the attackers to come rushing in. As you see, Muriz has already flanked from behind. They're not going to expect this happening, and he already spots out Bone Cold. That's going to be the throw. Keyless is still here, though. They are aware that they haven't cleared out onto the back of the side here, and he is making so much damage. Starkso on top of the side actually uses his advantage, his heightened position to get that one. And this leaves Joe in a dangerous position. 1 versus 1 remaining. Now Heat has been spotted. It's all about that aim duel, and Heat wins it right back out as Joe plans to spike for a little bit of that extra finesse for the last round, or for the end of the round.
Grabe si Heat ngayon, talagang tumatama. 15 kills on him and Muriz really. Sila ngayon ang dalawang nagbubuhat ng VK. Vivo K, dalawa lang yung nabubuhat. Actually, isipin mo, si Muriz tsaka si Heat. May dalawang players sila na 2 kills pa lang. Kaya kung
Elo, are you there? Elo, can you give us a sign? Okay. So, mukhang naglaro muna ng Phasmophobia si Illustrado. No, I'm kidding, guys. He's not playing. Bit of technical issues from the looks of it. And Illustrado, give us a sign.
Hello? Okay na ba?
Somewhat. I think so.
Ako dun. Okay na.
Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan. It's okay. Technical issues, man.
Technical issues. Hindi lang player ang nagkaka-technical issues.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, pero don't worry, guys. Sa mga nanonood sa atin, 2022, lots can be done. Ooh, okay. Back to the ball game real quick. I love the triple stack na ginagawa ngayon Acend dito. That was very cheeky. And now maybe Bone Cold can be cheekier. Nope. Yeah, never mind. It's gonna be the site contained, site taken by VK. They really just love to use one guy to get that quick information at B. Really no need naman para sa nila para mga push up there. And when they spotted 3 of them, that just gave VK, Vivo Kid here, the go signal to go straight up onto the A site. And it's just going to be pure wipeout, one after the other. Heat is, oh, I love that. 180, dash out. Now last person remaining, that's going to be Keyless, left on an island on screens, and he gets absolutely nothing on that fight as Vivo Kid claim the first advantage ever since the start. Kanina 4-0, ngayon 9-8.
Yeah, it's taken a while. The last time, they were able to take the lead was a couple of rounds ago, but still good work on them to get back into it. Tino natin ang mga economy ng dalawang team na to. Ult economy, healthy para sa dalawang team. Tig-tatlong ulti ang meron sa kanila. Meron ding operator si Acend. Quick dash in from Heat. Viper's Pit already immediately deployed here. just to give them some more control here over that B site. Pero ang dami nilang papunta dito. Mukhang lalabanan nila ang Viper dito. And they're gonna force him out even more with that lockdown. Kaya anong magagawa dito? Kailangan yata mag-fall back ni Kyles. Keyless. We might just lose it. The Viper spit, pero tingnan natin. Zeke. Blades out. Cannot find him. Instead, just waits in the time na actually na-detain si Kyles, oh.
I don't know if it's Keyless or Kyles either, but you know what I do know is VK, ang ganda ng transition na ginawa nila doon. Still, they do lose one. Joe, a bit too far forward para sa kanyang positioning. That left him out in the open to dry out. And do they actually know that the spike is getting diffused? Actually, tap right back out. Keyless right out the edge there as he fights on yellow. That flank coming in from Heat, almost, or actually quite denied, as CNED left on to plant or diffuse that spike. Well, not gonna happen, as that ultimate really does a bit of damage. Vixen, MVP for sure with that Viper's spit, or Viper pit on the B side.
I mean,
come.
Yo. I just gotta say, man, but if we're talking about the Viper spit, I mean, all right. Cool.
No, it's the ultimate, dude, and that's one of Viper's lines. Come, C-O-M-E.
Spit.
I mean, how else does she bring out her
Okay,
toxicity?
all right. We're gonna get to the dangerous territory. Pag 11-11 na, mga kaibigan, make a wish. Pero hindi, huwag kayo mag-shopping muna. Wala pang 12-12. Technical pause, kaya we're gonna be in a little bit of a break. Timeout while we hang out here. Musta ka naman, Acer? Nag-enjoy ka ba sa coverage natin ng Berlin? It's second day mo pa lang, no?
Yeah. I wasn't present yesterday kasi absent ako.
Sana nag-enjoy ka naman dito sa Filipino broadcast. Kasi alam natin na dalawa tayo ang galing sa English broadcast.
Okay naman. Nabubuhay naman. I am very much excited about the matches. Like, again, ito yung mga tipo na you can only dream of this like a year ago. Tanda mo yun yung tipo na nagsimula tayo ng Mineski.
Start from the bottom now, eh.
Yeah, First Strike VXV. Kasi ito na yung kinakas natin. So, it's been a journey. It's been a roller coaster ride.
Tsaka, di lang yun. Di lang VXV, man. Nag-start tayo mag-cast ng Valorant Pacific Open pa, eh. Diba?
Actually.
Tagal na nun. Last year, October pa yon. Lahat ng mga teams na to, kilala na natin. And it has been a wild ride. A wild year for us, for Valorant.
And more to come for sure. I mean, this is like the first
may mga
year.
secrets akong alam sa next year, pero di ko pwedeng sabihin. Yun lang. Yun lang, titiz lang.
Ba't mo sinabi sa akin?
Wala alam pa, asa rin lang kita.
Para naman may magagawa ako pag hindi mo sinabi sa akin.
Siyempre, di ko pwedeng sabihin na on stream tayo, pero yun lang yun.
Okay. Muriz really left to actually just make that value happen. Are you seeing this? That Viper, Keyless has just been running like just back and forth. Zeke ADS, pero Muriz just immediately backs away. Acend, they've used a lot just to get this forward control ngayon. And this actually is giving VK, Vivo Kid, a bit more understanding of where they have to go. Joe had to revive Vixen there as he was caught somewhere outside of a site. Zeke this far forward, outside of 2. Should be hearing all of the footsteps right now. But he does lose that marker, that control. And Keyless, oh no. If he gets a kill, he's nutty, but he's not, because he got brought up just to be brought down. Very easy. And this weak buy para sa Acend, it's going to be all about that retake. We'll see how this goes. 3 versus 5. CNED, he still does have the dash. He still does have his blaze. This is the perfect time. Somebody has got to destroy that turret for him. So, para na makapasok sa site na ito, this wall really stepping up for VK. Acend's got to have to rush right in. CNED, hoping for an opening. Spots one into the corner, but there is a lot of angles to work with here. But Starkso and the team, look at how much damage they've actually done already. CNED has to go for the challenge, but still cannot find anything with the blades. That's going to be it. And VK, 11-8. More to go.
Muntikan pang matalo ang Acend doon. But still, sorry, ang VK, 3v3 it turns into after what looked like it was going to be a rough round. The Eco almost turned into a victory, pero nangyari, nabawi dahil mas maganda ang mga weaponry, mas maganda ang mga armas ng ng isang team na nakita niyo sa VK. But now, let's go ahead and talk about this round. One more round na lang bago mag-match point ang VK. And all they gotta do is play it smart, play it like they normally do. VK have been playing amazingly. Vivocade, nobody expected them to do this well. Malakas sila ng Berlin last time, but not this strong. Not against a team like Acend. And Acend is one of the teams na 13-0 nila yung gamit eh. Kaya napakalaki ng improvement na pinapakita ng Vivocade. Pero Starkso, he's gonna go down 1-for-1 exchange dito sa B-side.
Kila's already looking to challenge. That's gonna be the ultimate from Bone Cold. He's getting pop-shotted, pero makakuha pa rin siya ng kill dito regardless of what was happening all around him. Acend has brought out the operator, but this also puts him in a really cheeky spot because now he has to be sure on the shot, good on the pull. That's not gonna happen. Wait, no, Kiles, he just saw the barrel. Oh, this could be bad. Muriz comes in for the swing in this alongside MW Zera. This only will leave Zeke in a 2 versus 1. At least for him, Spike has been planted. But will he try to go for the clutch or save the weapon? It seems like he's just going to be backing away from this Elu, as all hope might have been lost. Yeah, he's just going to back on away. They're just going to hope that maybe they can pull 4 more rounds after this one, because VK, that was a clean one. Yeah, MW though.
Namatay pa siya sa Spike, pero okay lang yan. 12-8 mga kaibigan. And nakakagulat ang performance dito ng Vivocade. Mahusay. 19 kills for Muazira tsaka kay Muriz. Grabe ang gagaling ng dalawang to. And I would not be surprised if the Brazilian scene came up to surprise everybody. Because alam naman natin sa ibang mga bang-bang, malakas din ang mga Brazilians.
Actually, yeah. Nakita ko yung mga post nila. So I kind of got that, I guess. Tama ba? Or yung other bang bang, you know, CSGO. So,
yep. Ayan.
Yes, exactly. Way back when.
Tanda na tayo.
Okay lang, may mas matanda pa sa atin.
Yep.
Yun lang ang tandaan mo. Kung feeling mo matanda ka na, tandaan mo lang na quarter, ano ka pa lang. I live my life
Di na ako quarter, pa 1/3 na ako eh. 1/3 na ako eh. Time out
now
muna.
coming
Relax
back.
muna tayo.
Or actually, I thought we were already out of time out. But yeah, what do you think right now is yung biggest problems ngayon ng Acend? You know, when they're going up against Vivocade here. Okay.
I mean, you look at what's happening with Acend. They're over-peaking every angle. I think sobrang kampante nila. And when it comes to their gun rounds, they don't play smart enough. Parang they don't respect VK enough na, you know, ibigay yung mong space, ibigay yung control. And they just keep playing hyper-aggressive. Eh pagdating sa barilan, kayang-kaya ng VK makipagtapatan sa tutok ng Acend. And, you know, it's just not paying off. Hunter's Fury as they go to the A side.
How is it that Muriz, as a killjoy, is the entry fragger for Vivocade? It works indeed as they take in the site. This leaves Zeke, Bone Cold out of the game already. Starkso can go for that revive, but they're stuck in the center of the site now. Vixen has been knocked out. Acend, okay. Down to 33, has to go for the heal first. Love the positioning of Joe here. This is very one-dimensional, one-sided, but it could give him that catch-off that he needs to get one more kill, but Kiles will not get flustered by, Heat, nice little dash right out. That's gonna have to let him just try to move around, but not gonna be possible. MW Zera left into the clutch scenario. Does have a shock dart. Do you have a line of this question? Drops right down onto the site. Spots out Bone Cold, but yeah, Starkso wasn't even phased, wasn't even dinked, wasn't even grazed. And that is gonna leave us 12-9. Acend still fighting hard, fighting strong to keep this game from falling to the hands of the Brazilians.
May chance pa ang EU team na Acend. As they keep fighting on up against the Brazilian squad, and the Brazilians, di pa sila tapos dito. They still have another round to find.
Let's go.
High five, let's go. Let's go.
Easy kurwa, 3v4.
Air high
Easy kurwa,
five.
3v4. Bawal yun, bad word yata yun eh. Di ba bad word yun sa Polish?
Bro, I don't know. I only
don't
speak
know.
English and Tagalog and maybe a little
I barely
bit
speak
of,
English.
a little bit of Japanese. Kawaii.
You don't speak Japanese if the only thing you know how to say is kimochi, dude.
Oishi. Oh, no. I'm
You're
surprised it actually knows the one word.
There's the
Sinabi
one
mo.
guy. You know that one guy in the bar who's like, I speak French, parlez-vous français. But here we go.
Or you know, omelette du fromage, bro.
Omelette du fromage. 5v5 as we go into the potentially last round. Match point na ngayon. VK, can they do it? Na-plant nila ang spike. They're gonna try to retake here. Acend gets 1 kill, gets 2. Nakahanap pa siya ng dalawa. Hanapan ba niyang pangatlo? Cannot do it. Si Vixen ang magwawagi. Heat with the operator. 1v2 for Heat right now. Planted for him. He gets the 4th kill. Bling brings out the Blade Storm. Can he do it? He jiggle peeks. He baits out the shot. He brings out the operator again. He misses his chance here. No time. They gotta do it. And I think Vivo K have done it with the triple kill right there. He takes it home.
You guys suck.
Heat takes it home. We need a replay on how Heat was just 1v1 v1. Sinabi na nga ni Vildo ating kahapon, 1v1 sa 3-man situation. Napakaganda ng transition dun ni Heat there. Able to isolate so many fights that he just laser focused on what the task at hand was, dealing with members of Acend one by one, little by little. I think we are gonna hit. Yeah, there it is. Look at this. Dash right out. This flick was nuts. Look at this. Spots it out and even backs away. And this drive-by, he didn't even stop. He just like drove by, knowing na walang recoil ang blades.
Aangas niya eh. Aangas ni Heat eh. Pati yung sleeves niya, rinol up na niya eh. Seryoso na eh, dude. Ganun, alam mo yun, pag seryoso na, tapos ko na yung sleeves ko.
Kailangan pakita yung biceps mo, bro.
Pakita yung biceps.
Yeah.
Oh,
those
pare, yung hug mo medyo
biceps.
alanganin, pare ah. yung hug mo. Stroking his friend's back a little bit too friendly. Just kidding. Chemistry.
Yeah, I have no idea actually where you're going with this, but you know, I'm just along for the ride.
Exactly where we're going with this.
Oh, lovely shots. Grabe. I don't think this game is an indicator yet kung gaano kalakas si Heat at Acend. I think it's only the prelude to what is going to be happening, because I feel like Icebox doesn't really allow you to clutch as hard, especially in post-plant situations. But I mean, I could be wrong, obviously. Diba?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Mahirap mag-post-plant sa Icebox eh. Pero ayun, babalik muna sa mga mukha namin as we go very, very soon at the very end of these replays here. Ayun o, kaya mo, bicep. Grabe yung sponsor nila, Motorola. May Motorola pa rin pala.
I mean, dude, may Nokia nga rin naman, di ba? So, you know. I believe we are just gonna be having that conclusion about that first game before we go into our first break before that game number 2. Pero, Ilo, it really did seem like Vivo Kid, similar to what we saw from other teams, that nobody was really expecting to win such a polarizing match for this kind of output talaga. I really like how they played this, but for you, what do you think was like the strongest bit of thing that VK brought to the table?
Para sa akin, sobrang mas malinis lang talaga yung VK. Alam nila kung ano yung gagawin nila. Alam nila kung paano i-counter yung mga strats na binato ng Acend. Halatang nag-aral ang VK dito, pero tingnan natin pagdating sa game number 2 kung matutuloy pa rin nila yun. We gotta take a little bit of a short break, Asura, I think. So, at this point, we're gonna say good games, guys, but we have a little bit more coming back again. Akong si Lustrado, kasama ngayon si Asuray, kami yung shoutcasters ninyo. Huwag kayong iyak, babalik. Huwag kayong aalis. We're gonna come back here in VCT Champions. We'll be right back.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Ride the beat, speaking in Ivy. I'm on the set, pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. Nicely, I ride the beat, speaking in Ivy. I'm on the set, pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. Nicely, I ride the beat, speaking in Ivy.
Welcome back to Champions, where map 1 goes the way of Vivo Keyed. And I think Tom said it best. It was one hell of a first map on Icebox there. To see them take it in 13-9 fashion, it's what we asked for. It's how we think we're going to get to a third map in this series. But also, Achilles, I feel like they did it in exactly the way we said they would have to in terms of it being a full team effort. It wasn't one player making all the difference. It was everyone stepping up in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it started off looking like maybe it was going to be the efforts of one player.
That is true.
Such a strong start to that map. They brought out the Killjoy that we didn't really anticipate. We were talking about it. They're talking about it during the game. Shocked us a little bit, but absolutely popped. And the use of his lockdowns was just absolutely beautiful. Flushing Viper out of the pit. It was just so well played by him in particular, but the whole team really stepped up.
I mean, a man... Oh, let's go with two of the men on the roster that you haven't spoken about thus far. Let's start off with MW0. Absolutely stepped up into the Sova role and did his job as was expected. There was a couple sloppy uses of the utility from both of the Sova players on both sides, but they got the job done in the end. Someone I need to highlight, though, and the reason I got to highlight him is because one of the stats jumped out at me that's not on your screen right now. It's Heat. He's your MVP for the side of Vivo Keyed, but something that wasn't on the screen for me for this man. Have you ever seen someone end a match with 23 kills and a 50% headshot rate? That means half of his kills hit someone's head. That's
this duel right here against the op with the knives from range is beautiful.
Since the players come damn close on the Korean side of things, suggests one of those guys that really comes to mind with high headshot percentage, but 50% in this was absolutely crazy.
It's everything we said before the match started. CNET on one side, Heat on the other. The battle of the two duelists, and in this first map, Heat is the one who came out on top, closing it out in true fashion with a clutch 1v3.
Yeah, and while we talk about how this was very much a shared effort for the side of Vivo Keyed, it really felt like a bit of a one-man army scenario for the side of Acend. It was very much about CNET. We're talking about Bone Cold, Starzo being able to step up to the plate here, and they kind of disappointed.
Right, the team, we've said it time and time, they live and die by CNET. And while he did top frag, it wasn't enough. He couldn't be the one-man army that he needed to be. So we talk about Heat on at the top of the boards. We talk about MW0 right behind him, filling in that new role. But we also got to talk about Muriz on the KJ. It's already been brought up. The 4K on the pistol round at the beginning of it all. But he also picks up our Verizon high-speed moment of the day. And guess what? It's another 4K.
I mean, the man doesn't stop. The man doesn't stop. He had, what has he got, 2 2Ks, 2 4Ks, shared alongside. MW0 had 2 2Ks, 2 3Ks, and a 4K. The team understands what multi-kills is. We said this on the pre-desk, but every single player on the side of Vivo Keyed likes to take an opportunity to get into it. That first one really kicked it here, but to get into a 1v3 clutch situation where you know you have to make the difference in a post-plan, the time's ticking in your ears, to be that skilled under pressure, unbelievable. And I think this forced Acend into a timeout straight after he did this to them as well. So, my goodness, the pressure that he applied.
3 players dropping 20 bombs. 3 players dropping 20 bombs. This is a team game at the end of the day, and I think Vivo Keat has now set the pace for the series.
Sure.
Of course, we are staring down Bind next. We've heard the casters talk about it. We've talked about it. That is a very comfortable map for Acend, but I do think it's going to have to take a shift in momentum. And while CNED was at the top of the table, I'm looking at a guy like Starzo to be, the mental push for the team. He is one of the leaders. You're looking at him to bring the hype. And these 2 teams, by the way, in the studio right now, they are going at it. I love to see it. They are loud. It's still going on
happening, and they're already still screaming, you know?
So it's been impressive to see, and I love that they're bringing the fire, but that means Ascend's got to keep living up to it. As we jump into our AIM Lab shoot-around, pre-match with Heat. The guy's already on lock, though, so, I mean, I don't know. You give him much more time in the firing range, that 50% is going to jump up to 60%, and then we're in real trouble.
If it jumps up any more than it is, I'm going to say he has freakish cyborg-level mechanical skill. That's unreal.
That's when we have to start investigating the PCs.
That's what we're like, excuse me.
Check him PC, because that is not normal.
Nah, that's just when you check the number of hours he's put into AIM Labs. That's all.
Precisely.
Right?
Look, you guys have been
directly correlated, bro.
Yeah, you guys have been talking about the mechanical skill of the players. You've been talking about how it's been a bit of a frag fest, but I dived a little bit deeper into the numbers because I spoke about in the first half, Ascend's attacks were 30 seconds on average slower than they usually are on that map. And then I looked over to the side of Vivo Keat, and it was more than 40 seconds quicker than anything Ascend had put on their attacking half. And then I started to go, well, if one team's going really fast, getting 6 attacking rounds in a row, Ascend is struggling on their attacking half, could the magic key be that speed overruns any kind of sort of passiveness that Ascend is putting on the board? At least on Icebox, that was a win condition.
Yeah, and it's funny that you point that out because in the moment watching the games, like it didn't really feel like Vivo Keat was necessarily going that much faster at times.
Correct.
Like obviously there was those rounds where they were really pushing the envelope, but they just had such great measured aggression throughout this, and that's what we were talking about in the pre-show, that they needed the show. They love to play aggressively, but they played this very intelligently as well. They had set strategies.
But that's the thing. I think I like that you called out that they also had some tempered rounds.
Yes.
But more than anything, that just showcases to me that they are the ones dictating the pace because they get to decide, all right, the momentum is shifting. And sometimes change of pace can be just as important as what the pace is. The fact that you're forcing the shift and now the other team is reacting to that. And as we talk about pace, as we talk about Vivo right now being maybe the more explosive team and the ones controlling it, can they do something similar on a map like Bind? It's a totally different set of tools, different choke points that you have to work with to try and push that pace. Is it possible, or will Ascend have the lockdown on this one?
For those who don't understand how one-sided this map should be, when I was talking about it on the pre-desk, Bind is by far and away Ascend's best map. It's their most favored map. They have one loss on it in recent times, and even with that, I'm still confident that they themselves love this map no matter what. But on the flip side, for Vivo Keat, it's a bad map. It's one of their lowest rated maps in my list.
Yeah, I mean, kind of coming into this, there wasn't many good maps for Vivo Keat. It was kind of Breeze, where they have 5 wins, 0 losses there, but it's fairly low use. So for them to be able to even take that win on Icebox, now going into Bind, I feel a lot more comfortable about this squad, you know, being prepared.
We're diving into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. We had that small difference, that little switch up in the first time around. You'll notice here we've got the Brimstone on one side, the Astra on the other for the Smokes.
So this is not really any changes for the side of Acend. They're yet again going to be sticking with their standard composition. We see Zeke flipping over from the Reyna, now going to be going to the Raze. We'll have to see if he can find a bit more impact with this agent, have some strong entries for Acend, because the Reyna left a bit to be desired overall.
Well, we've seen, of course, Vivo Keat play the Brimstone themselves on this particular map, so they had a choice. Which smoker do we take? Who do we want to go with? Who do we think will best utilize Astra? And, of course, they have that main smoker on their team, but it's how you use it to the best of your ability. And, okay, I know I'm in love with the Gravwells. I think Astra is the superior. Okay, whatever. But I do think that teams that have been using it in regards to getting that opening kill has really worked well, or in a post-plan situation where you know they're entering for the retake.
One of the big stories of Masters 3 was the usage of Astra, right? A newer agent at the time. A lot of teams who could find a way to use her effectively would find success overall in the tournament. But those are just some thoughts from us of the teams. As you can see, are diving into the map, so we're handing it back to Ryan and Tom for the call. Thank you very
Ayun. napobo pa ako noon kasi medyo intense ang natin mga matches ngayon. And the series continues, guys. Game number 1 done. Vivo Kid getting that one up already. And they need just one more to go. To recap real quick, the next map that we're going to be looking at here, Lustrado, is Bind. And here we go already.
Yeah, I'll go on to Bind. Panelists said it earlier, not exactly the best map for Vivocade. Pero tignan natin kung makakatuloy sila 2-0 is what they're going to be looking for. Now, on to Bind like we said. So let's see what's up. Look at the lineup we see right here. Zeke going to be on the Raze. Interesting choice. CNED not going to be on the Jet. CNED is going to be on the Sage. So a bit interesting. We see a Brimstone getting picked up, so that's worth mentioning.
Yeah.
And on the other side, Mur is still on that Sentinel. They don't really have a hard Sentinel, but they will be using that Sage.
You know, yun yung gusto ko point out rin doon. Pero that's gonna be just a push shot from Starks, though. Not really hesitating to push in onto that fight. And WZera cannot go through the wall just yet, but there is a kitten caboodle of players just wrapped around here. Starkso does get the heal, but immediately gets incapacitated by the rest of the defenders now. And it's a 4 versus 4 with the retake coming right in. There is a buttload of lineup, so even if they can take down one after the other in bats, if they can't take down Kiles, this will just be all for naught, leaving it to Heat and Muriz. Try to clutch us out. Vivo Kid, what you got? Gonna have to fight for this one. Muriz lines it up, but gets lined up himself, leaving it up to Heat. 30 HP. CNED just finishes him off with a wide little swing and Acend. Very, very good win on that round.
Very convincing. See MW0. MW0 very well done on that one, pero siya lang yung nakakuha ng kill sa side ng VK. Now we go into the second round. Eco na ngayon. And this should tell us a little bit more about VK, kung okay ba talaga sila. I mean, that was a good play. That was a good pistol round strat. Actually, gusto ko siya. That play toward showers, di lang nila na hold. But let's see if they have something special for the Eco round. Now, quick Ferrari peek coming in from Zeke. Only spots one, but that's all he gets for now. Bulldog, long range, should be still decent up against only pistols, but they will be working their way around a default ngayon. As Vivocade, they have to make something happen. Kailangan nila makahanap ng early advantage. Otherwise, sasagasaan lang sila ng Acend.
Kiles spots out Joe there on the defending end. Oh, they actually both line up. Zeke has to back away, but does have his teammate, Bone Cold, already going for the rotate. Holding hands with Zeke here. Murray is hoping that maybe his spot shots through the smoke is enough para ma-shutdown nandito si Zeke, but that's not going to happen in Lustrado. Rest of the attackers now know there's a lot, and they're going to go for that A site, mayhaps, as the spike is there. Yeah, it's going to go on the way to A short, as Starkso is going to be clearing out bats now, and this read from VK, very much wrong. So
yeah, that's a good round, and this should probably be already done for Acend. 4v, I mean, hanap lang sila ng mga exit kills dito eh. They're probably just gonna group up together, 4 players, papasok lang sila. They're just gonna maybe try to get lucky, maybe get 1, maybe get 2. See what they can do about it, but I really doubt they'll find more than 1 kill here. Maybe even no kills. Let's see about that. We've been proven wrong before, as the retake should come in, and this should be a pretty good round for Acend. They're probably going to be on to 2-0 after this. And CNED, sobrang aggressive ni CNED eh. Ito yung sinasabi natin na maasim eh. Kanina ginawa niya to eh, kaya hindi masyadong successful yung game para kay CNED last time.
Oh, okay, they'll have to die.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, just delivered actually a Spectre. So that's gonna just boost up the bonus para sa Acend ngayon. And this was some stats na was pointed out, I believe, by the analyst and researched by us ourselves as well. So Acend actually have their highest win rate on Bind up against other teams from their own region. And interestingly enough, also, and you pointed this out then, Ilu, that Acend plays the Brimstone. They're one of the rare teams, I think, that don't really play the Viper on Bind. I mean, there are some teams then that still use, let's say, the Omen, but Brimstone is probably one of those that parang seems to be dapat ginagamit siya palagi, but we actually don't see him that much anymore because again, Viper just seems to be the better choice because of that reusable wall.
Yeah. Speaking of walls, I want to build a wall. Where's that B site?
Try Tagalog cast challenge. Try ba natin? Hirap. Gusto day. Oh my goodness.
Tagalog dapat, bro, dis. Oy, Ray, umayos-ayos ka.
Yo!
Maulit na naman yung cast natin kahapon. Sobrang sabaw namin dalawa ni Ray kahapon sa cast namin. Pero okay lang yan.
Early morning
maganda pa rin yung hair mo, Ray.
Oo nga, bagong kulay eh.
Bagong kulay, parehas sila ni
siya yung
Shazam.
pinakapaborito kong tao ngayon tignan yung timeline kasi ang dami yung ang dami yung share na post na sabaw.
Stay down.
Up. Heat. Ooh, nice tap, fade away. Just double checking that corner right now, and they're gonna try to snuff him out. Works. Oh my god, how does he find that onto Bone Cold? Bone Cold drops 3v4. Rez comes through. They look to deny. He gets the deny. And the backup comes in. MW0 nakadalawa. Apat ang nabuhay dito para sa side ng VK, and they win this round convincingly.
Back up to the light.
In the mga rounds na kailangan ng VK ngayon, they cannot allow Acend to create that momentum moving forward sa ating series ngayon. Heat, what a beast. S na nagdasal. S pray. Look at how he just knew where the body was already, and he bypasses Cned just so that he can focus his attention on the Bone Cold. And while Cned was trying to chase, just immediately gets dealt with by the other player ng VK dito. Okay, nice little wall there just to secure the orb and allowing MW Zera to have his Seekers right back out for this round. And this is gonna just amplify more, I think, the ability for VK to retake sites if they need to.
Yeah. 5v5 as lima pa rin ang buhay para sa dalawang panig. Dalawang team dito. Still, Seekers available for MW0 kung magagamit ba niya. Flash comes through. Not gonna find anyone. Gives him a false sense of security because two players behind this wall here. Kyle, so good on the triggers, able to find Heat. Pero, fake smoke? Oy, joke lang! Fake smoke works up against Muriz.
Vixen controls the spray for now, pero nag-ingay siya ng medyo matindi dun sa hookah. Iwan na lang dito si MW Zera, pero flush out siya gamit ang napakagandang snake bite. This leaves How or Joe para mag-clutch sa ating 4-1 na scenario.
Jao?
I don't know. Joe, How, Joe.
Jao. Feeling ko Jao. Kasi it's a common name in Brazil yung Jao eh. J-O-A-O.
Kasi naisip ko Joe kasi pag sa atin, yo, Joe, di ba? Si John
yung president, it's a very popular name in Brazil to say Joao or J-O-A-O. Jao.
Hindi, okay. Yun.
So baka yun. Tingnan ko, baka yun yung full name na. Jao Valorant. Joke lang. Jonathan pala pangalan niya.
Joke nga.
Jonathan ang pangalan niya. Joke lang. Dami kong sinabi. Jonathan lang pala.
Pero alam mo, tingin ko okay kung kasana yung pronunciation J-How eh. Ang Spanish.
Parang J-Wow.
Oo nga, diba? JW, parang gano'n.
JW, J-Wow. Jahaw. How did you know? Gabi na.
Hindi pa adjusted ang ano natin
Adjusted na body clock ko.
Ako hindi pa. Wala eh. Mahina ang constitution ko eh. Alam mo ba, ang katawan ko parang makumpara sa isang 50-year-old man. Dami kong problema.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, that's a beautiful 3-man flash. They don't know it's a 3-man flash, pero at least they have an inkling that that is an aggressive push. With that peek out from Heat, might have given away all the positioning right now. Zeke, papatuloy siya ng little bit of bang-bang.
Oy, pwede pala yung nasta-stuck dyan? Bug yan.
For sure.
Kasi di ba yung Seekers dapat umakit? Ayun, finally, nakakit na. Pero bug yan.
Malay
Diba?
mo,
Kasi
baby
yung Seekers
Seekers
dapat
lang.
nakakit dyan eh, di ba? Anyway, Jao is dead. Heaven, control. Ned looking for it. Might be on the receiving end of this. Oy, mali ka dito. MW0, gumalaw siya. Kita nyo, tumungtong siya sa ledge. Kaya medyo sumabla yung aim niya doon. Tsaka medyo misfire din.
Yeah, need to space yung shots niya para mag-back to accurate sheriff shot. Pero moving around like that, sometimes it just doesn't work out talaga para sa'yo. I've been on, we've all been on that receiving end. Na parang, oh, dapat sure shot na to, tapos biglang hindi. And probably he was like already frantically thinking kung ano ni pa rin yung going sunod. Can he pick up the weapon already? Can he fight the guy that was hiding on APC? Can he fight the guy that was already on bench? A lot of things that is already in there. Like, pag pro player ka, or even if you're just in that situation, you already have to be thinking about what's going to be happening next as soon as you take that takedown. Pero it also creates that that confusion din sa'yo para just to hit that shot. And
I actually think it's because, yeah, you were probably right. He was thinking of what he was gonna do next after he gets that kill. But then, biglang tumungtong siya sa ledge. No?
Yeah.
Patong-patong. Anyway, quick replay as we go into the next round here. Ned is able to open up the site. Nothing really much to write home about. Pero 4v, ay, kala ko mag-off na. Pero hindi pala binili ni Ned ang operator.
Ooh. Did Zeke just try to double satchel? Oh no, he just single satcheled. That wasn't even a satchel to break the wall if I'm not mistaken. So Merce's wall should be up and healthy up until they use like 4 mags para lang ma-break down ito.
It's
Zeke
broken.
still has yung kanyang boom bot part to clear out then.
It's broken.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's not. Oh, yeah, it is broken. Yeah, it is broken. But, yeah.
Broke na yan.
Shower control. Cause I'm broken. Miss ko na mag-karaoke.
Kaya nga eh.
Alam
Miss
niyo
ko
yung...
kumanta ng mga gugudals.
Oh, yeah. Yung isang tropa mong emo, tapos yung kinakanta pa niya yung and I don't want the world to see me. Pero teka lang, Vixen gets 1 kill, traded out. 2 kills for Kyle's, followed up by Bone Cold. And Acend, they look like they're... you know what, I really think they're gonna win this map. My prediction for this map, 13-3.
30 seconds left.
They're just smooth on everything. I think sa Icebox kasi Acend have to be split up apart, but on Bind, they can actually always just be together and push up onto a site. And because of how elaborate yung comp nila is, it allows them to just take the site quite cleanly. And here's another thing. I'll just correct myself again. I did mention they don't really use the Viper, but I actually just understood or comprehended that they have keyless on the Viper. So it's a double controller comp.
Yeah. Wait lang.
Yeah, just allows them, more smokes. Wala magagawa ang VK doon. So, yeah. So VK's here's the thing. Para sa mga viewers natin ngayon na alam ko medyo late na pero dadagdagan ko lang pa yung pag-isipan sa mga future matches niyo, di ba? So if your opponents yung kailangan mong figure out dito. If your opponents are always going to be using smokes para ma-blot out kaya and force you forward, what is the way para manalo kayo? What is the way that you can one-up them? And one of the things that you can do is to try to just be faster than they are already. Because if VK try to go for these default setups, ang problema dito is it always gets pushed back because of the smokes, because of the utility that Acend have. It's a very standard set play na pinakita ng mga Europeans way back when sa Icebox, and it's been translated to Bind. So the plan right now, I think, for VK has to be go for that challenge. Give Heat his time to shine. And if they can't really do that, then this defending side para sa VK is basically gonna be all for naught.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100% agree right there as we go into this timeout. A little bit of time to breathe here. Kaya sa mga nanonood dyan, shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Tsaka shoutout nga sa mga sponsors nating malulupit. Salamat sa pag-sponsor nitong program natin. Without you guys, this would have not been possible. Of course, thank you to Globe. So we want to take a little bit of time to thank them. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home, Only Fiber. Up to plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. But yeah, let's go back into the game. Here's the ultimate. Oh, kita ba niya? He sees him. Nice. Ultimate from Zeke right there. MW0 left rocked.
No need to ult now for that orbital strike, to be honest. They don't really have to use too much utility, but they still want to, though. Morris heals himself back up. Heat with the retaliation. Nakipag-holding hands na siya ngayon sa teammate niya. That's gonna be Stark, so forcing out Morris outside of that corner as he pushes up. Wants to get the fight once again. Joe, for some reason, actually has a Phantom. Whether save or bot, still helps him out in the end. Snakebite is gonna just demolish his HP bar as he tries to go inside the container, which he does. 3 versus 4. And Vixen, timely flank coming in. Picks up the Phantom, spots out Zeke. Might have been better just to stick with the shotgun already as he just, again, deals with the one on the site. Teammate, I think Heath has already heard the rotate, the TP from CNED here. And he is going to be fighting Zeke, who is going to be around 67 HP later, 65 for CNED as they plant the spike. Heath has all the necessary tools to actually clutch the round out. And Zeke, oh no. Heath's making a lot of noise on short though. This is going to be bad. Peek to your left, Roy. Gotta get that shot. Not gonna happen. Denied. Zeke clutches the round.
Nice try right there from Zeke, but sorry, not from Zeke. From Heat, rather. Zeke takes him down 1-6, and we're gonna be seeing yet again another, I'd say, stompy-ish kind of game. Good entry as well. Apat ang nakuha dito ni Zeke. And Vixen was so close. I think tama ka doon. Kung nag-stay lang siya sa shotgun, feeling ko kill na yun eh. Lalo na close range, nasa hookah sila eh. But unable to get the kills in. Now it's a 1-6, and Heat back on the operator.
I don't know what's happening with Vivo Kid here, but the for sure thing na nakikita natin ngayon is yung, I don't know, they're just commitment to go for fights. Guess that's the one thing about the Brazilians, at least in FPS, right? Mahilig silang makipaglaban time and time again. They will always try to challenge, and it really shows. Pero the spatial awareness somewhat is lacking doon, Ilu.
I agree. And they go try to work their way here towards B site. They got people working that hookah. Bukas na bukas ang hookah dito ngayon. Only one player on that B. They're gonna start rotating people on over, pero dahil nag-iingay on Heat, oh, he gets spotted. Kita siya dito, and he takes so much damage. That forces the rotations already. They're so confused. Tignan nyo yung VK, di nila alam kung saan sila pupunta, pa B or pa A, pero it's already on to B site. Nakapasok na nga sila, magpa-plant na nga sila. Actually, binigay ang B.
Yeah, Vixen just doesn't want to actually fight for that much longer, and I was surprised, I was surprised that VK, who was it again? The Astra didn't have any stars to defend the site. This just means the sobrang baba na ng money capacity ngayon ng VK, and this is why they really just want to full fight this as a 5 so that they can just use the bodies, use the numbers para na makakuha ng positive fight ngayon. CNED has the perfect angle just to actually wreak havoc from up above, but in the blink of an eye. Did you just see that? 3 simultaneous kills. Zeke is still in the back of the site, but he's gonna get dealt with. Bone Cold does not have any utility. Has to swing out 2 versus 1, and they wide swing him. There might not be enough time, and he actually had the lineup. He had a lineup with the molly. They actually had to throw. They have to stop the defuse because of that.
Wow. I want to take a little bit of a replay there, pero kasi nagulat pa ako eh. Bigla nilang binitawan yung defuse eh. I think akala ko nga na half na nga nila eh, but still they had to let it go. Was it a lineup? Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, definitely was.
Okay, let's see. Well, meron. May Molotov.
Yeah.
May Molotov ng Brimstone.
Yeah, there's so much action happening that we couldn't keep up with like everything, but
sabay-sabay.
Yeah, pero ano? That was so close though. Like they got 3 simultaneous kills, to be honest. And that like used so much time. Acend now not wasting any time anymore. Gonna just charge in onto the site. There will be 2 defenders at the back of things, but you can see already Bone Cold stopping them from pushing this through. CNED, is he gonna drop down? That's gonna be a huge thing if the snakebite got him for just with that ability. That's gonna be something paramount, but it's not gonna happen. Left into the 5 versus 5. These guys do not have any good utility, so they're gonna use their numbers once again. It worked somewhat successfully in that last round, but this time I think it's gonna be a little bit folly to try to make that work out for them. Zeke's been spotted. That's going to be the defuse by Vixen, but you know there's a lineup. You know there's going to be something with these controllers, the shenanigans. Yep, and Joe, say goodnight. That's going to be 1 to 8, and Acend not showing any time or any signs of stopping.
Grabe yung pang post plant nila. May Molotov sila, may Snakebite sila. Grabe yung post plant lineup dito ng Acend, and it's so hard to play against it. You've seen it happen so many times. Just when you think that they can try to defuse, bam, Molotov. Right after that, there's a Snakebite. It's just so hard to deal with it. Acend are playing this map perfectly. Look at that. The Molotov came right before that. They were forced to go and try to desperately half it. Kasi alam nila, wala na sila magagawa. Kailangan nila ma-half. Otherwise, puro lineup lang yung mangyayari.
So
nakakainis yung mga round na ganun kung ikaw yung defender. Wala kang magagawa dun eh.
There really is nothing you can do against lineups, and especially on Bind, diba? Now, you can't really chase down people because they're so far away and sobrang daming blockades na bago mo mahanap sila. Oh wait, did that actually spot at somebody? Oh no, it didn't. I thought nakatago si Joseph Bench or something, but Zeke has gone through all the way on spawn and has just garnered 3 kills. That's gonna be the follow-up, the final blow kay Joe, and 9 to 1. Vivo Kid have yet to squeeze out another round dito sa first half.
Can he have that same kind of
Well, for rifles now for Acend with the 1 operator, VK, they only have a shotgun. And I don't know. They also have the Blade Storm, so they could try to make it happen. Pero para sa akin, ano ba yung prediction ko kanina, Acend? 13-3? Something like that? 13-2?
I just know they just told me naman na dito Acend for sure.
Yeah, I think it was 13-3, but still, like, dude, I think it's gonna happen. It's just, maybe it's time to move on. Maybe go next game. I mean, if 9-3, you can still come back. Pero when Acend are looking like this, sobrang hirap.
I'll add the fact, Ilo, na if you look at the map specifically, dun sa top left, you guys, yung mini-map, have you ever seen Vivo Kid actually try to go forward on short or on mid outside of hookah? Never, right? Just because of that one fact. MW Zera, what's the value here? Well, he's gotten a bit of control. He's pushed back the rest of the attacking squad now. Is there a revive para kay Starkso dito? And that is a Stark. Yes, they are into the corner, but Vivo Kid will just bait their lives. Will actually pay or gamble their ability to win this round just to fight for that. Vixen, he's got to come up big. Let's have the Sheriff. He's lining it up. 1 shot, 2 shot. Has to back away. Does he know that there is CNED right in front of him? He's made the noise. He's given the information. And CNED is going to get sucked up here. Wow. Beautiful shot with the blades, man. And we're left with CNED here. This is the 1 round where Vivo Kid can win this one purely from fighting. And again, we haven't really seen that in the past few rounds as well.
Yeah, and I like it. Gusto ko yung nakikita ko dito. Mas maayos na yung gameplay ng VK. They like to play a little bit more aggressive. Oy, linabas yung spike. Oy, nag-whiff yung blades ni CNED pero walang bala. Si CNED, nag-whiff si Heat pero okay lang. 9-2 as we find ourselves on the last round of the half. Heat leading the charge first team with 10 kills. Zeke on 15. Grabe si Zeke this game. Not missing a beat.
Give me those. 1 enemy.
Look at that. I think pag pinapalik ko sa YouTube yung mga ano ni Acend, highlights niya, the one thing that always amazes me kay Acend is yung movement niya pati crosshair placement. Like his aim is incredible, but sobrang accompanied siya ng napakagandang crosshair placement. And I did not see the POV. We might see that in a replay, pero again, crosshair placement, man, just too damn good from Acend.
Yeah, Acend's really good with that. I mean, there's some napakalaking factor yung movement sa isang game ng Valorant, and I can't stress it enough. Just sometimes if you have a lot of the time, if you have good movement, if you maneuver your opponent, there's a very good chance that you'll, you know, do better and get a kill actually. Sabihin natin pares kayo ng aim. 50-50 kayo sa aim, pares na parehas. Pero kung mas maganda ang movement mo, a lot of the time you get a better position, you get that kill.
Is it just me as well, or is VK seemingly, with how they've been moving around the game here, around the map, playing a little bit more frustrated, or at least for some of their players, like Heat? Medyo very much out into the open na siya per se. Joe! He's actually stuck on the ground floor, pero pumapalag pa rin siya. This is beautiful. His movement is leading Zeke into a peekaboo spot, and he still wins that fight. Acend finally incapacitates him, deals with him. 20 seconds. He has no HP. That suck is gonna separate Keyless and Acend. There's a push out, and look at that. Muriz and Vixen to deny, to delay, and we push ourselves. We go to that cursed 3-9 scoreline.
You know, yung actually medyo swerte si Zhao dun eh. Kasi sobrang naswerte siya sa timing. Hindi siya tumitingin kung saan yung kalaban. I think it's because naka 4x3 siya. Hindi niya nakikita yung, you know, the head, or sobrang focus niya lang. But yeah, he manages to survive.
Yeah.
Ganda ng wallpaper natin
Yeah. Ano? Wow. Nakuha mo na ba yung drops ng Twitch?
Nope.
I tried, pero parang nakuha ko na daw siya, pero it's not connected to my main account, so I don't know what's happening anymore.
Oh, speaking of drops, I should probably check out my drops on other apps.
Oh yeah. So if you guys don't know, again, you can get the drops either sa main broadcast or dun sa Twitch natin for the
if you have Amazon
broadcast.
Prime, you have the Out of This World Gun Buddy.
Yeah, the alien one. So as that first half concludes, pala, Ilu, 9-3 again. On the attacking end dito para sa Vivo Kid, they do have a double controller on their end then. They got the Astra, they got the Viper. Now, the question is, how far will they go to actually fight for it? Because there is a lot of counter plant potential, counter plant utility that is very much easily accessible para dito sa Acend. Right? So, if Acend just play at the back of a site, they can throw out mollies, they can throw out yung paint shells ng Raze dito. There's a lot of things that Vivo Kid has to kind of trap ngayon. And the problem, I think one of the big things na pwedeng tingin sa Vivo Kid is because of how aggressive they have been playing. One of the things na magiging downfall nila, I think, is committing to a site. So, rotations as well as yung non-committance to sites and willingness to actually give it up and just try to go over something else would be, I think, key para makabawi sila dito.
By the way, Frostpunk is free on Amazon Prime.
Oh yeah, I have it already on Steam, so I don't really need to buy it.
Lot of cool stuff. Like this Valorant. Oh, dude, you know, there's if you have Amazon Prime, you also can get the I just got the Arcane Jinx player card.
Isn't that sa ano? Sa free battle pass?
Is it?
Yeah.
But I just got it on Prime, so I don't know.
O baka ano siya para pag hindi mo nakuha
Sa
sa
Prime
ano,
na.
sa free battle pass, you can get it sa Prime. Because I didn't have
or
Prime.
kung wala kang battle pass.
Yeah.
Baka yun. We'll see.
Ako like paramdam na si Vil sa ano, sa Facebook. So while we are waiting, match after this as well. Kung you never know, baka makabawi dito ang Vivo Kid, right? They might be able to do what Team Secret was unable to achieve yung kinalaban nilang Gamma, which is to 2-0 a top team. I mean, again, that's just the outcome of what happened a while ago. But Vivo Kid is one of those teams, similar with Team Secret. They can definitely make that work out now. And the big problem to them is how can they deal with CNED's Sage. And I mean, he's the prolific Jet player, but we have seen Jets become battle sages, especially here in Bayern. We've seen, at least from Southeast Asia, obviously our viewers are from Southeast Asia, Paper X has been doing that with Forsaken for quite a long time, and it seems to work like incredibly well, absolutely brilliantly dito sa Bind, and I have no idea why.
Slow down, goddammit. Slow down, goddammit. Let me catch my breath. Let me catch my breath.
Oh, okay. So nawala pala si Illustrado. I'm sad. It's okay. So he'll be back for a tiny bit, guys. Pero ako ata tatangkin muna for now. But yeah, like I mentioned, it's all about how Vivo Kid will try to bring down Zinedine dito. And again, analysts did mention this as well, and this was kind of something that I was quite surprised. MW Zera playing that initiator or whichever role, right, utility role, is actually a borrowed player from one of the Brazilian teams. So he literally just got integrated this October 2021 to play with Vivo Kid, and that was just about a month and maybe a month and a half ago. Napakalaki or napakaunti pala, excuse me, ng time na kasama nila dito si MW Zera. He hasn't really been as fantastic because the thing is, MW Zera should be playing a duelist as well. He is one of those known duelist players sa Brazil, but he's still stuck with a different role. And how well he can adapt to that, adjust to that, especially now na medyo the back end sila, is gonna be the go-to talaga, the question to ask for Vivo Kid dito if they want to get that 2-0. And now as we get back into our game, it's gonna be the pistol. Look at that quick little rotation from Acend to go straight into the teleporter. This should give them information that there actually was the two-prong teleport. Joe sneaking immediately ngayon sa U dito. Bone Cold hearing all of that rotationary play is going to be flanking around. This is what we didn't see from VK way back during that first half. There's rotation, the flanks. It really was such a big thing. That TP is going to catch a couple, but yeah, this choo-choo train onto the B side is not going to get stopped, and MW Zera holding the flank. Lovely beats from VK. This should be a win for them if they can just keep a bit of a better hold onto the side itself. Zeke's going to be already on the flank, but he's made the noise, and Bone Cold coming in from the side as well. This is a three-pronged attack. MW Zera still on the flank himself, and this could be the pivotal moment for VK to win this round up against Acend, who is looking to stop them from the tracks from getting this round.
Yeah. A little bit of a technical issue on my end, pero okay lang, nakabalik na ako. Dito na tayo, 2v2. MW Zera working hand in hand with Heat. Kaya ba nilang i-hold to, pero oh my god, na-stick lang nila yung defuse. 2v2, rinek pa yung defuse. That's another round on the board here. Well played, Acend. They sneak away a steal. A ninja defuse here for Acend on one of the very last rounds. Probably the most important round, the pistol round. Grabe.
That's a huge burst. Siguro ito din yung naging problema para sa Vivo Kid is that they couldn't really be as creative as they wanted to on the defending side, right? Because you're always dictated by the attackers. So with that in mind, this might be what Vivo Kid needs to mount that comeback. But look at this, Ilu. They're bought up.
Oh, wow. Kailangan na nilang mag-force buy. I mean, they're a little bit desperate now, so they want to challenge. And you know, Bind is one of those maps na pwedeng mag-force buy kasi, you know, malit lang yung mapa eh. Mas effective ang sheriffs, mas effective ang mga shotgun. Pero tingnan natin kung gagana nga. 63 HP, nag-heal na ulit ngayon. Zhao gonna pull himself back together here as nice entry there by MW0. VK now alam na nilang na ba ito. Starkso to hold the line, getting that kill onto MW0. Ooh.
Yeah, he's gonna still be able to plant the spike undercover, but they actually enforce the fight, enforce their wills, and the spray as well as the challenge working so fantastically well. Will left onto Heat. He can actually rotate back if he wants to. There's already two defenders here on the A site, and he's gonna try to isolate the fight. If he can find Bone Cold, who's already wrapping around, this is gonna be huge. But look at how far Bone Cold has actually already gone onto short. This leaves Heat with very much little things to actually try to do, and he doesn't read this. He's not gonna be able to win this. He's looking at bats, but Acend have gone levels ahead of him. 12 seconds, he's getting shot from behind, and Bone Cold, smart man, smart plays, and the round secured by Acend.
Stay in range of my took his time. We'll mow them down. And I think a little bit too long. May bumibili pala ng Stim Beacon. But yeah, jokes aside, really well played there as the flank did come in from Bone Cold. Eventually ended the round. Now we still have couple more to go, but looking that should be the nail in the coffin, honestly. Force buy na nila yun. And they're just gonna force buy for the rest of the game. Hanggat kaya, hanggat may pera, bibilin lang nila kung anong kaya nila. Di naman siguro na tilted na sila. It's just that wala na kayong magagawa. Kailangan nyo na ng rounds. Pipilitan na nilang manalo, baka makachamba. Well, not chamba, baka swerte ng onte. Just to be able to get them another round on the board, because at the moment, the way it stands, you just can't have this scoreline. You can't just allow Acend to get match point. They need to fight. They need more rounds, because even if they do give up match point, they have to win the perfect game. They have to make the perfect game to come back in this.
They are just box apart from Zeke here. Okay, VK is taking a slower, more methodical pace into this one. Joe's already giving away his position, but backs off. Doesn't want to touch that hot potato for the moment. A flash is going to come out from Tarso here. The timing is going to be crucial. The flash is there. The challenge will be true. And look at all those blind players as VK. CNED's just... Oh man, this guy just knows how to fight. And Bone Cold has already assisted him with that smoke, leaving Joe and Heat to remain. And that spike has been dropped down all the way on B long. Keeles still has the sight. Spots it out. Will miss it.
30
but
seconds left.
at least knows, informs the rest of his team that U-Haul is exposed, and CNED was cycling through his weapons and still was not being able to take down by Heat. So he can be given that ace, or he can just get flambéed as Bone Cold throws out the molly.
Grabe yung molly. Wala na siya magawa eh. There's nothing he can do. Might as well try to push it. Pero at yung molly ni Brimstone, yun yung pinakamasakit na molly sa game eh. There's nothing you can do about it. If you get caught in it, you're pretty much toasted. And that's exactly what happened. 12-3 match point for Acend. 2 ultimates available as well for them. Nothing for VK. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They have 1 Vandal. That's about it. And I don't know. I think this is all GG. My prediction of 12-13-3 might just be correct this time, Asarai. We'll see. Good flash.
They have MW Zera and on that same agent, pero it seems like again yung integration niya sa Vivo Kid dito is getting incredibly strained and tested. To be honest, like Acend, them being this squad for such a long time has just it just shows to you how much they have put out as practice or as as synergy. CNED is just hitting some incredible pre-fire shots It doesn't get any kills, but it does get some value somewhat. Keyless has already gone on the flank, and look at this. Vivo Kid, no one looking. Easy 1, 2, a couple more. Trade for trade. There's going to be one on top. Heat's been spotted. That's going to be it. And Joe planting for dear life. 43 seconds left onto the clock. That nade's going to shut him down. And that is a win given, round taken by Acend without even having to try to clutch for that round. Wow.
Wala na siyang mapupuntahan dun. Sa kanan niya, may paint, may molotov. Sa gitna, may paint. Wala na. Sa tingin ko, medyo misplay rin yung nag-plant siya eh. Kasi may onting oras pa naman to find the 1v1 eh. But in the end, siguro na tanggap na niya na tapos na yung laban. Tilted na siya. Shoutout nga pala kay Vil dyan. Si Vil pa yung next caster natin na papasok.
Dax
ba? Yeah, for the next series. Asaray and Dax. Oh, okay. I see.
Asaray, di ko marunong mag-Tagalog. I'm sorry.
Pala today.
Hindi ako marunong mag-Tagalog cast. It's one of my very much hard points in casting. Wala eh.
Oh, taking a look at the replays right now is...
Kill my ally!
Wait, medyo nagkakagulo yung replay. Sige, mamaya na yung replay. Oh, nagloloko-loko. Ako lang ba to? Or sa inyo din? Okay, akala ko nagloloko na naman yung... Ano? Okay.
Nakita yung yung biceps ni Heat eh. Those team carrying biceps, man. Yikes.
Last player.
Oh my gosh. Sobrang ganda na utility usage dito ng Acend. This is one of those things na pag sobrang ganda na utility usage mo, and I think that's the biggest thing sa bind when you have agents that have lineups and everything.
Yeah.
Wala kang magagawa. Yeah, VK just tried to do everything that they could, but kept getting shut down time and time again. What a transition. What a sequence here. And similar, again, babalik na natin sa comparison natin with the Team Secret and Gambit game. We're gonna go to game number 3, guys, and Breeze is gonna be the final nail in the coffin dito.
Yeah, Breeze, I'm so excited for it, man. It's gonna be another one of those interesting ones. Medyo, para sa akin, expect na. It seems to be the trend of this tournament na yung favored team natatalo sa game number 1. Tapos matatambakan yung kalaban ng game number 2. Tapos round number 3, yung favored team na naman yung mananalo. Nangyari sa Secret yon, nangyari sa Sentinels yon, and I think this is gonna be the same here with Acend. They're gonna probably take wipe number 3. But we'll find out once we get back from this break. Wag kayong aalis. We will return here on VCT Champions.
Would have to be an ace. Fusel. Think from the opposite picture in picture. He's gonna use hell. Simple does it. My goodness. This is his world, and we're just living it. I'm surprised. Durga. An operator. And connect. 자, 이번에 화살 없어요. 정찰용 화살만 있어요.
1대1이에요. 자, 나노 수학.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, where we're going to 3, and it's Acend who brings us there easily with a 13-3 bind. It wasn't a long second half. They just strung them together, and they're pushing us right along.
I mean, we were speculating why bind was even in the map veto to begin with, why it wasn't banned out by Vivo Keyed, and they learnt their lesson here. We've doubled down on the fact that, and I hate to say you're right, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to turn around and go, oh, look at me, I was right, you were wrong. That's not a nice thing to have to say.
Yeah.
Because I think Vivo Keyed has upgraded themselves exponentially, but they took a really big fall here on bind.
Yeah, I feel a little let down because I became such a believer. I was like, surely they have something planned. They're gonna do something a bit different. They're gonna pop on bind. They're feeling confident. They leave it in. Now I'm wondering if maybe it was a little bit of an oopsie. They forgot to ban it away. I don't know. Either way, it was great from Acend.
It was fantastic from Acend. Obviously, it was a dominant scoreline, so a lot of these numbers aren't going to surprise you when you take a look at this. But I am looking at 3.3 KDA, and that's pretty gross. So, again, we talked about the person who needed to step up next to CNED, and that was Zeke. He's the MVP this time around. But CNED also as a player, and this was brought up by the casters, the kind of guy who can go from the Jet to the Sage, one of the more versatile, I'm still going to classify him as a duelist player because that's primarily what he is, but to have that flexibility on maps and to open up a player like Zeke to be able to play the Raze as well on the map where he wants to, that's something that should be celebrated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a night and day difference. I know that everybody basically has their comfort zone when you're playing. I myself, when I'm not playing Raze, when I play the game, I feel like I'm just absolutely terrible on it. And then I go back to playing Raze, I'm like, oh, I'm actually kind of decent at this. And that was shown right here. Zeke looks very comfortable this whole way through.
If I'm not playing Killjoy, I'm as useful as a Killjoy turret.
So you get it every now and then, you get a kill and
you get one piece of utility out of me if I'm not playing Killjoy. Either way, I'm not even close to the level of the players on this stage. And they're now looking at Breeze.
I mean, speaking of Killjoy, Muritz moving to the Sage. How did that go for them?
Not so well.
Not so good.
Not so well.
It wasn't very good. I understand he's utility-based there, but he really didn't pick up the slack they needed.
So let's talk Breeze, though, because bind went to expectation. And it is now Vivo Keyed who's got to recover from the loss, yes, and there's going to be that aspect of this, but both of these teams should be happy with the third map, the one that they're about to step onto.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 7-2 record for the side of Acend, and it's a 5-0 for Vivo Keyed. Both of these teams have had strong performances there, but it's still not really any closer to knowing who's going to be able to take this series because it does seem very half and half.
For people who want maybe a little bit of context, how can we compare how good Acend is on Breeze to how good Vivo Keyed is on Breeze? Well, a couple of teams, maybe the team that would most surprise people is they were able to beat out Furia on Breeze in one of their last few games. So I think that's something to compare it to if you want context as to, well, this is one of their best maps here for Vivo Keyed, but how good is a best map in a region that is still growing? Well, it's pretty damn good.
It's a big question. It's a big question to be answered. Breeze, of course, as we've talked about many times before, a more open map, and this is where we do highlight duelists, players like Tens, players like CNED, and players like Heat, who are going to need to start finding some more of those kills in the duels, much like he did on Icebox, to hopefully carry the team over the line here in a third and final map.
Looking at the average ACS here for Heat on this particular map, both defensively and attacking. Don't worry, we're not just hitting the attack for the duelist all the time, it's fine, but he hits top dog on both sides. He's a man who knows what he needs to do. He's got an objective on his defense and attack, and he knows how to make it strong. One thing I will say, however, is that you have to be careful about being readable here on Breeze. If you're going to bait and fake, and they know what's coming, players are there to be able to deal with this. So I'll be looking towards those agent compositions to see how they're going to deal with that.
Well, I like that you call out that he's a top performer on both sides of the map. Fact of the matter is they're starting on the attacking side. So with that option available to them, they just say, hey, we're again gonna kind of maybe try and set the pace like we were able to do in the first map on Icebox, this time on the attacking side. You know, I'll recall to people at home, Gambit with a 13-0 run on Breeze, they started attacking half. And so if you can just start to set that pace and really find a rhythm and make it difficult for the defense to find how they want to split up their manpower, right? It was a choice of 4-1 in most cases. We've seen teams like Sentinels lean more towards a 3-2 split across those, sites. What's the answer going to be for Acend on a defensive half rather when you've got some very good gun users on the side of Vivo Keyed with, MW0 and Murray is right behind.
Yeah, it's a tough order for both of these squads, and you know, again, trying to figure out like who's going to be able to come out on top is really rough to say. But with that attacking start, you kind of do favor Vivoki to at least be able to finish the first half. You know, maybe in an 8-4, 7-5 type of position. But we have to see what the agents are going to be. I'm curious to see if they're going to be changing things up from the last time they played this map, which was against Seda Division.
Well, you asked, the teams will deliver. We're diving into Prime Gaming Agent Select, and we have our answers. We got a KO over on the side of Acend for Zeke. Looking at the Vivoki side, because I think that's where we have a lot of questions with MW0 in the lineup. He's back onto the Sova. Makes sense to me. And you still got Heat on the Jet.
Looks like we're not going to see that Killjoy from the leader himself. He's backing it out. He's putting it back in. And he goes, you know what? I'm going to bring the Cypher. I asked, what were you going to bring to deal with the fact that there might be a bait and switch, there might be a flank, which on Bind, Acend was the only team to flank. Vivoki didn't flank once. Guess what? You've got that on lock now. You know that's a problem. You've switched an agent in to deal with it.
The flexibility of Vivoki. Joe now on that Cypher. You got Murray's on to the duelist in Reyna. The players are ready to go. It comes down to this. All or nothing on Breeze. Back over to Ryan and Tom.
I am looking forward to this one.
Uy, live na tayo. Welcome back, guys. A little bit caught off guard right there. I'm just glad you weren't picking your nose this time. Well, welcome back. Illustrata and Asarai coming at you. Game number 3. We're here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final game of the series, and we're going to see Vivoki take on none other than Acend here. Game number 3 na ngayon, mga kaibigan. Tignan natin kung sino magwawagi. Dito na tayo sa Breeze.
Yeah. In my defense, I was looking at our broadcast, so I was caught like few seconds, and akala ko start the times bigla. Oh right, this wasn't this wasn't the real time. Wow, I should be looking at the window. Ah yes, when you have too many windows open on Microsoft Edge.
Microsoft Edge na ba ang gamit mo ngayon?
Yeah, tagal na.
Mas okay, di ba?
Yes, very much so.
Sige. Pero game na daw, game na. Punta na tayo sa ating laro. Let's go and get it on. Here we go. As the push comes in. Starkso, low on HP. Kita yung paa. Pero nalaglag siya. He's gonna get taken out by Muriz here, who's starting off strong with 1 kill, 4v5. As A-Site now in contention. Lalabanan na nila ang mga miyembro dito ng VK. But VK, they're holding strong. Zhao getting a double kill. Dalawa. Mukhang makakatatlo pa nga, pero hindi. Na-takedown siya. Instead, no, is Zhao still alive, just hiding in the corner, biding his time, waiting for the right opportunity. Muriz is the one to get one until he falls down 1v1 on this pistol round. Time is ticking away. Bone Cold has to go. Nakuha niya yung information, pero sino ba ang magpipeak first? It's gonna be Bone Cold, who does get tapped down by Zhao. Triple kill ngayon. The Brazilians ahead with a beautiful, beautiful round.
Great start para sa Vivoki dito. Nothing really left to the imagination para sa nila. They just went straight in, and I really do like that they swapped out Muriz for something more of an aggressive agent. Usually you'd see teams na when they have their star player play, or one of their, let's say, auxiliary star players playing as a Sentinel, and you're already not having a good series. Usually on the 3rd game, that's when you're gonna see them actually follow up as a secondary duelist. It just works so well, especially when you don't really have too many options with your utility agent, so to speak. CNED caught out in the open. That's the problem when you try to dash out as a Jet. Sobrang exposed mo sa lahat to the elements. It's just a really big dash, and at least it went a little bit over that pillar. Spike will get planted now for VK, and they're starting off quite strongly here. 2 will be coming through to Nest, and the flank from Starkso is on route. But the problem now is, of course, VK, Vivoki, they got 4 on the side.
Alam mo yung... Oh, wait lang. Bago yun, Bone Cold out in the open. Hanggang saan ba siya makakarating dito with that pistol? Not very far. That's going to be the snake bite that does take him down. 2v4. Zeke trying to push on through. Can't do it. It's Heat who does get him now. Starkso, 1v4. I don't think he can do much here. Maybe hope to get a kill, but he does need to die. Malayo ang nararating ng fist ng sheriffs dito. Ng sheriffs, ng specters dito. Ng mga members ng VK. Pero, tulad lang nun, malayo rin ang mararating mo ng gaming needs mo with Globe at home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30 gigabytes data ka na. Valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. Ayos ba yung transition ko na yan?
Smooth as mantequilla, bro.
Smooth as mantequilla. Shoutout nga pala sa Globe na nandito rin sa chat section natin.
Thanks, Globe.
Thank you, Globe. Saka habang nandito rin tayo, nasa Twitch. Winning starts at home with Globe at home. Only fiber with plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with his powers bundle. Pero powerhouse ngayon ang Phantom ni C-Ned as he gets a kill and he gets a dalawa na ang nahanap ni C-Ned dito. He gets 2. Heat does go down. They find him in the middle of all the confusion. C-Ned with a triple kill. Massively done for. Looking for the ace, denied by Vixen. And that's going to be an absolute massive round here for the side of C-Ned. And he gets another one. Acend fighting back as he gets a 1-2. Acend find the first round.
Napaka-effortless para kay C-Ned. Again, crosshair placements and everything. I'm pretty sure when some YouTuber, content creator does like that individual player video about how good some of these pros are, C-Ned's would be how clean his crosshair placement is. Really effortless dun sa pag-place niya. There's no like aggressive or intense flicking. It's all just where he knows his opponent is going to be coming towards to. Napaka-smooth talaga. But of course, that was supposedly the weaker buy for VK here. He has already bought up an operator on the attack. I love this. But with all the flashes that they keep hearing as well as the blades on mid, there should be some inkling na VK is going to be dealing with a lot of massive heavy mid control from Acend here. That smoke stops him from pushing through. And Heat, where is he? Okay, he's somewhere on halls, looking, waiting for somebody to peek him out, and he'll get a pick.
Yep. Shoutout nga rin sa mga taong nanonood sa Facebook dyan. Actually, dami parang nanonood kahit to 12:30. 12:30 na.
Dude, it's Saturday.
Oo nga, no? Alam mo naman, well,
the weekend,
dahil nasa esports tayo, wala nang meaning ang weekend. Wala na tayong weekend. Kailan ka ba huling nagka-weekend? Right. Trabaho natin weekend pero C-Ned, 2-3 kills with the Blade Storm. Ito na naman si C-Ned. Full buy yan, mga kaibigan. And he does not care. C-Ned alive and kicking after long. Heat snuffs him out. 2v4 as we find ourselves with another advantage. Acend nabubuhat ngayon sa mga ginagawa ni C-Ned.
10 seconds left.
Thankfully, at least para sa Vivo Kid, Heat still has the operator, but that might not be long because Kila is... Ooh, wait, no, okay, we only saw him through X-ray. I think Kila is still hidden on spawn. Heat and MW Zera able to keep these weapons for that next round. And gonna point out to Ilu, C-Ned, 8 kills already, all just because he's vibing right now. 470 plus na ang ACS niya.
Oh,
wild.
470. Oh my god, 470 ACS. Tingnan mo yan. C-Ned talaga, gising na. Alam mo, napansin ko yun, si C-Ned, ang bagal talaga niya uminit, no? Pati sa Berlin ang bagal niyang uminit nung mga first games niya. Parang wala siya masyadong nagagawa. Pero pagdating ng game 2, game 3, nako. Kabahan na kayo.
Hindi ako naman tatawa.
Bakit ka natatawa? Tatawa ka sa Tagalog ko? Tatawa ko sa Tagalog mo. Atoray, wag mo akong umpisahan. Baka dalawa tayong English caster dito.
Okay, Heat. Great patience. Napaka kontrolado. No need to be anything fancy. Just holding an angle. Okay, sige. Kalma na muna. Okay. I like how they're utilizing at least the good weapons that they have. Right? They got a minute left onto the clock. No revives whatsoever, but Bone Cold snuck his way through and he used that divot just to hit a shot off, and that's gonna be W Zera out cold. And what's left here for the attackers? They still have to deal with Joe, who does have his traps there. There's going to be the flank coming in from Morris. This could be the pinch that they need, but Keyless is tucked himself onto the side there. It needs to be a good shot from Morris, which he does. Cannot retrieve the dismiss orb to maybe have repositioned and kept him alive for that particular fight, but we still leave ourselves with 3 versus 3 with, again, Vixen having the ultimate up and running. Spike now planted. Heat, what you got for me? He's gonna have to work away from this, from the ability, and he's gotta have to dash away because of the Hunter's Fury. So,
ay, muntikan pa nga mamatay yung kakampi niya dahil sa dash niya, pero okay lang yan. Starkso gonna get one taken down here. Hey, wow, quick scope. Oh my God, from Heat, but he has to find 2 more. 1 HP na lang. Kulang pa. Bone Cold, triple kill. Init na mainit na naman ang Acend.
That was almost a good round.
Shoutout nga pala kay Anwell. Asray. Shoutout mo nga.
Right here.
Anwell. Hi. Tama ba?
Hey. Tama.
Okay.
Tama.
Kala ko like you're pointing out like that Matchbox song.
All day.
Staring at the ceiling.
Ay nako, mapapakaraoke na naman tayo dito eh.
Uy. Nice one. Posing. Okay. So, here's another thing. I'm not sure kung POV talaga natin yun or there was a bug on the observer, but there was that point na I believe Vixen was pushing through, pero I think nagkauntugan sila ni Starkso dun sa ultimate niya.
Tama.
And yeah, tama diba? So whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, it still led ultimately to the loss of VK, I felt, because they lost that little pinch position that they had. Yung little corner na yan where the boxes really is a point that you don't want to let anybody push through because it leaves you to kind of look everywhere. Oh my God!
Wow.
Morris!
Grabe.
He just couldn't escape. That is
wala siyang mapupuntahan doon. Grabe yung gamit ng utility ng VK doon. Pero Jao gets one, traded out. Heat will find a response. 2v2 na ngayon mga kaibigan. MW0 will be forced into a corner here. Siya na lang mag-iisa ang natitira. Diffuse na si Acend. He gets 1, he gets 2. Looking for the third. MW0, he goes insane.
You're with me.
What? Finally, MW0, the lone player, now the lone shark para sa Vivo Kid dito. What's the transition? What's the haps? 1, 2, beautiful placement, and he just barely gets that third kill. Acend, he was priming to go for the shot na. Ramdam mo na eh. Kita mo na rin eh. So there was just that tiny millisecond that MW0 could have gotten that kill and the punish on that last opponent. Ooh,
grabe.
That's a good shock dart too. But was it a double bounce? Because again, if you're gonna want to use that shock dart to get information, double bounce is the way to go. Because it'll say trick shot, which means that you broke someone's utility.
Grabe talaga si MW0. Nakakuha pa siya ng kill with that Hunter's Fury. And he's gonna find himself in a 4v4. Mirror is gone down. One of the star players here for VK. Tingnan natin ngayon mga kaibigan kung paano makakapasok ang VK sa mga site. And there's gonna need the help of MW0. Nakahanap na naman ng pitas. Bone Cold does drop down, but close on this angle. Si Kyle's very, very close contact. Cannot get the kill. Acend does get a trade-off onto MW0 instead. Now it's a 2v3. They can go onto the side. Snakebite comes out, and that's gonna be Vixen rather, gonna go for that plant. They do get a 2v3 as now they will reclaim their space here towards the top side of the map around that bridge area, but they have a lot of ground to cover.
Acend does not have a dash, so if he gets caught out in the open, that's it for him. Attackers so far away. Vixen, ooh, he got those lineups. Okay, so all they really have to do now is delay. Ping that spike, pop a couple of shots, and don't let Acend see you because he is a dangerous man to try to deal with right in this scenario. Look at he always just hits those shots. No scope, maybe! He almost decapitates. He almost decapitates Vixen with that one. Very close. Pero VK still in the end wiggled around victory.
Yeah, VK hanging on strong. We got a series on our hands, boys and girls. Mainit ang laban dito sa Breeze. 3 rounds to 4. And this game is delivering. Mainit talaga. First game talaga. Bakit ganito lagi? Sobrang close. Game number 2, hindi masyado. Tulad ng sinabi ko, 13-3. But this time, it's a 3-4. Acend call for a timeout.
Acend. No, as you mentioned, you're just gonna call it early dito ngayon. Talking about what they could do. Oh, look at that stack of Red Bulls. May nakabawas
sabi ni Ray Ray.
Ano sabi niya?
May message daw si Ray Ray para sa'yo. Nice ba yun?
Mag-reply din ako eh.
Ano kaya sinasabi niya? Bay, ayusin niyo naman!
I really like Vivo Kid here. Sobrang innovative ng play nila. And you can really see the movements na ginagawa ngayon ng star player ng Vivo Kid. Primarily si Heat to just do what he does best. And I think it's getting supplemented ngayon by, it's not Muriz, but I think it's MW Zera that's actually allowing Kid, or not Kid, but Heat to make this happen.
Susubukan ko, Astroy, mag-full play-by-play ng Tagalog. As in, literal Tagalog lahat.
Oh, sige. Ako madali na kasi mag-colorcaster mag-Tagalog eh.
Ay, sige, try natin. Swap tayo.
Sige. Also, sige. Ikaw ko naman mag play-by-play.
Okay. Let's go. Ito na mga kaibigan. Channeling Vil to si Vil. Pero ito na nga mga kaibigan, papasok tayo sa pizza.
Oh, I can't keep a straight face over this.
It is late in the night, my friends, pero we'll see what happens. Only pistols here on the side of Acend. Ano lang sila? Merong upgraded pistols na tatlong sheriff. They have a Spectre. Tsaka meron silang operator in the form of Acend. And don't get us wrong, dude. Acend will kill everybody with this operator. Kaya wag kayong magtataka na kung bigla na lang siyang nakakuha ng Oy, Bone Cold, medyo mabagal yung reaction niya doon. Pero doon na tayo, papasok na sila sa A-site. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha siya ng kills. Pero just trying to get some shots off. Tingnan natin kung makakahanap pa siya ng isa. Hindi. The spike should be able to go down. Mahahanap kaya ni Zhao yung hinahanap niya dito. He does get the utility down from the side of VK, from the side of Acend rather. Siya yung lurk player dito all the way into halls. He does get a kill. Nahanap niya si Zeke, and that's a really good set of kills here for VK. 3v5 as the spike time sticks away. Muriz makakahanap ng isa pa onto Kyles, and that's one more kill that they have found. Sobrang hirap na nito para sa side ng Acend, and I don't think they can do anything. Kailangan na siguro nila mag-back off dito. Acend knows na kailangan na niya mag-save.
He's out on an island. Starkso, well, he's going to give a bit of space for Acend, as you mentioned, to try to just get out of there. But Acend doesn't need it. He needs no help. I'm a strong, independent pro player. I can do this. I'm a big boy now. Sabi ni Acend sa mga teammates niya as he keeps the operator in hand and leaves VK a little bit battered, but they still take the round in the end. VK, smooth transition, but now this is where Acend do believe have their bye.
Tinatanong na nga ni Ginoong Ace Ching, first series pa lang, di ba? Bakit 1 AM na? Tanong mo dito sa mga team na to.
12:42 pa lang. So meron pa tayong 15 minutes. Or, sorry, excuse me. 18 minutes.
Pero malamang 1 AM ito matatapos, Azuray.
Yep. Tapos malamang mamaya yung Liquid saka or FNATIC saka Vision Strikers.
Ayun. Sarap panoorin nun. I'm excited. Pero tingnan natin, operator versus operator. Let's see who does prevail. Acend looking to try pushing on a little bit close. Bone Cold nagbigay ng konting impormasyon. Pero magba-back off na dito ang mga miyembro ng VK. Atras na sila, lilipat na silang site, punta na sila sa B. Flash comes in para lang makatulong sa pagtawid nila galing sa A papunta sa B. Dalawa yung nakaintay dito. Nandito yung Viper, nandito rin yung Cypher. Natag yung isa, nahanap siya. Vixen does go down. Starso looking to hold the line. Here comes the utility. The rest of the execution come in. Kyles, mukhang gusto niya mag-hold. Naka-crossfire sila dito. Ang hirap nitong i-break through. Lalo na wala silang flash. Pampasok ng side. Kaya hirap na hirap sila. But Zhao, he still somehow gets a kill. Naghahanap ng dalawa. but it's VK Heat who does get it. Zeke gets a trade. Nag-line up pa nga yung dalawa. And that's a shot from Heat from the back of the site. He gets another one. And that's going to be a 2v2 as we get onto it. 30 seconds left. Kailangan na mag-decide. Magpa-plant ba sila or lalaban? Yan ang tanong ngayon. And the answer is they want violence. Trying to push up close. Blade Storm to the face. Ooh, the flash just doesn't come through. Heat with a triple kill. 1v2 Bone Cold.
Didn't know where Bold Cold actually is. He's going to be coming through on Tunnel dito. Reaction and connection will be spotted by MW0. Yep, Bone Cold, gotta have to clutch this with opponents knowing kung nasan siya nakatago ngayon. Tiptoeing onto the side itself. Nice little tag down onto Heat as well, but he still tries to swing out, and Heat was readied with the operator to take Bone Cold down and elevate, propel VK to 6 rounds overall. That was so messy, but I love how VK approached that.
Oh my God, parang mananalo pa yata. Pero attacking side yung VK. Kaya chill lang tayo. Yung Breeze kasi napaka-attacking sided, pero grabe, ang galing talaga ni VK. Oh. Di siya nag-mimintis eh.
That was so good. I just wanted to add, since I'm doing color casting to
Siyempre.
Yeah.
Ang ganda ng mousepad. Nakita mo yung mousepad? Ano yata yan eh?
CDR King. Shoutouts nga pala.
May CDR King na pala sa Berlin, pero okay.
Malay mo. Pero yeah.
Zaiwu ba yun? Pangalan? Anyway, Zeke doesn't get the kill. Si Muri sa makakahanap ng kill. Very, very nice kill. Pero pistol round, eco lang naman ang Acend dito. Sobrang hirap na hirap sila. And we're gonna assume na mukhang magiging 7-3 ang score dito unless Bone Cold makakuha niya yung kill dito. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Si Muris gets the better of him. Low HP na ngayon si Bone Cold, 54 na lang. At saka ang ganda na naman ng rotation ng VK. Oh. Lagi silang nakakakuha ng magandang rotate. Onting presence lang sa A, tamang pitik lang sa A. Rotate agad sila papunta sa B.
I'll double up on that. I don't think it's tamang presence on sa A. I think they're really risking their life just to go for that fight talaga sa A side. And it works for them because they just know how to fight well. And because of that, Acend have to respect, diba? So, and the way to respect that is to fight with all of what they have.
Pero tingnan natin kung makukuha nila yung, oh my God, 3 players still left standing. It's done 2v4. Zhao gets one. MW0 only good for one here as Starkso gets a trade-off but taken down himself. Ayun na nga, triple. 3 people still alive, pero tingnan mo yung HP. Sobrang liit na lang ng buhay ng dalawang player ng VK. That could have been a 1v1, pero hindi. VK, they get their 7th round. 7-3 na nga sila ngayon. And the operator, now it's time, gun round. Double operator now coming in. 1 on CNED, 1 on MW0. Who is gonna win?
Medyo trigger happy na sa Zeke dito to keep using that flash just to counter out yung push ng VK. Like, how many times has he been caught trying to use that underhand lob ng flash thread just to get a fight? Yeah, exactly. It's the second time or third time na nangyari din sa kanya. So, with that being said, I don't know, the speed at which they do this is just working so well. CNED dash out. Oh, that's a big one. They have to wait for the utilities before they try to push in. That is a big thing because CNED is always waiting. You give him that millisecond and he will translate.
Dalawang Hunter's Fury ang nagamit pero walang namatay for now. Still 4v5 pa rin. Ito na ang rotation na naman ng VK. Makakapunta pa sila sa B-site. Ganda ng flash. Yan ang iniintay nating flash na galing kay Zeke. This time, he doesn't flash for himself. Nag-flash siya para sa kakampi niya. And it works so much better. Yun ang sinasabi mo kanina, Azuray, na kanina, it's for himself lang eh. Pero ngayon, dahil nag-flash siya para sa kakampi niya, nakakuha sila ng kill and this is looking so much better for them. Ngayon, anong gagawin ng VK as they try to rotate na naman pabalik ng B, but si CNED nandito, nakaabang, nakaintay. Meron siyang gamit na operator, close range, easy shot. All day long, he's gonna hit that. No problem for him. Updraft, meron pa siyang tailwind. My God! Updraft, oh! CNED! Quad kill right there, melting away VK! What a recon to support his teammate. Perfection from the Brazilians.
And they're not respecting CNED at all. And they've given to him 2 kills already. And that just keeps his dash up and running every single time. And look at how again, VK, they know where he is, but they just don't have that reaction time. They just don't have that ferocity na pinapakita ngayon ni CNED. Granted, last round for the first half. VK should have all the money that they want in the world. And if they, by chance here, Ilu, makuha nila any of these sites, Viper Pit, excuse me, is going to be up and running prior to Sunday now. So that's a really big thing to have. But the question now lies, it's not really a good ultimate to use on B. So maybe the play here for VK, make noise on that B site, pull CNED there, and then try to go for A, which is what VK wants, but they're kind of second guessing here kasi they really haven't secured any form of information whatsoever.
Oo, tama. Wala silang information for now. Hindi siya katulad ng nakita natin kanina. But still, they have to collect themselves. Hindi sila pwedeng matakot sa pwedeng mangyari sa anong kayang gawin ni CNED. Kahit sobrang grabe ang galing ni CNED, they need to not be afraid. Now they get information na nandito ang KO sa A site, and that's gonna be the opening pick entry for Muris. CNED cannot get a kill. Heat is able to find 1-3v5 na ngayon. Bukas na bukas ang mid pa nila. Kaya trap na onto this A site ang mga miyembro ng Acend. CNED nakakuha pa ng isa pero Tailwind sa wala. Vixen nakadalawa pa nga, and it's gonna be Kyle's up all alone with that Phantom. He's gonna be coming from bridge. Viper's pitch para ma-secure lang yung round, and I think this has to be the round here. I think Ace are gonna be going into this 8-4. VK are ahead by a mile.
Okay, Keyless, great little start, pero MW Zera is already nipping at his tail din dito. Nakita mo yung ginawa dito ng VK? Rather than just pushing straight onto A main, what they did was rummage doon sa halls. And if you guys watch yung movie na Hobbs and Shaw, si Dwayne The Rock Johnson sa Jason Statham, yung last part na kinalaban nila yung si Idra Elvis, 1v1 din nila kaya talunin. Pero ginawa nilang 2v1 yun para manalo sila kay Idra Elvis sa kanyang AI, diba? Same thing din dito ang mentality ng VK. If they can't win against CNED in those singular picks, just try to overwhelm with numbers. And because again, VK are just amazing shots, they can make it work and catch CNED even if he has the dash. And look at how it fared out. Beautiful stuff coming out from VK there.
Grabe yung CNED. Si CNED, palong-palo. Galit na galit. You said Idra Elvis, by the way.
Oh, I did? Oh,
you did. No, you said it right the first time.
Okay, my bad.
Na-notice tuloy ni Nani.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry guys. Tao lang.
Yeah, it's alright. It's okay. But yeah, the point was the other part. Yung nandun sa movie.
Yeah, 2v1.
Thank you for listening.
We pay attention.
Oh, yeah. That's our relationship, you know?
By the way, since naka-break tayo ngayon,
yes.
Shoutout nga pala sa Globe. Gcash lang, okay na. And of course, big shoutout to Globe at home. Winning at home. Winning starts at home with Globe at home on the fiber with Plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle.
You can get all those nice little...
Onegaishimasu daw? Narinig mo yun?
Actually, hindi.
Hindi, yung song may onegaishimasu.
I don't know, man. Our songs are weird.
Di mo trip yung music natin this year? This
Champions? Kasi never pa ako nakapunta sa club eh. So, I'm assuming from the movies that I watched na ito yung tunog sa club. So, hindi ba
depende sa club, pero yung ibang club hindi ganito. Medyo weird nga yung soundtrack natin ngayon. Parang nasa European underground indie scene club tayo na di ko maintindihan.
I mean, they are in Germany. So
they are in Germany, yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Pero parang Eurobeat yung sound, yung ganun.
Ano gusto ko mapakinggan ng Eurobeat? Deja vu!
Ayun, gusto ko yun. Nights on fire. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na. Handa mo na?
Ano sasabihin mo?
Initial D. Kailan ba lumabas yung Initial D?
1998, I think.
1995, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Pero yung TV series, 1998, tama ka.
Okay. Yun pala eh.
1998. Bata pa tayo nun.
My gosh, 7 minutes to go before 1 a.m. guys. And it really has turned into a cluster ngayon para sa VK. Oh, that is a 4-man push.
Oh my god.
Still they get some kills. No, just a kill. Shock dart. Damage. Okay.
Kala ko sulit na sulit yung shock dart niya pero hindi eh. They go to 3v4. Spike plant dito sa B site is now Bone Cold looks to hold the line. Check na ngayon yung flank pero nahuli si Bone Cold. Mali ang tinitignan. Nahanap siya ni MW0. 3v3 kaya ang nangyari tatlong miyembro ng VK. Naubos bigla. Zeke na lang ang natitira. Dito siya sa site. Crossfire. Bale wala. And they even have the recon dart. Here comes the knife, the blade. Can it be enough to help him out? Doesn't look like it. Wala siyang nakuha. MW0 cleans it up. And it's gonna be another round. VK, grabe ang linis ng laro nila dito sa Brizo.
Wow. I love it. Spread out on VK dito. They had one person coming in from Macdo. They had one from Nest. They had one on Elbow. And what's kind of amazing for that is after nila gawin yon, they started using their numbers to their advantage. They grouped up as an entire squad knowing na there's no post plants that is going to save Acend in this one. So they just full send. I'll only use that once dito ngayon, guys. Just a full send the entire squad onto site itself. The question is, force buy ba ang Acend dito or hindi? Bit of a half buy, so to speak, as Acend and Bone Cold have upgraded themselves a couple of nice little marshals and pistols. And I think VK, for the most part, should know about this. That's why you're not seeing anybody actually play behind Pyramid.
Kung manalo ang VK sa round na to, makaka 10-4 sila. Ibig sabihin, anim na rounds ang hahabulin ng Acend. Alam nyo ba kung gaano kahirap habulin ng 6 na rounds sa Valorant? Mahirap talaga. Pero tinan mo, it's gonna be the camera. Kitang-kita nila ang players dito. Heat trying to get close. Information on one gets close. Mows down two. That's a third attack with a Bulldog. My God, Heat is feeling it today. Kyles goes down Quadra. 4 ang nahanap dito ni Heat. Mainit talaga siya ngayon dito sa Berlin. Wala siyang pakialam. -2 ngayon. Ano bang temperature sa Berlin ngayon? Berlin temperature...
-6 maybe? Or maybe
2 degrees.
Ooh!
Lamig! Pero mainit sa Heat. Mahilig ka ba sa cold, Azuray? Sa malamig? Mga 2 degrees ganun. Hindi, no?
Mahilig naman ako. Pero
okay
syempre, ilang beses ba ako nakapag-stay sa isang sobrang lamig na lugar? You know what I mean?
Nakapunta ka na ba sa napakalamig na country na parang 2 degrees ganun?
Nung kasama ko si Phil sa Hong Kong, 2016, magkayakap kami. Yung binuksan niya yung bintana sa motel namin, tapos 2 degrees yung nasa...
Ba't kayo nasa motel ni Vil?
Alam mo, you know what? Don't answer that.
Nagmot-mot sa Hong Kong. Alam na. Patay tayo dyan. Uy, pero patay na patay dito si Zeke. Zeke gets actually the kill onto him. Medyo nag-whiff yung hindi wall bangable yan. Not every wall is bangable.
Okay. You countered my statement from Yeond.
Ano yan eh, dude? Meta yan, meta.
Yeah. Understand every wall is bangable, but on Breeze, you gotta know.
The Sheriff.
Yeah. This wall, that one, actually quite bangable. Ooh.
Alam mo ba yung sinabi mong yan sa stage 1? Hanggang ngayon may gumagamit pa rin.
Ng ano, every wall
is bangable. Napaka-legendary ng sinabi mo. Pero Jao, gets one. Oh, Spectre able to get one. Almost finds 2, but makes this bonus round so expensive already. They found 2 kills. Looking to find a little bit more. Finds an upgrade in the form of Mures, who gets another one. Tries to get a little bit closer now. Things are going to be difficult as the Viper's wall does come up, obscures the vision a little bit. 2v3 as they try to try to get onto that side, try to get a little bit of real estate, pero napakahirap mga kaibigan. Walang binibigay ang Acend dito. Alam nila lang sobrang patient. Meron silang control, meron silang posisyon. Pero makakapasok ba? Mukhang hindi. Mures gets melted and so does MW0. Finally, nakakuha ng round ng Acend.
Keeping everything just close and refraggable, I'd say is the word for it.
This goes here.
17 kills by Heat, my goodness. Let's look at the highlight real quick. Ooh, Zeke is on fire here, pero seemingly, even though ang ganda ng ginagawa dito na Acend, it's still getting countered time and time again, but
alam na niyang nag-whiff siya eh.
Yeah, they do get that round regardless though. First round para sa Acend dito.
Oh, recon. Saan to pupunta? Sa mid?
Stairs.
Ah, sa stairs. Wow.
Amazing.
Amazing. Pero di kita yung player sa stairs. Yun ang problema. Pero teka lang, Heat. Grabe, si Heat nahanap niya. Oy, pero pixel angle nahanap din si Heat. They only needed one and they're gonna try to get that kill onto Zeke right now, who is dying. He's burning away inside of that. Almost gets the person who was trying to get him up. Still a 4v4. Quick dismiss from within. Pero wala siyang mahanap na information on top of the Viper's pit, making things so difficult for them. Pero tingnan mo to, may late lurk. Parating na ang lurk ni Kyles, but can he make it effective here? Starkso does not get anything. Kyles finally, yung lurk gumana na. Pero si Vix nakahanap ng dalawa. 2v3. Can they do it as the time ticks down low? Acend with one, only one. And they know where Kyles is. Alam nila, ay, di nila nakita. Pero nakuha pa rin ni Kyles ang headshot. Doesn't matter. Mures with a triple kill and they have so much time. 11-5. VK na naman ang nagwagi.
Kyles, I don't know how to pronounce it. Kyles Keyless, very slow on that rotation of his. And Mures starting to heat up na. He wasn't hitting a lot of shots in the first half, but he's getting accustomed to this one. Sobrang tricky ng spot niya, to be honest, because he's literally at headshot angle and he still gets those wins regardless. That kill on Acend was so crucial because Acend, he could have allowed his teammate to get that pinch coming out from double doors, and because of that, because Acend was taken down, it was quite obvious na who was it? Kyles had to deal first with Joe before anything else. Zeke, ooh, I like this angle. Heat. What's the play? What's the step? He's just waiting on the rope for someone to just pop out, but Zeke has already gone on the side.
Yeah.
Got him. Yeah, that's a jump and a half. Narinig.
Narinig yata kasi may sound yun eh. Pero actually di ko narinig kung may sound siya, pero aware na yung possibility nandun. Jow, grabe. Ito na nga yung maganda sa Bulldog eh. Kahit long range ka pa, basta makaburst ka ng ganyan, it's gonna be enough to get you a kill. Buy round na to ng Acend. Buy round na to at sobrang dinurog lang ng Vivocade. 5-3. 5-2 na lang ngayon. May dalawa pang ulti ang Vivocade.
Sasaan ang pintuan.
Oh. Sir, bawal dyan. Sir, bawal po dyan. Sir, close po kami, sir. Wala po kayong vaccine certificate.
30 seconds left.
No, that is nothing to laugh about though, but you know what I mean.
Tama, dapat meron.
Tama, meron.
Dapat meron. Magpa-vaccine na kayo kung pwede.
Tama.
Sabay tayo na pa-vaccine. Di ba?
Hindi. Kiwalay ako sa inyo.
Ayaw nga pala, nauna ka.
Spike down, attackers spawn.
Kaya sinabi ko sa inyo nung nagpa-astra kayo, ano rin eh. To the stars ang sakit ng ulo nyo eh.
Good luck. Tapos 2 araw kaming tulog eh, no?
So, oh my God, wala siyang pwedeng puntahan na hindi siya mahahanap dito ng VK. And you know what time it is? It's time for the match point. There it is.
Oo, pero ito na. Match point, VK. Kaya ba nila tapusin ang game? Tapusin!
There. One enemy remains.
Ay, nako. Last round, match point. Can they do it? It's a matter of how will they be able to close out this game. Walang pera ang Acend. Kaya susubukan na lang nila pumasok sa A site. Tignan natin kung kaya ba nila. Rekta agad, papunta sa site. Plant agad, wala nang deny. Pero teka lang, nahanap pa ni Jao. And that's Acend gone, the best player dito sa Acend. Nahanap na nila. Bone Cold will find the kill. Pero what can they do? Heat is able to find one. Bone Cold pa nga. And that's gonna be the flank disposed of, dispatched of. MW0, siya na lang ang nabubuhay dito para team ng VK. At alam pa nila kung nasaan siya. And they're gonna try to peek him, tries to go for a close angle. Ganda ng flash, patay na patay dito with a guard dyan. Zeke gets the kill onto MW0. Buhay pa ang Acend.
It's a bit too... What's the word here? It's a bit too overreaching for Acend to actually try to plant while, you know, everybody else is looking for that post. But, I mean, they make it work. Still happens in the end. Bone Cold, what a madman. What a massacre. It just ensues dun sa B-side now with that triple kill. Fantastic to say at the least. That gives them a bit more time to maybe hold off. And yeah, exactly. Money in the bank. Heat does have an operator though, and he is holding hard onto double doors. Lots of information being had, and if everyone pushes us to A site, there is a lot of utility that will spot them as they come in. That, okay. Right above again. MW0, can he destroy that as it drops down? Boop.
Pero hindi natatag eh. Oh, Hunter's Fury. Pero sa Jet yan, hindi basta-basta napapatay ang Jet. Pero tignan natin. Oh, spray control. Nahanap niya ang kill eventually. Took a bit of time, but Jao goes down finally, and Acend biting back, but fighting hard. 4v5 as the spike should be coming in soon. Papasok na ng site ang taga-bit-bit ng spike, si Bone Cold, and he comes out. Pero apat ang miyembro dito na sa site. Kailangan nila kunin ang A main. Otherwise, bukas na bukas ang flank nila. Vixen is able to get one. And they're gonna tag one out. Low HP on a couple of members. Heat goes down. Mirrors goes down. Vixen also falls. And that's Acend with another round in a row. Kumakomeback pa nga Acend. Ayaw talaga nila magpatalo sa Vivocade.
Wow. Acend for the past 2 rounds have just been throwing out the good stuff already. Nothing left to be random at all. Look at that push forward from them, using that distraction. You can close that on the other side, but they use that distraction so that Kiles can just straight up push through halls and get that flank coming in. There was actually flank on flank, to be honest. Muriz was coming in from double doors. Kiles was coming from halls. Really putting the pressure ngayon para sa Vivocade. Now, it seems like we are looking at a pause. I'm not sure if this is a tactical or a technical, but this is definitely a pause that Keed have to do. Ang nagiging problema sa kanila ngayon is the setups. They're trying to play with it and not faster than it. So, will they realize that? Or is there something else planned that can at least go around it?
By the way, kung may nagtanong kung sponsored ng Vivocade ng Vivo, oo. Yung pangalan nila eh. Saka nasa jersey nila, tingnan yung jersey nila. Ayan o, nakasulat sa jersey. Ang hilag talaga nila mag-roll up ng sleeves, no? Alam mo niyo bakit? Feeling ko parang dito lang yan sa Pilipinas eh. Kasi mainit dyan sa Brazil.
Meron naman sa Pilipinas eh. So, kaya hindi ginagawa natin.
Tag niyo yung, oo nga. Kaya nga, tag niyo yung tropa nyong nagaganyan. Kahit malamig nag-roll up ng sleeves. Kahit 2 degrees na sa Berlin.
Para cool, bro.
Para cool.
Well, no more money for VK.
Walang pera. 5 rounds pa ang hahabulin ng Acend. Pero kung nanalo sila dito, 4 na lang.
Galing mo mag-math?
Galing ko mag-math, no? Talagang inisip ko muna yon para sigurado. Pero ayun, Zeke, nahanap niya yung kill up against Heat, and that's gonna be the early peak dismantled. Pero may dalawa pang miyembro ng VK dito sa site. MW0, meron siyang Marshall. Nakatag pa nga siya pero hindi makakuha ng kill. Kita yung baril pero hindi niya nakuha yung kill. Close range with the ghost, able to get one. Jao now up in this corner, trying to look for another. Swings wide but can't get it. Si Kyles na ang magwawagi. Muriz is able to find one, traded out by Acend with the operator pero low HP ang mga membro dito ng Acend. Doesn't matter. Starkso will close out the round 8 to 12. 4 rounds na lang ang hahabulin ng Acend.
Wow, that was actually quite close, to be honest. No headshots though, but lots of body shots. If only, if only. Heat is back onto the operator as well. And he committed to saving as much as possible para lang makakuha siya ngayon ng kanyang star sniper weapon. The thing is, Acend know this. You know, it's not random that they're going A to B lang dito. And it seemingly to this, they're going to be setting things up. That arrow, is it going to bounce for B? That's going to be crazy if it does. In any case, Joe left on an island once again, spotted out, gonna back away, but can't even escape as Cena denies any form of evacuation from that B site. MW Zera starts it up with his own ultimate, followed up by Heat. This is beautiful because now Zeke has to flash himself out just to get back into a safe position. He's jumping up and down for a bit of that information, but the defenders are coming into the site.
Elbow, they find Vixen 3v3. Now the flash comes in perfectly done. Heat looking to swing. Jiggle peeking, baiting. Who's gonna bite first? Mures knows where one is. Now Zeke has to worry about his back. He dispatches of Heat though, that's the front. Now it's still a 2v2. MW0, can he do it in this 1v2? Zeke goes down, and it's Vivocade. Vivocade take down Acend.
I gotta see that kill from Heat. I gotta know how he got that next shot up. I think what happened was pabalik na si Joe, and then afterwards Heat swung out as his teammate dies and got a pick as simultaneously to how MW0 got a shot off. We will probably be seeing a replay of that, and that's going to be quite important to kind of figure out what was the finale to the story of this series, because an underdog beating a titan like Acend that, again, people have said it already, chat has said it already, that you can't spell Acend without Acend. Such a fantastic player, losing to this roughhouse of a team is such a storyline to behold.
Vivocade's improvement over this year is just so massive. Amazing work from the Brazilian squad. Napakalaki ng ginaling dito ng Vivocade.
You're getting a couple of replays dito, but I really want that replay if yung mga Cobra leads natin mapapakita. But for now, just a quick little replay of everything. Alam mo, ma-enjoy ko na siguro pag gumabot tayo sa point na pinalapit na lang yung mga tables na yun eh. Para yung pag fist bump nila hindi na area fist bump.
Yeah. But yeah. It is. Taking a look at a little bit of the highlights, tingnan lang natin kung ano nga nangyari. Grabe, Vivocade.
There were some amazing rounds from Acend, to be honest. Pero as I mentioned, it's not the final story. They still had so many more rounds to go, and Vivocade, they had a lot left sa tank nila, so to speak. So there you go. That's the nice little fist bump off. Good games, GGs. Salamat sa everything.
That was a fun series. Oh my god. Yeah. So much pride, but so proud of these guys because, you know, Brazil, they are a proud FPS nation, man. Malakas sila sa ibang mga games, malakas sila sa CS, other battle royales. They're good, and now they're making an appearance here in Valorant, showing everybody na Brazil is here to play up against Acend, one of the best teams in EU, one of the best teams in EMEA, and potentially the world. So much to be proud of for these guys.
And what's also to be happy about here, aside from that victory, is they keep themselves sa upper brackets, meaning that they don't have to fight for elimination. Whereas in the other end, for Acend, a team like this playing from down below is quite unheard of. So with all said and done, guys, that's the second series, or first series, excuse me. Medyo tumagal na yung laban na yun. And we will be looking to go for that second series later on, which is going to be between FNATIC at Vision Strikers. So for now, guys, it's me, Acerite, with Illustrato. Gonna go for a break. When we come back, it's that next series following up.
Take me back to the club.
This is going to be brought to the stage today.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
You don't hear anything.
Sa mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, where we got our first big upset of the tournament. It's Vivo Key taking it in 3-map fashion over Acend. And Jess, we said they had to get to Breeze to get it done. They do just that, and they lock it up.
Is it kind of hot in here all of a sudden? Because I'm feeling the heat. I'll tell you that much. Not even just I'm feeling the heat. You know who else likes the heat? Vivo Key, because they're now completely undefeated on Breeze. They have a flawless record on this map. And if you're Acend right now, you're kicking yourself you didn't get rid of this before the map veto.
I mean, look how close they ended up being here. Both of these MVPs for either side. 1.8 to 1.4. 1 ACS differential. 2 kills at the end of the day. But yeah, Heat... Again, we've been running that highlight clip of him getting that ace with the Marshall on Breeze. We know that's a bit of his stomping ground, and he showed it here again.
And I know we have been popping off all day long over Heat, and rightfully so, as a top performer for the team. But I'm going to call it the guy who's in second place there on the scoreboard this time around, Murray's.
Yes.
Swapping over to the Reyna, right? Again, it's the flexibility that this roster has shown today is so cool.
Unreal, unreal. He played Killjoy, he played Sage, he played Reyna, and when he needed to be the backbone of the team, he was there to do it. It didn't matter what he needed to get done. He knew on every map where he needed to be. This is an unreal player. I know that we were speaking about Heat. I know that we are rightfully going to talk about MW0. But God, if you needed a man who knew what his job was on every map, it's Muritz.
And we were talking at the top of the day, Acend, okay, it's CNED. And then on the side of Vivo Key, it's Heat. But how about you add 1, 2, 3 people behind him, because Joe as well showing up back onto that Cypher and as an IGL. What an uptick in performance for him from Bind to Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, it's a night and day difference. You could just tell the comfort was not there when he was playing the Viper. Still trying to really work out the kinks on that one. But going back over the Cypher, his most played agent in the history of this game, he just looks so much better. He's communicating a lot better, getting more information for his teammates, and they're playing off of it well.
And just before we get a word from the victors, I want to touch on one more thing, because it is Acend dropping, and I'm already getting some inklings of Masters and the inexperience we talk about and maybe the mental. But as well, while we criticize that Viper pick on Bind, I think people are going to look to the KO this time around, where Zeke was a top performer on the Raze on Bind and then swaps to KO, and it doesn't really net them anything.
I feel like I haven't seen a really good KO play since we began this entire tournament. Teams are taking KO and saying, well, this is our pocket pick. This is what we're doing because we're trying trying to take teams off guard, and they're almost taking themselves off guard. You played yourself by bringing the KO, and I feel like every team's done that so far. So please, boys, you got to learn. It's not working.
Acend already finding themselves in an elimination match, and it's Vivo Key that puts them there. We said it at the top of the day. It's the group of Jets, so you know who we have to talk to. It's Heat, and he's standing by with Riv in the Verizon post-match interview.
Minha boca tá toda vermelha, né?
Thank you so much, Dash. And yes, we over here, we're even laughing, just hearing heat on the analyst desk, and we even get to talk to him more. I'm with Heat and Marina now to chat a little bit. Thank you so much for translating. Heat, at the end of that matchup, I saw Maurice look to the top of the event center and just kind of the sigh of relief. What does it mean for Vivo Key to be able to pick up that first win against Acend here at Champions?
No final daquela partida, eu vi o Muriz olhar pro teto do cenário e só agradecer e respirar de alívio. O que significa para vocês estar no topo desse momento, ganhar da Acend nesse primeiro jogo?
Cara, eu acho que naquela sensação que ele estava ali naquele momento, acho que de alívio, que seria que... alívio, literalmente. Tipo, a gente treinou durante 3, 4 semanas aqui fora, então acho que acabando aquela partida e ele olhando para cima e sabendo que deu certo, acho que é incrível. Então, essa é a sensação.
I believe the feeling that was the most strong at the moment was relief, because we came here like 4 weeks ago and we practiced so hard in our boot camp, and we were looking forward so much to this. So the only thing that I can say that can define the moment is relief for winning that time.
And I have to ask, a lot of the other regions were given the time of day, as Brazil, at LATAM even, were kind of considered to not be able to compete with these teams. Do you think that made you stronger? Do you think that gave you a little bit of an edge, knowing people weren't giving Brazil the time of day?
Muitas regiões não estavam dando muito crédito para o Brasil, achando, até mesmo para a Latam, achando que vocês não iam ir tão bem. Então, o que você acha que agora eles vão começar a respeitar melhor vocês depois disso?
Eu acho que o Brasil em si é bom em todos os jogos, então todo mundo sabe disso. Então não tem muito o que falar. Era só questão de tempo, então a gente está se mostrando agora. E a gente não está nada satisfeito. É uma vitória como se fosse qualquer outra. Claro que tem uma sensação boa, mas a gente não está satisfeito. A gente vai continuar seguindo em frente e é isso.
As Brazil is good in every game, actually. So I don't need to worry about too much what people say. We just needed our time to be able to show our game and to show ourselves. And this right now is just a win. It's just one game, and we have a lot ahead of us still, and we have a lot to show you.
That's a great mentality. Now let's talk about the hype. Let's talk about the Heat. It's a win. Let's get some smiles on our faces here after knowing you've been through all that and the victories are a result of your hard work. How does it feel to be competing in this group of Jets, as everyone says? Are you excited to be able to see and show your competition to the rest of the world?
Agora vamos sorrir um pouco e falar um pouco sobre essa competição, sobre o sentimento todo que está aqui. O que você acha então de estar aqui, num grupo das melhores Jets do mundo? O que você está achando disso?
A sensação é incrível. Tipo, o Cined é um cara que eu assisto bastante, então é meio que gratificante ter ganhado dele. Mas como eu já falei, vai ter o passo a passo, vamos jogar mais ainda, então não acabou o campeonato. E essa é a sensação que eu sinto, tipo, muito feliz e só que não contente.
It's an incredible sensation. Cined is someone that I really like to watch play, and to be able to win is amazing. But again, as I said, it's just one win, so we have a lot ahead, and we have a lot to do still.
And I have one more for you. I'm sorry to keep you so long. The crowd, the world wants to know MW Zera now on the team. What does he unlock for Vivo Key?
A gente quer saber agora, nesse Champions, com o MW Zera no time, o que ele abre para vocês de oportunidade de jogo?
Eu acho que, além dele ser um cara muito inteligente dentro do jogo, ele passa muita tranquilidade e confiança dentro do time. Acho que isso é como posso falar? Acho que é a melhor coisa para se ter no time. É a confiança e sentir isso, saber que o cara do seu lado, você olha pro lado, você confia nele. Então, é muito importante pra gente e a gente preza muito por isso dentro do nosso jogo. Nosso time no jogo.
to have him in our team is amazing because he's incredibly calm player and he's very confident. So when I feel a little like too hyped, I look at to my side, and he's there and he's so calm. And this is like impressive, and like this is invaluable to have in our team, not just beside me, but in the team as a whole.
Awesome. Heat, thank you so much for the insight, Marina. Thank you so much for translating. What a game. All of these series going in unexpected ways, and expect the unexpected for the next one, too. We've got FNATIC versus Vision Strikers coming right up. You are not going to want to miss it for Valorant Champions.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Well, one EMEA team has taken the stage already today, and it's time for another one. FNATIC, they're going to be facing off against the Vision Strikers for the first ever spot, you guys, in the playoffs. Whichever team wins right here at Kilios, they're going to go straight to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Vision Strikers get it done.
I knew you were going to do this. I knew if you tossed it to him.
I've been here for 5 seconds.
I knew it. I knew if you tossed it to Achilles, he would say it. I was going to be, subtle about the fact that, we think Vision Strikers may, be the one to pick, but my God, you're going in hard. So I'm so sorry, Yinsu. Welcome to the desk again.
I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I mean, I've been hearing you go on and on and on about why Vision Strikers are the best team. They're going to win the whole tournament.
Yep.
I'm going to give you the stage here because we got to talk about Vision Strikers. Why are you so confident in this team?
They just have everything going for them right now. They've been here for a month boot camping. Vision Strikers has taken this so seriously. They brought out everybody. They brought Lakia along. They've got their 3 coaching staff members there as well, Kermit Glow, to really nail in the strats here. I just have so much confidence in the squad because like ever since the additions of Buzz and Mako, this team has taken on a new identity. Lakia obviously there as well. Didn't look so great the one time that we did get to see him at Masters Berlin, but they've had a lot more time to try and workshop his integration into this lineup. So they already have such a strong 5. Lakia kind of on the outskirts, but I have confidence they've been able to master using him.
They had one weakness I felt going into this is that they're in an isolated region. I know better than anyone else that it is very difficult in the Asia-Pacific region to get really good competition and one that's not repetitive inside of scrims and you're not going and showing strats here and there. They came over here, as you said, to strat and be able to scrim for a very, very long time. They wanted to soak in the EMEA meta. They got it to the full extent, and that damn showed yesterday.
And one thing I will say about that real quick, if I could jump in, is that Stax found that a lot of the teams that they were playing against here in the EMEA region, he said, yeah, it's actually not that different from Korea. I think that they're actually a lot more similar than you might have thought. So he kind of came over and went like, oh, the grass isn't greener over here.
It works both ways. It works both ways as well. But one play, you know, I feel like we haven't talked about as much as we should is RB, Jess. So much impact from this player.
You know what? I like RB, especially on the Sky. I know there's been multiplicity of agents that we've seen him play. I know there's been the Sova. I know he's tried Raze. I know he's tried Sage, etc. But for me, when I pair RB with even Buzz, for example, the way that they're able to capitalize together oftentimes, especially in the mid-round, is what has made him a very, very excellent player for Vision Strikers. But you could have put anyone up on this screen and I would have had a positive thing to say about it. RB, for me, for his last game, was really standout.
Yeah, he was really able to hold things down, whether he's playing the Sky, whether he's playing the Sova. I mean, honestly, one of the biggest appeals about RB is his flexibility. He starts off being a Jet player, was in contention for being considered the best Jet in the world alongside the likes of Soldam, seen at all of these other players, then moves over to the Raze, starts making this Raze operator meta really work, goes back to the Jet. They don't make it to Masters 1, or Masters 2 rather, but then he just full shifts over as they pick up Mako and Buzz. The adjustments that he's been able to make have just been absolutely incredible, and even though he's not playing that duelist role so much anymore, he's still finding incredible value. He is still incredibly clutch.
I mean, everything he touches turns into gold. Like,
yes.
I'm interested to see as the meta moves on what he's going to play next, because this is not his final form. I think that's the best thing about RB. Now, Stack says something in an interview, which Achilles, I think you're going to very much enjoy. A little bit of trash talk from the Korean IGL here. He said this quote with an interview with Upcomer. FNATIC was a team that was lucky to be here. They're only here because Gambit won Masters 3 for them. Now, I mean, are we just going to ignore that they actually did all right at Reykjavik? But Stax definitely is. He doesn't think they deserve to be here.
I mean, I don't think Stax is going to put too much stock into Reykjavik, given that he himself wasn't in that event either. So I think he's going to be brushing that one past a little bit and just focusing on the here and now. But I love Stax. Normally, he likes to keep his tongue bit a little bit because he doesn't want to get overzealous. But when he does let the trash talk flow, he starts spitting bars and it's great.
Yeah. My God, and the confidence, we spoke about his confidence in that last game, is that the whole team looks to him to be the pillar and the foundation of confidence for the team. And now I see that quote and I'm like, well, maybe that's too much confidence. Maybe we just tone it back just a little bit, my friend, and see how we go in this series, because full sense, their last opponent wasn't necessarily their toughest opponent either.
Well, speaking of their opponent, FNATIC, I feel like they're going to have something to say about that, a little bit of trash talk. But Jess, a lot of questions around this roster coming into this tournament. But after that first game against Cloud9 Blue, do you feel like they've actually proved themselves a little bit that they're not as bad as people think they are?
For me, that series was a little too close. I felt that the dominant FNATIC I thought I was going to get, I did not get. And I'm wondering whether or not it was just C9 Blue stepping up, or maybe FNATIC. And remember, it's like, and I know my motorbike fans out there are going to agree with me, you start the motorbike, you let it heat up a little bit. Game ones, I always let teams heat up a little bit. It might splutter a bit, it might kick, it might not, you know, take off the speed and acceleration you want. But once you get into that second game, that's where I'm watching clearly. You got over the jitters, the first game vibes. How do you do in the second game? And I don't want it to be as close as that.
Yeah, it absolutely can't be. I mean, you give up so many rounds for free to Cloud9 when you're so close to closing things out. Very well could have ended up being a 2-0 series for FNATIC, but they give, what, 7 consecutive rounds to Cloud9 to be able to take split, then 6 rounds consecutively for C9 to force an overtime in Fracture. Sure, you close it out from there, but if you're going to get into a similar lead and then start slipping up round over round, Vision Strikers will absolutely run away with it similarly.
Any opportunity to say that Vision Strikers are going to run them over, you're going to take it.
Yes.
But we spoke about RB already a little bit, but let's hear from the FNATIC side. This is what Mystic had to say about competing on the global stage again.
Hey, I'm James Mystical Feeler, and I'm the controller player for FNATIC. Walking onto the stage for a second time is a great feeling. Like, obviously we missed out on the Berlin Masters 3, but now we're back, we're ready to dominate, and we're ready to show the world how good FNATIC really are. Anders, our strategic coach, and Marcus, our performance coach, we've just drastically improved. I think we'll be more prepared.
Oh, Durka gets the best of Zeta and the best of Leaf.
More than anything, I think we were fighting a battle against ourselves. It's been a roller coaster of a ride, and we're finally here, and we're here to dominate.
Well, I think they're going to want to do something opposite of what you said, you know, Vision Strikers running over them, because Jess, Mystic, they want to dominate here as well. They're not backing down.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to dominate, you got to do a little better than I saw against Cloud9 Blue, but who knows? Out of both Full Sense and Cloud9 Blue, what I wrote here is who had the tougher opponent? FNATIC did. Let us not doubt that by any means. So they had a tough opponent going in. They actually had a pretty damn good warm-up for today's game. So whereas on the flip side, Vision Strikers is going to be really, really confident after that Full Sense win. I hope they don't underestimate FNATIC because they're a really good team.
Yeah, and that's absolutely something that they can't do. I mean, as much as I might be touting about Vision Strikers and whatnot, at the end of the day, what I really care about, what I really want is a good series.
Yes.
That's a win for everybody who's watching, regardless of the outcome. As long as the series is close, as long as these players are truly being tested and butting heads, that's absolutely what we want to see. That's what Champions is all about. So if FNATIC comes out swinging and they make this a tough series, or if they take it away from Vision Strikers, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be fine.
You're
with
just gonna retire, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're not gonna be happy with the EMEA guys here, at least. And speaking of a good series, we need some good maps. So let's take a look at the picks and bans for this game and see which 3 maps we're gonna be heading to. Of course, both of these teams, they share a pretty similar map pool, but they've already played Jess, and they've already banned out a couple of maps in this tournament.
Yeah, look, the big thing I'll be looking for is the first ban from Vision Strikers. Do you get rid of Icebox?
No.
Do you get rid of it from the pool, or do you go, you know what, we're pretty good at it too, let's do that? Do you target, or do you go comfort?
I think that Vision Strikers is absolutely a team that is so confident on that map. They only have 2 losses career-wise. One of them is to Gambit, the other was to Cloud9 Korea all the way back in First Strike. Breeze is actually going to be banned away by FNATIC.
That makes sense. I mean, it was the same map they banned out against Cloud9 Blue, so maybe this is their permaban right now.
I think that, yeah, maybe they just don't want to go that way, but maybe Vision Strikers is also going to be feeling pretty good about their win over Full Sense, 13-5 on Breeze, because it feels like they might have just gotten a ban off the board for free. But this is where I was going to go. Acend, Vision Strikers, while they are good at this map, while they have a strong win rate, they don't prefer to play this map. This is one of the ones they will happily take off the board.
Okay, because that was going to be my question, having seen that popped up in red. And speaking of question, if you don't get rid of the Icebox and you get to have FNATIC pick it, and it's their best map by far.
This is both of their best maps, though, right? We're starting off strong. Like, I mean, I know you're going to lean towards Vision Strikers, but after their performance against Cloud9 Blue as well, Achilles, this is pretty good for both of them.
Yeah, I think from Vision Strikers here, you're either going to go Split or Haven. Both of them are very, very strong maps. I mean, Split, they were undefeated on for so very long. Had, I believe, 27-0 win streak on that map before it was broken by F4Q forever ago. So either of these picks is going to be strong, and it's Haven.
The reason Haven doesn't strike me as what surprising is because they're actually pretty damn flawless on it recently. I got a 9-0 here, and I think the last date that I've pushed it all the way till is like July. So they're pretty flawless for many, many a months now on this map. This is what I wanted to know about this map, Vito. Do you target ban? Do you comfort pick? Do you comfort ban? What is it that each of these teams are going to be doing? And I'm liking that there's a little bit of respect on the board here in these map Vitos to go, we're happy to go to a map that you're comfortable on as well, as long as we ourselves are prepared for it.
All I'm going to say is Fracture is still on the table, and I don't think I want to see 2 teams more than these 2 to play on Fracture.
I'm right there with you, and I think that we're going to get there, it looks like. Given that Split's going to be taken away, this is the kind of no-brainer ban for the side of FNATIC. You want to get that off the board. Bind, while, you know, Vision Strikers are actually going to ban it away from themselves. They were leaning towards this pick in the past, but obviously it didn't do them many favors when they did have to go up against Gambit. The Locky experiment with this map in particular didn't really work out, so I'm not that surprised to see them stray away from it, so Fracture will be the decider.
It's funny, actually, because now that we have the maps, and now that I'm thinking to myself, wasn't it Stacks that said in the interview that we won't see Lakia on Bind, but we will see him on other maps? We haven't seen Fracture, and we didn't see that Icebox. Does Lakia slot in there?
I think he definitely plays Icebox. I would be very, very surprised if he doesn't Fracture. However, I'm not sure.
I mean, we don't know how Vision Strikers is going to play Fracture. We have no tape on that map whatsoever from them, so they might have some kind of unique strategy where they do bring Lakia in for that. We just kind of have to wait and see. We can expect that we're going to see the like of, you know, the likes of Stacks on obviously the Breach. Maybe they go for the Killjoy, even though Breach counters are quite easily on Fracture. We could still see King play that, but as far as Lakia fitting into that lineup, we actually just don't have a clue.
I'm not going to lie, guys. Looking at these three maps, I feel like this could potentially be one of the most competitive series ever. Both teams are playing on three maps that they're both completely comfortable on, Jess. It's not like you have a map where your opponents aren't quite sure about. These three maps, I can't call it. I don't even know who it favors.
I'm liking the map veto because if you just tuned into the last series, you'll know that the last map was Vivo Keed's flawless map of Breeze, and you kind of knew that if there was going to be an upset, it was going to be on that map, whereas on this one, we can't really write the script for you because this one is going to be an even battleground. So I'm so glad it went that way, and I was worried about a couple of the picks, but it went well.
Yeah, well, maps have been locked in now, but we are going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere because Agent Select is on the way.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Well, a quarter-final spot is up for grabs here between FNATIC and Vision Strikers. It's time to get into our first qualification game. Well, this is the group of death, and this is going to be the highest pressure both of these teams are going to feel so far in this tournament, because winning today means a quarter-final spot is guaranteed. Jess, it doesn't get better than this.
Ooh, I love qualification games into the playoffs, because not only does it show us which team is ready to stand under immense pressure to get out of groups, but it also shows me which region might have a little bit of domination over the other. And when we got an APAC v EMEA, I mean, I'll sit on one side of it. I'm a fence sitter on this because I'm technically half EU, half APAC, so...
You've already put your friend for the whole tournament in here. There's no fence sitting, Jess.
I mean, I had to. Then maybe.
Yeah, I got to also point out, you know, we saw a little bit twerking on the side of Boaster, but we saw a little bit of flossing on the side of Vision Strikers from Lakia, which means Achilles, he is 100% playing Icebox.
That he is. So Lakia is going to be starting here on Icebox. I'm wondering if there's going to be a little bit of a different setup with him. Otherwise, this could just be Lakia continuing to play Sky, which is basically what I'm leaning towards.
You know what? He actually played with the roster once on Icebox. I have it. And he played Sova.
That is also true. It's between those two, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, the Sky or the Sova, both of them are going to be high value when it comes down to Icebox. It's just whether or not they want to run that in the comp, because sometimes you do see teams stray away from it. It's a little bit less common. This probably is actually going to be him playing Sova, though, which is hype.
Yeah, I mean, we'd all want to see him play Sova, right, Achilles? If he is going to be here, it makes more sense to put him on an agent that he is actually comfortable on and known for.
Yeah, for sure. And that was one of the biggest kind of criticisms that everybody had, myself included, when we saw Lakia get brought over to Vision Strikers and then they put him on something different. It's like, okay, why are we doing that necessarily? Why not just have him play what he's so damn good at? And obviously we'll wait for the agent select to come up just to hard confirm it, but it does feel like we are trending in that direction yet again.
Well, on the side of a FNATIC, you know, Icebox is one of those maps where you can't really shake it up with the agent comms, Jess, but was there anything that they did last time that you want to see them do again here?
It's hard to say, because I think there were multiple times, and Achilles really pointed it out there, where they crumbled under the pressure and they let really easy rounds get ahead of them from their opposition. What I would like, and I know it's only been, you know, a day, but they've given the opportunity to rethink how they respond in those situations. I think there are strong leaders in the team. I think if they stand up, step up, and get the cool, calm collectedness of the team, then we will see a more confident and, what do Mystics say? Dominant FNATIC.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they would like to see. Well, we are into the Prime Gaming agent select now. Keep your eyes on Lakia. And we're gonna have a pair on Stacks and Lakia on Sova.
I'm sorry. Stacks, hello? Is he okay?
Is this correct?
It is correct. I have confirmation that it is correct. Wow.
For those who are wondering why we're just like wowing 120,000 times, I've never seen Stacks or even this entire composition on Icebox play this way. This is a brand new composition.
You just don't do this.
You just don't do this. I know teams are trending towards the KO. On a couple of maps, I have said some negative things about KO over this tournament. However,
within the last 20 minutes.
Within the last 20 minutes, you're right, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to get you guys to predict who you think is going to win this. I'm going to go to you, Jess, first, because I feel like I was about to say, I feel like it's the less predictable one, but okay. Vision Strikers from Jess and Achilles.
I have to go with Vision Strikers. I think so far the two teams that impressed me the most in the tournament are Team Liquid and Vision Strikers. FNATIC, I think that they need to have a major step up from their match just a couple days ago, and I don't know if that's enough time for them to get ready for this series here.
I do want to say that I think we are underestimating Cloud9 Blue a little bit. I think we need to keep in mind they are also an insanely strong opponent. And yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I will say, on this very first map, if FNATIC don't win Icebox, of which I consider to be their best map, at least in recent times, then there's trouble.
Yes.
So I'm saying Vision Strikers for the entire match. I think FNATIC map 1.
Okay, I'm going to let you say your point very quickly.
I'm just hoping that they actually do win this map because I want nothing more than to go to Fracture. That's my endgame right here. FNATIC, dig deep, win this one.
Oh, did Achilles just really say that about Vision Strikers? Well, we're going to toss this up to your casters for today and jump into Icebox with Pansy and Hypok.
Hey. Hey!
Sabihin mo, di ba? Sabihin mo
ito pala. Anyways, pakilala muna kami bago ko sabihin yung kailangan ko sabihin. Guys, as right here, kasama ko si Dax, will be your casters for this series. And, guys, samahan nyo ako sa pag-tweet natin palagi kay Boaster. Tapakan mo ako. Yes, na-tweet out ko na siya. So, sundan nyo ako ngayon para lang makita niya ito. Para malaman niya that we are supporting, his quirkiness.
Parang ikaw yung sinusupport natin with that eh. So guys, hashtag, tapakan mo ko at Boaster, hashtag Valorant Champions, hashtag blame Astra. At yun lang diba, konting pansin lang pero pansin natin dito na Vision Strikers kakaiba, dinala na ng composition ngayon. Stacks, nilabas na nga yung KO. Lucky gonna be playing on that. So, but kung si Lucky nga, mas ipaglalaro na, bigla na lang pinararo na rin ng Vision Strikers ang ating boy na si Lucky, pero FNATIC nga dun sa kabila naman, Dirke again mag-play nun, Jets. Pero Asray, andito na tayo. Sabihin ko lang bago tayo mag-start talaga, bakit ang aga? Dito yung night shift. Ba't ako napaaga ngayon? Kasi may day of yung employee of the year natin eh.
Kaya nga eh, wala yung yung arguably star of the show para sa Tagalog broadcast. But we'll probably see him next time na lang or the next day. So for now, let's go back to the ball game, to the pistol at hand, as it is going to be that pickoff for Vision Strikers here. Lots of flanks, actually a triple flank coming in from FNATIC. That's going to be the tag down by Mako. How long can he last? It seems like he can last a long time. But Dorka and Doma simultaneously get a couple of kills. Stack's going to have to deal with a little bit of the utility onto the side itself, as there is just going to be FNATIC unrelenting and unstopping to get this site retaken, and that's going to be the defuse.
Umpisa pa lang FNATIC, nahanap na nila naman yung mga angle na kailangan nila. At kita talaga natin dito sa side ng FNATIC na pag yung retake talaga habol nila eh. Last time, against Cloud9 Blue, yun talaga yung pinaka gusto nila palaga in the first place. Yun yung hinahanap nila every single round para lang hindi sila ma-overrun ng gaagaano. And Vision Strikers, sabi nga, diba, yung Korean region, may pag-similarity dito sa EMEA in the first place. So, baka nga, mas maging komportable pa dito ang FNATIC. But in terms of the map pula, right? Icebox historically, also, Vision Strikers map rin to. Ang lakas nila sa Icebox. Ang ganda ng palag. The only time talaga they lost recently sa Icebox was against Gambit Esports na na-eliminate sila nung Berlin. So FNATIC, so lang na ulitin yung nangyari na yun. Find that success anyway kasi isa sa talaga sa mga best maps natin. Pero sa map pool na to, both sides having an idea of how to play it. Pero si Dirke, Marshall pa lang, huli na si RB. At bigla na lang FNATIC, ayun na naman, unang pitas na kagad para sa ating depensa.
I have been seeing, again, a lot of teams looking for redemption na talaga naman, diba? When coming into champions. And one of the teams that I feel like have the best possible scenario for redeeming themselves for unsightly or unfavorable performance, I guess, is gonna have to be FNATIC. This team really just exudes I think that star power, so to speak. In any case, Vision Strikers, they've done what they can. Spike is going to be planted now. Let's see how Mako deals with the flankers. This could actually be good if he can just little by little, just let them come in a little bit closer. That would have been a fatal one-hit headshot. But for now, should be the round. It should be it diffused, and that's going to be FNATIC with relatively flawless victory for this one.
Kinamit pa lang yung wall, parang harangan yung spike, and then you get the defuse. FNATIC, nakita rin ito natin last time. Dash in ka pa, Buzz, para lang konting sampal dyan ni Dirk real quick, swatting him away and getting that takedown. So 2-0 para sa FNATIC. Yung mga talaga important factors na nakita natin last time nung unang round nila against Cloud9, nakikita rin natin dito, Dirk high impact with the angles, high impact with the frags, at palagi nilang nakakapigil ng pace ng kalaban. Hindi lang yun, yung pagka-wall on off talaga, bigla na lang may taga-bantay ang FNATIC. If palagi may nag-advance, may palagi nagbabantay doon sa stage na yung tipong nagde-defuse, at dahil lang doon, sobrang safe ng mga wall nila na hindi pa nga patay ang lahat sa kalaban, tapos na yung round dahil sa defuse na yun. So Vision Strikers, natalo na sila pistol, pero dito na sila sasagot. At yun nga, diba, sobrang bago tong composition na to ng Vision Strikers. Kakaiba na linabas nila yung KO ngayon in the first place. Pero yun nga, diba, yung mga bagong strategies pinag-practice ng Vision Strikers, especially sa mga scrims dito sa EU region, pag-integrate kay Lakia, tingnan nga natin ano magiging palag dito na Vision Strikers, kasi talaga they have to be the best hope of APAC, except of course Team Secret na pinamahal natin lahat. Ano? Team Secret tayo
naman. Team Secret saka full sense para sa akin for sure. Gotta love my boy PTC, man. But yeah, I wanted to add that actually then, I think because historically alam na natin na Europe is such a utility-based region. You know, it's all about how you throw out your utilities and whatnot. Having that blade from the KO just to set up onto a site, I think is such a big factor ngayon para sa Vision Strikers. I think the only problem would be is that I feel like B site is just terrible for KO, and this is just me kind of feeling it out and based on experience, right? A site might be the best way to go because yung sphere at which the radius of that blade comes in just works much better. Now, site is going to be spotted out. That's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, and here comes Vision Strikers.
Pasok na kagad sila dito. At yun nga, diba? Masyadong open yung B para sa KO. So medyo pipilitan dito sila sa A side. At wala pa naman silang nasasagot sa mga maze runner antics ni Dirk so far. Pero ito na, mukhang backline. Binabatay ni Mako at si Mystic. Mag-play ng flank para lang mamatay. Magnum, nandyan na rin. Ang ating killjoy mag-swing muna dyan. Palapit lang kay Mako. Pero ang problema dito ng FNATIC is gonna be 4v3. Flank muna. Talikod dito para si Dirk. Nahula rin si Buzz. Sobrang busy na ng Vision Strikers dahil sa mga antics dito ng FNATIC. Back-to-back lang. At si Doma, sinashutdown muna si Stacks. Hibernate muna ka dyan, Mr. KO. At mukhang di-defuse muna to. Lakia daw with the shock. Natatama ba yan? Masyadong malayo. At FNATIC, kukunin na lang yung route of distraction. Pinatay pa rin. At 3-0 bonus time para sa FNATIC ngayon, Asaray.
I evaluated their strategy.
What? How did FNATIC still get that? I don't know, man. We need a quick little replay on that one. Ang ganda. Ang tagal mapatay.
Busy. Wala naipit sa EDSA sila. Yun tuloy. Bigla na lang. May nag-cutting in. May ano rin may motorcade sila kaya ganyan.
What's kind of interesting din Daxa is masyado nang pinawersa patayin si Magnum when they realized that he had a Spectre. That's not really the weapon to beat or the weapon to fear pag mga galing si Magnum pushing up onto belt, right? They could have just dealt with what was already right in front of them, which is I think the more I guess threatening members ng FNATIC, which was already on the site. So right now it seems like medyo may disconnect ngayon ang Vision Strikers, having a bit of that issue here and there, and their setups lacking that finesse, that pizzazz na I think makikita sana natin when they have those flashes and blades ng KO. I mean, it seems like medyo generic default push sila. They have the blade, or it's not the blade, sorry. They have the drone ng Sova, they have the wall, pero they don't have that follow-up from the KO. He's just like a body that they use just to push it onto the site. So, I don't know, there's a little bit lacking on that. And I think that little bit of leeway na binibigay dito ng Vision Strikers is the reason why they're losing as well.
At parang wala naman siyang impact yung hinahabol natin dito sa side ng Vision Strikers. Besides the fact na yun nga masyado sila napatagal kay Magnum, at yung pa si Durkin na naman nakapwes na lang sa may rafters, manggagaling lang para lang mapitas kung sino man yung malapit sa spike. Hindi rin kasing utility heavy yung mga push dito ng Vision Strikers. Ginagawa pa rin nila yung mga palagi nang ginagawa. Pero dinagdagan lang nila Mr. Robot kaysa yung mga hinahanap natin na utilities in the first place. Looking at their old compositions nga eh. Alala ko talaga sa Vision Striker sa nilalaro nila. Meron tayo yung Killjoy rin na minsan nilalaro ni King. So, hindi na talaga natin na, sige nga, ano ba magiging impact itong KO na to? Ano yung madadala ng KO na to na hindi madadala ng Killjoy or isa pang duelist or hindi kaya dali na natin yung signature breach na hiling talaga laruin ng Vision Strikers. Pero kasi ito daw si Pulse, wala pa rin. Magnum, crawling in na skin like that, crawling in the tube, bigla na lang, wala na ang isa. At 5v4 na kagad ngayon, Suray.
You see that sidestep from Magnum? That, you can only know how to counter that angle by Magnum from years of experience. Yung tipo na, alam mo na headshot angle ka, and the way to answer that isn't to just fire a gun and hope that your opponent's not gonna kill you. It's to sidestep.
Pasaray, parang 1 year pa lang Valorant
I mean, FPS experience. FPS experience, bro.
Hyperbolic time changer, pa-practicing ko yun step by step. At may isa lang akong kilalang sidestep eh. Pero wala siya dito today. Miss ko na siya. Napaga tuloy yung gising ko. Pero ito na. Shock darts muna kagad dyan. RB, plant muna yan. Vision Strikers na naman. Playing the default really well. Mukhang may back wall tayo na lang para ma-separate talaga yung spike plant mismo. Pero 5v4 pa rin. Asray, dito naman sila malugi. At tingnan natin ngayon, ipit na ang Vision Strikers caught between the rock and hard place. Kailangan talaga na paglabanan talaga ang frontline at magko-commit na sila dito sa paharap ngayon. So yung KO at yung Sova naghahanap si Stax, papatay pa si Doma. Derkedo, huli rin si Mako at dash on in muna sa FNATIC pero talaga playing the pinch. Booster nandyan, inapakan muna si Stax, parang gusto lang niya apakan si Asaray or vice versa. Si Booster na ngayon, Aldro na lang dyan at si Lakia, ipit na ipit. Sabi niya gusto niya maglaro pero mukhang hindi siya pinaglalaro ni Mystic. FNATIC 4-0 ngayon. And they're just getting the right angles na naman. Ito paragi nakikita natin si FNATIC eh. Lahat na lang ng angles, tinitake nila para maipit ka talaga.
I also gotta add then to that, Dax. Yung sa part na pag-ipit nila, it's probably because of the reason that Vision Strikers, without the entirety of their squad, lacks that potency para lang makuha yung site. And by that, I mean, kung wala silang, para sabihin to, kung hindi sila full 5 na mag-push ng site, or let's say at least 4 people, kulang sila sa utility and manpower to actually take the site in. Because they don't have that, you know, standard na nakikita natin na Jet and Reyna, it really deters yung ability ng Vision Strikers to take in onto the site. I mean, they have Buzz, pero I think that last round they didn't have him because he got knocked out from that push from Magnum. So, because of that, Vision Strikers, you can really see yung limitations na meron ang composition nila. And again, it is an FPS, pero counter to CSGO, there is yung need and specificity about the agents having certain utilities that can help you claim these rounds. And right now, Vision Strikers struggling in that regard, and they're not really looking too hot anymore in terms of yung money. Then Mystic, he is reloading in front of Mako, but Mako's not doing anything.
Hindi na pinik eh. Parang, uy, hindi na nagawa. Wala rin naman. And Vision Strikers yun nga eh. Wala naman silang kaanong firepower ngayon sa round to. At Durkin na naman. Naku, Stacks. Shutdown mo na yan, computer na yan. Kaka-computer, nag-KO tuloy. Nag-KO tuloy yung computer mo. At yun tuloy, wala kayong napapala so far. RV right now, gonna be the target poster. Nandyan na naman para sa kanila. At si Buzz lang ang makakuha ng pitas dito. Para sa side ng Vision Strikers. Sige, 5-0 na. Kaya pa rin naman humabot ng Vision Strikers. Pero so far, ginagawa lang ng FNATIC ang mga palagi lang ginagawa. Kita talaga natin ang refined nila dito sa LAN setup. Ang refined talaga nila ng laro nila compared to previous online tournaments. At kung may onliners, Asuray, baka LAN boys talaga tong FNATIC na to. Kasi tingnan mo si Dirk, hindi pa namamatay at all. Nag-double digits na kaagad.
It's vibing, man. This is the FNATIC that yung gusto natin makita talaga. You know, Boaster leading the rest of the team here. Durka doing his own carrying and whatnot. Tapos Magnum as well on the sidelines. Really looks so hot. Really looks so good, excuse me. Parang ngayon sa Vision Strikers.
Really looks okay, Fanat. Kaya pala gusto talaga. Kaya pala at Asroy. Step on me, Boaster. Signed, sealed, delivered.
Tapakan mo ako, Boaster.
Tapakan mo ako, Itay Boaster. Hashtag Flame Asroy. Naku talaga. Naku.
Yung mga tipo na Yamete could stop.
Could stop. Yabi couldn't stop tayo dyan, boss. At di nga, sakto. Di pa nga eh. Team Korean. Korean ang ating team natin ngayon. Pero...
Ay, ano pala? Ano? Opa?
Opa.
Ano ba? Achuchi? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Alam ko lang kimchi, boss eh. Alam mo, pumunta ako ng Korea. Nakitira ako doon na matagal-tagal. Wala ako natuto. Pero ito na. Hunter's Fury, gonna be the call. Bigla na lang tatamaan konti si Buzz. So, pressure galing kay Boss. Super si Mystic. Ginamit yung distraction ng Buzz though. Gonna fight on back and have na yung ulpits niya. And finally, he'll get on the board. RB though, rest muna dyan kay Lakia. At the Vision Strikers finally, nakuha na nila yung man advantage. Makakapush sila dito. Flash grenade muna galing sa ating KO. Yung flash art nandyan. Boss to the meantime, huli muna si Buzz. At na to, naging 4v4 pa rin. Hindi makatakas ang Vision Strikers for the post plant in a safe way, Asurai. At ang Fnatic na naman, handang-handa pumalag.
Durka has the Phantom for the flank. This is going to be perfect. Nobody's actually looking in his general direction aside from the Sova. But there's the ultimate. Durka's been spotted. There's the ultimate as well. Hunter's Fury to deny. But they're already in the vicinity. Oh, Magnum, he's taking a long time to peek out of yellow. And he pays the price, leaving it only onto Doma. See what he got? Only the 1 kill. And finally, Vision Strikers on the board, using everything that they had. But they also expended everything that Fnatic had to give.
And interesting enough nga, but it finally worked sa may B site. And yung concern nga natin nga, yung magiging utility value ng KO. But at the same time, at the very least, ginagamit nila alongside the toxic strain ng Viper. So kita talaga natin, may wall biglang may flash. Tapos wala na lang, bulag ka na lang, blinded by the lights. And then blinded by the stacks who goes on in. Still though, they had to go for that trade in the first place. Buti na lang, may res dun si RB at di naman makalapit yung Fnatic ng todo-todo para sa kanilang stage value. So 5-1 right now, Vision Strikers does get on the board. Pero still, meron pa tayong concerns dito sa side ng Vision Strikers kasi nako, si Durke, dinala na yung operator. Kung magaling siya mag-Martian, mas magaling pa siya mag-op ngayon. At tingnan talaga natin paano papalag si Durke. 10 kills na siya. First time niya mamatay kanina. At habang ngayon, Vision Strikers, so nirespeto muna yung kalaban. Pero kung magpakita sila dito, muntik na yun. Uy, Buzz. Alam ko, parang yun yung sound ng langaw, pero ayaw mo naman mabaygon ngayon ni Durke.
Kala ko i-reference mo siguro sa you know, Lightyear, to Infinity and Beyond.
Oh, you're my Infinity and Beyond.
Sampaling kita dyan eh. Oh, timing peak from Boaster though. Trade for trade. Magnum on top of the 4-10, pero this is going to be, oh, perfect. Mako using the ultimate. Double flank here. Durka, no vision whatsoever against the mga members ng Vision Strikers. They're gonna be wrapping around. Wanting cut of noise lang muna. The drop down from Durka. The flank from Mystic, but they'll have to try to get inside the toxicity, the pool of the Viper. Because pushing a couple of shots now. Mystic, he doesn't know. Mako's gotten already on the side. Perfect flanks coming in, and Durka's left into the 2-versus-1. Has to take that excessive amount of damage, and he's way out into the open, and that's gonna be Stacks to finalize the kill. And Vision Strikers again with another round.
Yes, stacks at the very least. Napabayad na rin ang Fnatic doon sa may A side, and they actually make it work. Pero kita talaga natin, paano ba umaasa dito ang Vision Strikers ha? Kumukuha sila ng setup nila, nakakapwesto naman sila, and at the very least, nakuha nila yung ultimate dito Mako, mowing down people by 410, getting that right side control. But this is gonna be a little dicey here, Asturai. 2 rounds in a row na ang laking value ng ultimate sa Vision Strikers. There's nothing wrong with that. This is a game na may ults at yung gusto natin sabihin, press X to win para lang manalo, di ba, ng mga rounds na to. Pero at the same time, kung bigla na lang ma-shutdown ng Fnatic yung mga key targets, nakita na nila may ultimates dun sa scoreboard nila. Naku, delikado talaga ang maging lagay dito ng Korean squad natin. Pero guns are not available here sa Fnatic. Si Dirk instead, flying on high! Naku, crash landing with UKRB. Naku, si Dirk pa rin ang handa dyan. At 5v4 na ngayon, unang pitas pa lang, impactful na. At kahit kulang sila sa firepower dito, Asurai, hindi sila kinukulang at all sa pagpitas ng kalaban.
Not wasting time eh. Not wasting resources whatsoever. Alam nila that they're just on the weaker buy, so why not utilize yung stronger player nila that actually has the blades that can make all the difference in the world. Now, Vision Strikers nasa utak nila ngayon is to deny yung pag-pick up ng weapon that was dropped by RB, and at the same time, kind of group themselves up. They don't want to go for B because it's widely open, and since they do have that null command na meron ngayon sa Stacks, this at least denies Durka the ability to reuse his blades while that ultimate is still active. Also, that's going to leave them the site quite exposed, quite to the favor ng Vision Strikers ngayon, and it's all about that retake for Fnatic. The big thing for Fnatic is they have Doma's ultimate, they got Mystic's ultimate, and they've picked up a couple of weapons coming right in from the flank now. Mako already hears all the footsteps, and he's going to delay. Medyo ring around the rosy dito ngayon. But Fnatic have to go to the meat grinders. Everybody from Vision Strikers have their sights locked and loaded on the belt angle. And Mako is making quick work. We're left onto Durka and Boaster, who is left onto the side itself. Durka's hitting a couple of shots, but not enough to make it a viable round ngayon for Fnatic to actually win this one. Boaster's been dinked or tagged by the recon dart, and he's just gonna be spotted by Stax, who's up on top, bringing him down. And Vision Strikers claim another round. Mabawi na sila ngayon, Dax.
Huli na CCTV, boss. Kitang-kita lang talaga ng dart. Pero isipin mo yun, para sa Vision Strikers, paano yung sagot nila sa Fnatic? Nagko-compress sila eh. Alam mo Christmas time ka. At sorry, nagas mong Christmas gift. Kasi, kita natin, they're just getting, okay. Talaga, mabuti na kasama tayo. Landian Central talaga itong magiging cast na to. Pero besides that, kung maglalandi ka sa minamahal mo ng Christmas, diba, gusto mo talaga yung box saktong-sakto dun sa size ng regalo mo. At sa Vision Strikers, they're boxing themselves in kasi alam nila yung Fnatic manggagaling sa backstab. Sige nga, snake bite muna para lang makastall. Pero kita mo, the more na pumalapit doon yung Fnatic, the closer Vision Strikers gets to touching you and gets to touching that spike. Pero at the same time, alam naman nila magiging problema si Durkes. So at the very least, binabantayan nila yung Jet kung paano nila matiming. But the angles they took, binabantayan yung gate, binabantayan kung saan yun may manggagaling dun sa taas na belt. It really feels like for Vision Strikers, nag-a-adjust sila dun sa pinaka-Fnatic place na nakikita natin. Kasi usually, ang Valorant, mga simplest game na ito, tug of war. Meron isang side, meron doon sa kabila. Nasa harapan nyo lang, more often that ang kalaban. Pero ang iba yung Fnatic eh. Yung straight line, ginagawang circle, tapos lahat na lang, tatalikod ka, Fnatic, left and right, Fnatic, puro na lang Fnatic. Pagtulong mo sa gabi, Fnatic lang parikita mo. Yung tipong pagising mo, nakangiti lang si Boaster sa'yo, katabi mo na. Ganun lang yun. Kaya traumatizing, but that's a Fnatic face.
Oh,
that's
okay.
The dream.
We had two very different outlooks on that.
Oo nga pala. Tapakan mo ko, Poster. Don't forget, yun yung hashtag natin today, guys.
Forward!
Dito sa cast na to.
Bukas, naman, tapakan mo ako, Jesse Vash.
Ano yun? Daddy ko yun. Daddy ng Philippine Esports. So, daddy natin lahat. Amen. Tama.
But yeah, I get what you mean din naman dun sa points mo about Fnatic themselves, or sa Vision Strikers themselves. I think ang nangyari na sa Vision Strikers ngayon is they've taken more measures just to make sure that they actually wait before anything else. Kasi kanina medyo forced sila and everything. I think it might be the jitters or something like that. It is technically their big match against Fnatic, to be honest. So everybody would probably just feel kind of around that same mindset. Now, looking into the match itself, this particular round, ultimate used by Mystic, guess gonna be covering a good chunk of the B site, forcing Vision Strikers to actually go for A. But this is gonna be a hard thing for Vision Strikers. Durka doesn't usually miss these little angles. And para lang makusyon siya na onti dito ngayon, they are using that recon drone just for a bit. And he hasn't used his dash. This is perfect. Durka can keep himself contained, but has to back away as all the utility being thrown out. But losing RB, that means that they cannot wall the back of the site, leaving Fnatic actually free to push out from Rafters if they do decide to fight for it.
Alam mo yung conveyor belt na sushi? Nakakain ka na sa nun, Asaray. Parang ganun yung galaw ni Durkee. Genki Sushi, diba? Ganun yung galaw ni Durkee. Lumutang lang siya from right to left. Biglang, here's your order. And here's the operator. Wala, patay ka kagad dyan. And ngayon, Vision Strikers, sige. Ito na naman tayo. Plant nga yung spike. Pero 5v4. Ito na naman ang retake ng Fnatic. At pumupwesto na dito si Durkee sa may rafters. At isa pa kayang mabuboost dito ng side na Fnatic. Wall on up muna dyan. Ano na magiging retake potential dito ng Vision Strikers first stage? Post plant kaya. Anong itapon nila? Fragment. Nandyan na per poster. Malapitan kay Buzz. Mukhang B&B connection. Magnum no in the meantime with the take out Lakia. At si Mako ang sasagot kay poster. Pero nasiraan na rin yung wall na yan. Pero hindi pa rin kinaya yung pagpitas. Still though this time, Vision Strikers sila ang on time ngayon. 5-4 bumabawi na ang team natin galing sa Korea. Mamaya talaga kung may hype moment. Alam mo Astray, back to my kwento about staying in Korea. Wala akong maintindihan na palabas at all. Kahit yung mga K-drama, wala rin kasi walang subtitles. So alam mo yung napapanood ko, may esports channel. Puro StarCraft lang. So, yun lang. Yun lang nalala ko sa TV habang ko ginagawa. Tapos wala akong naiintindihan sa cast. Except, may sisigaw. So from that point on, pag may Korean team, na pwede ako gumanon lang ng reaction na hindi ako papagalitan. Korea! Para mamaya pa. Ayan. Tease. Just a tease real quick.
Okay, I'll just let you have your day, man. I've never been to Korea, so hindi ko ma-relate yan.
Tara.
Oh, sige, pwede.
Okay.
No, tayo sa medyo, hindi, may flower petals ba ang Korea? Yung mga tipo na, alam mo yun, yung mga autumn leaves. Doon tayo mag-stroll, di ba?
May maganda. Alam mo, as Stax did get a takedown at okay, good shot down yun kay Dirk about the game. Pero back to our kwentuhan, I know a place maganda sa Korea. Up north. Way north. Gusto mo? Tropa ko yun. Si Kim. Tropang Kim. Papasok na naman dyan.
Bro.
Okay, yun. Papasok sila ng B-side. Siya, galing ko mag-segue, oh. Biglang offense ng Vision Strikers. All part of the plan, my friend.
So now, okay, perfect. Yeah, RB had the wall. That's gonna be Buzz peeking that pixel angle para ba secure lang yung round, leaving Mystic, Boaster, and Doma for the defense on that retake. The question is, Mystic, mag-isa lang actually sa site. You can already see Boaster and Doma forfeiting it. They're gonna get a revive, pero I mean, is it really worth it? And they've just bought a lot of time, so it's just gonna be a save, to be honest. Probably an exit frag or two would be the perfect moment here. Vision Strikers now seeing na wala masyadong lumalabas sa kalaban. Their spider senses should be tingling. Na it's gonna be either a save or somewhat of a exit frag or a mixture of both. Pero on our screens, yeah, we just know already. FNATIC's just giving it up. They're just gonna play for that next round. I like how Doma did not actually use his revive. Just means that coming in this round, if Vision Strikers get the pick, they can at least bring one back up. So it's a smart decision.
Mahirap kasi kung tingnan talaga natin round na yun, yung paghuli kay Dirke, malaking bagay na kasi he was way too deep. And not only that, biglang na-rotate sa B-side. Sige, you can go for the flank, go all the way to res that jet. Pero ano na magiging impact nun para sa FNATIC? Hindi naman nila ma-hide yung intel kasi yung scoreboard, ano yan tataltil yung scoreboard snitch. Sasabihin na biglang na res. So, ilalaman kagad ng Vision Strikers na may flank na yan. And that's one thing the FNATIC does. They want to play the flank na hindi na alam. Wala yung intel doon galing sa Vision Strikers. And especially, if you look at the intel in the first place ng Vision Strikers, it's a pretty big commitment. Owl drone dart at yung knife. So paharap usually ang pagtapon yan at yung timing talaga how FNATIC holds back on the rotate. It wasn't gonna happen on that round. So at least 5-5 na ngayon. Nakabawi nga ang Vision Strikers kasi yung mga ginagawa ng FNATIC, naka-adjust na sila in terms of compression and in terms of the push. Pero Hunter's View ang lalabas dito ni Boaster, looking for a few free pickups here and there. Lakia, matatag ng isang beses pero may sage naman sila para bigyan siya ng band-aid. Pero ito na, nasa taas lang si RB, binabantayan konti yung maze dyan. Walang peak naman dito galing FNATIC at mukhang babalik tayo sa FNATIC style ng sige nga, pasok sila dyan. Retake na lang tayo.
Wall and a couple of shock darts not dissuading ngayon of Vision Strikers to keep pushing in onto the side itself. Buzz has the top side. That wall separates RB perfectly to get that plant on in. And ito na tayo, deja vu. It's all about that retake once again. Pero this time, 5 versus 5. Counter on the wall. Doma does have to expect that that's going to blast back through the rest. Yeah, lots of lineups going up of Vision Strikers. There's nothing really I feel like FNATIC can maybe make happen here because RB and the rest of Vision Strikers, they have everything in their hands. Boaster, he's gotten a few frags, pero he's left with just the Spectre. Everybody's chasing out on him, and it's all about how Stax Goomba stomps Boaster's head.
Tinapakan si Boaster! Yun na yun! Asrai Fantasy live on cam!
Oh, not like that, bro. I mean, wala pa ako sa Berlin, so kalma-kalma muna.
Okay, kalma lang. Nangyari na rin. See? Alam mo kami yung mga caster, alam namin mangyayari sa future. Mga ano kami, mga Baldwin kami. Di ba natapakan si Poster? Kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan. Pero yun na naman ang Vision Strikers. 6 rounds in a row. Tuloy-tuloy lang ng push nila. And this time, nakita talaga natin na it's more about the space that they create for themselves eh. Sige, makakuha nga ng intel. We haven't seen too much out of the suppresses. Honestly, in terms of utility, sige, Stacks hasn't really done as much as you'd expect. Pero may pressure pa rin yung KO, yung null command nga in terms of that retake. Pag papunta na 5v5, doon mahihirapan nga yung Fnatic kung andun yung KO para lang i-shutdown lahat ng mga gadget and gizmos nila ngayon. Pero tambay muna sa bahay dito ang Vision Strikers. Ini-expect na yung peak ng Fnatic into the mid. At force by dito Fnatic. Wala na sila gaanong pera. Last round naman ng first half bago mag-swap ng sides. So Guardian, Marshall, Vandal, Bulldog at Spectre. Parang nagka-showcase ang mga baril dito, Asaray ah.
You know what? Sasabi nila na variety is key for everything, right? So I like it. Makita niyo yung mga special traits ng different weapons ngayon in Valorant, to be honest. But to a more serious note ngayon, Dax. Vision Strikers, really good stuff overall. Oh, Mystic! That was a wall bang from underneath? No, on the side lang. But still, quite ridiculous. Loving the use on that Guardian. Showcase nga naman talaga. Poster, not flinching from the flash or reacting in quickly enough to it. Still gets the kill. 3 versus 4 now on the retake. RB, siyang una magiging encounter point ngayon as he fights! Almost the lineup there.
Yeah.
We're left onto Stacks. He's got a molly, pero he's a bit too late to the party, and he almost gets it, but Durka to save the day. Half-ton spike, and that's gonna be enough. Fnatic finally get themselves another round in that first half. 66 to 5.
Muntik na yun. Muntik na yun sobra pa sa Fnatic. At pansin nga natin ba, walang tumingin sa kanan. Tumingin kaliwa, tumingin diretso. Pero yun o, eventually si Mystic hindi handa. Nag-reload pa. Sayang talaga doon. Ang ganda ng push ni RB. And not only that, para sa side ng Fnatic, yun nga, may Cloudburst na to try and psych out the opponent. Sige, mapipitas pa rin nung kalaban, but at the very least, may tagabantay. And Fnatic keeping it alive here. 6-6 coming into the half. Kita talaga natin na, sige nga, ito ang magiging map pick ng Fnatic. Pero last time, proven against Cloud9. This time, proven against Vision Strikers. Magiging dikit ang labanan. The best that APAC has to offer, barring Team Secret, of course. And yung ating talaga, yung comeback kings ng Fnatic. Their story right now, marami tumitingin sa kanilang Astray na hindi sila gaano mag-perform dito compared to their counterparts, Team Liquid. Ang lupit talaga ng bagong edition nila, diba? Acend, kahit natalo, marami pa rin umaasa sa performance nila. Pero yung Fnatic, nahihirapan na ng mga online tournaments, hindi natin sila nakita nag-qualify dahil nanalo yung Gambit Esports. Pero na-prove nila dito, napapalag sila. At ito yung Fnatic na nakita natin. Naglaro sa Iceland, nag-second place nga at talagang kayang-kaya pumalag sa kahit kanina man dito. Stellar effort at the start, pero Vision Strikers, best form we've seen, and so far, yung innovation nila, it's interesting. What do you think though sa KO ni Stack so far? 11 takedowns for him, and there are rounds na yun nga, he prevents that retake the Fnatic wants to play just by existing.
To be honest, I'm really impressed by it. Again, yung siguro sa mga nakita natin na KOs in Southeast Asia, PTC definitely has to be the one na strikes the most para sa atin from full sets because of how aggressive and timely he uses the utility of KO. Kasi ang problema I think kay KO dito is compared to every other flasher out there, there's a more unique way to set his flashes up. Literally the CSGO way of popping flashes, which is not what a regular player of Valorant has ever experienced if they didn't come in from Counter-Strike, right? So there really needs to be a different approach to that, and I feel like right now Stax is doing a well enough job that it's allowed the rest of Vision Strikers to follow up. And you commented about how Berlin is happening right now, how it's far, right? But don't forget, kahit malayo man, malayo din mararating mo ng gaming needs with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30 gigabytes data ka na, valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. And don't forget as well, Dax, winning starts at home with Globe at Home, only fiber with plans up to 2699. Speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle.
Shout sa Globe, buong taon na magkasama tayo dito sa PPGL. So thank you talaga sa Globe sa lahat. Pero kita talaga natin as we get back into the game. Dito na ang magiging attacking side ng FNATIC. Paano nila gagawin to in the first place? Makita ba natin yung mga fast takes na naman to diretso ng nabila A side hanggang makasagot dito ang Vision Strikers. Well, at the very least, may pagka-slow play muna dito. Pero sabi ni Buzz, alam mo, kanina dito ako pinatay ni Durkee. So ako naman, baka kaya tumaas yung KD ko. First Durkee ngayon, 14 kills so far. Kunting matatamaan daw no ating KO sa press. At dito sa defense, baka nga makukuha talaga lang yung intel na hinahanap nila. Isang 0 point lang. Hindi lang tipong malaman mo yung kalaban mo. Alam mo sino, alam mo kung saan sila nakatira, alam mo yung social security, alam mo yung credit card numbers at yung nasa likod. Dahil lang sa KO, isang intel lang, isang ability lang, ganun karaming intel makukuha mo. At dahil dito, FNATIC nga, mapaparotate na nga eh.
And what's good about that then, diba, is aside from all of that, one of the easiest ways for your comp to always garner a bit of control when you're wanting to take yung sites is the recon drone, the Sova drone, excuse me. And that's easily countered by the blade. If you try to bring the Sova drone out of the blade's proximity, you will not get the full brunt of it. That's just facts. Anyways, yeah, they're still gonna go in. As you mentioned, Dax, walang katigil-tigil dito on FNATIC, and this is a FNATIC special. They're gonna push all the way through Snowman and still go for the challenge. But Buzz and the rest of Vision Strikers very much prepared for it. Look at how this tiny wall is keeping Buzz alive, and he still gets 2 kills, followed up by Stacks through the smoke, and this leaves Doma and Magnum in a predicament. Scratch that, leave Doma, and scratch Doma, leave Vision Strikers to just clean up the round.
Ano, binibigyan ng pag-asa. It's not about the size, but how you use it. At ang ganda ng paggamit ng small cover na yun ng Vision Strikers. I don't know why you're chuckling. I'm talking about the cover lang naman eh. Pero tama ka naman, para sa FNATIC. May diretso lang sila eh. Gusto nila makuha yung mapping control. Gusto pa rin nila na gaan yung mga angles na nag-take. Pwede maka-flank, pwede na bigla nila maiipit yung Vision Strikers. At makikita na naman natin mapipisat dito ang Vision Strikers if that comes to fruition para sa FNATIC. Pero hindi, natigil nga ng Vision Strikers. May tagabantay, hindi sila naman patay. At nung napaback off na lang yung FNATIC, having to cut their losses, it was little too late for them to back on away. So Vision Strikers, pistol win para sa kanila. Looking to get that momentum for Spectre. Si Lucky lang ang hindi bibili. At pansinin natin si Durkee. Ito na ang kanyang sheriff. Pero the taps from Durkee have been absolutely on point with the sniper so far. Yung Marshall, yung operator. Pero itong sheriff kaya tatama dito kay Mako. Hindi, he's playing it safe and that's a sign, Asteroid, na alam talaga ng mga teams natin saan sila hindi makikita. Lakia though with one, and Mako! Kahit talaga there's a sea of green, he knows Magnum is there. Lakia gets to before he falls. FNATIC! Nag-iisa na lang si Durkee. At ano pa kaya magagawa niya on the right-hand side? Vision Strikers hunting. The wall goes down. Yung Cloud na rin. Sabi dito ni Stacks. Uy, pababa naman yung wall na yan. Pababa yung Cloud na yan. At bababa rin ang buhay ni Durkee. 6-8. 2 quick rounds here for Vision Strikers.
It's just weird, medyo straightforward masyado maglaro ang FNATIC ngayon. Because on that second pistol, they got thwarted with just a blade. Tapos bigla sila nag-back away to try to go for B. Granted, of course, B is a solid site to take, especially with the patch changing, you know, yung default side where you can't get wallbang anymore. Accompany that with a wall from the stage. Really strong play. Pero they could have doubled up. They could have played the fake and actually doubled back onto A. And this one, they just straight through marched on the utility of a Viper, which is a little bit disconcerting because, again, they still had time to do other things. So FNATIC now, I don't know what's happening, but it seems like they're drying up in terms of yung options or ideas that they might have here. Now that they're going to be on their buy round, they slow the pace down because they don't want to do that again. The problem now lies, they still haven't really gotten any form of map control whatsoever. So if they try to take this site, they're going into this blind. Just know the fact that Stacks' blade was used on A, as well as the wall from Viper is visible on the A side itself.
Yeah, yung pinaka nagiging problema ng Fnatic as Lakia, they're just mows down Mystic so quickly. Uy, lumaline na po. Nana Swarm landing. Oh, still shut down by Buzz. At least, kung hindi ka makapatay ng tao, patayin mo yung utility na pupunta sa'yo. At Buzz right now, playing on the right-hand side. Holy pa si Darky dyan. Magnum though, finding two instead. And Fnatic, sasabi nga straightforward yung approach. Straight line lang talaga ang ginagawa nila. At kahit innovative talaga tong team na to, ang conclusion talaga, yung end goal pareho pa rin para sa Fnatic. Toma though, gonna get that takedown. Magnum is still there. At yung ginawa ng Fnatic, sila gumagawa ng mga kalsada. Gusto lang nila ng path to victory. Path talaga to get to that site. At gusto lang talaga nila dito. Dire-diretso lang kung kaya nila gawin. First Mako na mag-isa. Malapitan dito kay Boaster. Pero saktong tago lang dun sa may kahon na yan. And Fnatic will finally get that third round and get on the board. But I agree with you, Astra. Fnatic style, it still ends up the same way. Parang it's all about getting from A to B, but in between that, doon naiiba. But it's still that B, it's still that whole end goal. And it's not necessarily how that you're just following the game from spawn to site, that's how you do it. No, Fnatic eventually wants to make that pinch happen. Eventually talaga magagawing inipit yung kalaban. And it's really more of the same. Iniiba lang talaga ng Fnatic kung saan sila manggagaling.
I guess Fnatic are just defaulting to the fact na, guys, let's just use the numbers. Alam natin na it's gonna be a very difficult time to try to take yung A site na yun. So grupo-grupo na lang tayo for the most part. Lakia. Lovely reads all throughout. RB's gonna stop Durka from coming in here through the tube, and Lakia's gonna make it even worse as he shock darts, you know, kind of just priming, softening up the rest of the Fnatic members. What's a big blow for Fnatic as well is Mystic was the one that dropped dead. So that is a smoker done. That is the Viper utility out for the count. And this would mean that Vision Strikers have so much more wiggle room to work with. Nobody wanting to go to belt here. It's all about everybody just playing on Nest and A main. Mako, yeah, he does have that utility to stop them if they do pull that trigger. 45 seconds. And it's either now or Fnatic can rotate back to B if they want to.
Yeah, mukhang exit muna habol dito ng Fnatic, pero Vision Strikers all about the utilities yet again. Alang humarang Viper setup, so pesky. Mako na naman, cutting through so much of the sightlines. At si RB, AOK, goodbye kay Poster dyan. Dirk and Doma, Magnum, hinahanap ng paraan. Mukhang mapapamove dito ang Fnatic. Pero do they even have that time to rotate? It doesn't seem like it. So more of the fake, but Vision Strikers, di naman sila magpapalito dito eh. Hindi naman sila tipong, oh, to go B-side sila. No, it's not gonna happen. Fnatic will just go for the save and stall for time. So that's it. Vision Strikers immediately just saying, "Oy, Fnatic, huwag kayo dito pumunta." At sabi ng Fnatic, okay lang, sige nga. Pero ito yung Nasaray eh. Yung, alam si Lakia. Lakia? Ng impact niya. 12 kills so far. ACS ng 207. Ito ka na naman. Di ko alam ba't ka natatawa eh. Pero I love that name. I just realized it now. Okay to. Pero look at this. The mid control is he's able to take. Ilang beses na lang. The intel, there's just the spray through the smoke. And Fnatic, gumagawa sila ng plan para mag-play into the kitchen to get that mid control here on Icebox. But who stops them? The man, the myth, the legend himself, the big man on the boiler, si Lakia.
They're too slow, gotta say. Fnatic speed is just way too slow. And you know how whenever we just watch how Koreans play, parang alam nila agad ng scenarios? It's just because they've been drilled with everything in terms of like you scenarios na yun. So when you set up stuff like that on mid, expect that somebody's gonna pop shot. They're not gonna respect and just like, oh, may nakita ako smoke ng kalaban. You know, nobody's gonna cross here, obviously. No, it's not the thing. It's the opposite of that. You should try to just pop through shots, and they got caught. And every time Fnatic gets caught, they always get dissuaded to go back, to go around. And because of that, they lose the map control, they lose precious time, and Vision Strikers make it very easy to read their opponents. So, however this goes, Fnatic needs to be willing to trade and challenge for more. It seems like right now they're fishing for parang perfection, right? And that it doesn't work that way. At least that's how I'm viewing it right now. And from our standpoint, it seems like they're struggling just because of that fact.
And just to build on what you said, this is Fnatic's map pick. They picked it last time against Cloud9. At nahirapan pa rin sila eh. Even though they got that win, it's always been a dicey road para sa Fnatic. At dito sila nagkakaproblema eh. Pag bigla na lang sila napipigil ng kalaban. Those initial duels or initial pickoffs that do not go in their favor, they just fall apart from that point on. Kulang sila ng tao para mag-execute. Kung hindi talaga maka-monster play someone like Durker or someone like Magdom, it doesn't really lead to anything. And dun tumitigil ang Fnatic as a whole. So, nagkakaproblema sila kung napipigilan sila, and just the efforts of someone like Lakia in the middle already stifles that kind of approach. Kung makulangan sila ng options, mas mahihirapan sila. At para sa Fnatic ngayon, kailangan nila bumawi doon sa aspect na yun. Kasi kung hindi, Vision Strikers is gonna keep at it. Vision Strikers is gonna go for it, get the win again and again and again. And that will lead to them getting the victory and stealing this map pick away galing sa Fnatic. At sabi nga natin, diba? Ito, isa sa best maps rin ng Vision Strikers historically. Kung taga-Korea ka, una, ba't ka nandito sa Filipino broadcast? At pangalawa, ito yung map pick na hindi natin nakikita masyado sa laban ng Vision Strikers. Kasi insta-ban to. Biglang, oy, eto na. May pop pull tayo. Tayo mag-icebox. No, please, thank you. Kasi dudurugin lang tayo ng Vision Strikers. In Korean, nila sinabi yun. Pero hindi ko alam paano sabihin. Kaya,
Anyong haseyo para sa'yo.
Anyong haseyo, wag na
Para
tayo mag-icebox para sa'yo. Okay. Okay, galing talaga. Galing talaga ni Asray. So many languages kaya na salit.
Tama.
May English, may Konyo, Filipino, tapos may Korean, di ba? Real Korean. Ay, hindi pala. Huwag niyo kalimutan. Weebanese. Asray pa.
Weebanese.
Weebanese. Favorite. But, okay, we're back to the game. Fnatic looking to, just basically get back into it. Interesting enough though, si Boaster, walang pera dito ha. So the rifles are gonna get bought by 4. It's just basically whatever Fnatic can afford right now, but still have enough para saan naman makabili pa rin. Pero line up muna tayo with the slow orb. They do want to catch out anyone trying to make a play here for the green, but at the same time, wala naman makaka-peek dyan in the first place because of the 0 point. And if Fnatic makes a play, Vision Strikers answers back in kind immediately.
For control for Buzz here on B long. Stacks deciding to just back away. Maybe having some eyes on Orange, but Buzz, he's heard a bit of commotion here on the B long area. Backs away for now. He's actually taking a bit of damage. Oh, that's a shot and a half. Stacks has been deleted. Does Doma have a res? Oh yeah, he has it. There's an orb. He can pick it up. Lakia has seen a bit more forces of Fnatic here. They're challenging so many angles. This is a different take from Fnatic. They've used that break as a bit of time here too.
Oi, barrel?
Oh my god, no way he loses that. He did. Yikes! Just no. Just absolutely no. Doma boosting himself on top of the wall. Beautiful. Uses it, spots it, and capitalizes, leaving only Mako 30 HP and a dream to clutch.
Tingin-tingin rin sa taas, umuulan na bala thanks to Doma and just that wall on up. Didn't expect the Vision Strikers. Kakaibang play galing sa Fnatic and South 2v1. Durker though gonna be still right behind the yellow. Lalapit dito sa Mako. Not gonna tap it as of yet and wants to check up the high ground first. But Doma quick on the trigger finger at 4K dito. Galing kay Doma. Tumama lang talaga ang lahat. 8-9 dito para sa side ng Fnatic. At pumawi rin ang ating attacking side. But still, case in point, Astray, it's the same kind of play. And for Vision Strikers, we can see it here na kailangan talaga i-contest in the first place many of the possible angles na pwede take dito ng Fnatic. Pero on the flip side, the more straightforward approach dito sa Fnatic, the more, I'd say, main force, yung talaga yung pinaka-importante dito sa Fnatic, yung pag-push nila through to the site and more, that's the one that got the pick-offs rather than the flanks. So, if Fnatic can distract Vision Strikers too much sa mga flanks, manudilito na lang, tas bigla na lang, straight line lang, from spawn to B, nandun na kagad yung spike.
Couldn't have said it any better. Like, I really love how Fnatic played around that round, that last one. A little bit rough on the edges for sure. They traded more than I think was what they wanted to trade, pero in the end they still got it, right? So that's an 8-9. A really big thing to say at the least. Stacks. Flash. That actually didn't really do nothing aside from just blind Fnatic for a few seconds. So I'm wondering how this goes. Maybe this will put FNATIC in a position where they're a little bit more afraid. Oh, that's a big one. That Nano Swarm. It flushes, Buzz out a little bit, but it's all about the wall. It's all about the push. Stacks. Oh, that's beautiful from Magnum. Yeah, he's opened up the site already, and Buzz, he's gonna have a really weird game of whack-a-mole here as there's so many smokes to try to just delay on. Doma's gonna pixel angle here. Killjoy's ultimate will be had, and I was actually wondering where the spike was. It was in the hands of Doma, and now got a plan. It's all about that post plan. 4 versus 5.
I found the spike. It's on site, Astroy. Andyan lang kagad. And the thing is, FNATIC, they took advantage of the fact na hindi si Mako yung nakapwesto dun sa site. Usually, Mako is there where nakaposition si Buzz, and he knows the angles that the opponents can peek from. Pag umapak ka na 410, yung Toxic Screen, yung Poison Cloud, may harang nga. Pero di naman si Stax yung nag-setup yun. Bigla na lang nagulat si Stax na disable ang angle ni Buzz as he had to back on away. And this is a freebie here for FNATIC. They took advantage of the fact na mali yung configuration the technically ng Vision Strikers. You get why the operator's there, but FNATIC made sure na hindi sila mapipitas in the first place. Spike planted, Viper Spit is there, and this is gonna be a round to tie things up. Dikit na naman ang labanan sa Icebox between FNATIC and their opponent. This time it's Vision Strikers, but you can see it here. FNATIC, hindi pa rin magpapatalo, and even though their whole strategy seems on paper pretty simple and pretty straightforward, again, yung variables talaga, constants and variables, pakonti-konti, paiba-iba ang nangyayari. At yung mga small little details na yun ang napapansin ng team like FNATIC.
FNATIC have adjusted, to be honest. Like, not only have they done just that, diba? They're figuring out the micronicities of how Vision Strikers are approaching yung mga site defense, but they've also adjusted Doma to be the person that actually charges on top of the site itself. Whether before sana kanina pa nila ginawa yun or just ngayon pala nagsisimula mag-pop off si Doma, that's why they decided to do so. It still helps them out kasi ang laki ng difference from Doma. I think the one that was doing that before when they were pushing on A was Magnum. Ang laki ng difference na binibigay ngayon ni Doma even as a Sage. And it actually works much better as him with the Sage, because if he takes his damage himself, he wins the fight or gets tagged, he can always just heal or use his utility, especially when he's on top of that site. He has so much coverage to throw out some slow orbs. I know there's lineups that you can do somewhere on A main, but it's much faster when you're on top of 410 and you can throw it out yourself. So really good stuff from FNATIC here, really setting everything up. But the only thing that might need to change is Doma shouldn't be the one to plant, because if he drops down, they're gonna have to like pick up the spike from some really weird places on A side if they go A side.
Yeah, I actually agree. So just I got distracted by something habang na-post tayo. Nakita mo yung Red Bull ref? Una, sana all. Pangalawa, it has Valorant Champions decals, bro. Okay. Hello, Red Bull? Please naman. Kahit para sana lang sa VCT set. That's hype. I want it. Sorry, I just got distracted by that. Pero back to the game, and you know, Astra just pretty much adds on to my point. Dito talaga, it's these configurations, these certain people that have to be in the right place at the right time para sa FNATIC at para sa Vision Strikers. Ay kung mahuli na lang yung maling tao, dun talaga nag-fall apart ang both attack and defense. And this is what they're doing this for. This is what this game is all about. Hindi naman talaga yung pagka-wipe out ng competition. Yes, it's a given. You kill everyone, you're gonna get on site. But between two teams like that, as the operator isn't able to connect, if you just get the right target that you need, nako, magiging disadvantage talaga lang sobra para sa kalaban mo. Nakita natin nga, di ba? Nag-save ng ganon karaming tao yung Vision Strikers dahil lang na wala na kagad yung A-site sa kanila. FNATIC though, in the meantime, they don't want to overstand. They already know they got away with it na hindi tumama yung operator ni Buzz, pero ayaw nila paglaruan to, ayaw nila i-tempt yung fate kasi baka isa tumingin kay Buzz, mahuhuli na sila nung off na yan.
You know why they actually knew that Buzz was there with an operator? Even if Buzz didn't pop a shot, he used the Cloud Burst so near on B-Long.
30 seconds left.
So you saw just Darka jumping up to bait the shot, and that confirmed them, oh, he's using a sniper. Now we can just slow the pace down a little bit. Alam natin gagawin dito. And they approach it so damn well. Ganda ng read ng FNATIC ngayon. This is the FNATIC that I was hoping to see like 3 rounds ago, but it's come in 2 rounds, so we're fine.
Choosy ka. Parang hindi ka makahintay ng 1 round. Ayun na. Ayun ang FNATIC. Dito na me, where na you? Dirk is though gonna be there to get rid of Buzz. At si Doma nakanda para kay Mako. nako, Fnatic can be able to get on the board. Durkin is mowing them down. At para sa Fnatic, they're gonna be the lunatics here to go for the kills. 10-9. At ito sinasabi ko, magkamali lang sa pwesto. Magkamali lang isa. It just all falls apart. Pag pinilit mo, nako, hindi talaga gana.
Speaking for experience,
Oo nga, napatigil ako ng outright nun, ha?
That was good stuff from Durka, though.
Pero happy na si Durke. You know, gando. Just, again, the right angle na hold off nila yung yellow contest. Talon-talon talaga Fnatic, ha? But it really goes to show, para it's still that battle positioning. Para for between these two teams, battle of the minds, battle of the big brains, basically. Magkamali ka na ng pwesto, talo na kayo. It's a dance that neither side is willing to get off the floor from. So here at Fnatic, nakuha na nila advantage. Vision Strikers nga, mapapaiko na naman Azuray. So Fnatic has a really good chance to start trying to run away with this game kung tuloy-tuloy lang nila makuha ang mga rounds na to.
There's only 2 defenders as well. Buzz nowhere near his ultimate. And yeah, no blades from Stax as well because ginamit niya to just a few seconds in. RB pushed back. Mystic ang mag-hold ng flank ngayon. And it's all about how these sheriffs will be quite utilized. Boaster, smack down! Wow, kay Buzz as he uses that sheriff, that handgun to full fruition. Back up ba sila ngayon? Because this will actually allow the rest of Vision Strikers to pick up the weapons, use it for the following round. And Fnatic, they're actually just going to be holding this angle. They don't want any of that to happen. And the flank from Mystic is going to be crucial on this one. Looking in the direction. Spots out 1, 2, and 3. Nope. Denies the third. But Stax is so freaking low. Doma only has to wait 3 seconds. He can revive. There's 15 seconds onto the clock. And they can actually rush into the side. Wait. That's risky.
Yeah,
they're going to have to plant the spike. That,
Last player standing.
Oh, he finds it!
Spike down.
No way. No.
He's gonna back. He's gonna back. He's gonna run here. Durke, kailangan mo siya pulin. Bilisan mo na. Aalis na yan para Fnatic. A split second there. Konti na lang. Vision Strikers could have gotten that one. Pero hindi. Nahuli at nakulong si Stax. Goodbye sa'yo, Cybercrime, ang ating KO. At 11-9 na ngayon. Pero grabe dito. Boss, kailangan natin tawagan si Boy Buddha kasi tunay na the Buzz. Hey, look at those shots there from Buzz on the right-hand side. Mystic though answering back, but Stax himself is the key. Stax is the answer. At hindi kayo mag-PM, just have Stax on the team to go for the takedowns. Vision Strikers knew that they could have had that one. Pero yun nga, yung speed ni Durke, yung decision-making niya on the fly, that is why he's someone to watch out for. This is Fnatic. 11-9. Pero dikit yun. Delikado sobra na naman ang Fnatic.
The right man to revive as well. Pero I really have to question Doma with that full wall. That was so risky. Again, he didn't know where his opponent was. So he wanted to make sure that he can bring back Durka. But I guess if you have that much faith in your ace player, even if 2 seconds na lang ang kailangan ni Durka before they actually lost that round, Durka still makes it work. So however that proceeded, man, Fnatic, they have some legitimate trust in each other just to make that happen. That is something. So, that being said, coming into this next round, RB, he snuck up. I don't think Boasters knows about this. And RB does not peek. He's hearing a lot of footsteps, though. So at least this does make sure that... That's a lot of bounces. But yeah, this does give Vision Strikers the sure information that A site is the name of the game for the moment. But RB, there he is.
They still don't know. Oh, we might know now. Eto na. Poster, hindi mo alam talaga. Hindi mo nalaman. Until it's too late. Wala na talaga para sa ating Sova. At isipin mo, ikaw yung taga-intel, pero ikaw yung hindi may alam. Kawawa ka naman talaga dahil hindi mo nagagawa trabaho mo dyan. Pero Doma right now, looking for the plant. Fnatic able to go for that B side. Lurk rin ha, si Magnum ang layo-layo. At kung maisip dito, makikita dito ng Vision Strikers, pwede talaga sila mag-go for the man advantage and go for the overrun. But in this case right now, nagbabantayan dito ang Sova at ang Killjoy. While all this happens, it's gonna be a basic 3v3 rotate. Make that 4v3 as nag-rotate pa dito ka si Magnum. The spike though being diffused already. Mako gonna be able to get that takedown. Tago lang siya. Lakia will show on up as well. At si Doma ngayon, low on the HP. There we go with Mako getting a takedown at Vision Strikers. kitang-kita ang lahat. Hindi alam saan pupunta talaga ang Fnatic. Hindi nila alam kung saan nila gustong pumesto. At dahil doon, Vision Strikers ang manalo sa round na yun.
To add to that, they used the defuse sound para ma-divert yung attention of Fnatic to break the wall, spot out RB who was just tapping the spike, and the rest of Vision Strikers just immediately swung for that push and pull dun sa yellow. Because there was some crucial few seconds that I believe RB gave his team, Vision Strikers won that round purely from RB's, or not purely from RB's, play, but purely from how they read or what they did afterwards sa ginawa ni RB. Really smart stuff. You can see the IQs from both teams just emanating dito sa series ito. This first game is such a big indicator of how far these teams have gone or how much more they can offer us as viewers.
Big snap, and now Mako pressure. He's gonna go for Vice Pit, but someone delikado to dahil sa mga utilities na tinatapon ng Fnatic papunta sa kanya. But then again, at the very least, na-set up na ng defense yung Soufflé dito, at habang nag-bake lang ngayon, is pa ng Fnatic. Pipilitin man natin to. They don't have the angle at all to put it on the ground. Kung maka-infiltrate sila dito, kung maka-ikot sila and put that spike up top, it still is a way to avoid the virus pit. At nakikita natin last time talaga naglaruan Fnatic, pwede sila gumawa ng bagong pwestuhan dito sa B site. But Buzz, Mako, tagabantay there, heard that wall getting cracked. Might be a bait and switch here for the side of Fnatic, and it will be a run on the way with the spike. Hunter's Fury though, ang unang call, Buzz! He's getting trapped here, and Bolster 3 shots to get that demise! Mystic though on the front as well, and Fnatic right now getting a takedown. Single for the Viper Spit as well here as right. Bolster right now looking for the flash. Pressing Derek, huli na si RB dyan. Nag-iisa na lang dito si Stacks. Fnatic, they just reeled it in. Hook, line, sinker, parang yo-yo, push and pull, and now it's all up to the KO to run on the way. 1v4 situation, but again, just a big brain plays from Fnatic to get the round.
Boaster had no weapons, only pistols plus the ultimate. He was fully equipped without his primary rifle, so to speak. So that call to just rush in on the opponent's Viper pit and then follow up with his own ultimate to scan the rest of the angles na hindi isa-scan ng teammates niya, just utter brilliance from whoever called that para sa Fnatic. Because that just led to everybody from Vision Strikers freaking out and backing away because, again, isipin mo, Viper Spit is supposed to be good for the Viper, right? But it's not really good for the rest of the team because it blocks out so much vision. And look at how Boaster just lines up all of his utility to counter out. Perfect counter for a Viper is the Sova, and when you do like excessive stuff like add a Hunter's Fury on that, it's such a good mix. And Fnatic, knowing how to make that happen, have just utterly destroyed Vision Strikers' plans on the B side, leaving them with money to work with, but utility and shields a little bit lacking and much desired pa.
Yeah, map point na rin. But ito lang yun. Poster, bottom promil, boss. From the wall, bait. To just make sure Vision Strikers are watching out for that Hunter's Fury call. Kita talaga ang talino dito. Nandalotis natin first si Buzz. Nandito na sa taas. One way lang to try to back on the way. Pero naghahabas si Dirk, pero hindi niya makukuha yung pitas na yan. And now it's gonna be 4v4. Pero na may nakapasok na dito. Ang pangalan niya ay Mystic. Nasa gitna lang. At mukhang gusto rin humabol ni Magnum. Lakia, saan ka titingin? Binabantay ng baba. Pero bigla na may taas sa likod mo. Naku muna dito, Lakia. Right click dito. Tama, minsan lang yan. At si Stacks ang makakapatay kay Mystic instead. 3v3 na ngayon. Again though, it's that kind of game, Asray. Trades for trades, yes, but because it's all about the outplay. Puro na lang matatalinong bata nakikita natin dito sa mapa na ito. Fnatic and Vision Strikers, the two wisest teams we've seen so far dito sa Valorant Champions. Magnum though, tagabantay. Mako, kaya mo ba yung patayin? And while this happens, distraction na naman si Magnum. Ang kulit talaga, gusto magpa-spotlight. But Mako will get that takedown 3v2. And Vision Strikers, a desperate retake para lang mabuhay dito sa Icebox.
Boaster, he's taking the very risky position here of just being wide out into the open, leaving Durka in a discrepancy of numbers. Pero this is Durka. He's had the ability to clutch games so many times already. That leaves a spot against Mako. Oh, and Mako did not know. It's down to 79. Out in the open, and Durka, all he needs to do is spray down Stacks. Medyo niyugyug niya ang kanyang kamay doon. I think it was about to flash or something, but regardless, he clutches, and FNATIC claim the first game. What a comeback! Para sa kanila, claim this first of the series.
Sabi mo, kaklatch yun ni Durke. Minig ka niya. Sabi niyo pa, that one's for you, Asaray. That one's for you. Tapos papasa niyo yung message niya. Yung message mo rather, pa i-post tayo mamaya. Kita yun! FNATIC again! Just that last round though is a complete symbol of what this series is gonna be all about. Kunting tingin lang eh. The small hole that he could shoot from. Enough to get that first takedown onto the Viper. The second one there. At yun talaga yung FNATIC. Ini-exploit lang nila yung mga small open kasi ngayon. Vicious Strikers sumasagot. They also play their same way. They also play in a way na talaga kailangan mag-respond ang FNATIC. But what happens there, Asteroid? How many times have we seen it from the side of FNATIC na i-innovate pa rin nila yung galawan nila? It's the same plan over and over again in terms of what they want to do. Na talaga, you want to take the angles, you want them to have those vantage points para lang ma-psych ang Vicious Strikers. But between them from getting there in the first place, dun palagi naiiba. There's always this innovation para sa FNATIC. At alam mo guys, dati, yung FNATIC yung pinapanood ng lahat eh. Kung hindi mo alam anong gagawin mo sa mapa, manood ka ng FNATIC game, tapos biglang may meta ka na. Kasi sila talaga nakakahanap ng mga paraan para gumalaw. Paano na rin ng mga maps na to? And here we see it yet again in Icebox, the innovation, giving them these rounds. Nakas alam na naman nila na Vision Strikers galing-galing na dito sa Korean region para sa Icebox. But no, FNATIC making sure Vision Strikers would make the mistakes na hindi gagawin ng FNATIC. And at the very end, they took that victory.
Vision Strikers, you can feel the frustration dun pa lang sa mga player POVs natin nakikita natin. They just are getting shook because alam nila eh, there's so many rounds that they should not have lost at all. That last one was not supposed to be. I was wondering kung ano nangyari doon in that last one with Stacks as well. So Stacks wasn't actually taking that flash. He was looking hard onto Maze, but the timing was so off and he wasn't able to react in time to Durka's just wide swing from a main that just lost him that game. So with all said and done, Dax, predictions ng analysts natin, they were looking at maybe a 2-0 with Vision Strikers, crossed out once again. This is really the tournament of turnovers. We're gonna go for a short little break, guys, and when we come back, game number 2 between these best of 3 series, Vision Strikers and FNATIC. Don't go anywhere.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
It is a fantastic start for for EMEA's FNATIC as they go one map up against Vision Strikers. I'm back on the desk with Jess and Achilles. Oh, they were so close. Vision Strikers, they came back, they took the lead again, and then a couple of, I would say, uncharacteristic mistakes, right, Achilles?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stax is not, just running away, taking that fight, in the one round just to, for no reason, when they're running out of time. That could have maybe turned the tides. You never really know that butterfly effect, how that one round win may have affected the overall score. But definitely some uncharacteristic mistakes here. Lakia, though, coming back in. You know what?
So good to see him.
Yeah.
So good.
I mean, we only really expect him on one, maybe two maps. We don't know what Fracture has to show us, but on the one map upon which they want to clearly put him in, he's the MVP. Doesn't net them a win, though, and that is the recurring story for Lakia, unfortunately, is that every time, bar that 1-13-0 in their own league on Icebox that he played, he has not seen much of a win in this team, even for a team that had over 100-match win streak, and FNATIC, well, they win their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when Durka does this kind of stuff. Like, what are you supposed to do when he's having that kind of game, Achilles?
You die. That's really all you can do.
You just deal with it, yeah.
He was absolutely fired up. Doma as well had some wonderful rounds, and we were kind of talking about this off cam. Doma's flexibility and whatnot. He's been impressing in the last two series, but Durka was really able to hold it down here for the side of FNATIC. And if he's not popping like that, we're probably looking at a Vision Strikers win. So it's good on FNATIC to deliver that third Icebox loss ever to Vision Strikers.
Absolutely. I will be looking forward now, since that was a close series, and okay, maybe it wasn't going to be to begin with. Now I'm looking for the fact that FNATIC, they brought it close on their own map pick. We saw this the other game against Cloud9 Blue. Can they hold it together in the dying seconds? That's what FNATIC needs.
Yeah, that's going to be very crucial for them if they want to win this series. Now, we have a big brain game, and who else can we bring in that has an even bigger brain than FNATIC and Vision Strikers? That's right, Sean Gers over by the Telestrator Wall.
Indeed, Jinsu. So here I have 5 rounds. I'm going over 5 retakes in the first half of this game. There was so much to go over, but I wanted to talk about the different looks FNATIC gave on the retake and how Vision Strikers started to counter that through the half. So this is the first gun round we see of the entire game. And what I want to draw attention to is the Viper wall coming through, and then we have everyone moving towards the site aggressively, but I mainly want to draw attention to where FNATIC is going to flank through over here at A main. So you can see the Viper wall goes up, the trades enter the site, and if you caught it, there's a recon that goes here, and this is just the standard Vision Strikers A execute. The 0 point hits the center wall, and then they back off. And you can see at this point, it gets a little awkward, right? So what ends up happening is Mako takes that fight, wins that fight, and here Magnum is actually scaling on him really aggressively. And he ends up getting this frag onto Mako, then just stalling the Sova RB for long enough to allow this defuse to come in. Now this is the very next round, so let's see what happens on this round. Again, FNATIC is going to try a double flank. Here's that same A exec coming in. We have the Viper wall coming out. This time on the other, though, we have the Sage on Vision Strikers putting the wall back site, and let's see what happens now. How is Vision Strikers going to deal with this? How are they going to change things? They 0 point the aggressive screens and Raptor's location right there, and watch this drone that you're going to see out of the Sova. So they recognize the flank is coming through. They hear it from Mako, who tells them that the flank is coming. So the Sova drones aggressively through this screen's wall, and they start pushing out. The Sage is going Raptors, Stax is going out screens, the Sova's with him. Unfortunately, they end up losing all of these trade battles to the flank. But this is the last retake that FNATIC ends up winning, because the next round, again, here we have, the 5-man A take, the same wall, everything's looking the same. The 0 point comes in, we're in a 2-on-2, but how is this different? They have the Viper's pit, so now they can just chill in this pit in the 2-on-2. This is the first A round Vision Strikers has won, and every round so far has been different. The next round, this literally round after round, the same stuff. So this is actually an eco where RB gets picked off early. The team's set up over at A, the same wall goes up, and you can see again, Mako's keeping distance, and he actually asked for RB on the Sova to come back. I'm sorry, Lakia to come back. And Mako is going to end up jiggle peeking the flank, and watch, what I want to draw attention to is Lakia up here on pipes, and how he eventually turns around the second Mako makes contact. So he's about to make contact right there, and you can see RB turns around and is going to pick up the belt, and they lock down the flank. And then the second to last round. This is another round of an A retake. So you can see they're taking this B main control right here, and it actually triggers an ult out of Boaster over here on the A site. So the ult comes into B, and watch how quickly Vision Strikers reacts here to this A exec. So the ult will be popped in 3, 2, 1, and immediately they are running to this A site. The same exec is going down. The wall goes up at the last second. The drone is coming through in the site. You can see it right there. And they are actively moving towards the site with 2 people still watching the flank down there. 0 point in the site is going to actually get 3 to 4 people, if you include the jet back there. And the round is literally over. And to add on top of it, they did a front site plant, which is something they hadn't even done up to that round. This breakdown just shows how many different plays Vision Strikers has and what it took FNATIC to win this game. It was one of the most impressive wins I've ever seen a team have in Valorant so far. Anyway, I'm curious what you guys have to say about this back on the desk.
Wow, that's one of the biggest compliments I think you could ever get from Sean, you know,
Yeah,
impressing
absolutely.
him to that degree, which is why I want to talk about, you know, Vision Strikers, they've only ever lost twice here. This is their third loss ever, so how much does this speak to how strong FNATIC are right now on this map?
I said that FNATIC would have to win this map because I feel like this is one of the most confident maps we have out of FNATIC in their entire map pool, and, well, they did narrowly, so I think it doesn't say much for me at the moment because I expected them to win their map pick. I do expect in the next one for Vision Strikers to win theirs, but what I will say, it just goes to show that the ones I pick, like Vision Strikers, to win the entire tournament, they have some serious competition in their group.
I feel like it's impossible to impress you guys right now unless they're Vision Strikers. I mean, Sean just threw out that. Come on.
No, I absolutely was impressed by FNATIC
Okay,
here.
good.
You know, while we said like we're hoping that this does go to Fracture, and I'm very glad that it is, there was a part of me that said like might end up being a 2-0. So I am impressed here by FNATIC. Overall, the teamwork was really good. Again, can't give enough credit to Durka for the efforts that he put forward there.
yeah.
So this was a very well thought and well-deserved win for them.
Well, the boys behind us, they're getting ready for the second map. Let's take a look at Boaster focused in the aim lab shoot around. Now, we can't show you Durka because, you know, that's going to be giving away the trade secret. We got to let him do his thing. But
He's got a robot arm, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can't.
That's the unfair advantage. But, you know, I want to talk about something Sean said as well about you gotta, like, it's not easy to beat Vision Strikers. You gotta literally bring your A game and then bring your A game on top of that and then bring your A game on top of that at Kilios to take a map off of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just well-researched overall from the side of FNATIC. I don't know if they had an inkling of an idea that this was going to be the look exactly that Vision Strikers was going to bring out, having stacks over on the KO, or if that kind of maybe caught them by surprise. But if it did, they handled it really, really well. Those initial post-plant setups that we were seeing from Vision Strikers were absolutely excellent, but we didn't see as much value coming in from the KO when they had shifted over to the defender's side. And we also, again, saw those uncharacteristic little trip-ups from the side of VS that allowed FNATIC to really run away with it.
Well, we're going to move on to Haven now. And Jess, as you said, this is Vision Strikers' pick.
It is.
So how confident are you in them to be able to bring this back?
I mean, we were talking in the last series about undefeated maps for teams, whether or not other regions outside of EMEA and North America have maps upon which you can't really crack. And you were speaking about FNATIC being able to crack Vision Strikers in the first map. Well, this is a map that is going to be oh so extra tough to crack here. Haven, that is literally the Haven there for Vision Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their all-time records on maps, Haven is their most played. 53 times they played this, and that's 47 wins, 6 losses. Their win streak, being able to push over 100 games consecutively, Haven was a very big part of that. It was very much a repeat map throughout that streak. Even though this used to be their #1 pick, and that's kind of fallen off, it's still incredibly good for them.
I mean, the crazy thing is, to add on to your stat, since stage 2, they've only lost once. One time since stage 2.
The last 9 times they've played it, flawless.
Which is insane. We are going to head into Prime Gaming Asia Select. On the side of FNATIC, we haven't seen them play this since September, and this is a different look. Durka moving away from that jet Achilles onto the race. Is this a good idea?
I mean, given the way that he's playing, I'd have full confidence in him.
Put him on whatever.
If he told me that he wanted to play Omen, I'd be like, sure, screw it, go for it. Why the hell not? But this is, also worth mentioning. Lakio's, of course, stepping away. King is going to be coming in to pick up that Killjoy. Ever so important to have that Sentinel role on Haven. So this is fully unsurprising. We're just seeing a stock standard composition from the side of Vision Strikers.
Yeah, well, FNATIC, they are in the lead right now, which means Vision Strikers, they have to win this next map if they want to stay in this qualification game. Pansy and Hypark, over to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, for introducing us.
Sige, wait lang ha. Kunin ko lang yung roaming real quick para matawagan mo siya.
Anyways, we're back, guys. Game number 2 is underway, and you've heard the analysts. This is a map that Vision Strikers have picked. This is a map that they've been quite successful on and haven't really seen that much deterrence from other teams. And again, the comps that they have used, pretty straightforward with consideration to the map itself, which is Haven. Now, all is laid bare. FNATIC, all they need to do now is win one more game, and we end the series and go to the next one.
And eto na, FNATIC. I'm impressed though kasi FNATIC even though they haven't had the best win rates dito sa Haven mismo, many of the games, they kept it close in the first place. A few losses in overtime, a few 11-13s along the way. So magko-contest talaga dito ang FNATIC and Vision Strikers. They've had a perfect win record in international competition on Haven so far. Last time nga, diba tinurog lang nila yung full sets in the first place? So they're gonna try to do it yet again and make us play Fracture for the second time this tournament. Pero Magnum, umpisa pa lang, niluto na kagad si Mako. Naging bake 2 na kagad ang ating Astra dyan. Stacks in the meantime with the kill out of Mystic. Mystic did fight King though in the first place. And does seem like here for Vision Strikers rin, wala na si Lakia. Si King na ang naglalaro. At that spike is gonna get planted here by FNATIC 4v3. But look at the take here sa FNATIC. Nag-straight line lang sila sa pinipwesto nila. At binabantayan na lang nila ang mga entry points dito na magagaling ang Vision Strikers, Azuray.
They're going to be using Buzz to just rush right in just because of the fact that he still does have his dash intact. Durka, a nut shot to say at the least. RB's down to 14, needs to get that kill. Boaster supporting from all the way far. Oh, that's a right click that actually hit onto Stacks, and he's down to 22. Oh yeah, he is just caught right out in the open, caught in the center. Boaster can actually help out, but Magnum don't need no help. And that's going to be 3K for him in a round for FNATIC.
Yeah, FNATIC. Umpisa pa lang, they're already on point. Magnum though has been one of the standouts here so far sa ating tournament ngayon. And the Killjoy yet again. Isipin mo, umpisa pa lang, hindi ka mamamatay sa pistol, mamamatay ka sa nanoswarm ng lahat ng pwedeng bagay. But that's just what Magnum does in the first place. And FNATIC overall, shutting down the rampage of Vision Strikers. Di na sila makapalag, di sila makapasok. And Magnum again, just killing Stacks there at the very end. Now Vision Strikers, we're expecting them to go back to their roots here. Their Azuray. Stacks is back on that breach, one of the biggest things right now. We got Buzz on that shit, of course, looking to pop off. And we do have that Sky into play yet again. Pero FNATIC right now, looking to be par for the course eh. Marami talagang nag-underestimate sila pagpasok dito sa Valorant Champions, and they're trying to prove everyone wrong so far, especially if you keep down. Many consider as a dark horse here. That is Vision Strikers. Pero Mystic ngayon, papakita lang kay Mako. He will shred him down. Pistols only here sa Vision Strikers. It's the full eco state. And FNATIC again going for that C take.
Oh boy, did you see how far back Mystic was able to go and just retreat? Lovely stuff. Yeah, we're just left to Stacks to maybe hope na makakuha pa siya ng bit more kills, bit more takedowns. Pero hindi mangyayari yon. FNATIC with a relatively clean round. And honestly, they just rinsed and repeat. Hindi nila masyadong binago ang approach nila dun sa C-site. Just, again, making sure, getting all that information. Like all the utilities that they got did two things. Obviously set up the site, but the other one was to make sure where the other players of Vision Striker was. And it just made it such a clean side take para sa FNATIC. So that when the post plant came in, Vision Strikers had to fight for a 5 versus 5 where they still were on the weak pistols and FNATIC was rocking yung mga SMGs na.
Well, yun nga, Spectre muna dyan para sa side ng FNATIC. Vision Strikers ngayon, makakakuha na ng rifles, and at the very least, makita natin talaga yung approach dito sa Haven. May tagabatay ng mga angles na gusto nyo i-contest. And wala mag-rotate, they sige lang. Not only that though, there's a lot of range na pwede talaga gamitin with someone like Stacks on board. That range, kahit nga dyan kung saan siya nakatago ngayon, pwede siya din niya i-effect ang push dito kagad ng FNATIC. Pero Peekaboo, RB sees you! At sabay pa sila eh! Kumukombo line kasama si Buzz. Here we go though with the shots already from the Jet. At si Magnum ngayon naipit. Buzz though with 2. RB will get the second one on the board. At si Doma na lang natitira. Malinis para sa Vision Strikers. Kaya ba nilang patayin to na flawlessly? Trailblazer though, mukhang mga rabies pa nga si Doma. At si Stacks, nandyan lang. Mukhang inipit naman ng FNATIC. Vision Strikers giving FNATIC a taste of their own medicine. At nako, hindi mo na mababalik sa Mercury yan. Kasi FNATIC, matatalo si dyan as Vision Strikers gets a point here flawlessly, Asteray.
That double swing on A-Long took FNATIC by surprise. I didn't even realize that Buzz actually got the kill that way. That was gnarly through the box with that wall bang. Perfect. And flawless rounds on the third that you get is so good because it saves you a lot of money. You'll just have to focus on getting those utilities and whatnot. And technically, they're about neck and neck in terms of economy na ngayon sa FNATIC. So this is the perfect time for both teams to look for a swing. Regardless of round, this is more of with regards to the economy. So FNATIC, now knowing that the Vision Strikers are on that full control, play for the slow game. They do have that one counter or anti-lurk, which is the alarm bot. But FNATIC seems that they're not going to get dissuaded. But maybe. There's a lot of utilities being thrown, but they still do not want to yield.
Oh, Durkid though, all the way to the right-hand side. Hula si Buzz, but RB, Stacks gonna be trying to fight on back. And we do get the trades yet again. Galing dito sa FNATIC at sa Vision Strikers. At bigla na lang lalapit dito nga ang FNATIC. Pero that spike gonna go on down. 2v2 situation. Bumain na ng barrel dito ang FNATIC. Nanas farm muna dun sa may default at papipilitan dito. Ang FNATIC iba yung pwestuhan nila. But that's just a bait. Iisip nila, sige nga, magpapakita ba dito ang Vision Strikers? Here we go though with Boaster watching out for the tower. At you know, Boaster tama na rin dyan. Makoto winning out against Boaster. Magnum with the refrag. And it's 1v1. Magkikita na lang killjoy natin. At si King mukhang wala na siyang crown dito. Kasi si Magnum yung magkasabi ng killjoy diff sa round na yan. 3-1. Panalo na naman ang FNATIC. Pero bago tayo magsalita pa a bit more about the rounds here, Astray, kung hinahanap niyo si Vil. So ito nangyari guys, diba? Ang hype sobra ng Team Secret versus Gambit Esports. Ingay-ingay! Wala! Kinatok ng tanod! So, ngayon, kausap niya yung tanod, nag-i-explain pa siya na kailangan ko pa ng permit. May Team Secret pa. Versus Crazy Raccoon. Tapos syempre, may Team Secret pa. Versus kung sino man matalo sa Gambit at sa Team Vikings. At syempre, may Team Secret pa sa quarterfinals plus hanggang finals. So, isipin na natin, bakit wala si Bill ngayon ang ating Employee of the Year? Kasi ginagawa niya, guys, ang lahat para makapag-cast para sa inyo bukas. So, shoutouts kay Bill! Hope nag-i-enjoy ka dyan sa Barangay Hall. Kasi nandito ako, nagising tuloy maaga. Ako gumigising ng 3 AM para sa night shift schedule, guys. Pero gumising ako maaga para matuwa kayo bukas sa Team Secret. Pero na tayo! Seaside Astray! FNATIC gonna go on it. Operated doon sa kamay ng Vision Strikers. And Booster Doman Durke! Ang bilis lang napatay ng FNATIC ang VS.
Walt's about to recede now. Back. Durka's left alone on the platform. No, actually, no. He's with Doma. Buzz, yeah, he's on the other side. So, ipon na lang. Save the weapon. Live to fight for another round. Really clean stuff ngayon para sa FNATIC. Like, anything that they want to do is just working so well for them. And I gotta say, they have this kind of strategy na is very simple, but it has a lot of iterations. And one of those na sabihin ko is the 3-2 split onto C. Nakita niyo palagi there's gonna be 3 people rushing onto the C side with a bit of utility spread out. And there's gonna be 2 people that is controlling stopping the lurk on window on mid and then pushing towards garage. And it works so well because FNATIC setups are quite clean, to say at the least. Look at this one. They didn't even need to actually have the rest of the members of FNATIC to just rush right in. The 3 were just sufficient enough to make that happen. Look at these different perspectives just showing to us how cleanly they were able to do that. And what all started at was the wall that came out from Mystic. That Cosmic Divide really set everything up because nobody from Vision Strikers wanted to push up dun sa front na wall na yon, and they just left the utility there ni Mako, no, not Mako, but ni King, and then it just did not work out because they could not follow through because they did not want to challenge through the Cosmic Divide of the Astra ng FNATIC.
I also think yung sobrang perfectly played lang nung wall, nung flash, at kasing perfect. Ngayon, kasing perfect ka, Azuray. Pero bigla na lang tayo nga balik sa rounds, Vision Strikers. Ito na naman to, si RB at si Buzz. Pero ngayon, sabi ni RB, uy, may tao ba dyan? O yun nga, may race dito. At bigla na lang binalil. Pero type pa si Derke. At isa pa, hay nako, magpapakita ka pa sa kamay ni Buzz as Doma gonna die as well. So 2 pick-outs dito sa Vision Strikers. This time, the A contest works because nagsama-sama na naman ang dalawa dito. Yung Jet at yung Sky. At interesting enough, Azuray, tingnan mo yung utilities nila at tingnan mo yung mga barrel na ngayon. Sino may barrel? Si Buzz at si RB. Baka mapagpa-mind games pa nga to kasi easy na FNATIC, nag-force pa yung kalaban, but it's just about the Sky and the Jet playing superhero and sidekick. Pero ang tanong, which is which and who can they kill even more? Boosted na mamamatay. 2-man army, dalawa lang kailangan nito ng Vision Strikers para magawing may advantage na sila dito ngayon, Azuray.
Vision Strikers are masters at playing around the budget smoke. It's so good how they can just go wherever they want with that piece of utility, and it just works so well for them. So loving the usage there. Magnum, he's gonna see the butt of the start of the gun, but still loses in the end. Mystic, he's gonna keep the weapon or not. Well, he does. Okay, that's good. So Vision Strikers here, solid round. People gotta respect Buzz's operator now that he's always just fighting. This is the that's the thing though. The budget smoke was kind of a giveaway. I think someone crossed it to try to go to that hard left side on A-Long, right? Because nobody would use that budget smoke for anything else other than that. I mean, if you use the gravity well, it would make sense to say you're trying to catch somebody who's looking towards A house or A main as an operator. But the budget smoke or the not as long smoke or the short smoke kind of gives you away.
Yeah, though, RB is like, ginagawa mo dyan? Parang, ikaw ba dito? O ano? Uy! Who you? Ba't ka na dito?
Sorry me.
Sorry me. Dito kami. Huwag ka nga dyan. Pero, ito talaga yan. Vision Strikers. Bigla, uy. Aldo,
did he spot?
Baka nga, no? Derke. Huli ba nila in the first place? Shock darts coming on through. At FNATIC, may pwesto nila yung split talaga dito papunta ng C-side. Thing is though, FNATIC, they got off to a good start, Azuray, pero nakakahanap ng paraan ang Vision Strikers umabol. And will this be the same kind of case? Will we see Vision Strikers tie it up? Kung FNATIC ngayon, medyo alanganin sa pag-push nila papunta dito ng C-side.
I'm loving this for FNATIC. They immediately realized that if they wanted to pull their trigger onto C agad-agad, they're actually gonna wait. They're actually gonna be in front of Vision Strikers. Oh, this is the perfect time for Durga to get some kills, to get that start off, and the pop onto King R is huge because it deactivates every single utility na meron ang Killjoy dito ngayon. The retaliation from Stax, though, is to utilize his ultimate to stop them dead in their tracks. 14 seconds, they still have to push to the C site right now, but it's gonna be very damn close. RB has to run for dear life. That spike isn't gonna get planted. 4 seconds.
Nope.
No time. Yeah, Mystic's blinded. And he loses that one. RB, perfect to catch the rotation from, I believe that was Boaster, coming right in. Really good stuff from Vision Strikers.
Buti naman natuto na sila tumakbo this time. Kanina, diba, sayang sa icebox. But this time, just run on away. Dirk, ito, showstopper para sa opening. But what happens here? Vision Strikers having the right calls and Stack stepping up talaga on top of the logs. Makakatatlo pa. Winolbang rin yung default in the first place using those audio cues, checking out those angles. At ito talaga yung Vision Strikers. They have to play na may mata talaga sa likod ng ulo nila dito. They have to watch out for all the angles na pwede manggaling ang FNATIC. Basta bitawan nila yon, and they are doing it so well under pressure. So far, so good para sa pagbalik dito ng Vision Strikers sa scoreline. 3-4, isa na lang. We're gonna be all tied up. And the thing is, here for the side of FNATIC, as we get the edges from Durke, he's gonna be slowing down his own push dahil na lang natama na blast pa konti ang mga kumpanya. And not only that, it's not the best buys because Boaster is only on the Spectre. So, B-push na lang. Diretso na lang kagad. Throw caution to the wind. Vision Strikers looking to tie things up. And at the very least here, para sa side ng FNATIC, ginawa nila ito parang di talaga, wala eh. Pigilan pa rin si Durke ng operator. They wanted to avoid that one, Asarai, but it's 5v4 in favor ng Vision Strikers.
Where's Durka going? Oh, he's going for the long con, the long flank. And they're gonna use this in the guise of that attacker Killjoy's ultimate. The problem is, yeah, the defuse is still rolling. Durka, or excuse me, Boaster is running right in, and the timing, it's perfect. Boaster, sneaky little bastard, still gets the kill. And that's gonna be FNATIC with a round. That was lovely. Did not expect that to actually come out.
Inikutan lang ang lahat. Ano yan eh? Alam mo si Boaster nag-waze yan eh. Kita niya traffic sa baby. Sabi niya, ito yung alternate route. Sige nga. At nag-marathon dun si Boaster. Now, you have to give it to the rest of FNATIC. Talaga, they're trying to hold things off. They're trying to go for the distraction. But Vision Strikers, they had the right cover. Suddenly, Boaster magpapakita dyan. Inapakan lang kagad ang dalawa. Nako. At FNATIC ngayon, kitang-kita pa rin. Yung rotate talaga ang habol na. Yung mga angles talaga ang habol na. And I keep saying it. There is always a way to do it. Palagi lang gusto gawin. And they will be willing to go the distance para doon. Pero Magnum malapit at kiking at dahil na sa kanya Mako in the meantime. With the top set again. Pessimistic na ang sasagot yan. 4v3 scenario. Push na kagad dito ang side na FNATIC. Mag-flank muna si Buzz. Pero ang problema, Asaray, asa na ang gamit niya. Classic lang ang hawak-hawak. Free life lang para kay Boaster. And it's 4v2. Walang ganong palag dito ang Vision Strikers ngayon.
Nakita mo si Boaster nag-range lang sa kanina? Mukhang bot na lang sa karapan niya. Si Buzz. Yeah, no, that was Mystic.
Oh my God. Kala ko rin, di ba? Running shot na ganun, tatalon ka pa, tatama ka. Guys, pag tumama yung shot na ganun sa pag naglalaro kayo, bumili rin na kayo loto after. Kasi 1 in a million shot yun, kung siya lang talaga eh.
All because Phantom Supremacy. Kahit mahal na mahal ko ang Vandal, kailangan talaga mag-Phantom.
Hindi, sasabihin mo yun, tapos makikita mo, gagamitin mo, minus 140. And you're like, paano lang nga?
This is why, nandami mo nakikita naglalaro na top tier players, very mobile when they use the Phantom. Yung tipo na they don't just stay idle, and because the Phantom technically can still run and gun, somehow it's still being utilized quite well. Oh, no way! That was an inch from their heads. That was a good solid thread. And in any case, yeah, Doma has ultimate, Boaster has ultimate. That's the suck. RB's caught. Oh, he cannot get out of this one. Jeez. He's just caught the
Oh my
RB! Comes alive. He is just on fire right now, Dax. Like, they set up all the ultimates, they set up everything, but RB's, he's the denial god. He's a deity.
Tagabantay ng A-Long. Siyempre Filipino cast, but hala ng A-Long. Galing. Now, I gotta say though, it was so much pressure kay Buzz. Nakita mo yun, operator, tas ilang ibang kulay na nakikita mo. What do you even do? Guiding light to the call. RB finally gonna go on down. Stocks to malapit at isa. Hindi pa kinakaya yung pangalawa, but na naman si Mako para maglinis. Pero sino ang nagdala ng walis tingting? Ang pangalan niya ay RB. At ang dali lang eh. Nakita niya tatlo, pinatay niya ang tatlo. At Vision Strikers pumapalag pa rin.
Vision Strikers, I don't know, man. They're just pinapakita lang sa atin nila kung gaano sila kagaling mag-bang-bang. That's literally it. Look at that. This is the replay that just shows to us how clean that is. That third target, pure spray transfer. Recoil control. Ganda. So with that, FNATIC have to call a timeout. But to be honest, like, they don't talk about how to defeat RB. They talk about how they don't allow RB to have that chance to make that happen once again. A side seems to be the worst possible site for FNATIC. So maybe another C would be the general option.
Yeah. I think yung A-long contest talaga ng Vision Strikers, hirap na hirap yung Fnatic at all to contest that. Whether it's Buzz and RB o si RB lang isa. Basta yung AA hold, yung hindi sila gaano makakuha ng success dahil parang yun talaga yung nagiging element ng Vision Strikers eh. The Sky, the Jet have the control options para din yung mga flash, yung mobility para maka-out.
Yeah.
And not only that, I think it's also the configuration kasi Astra basically global yun, taga ano siya eh. Parang siya yung taga-tactical commander. Siya yung commander ng lahat eh. Mag-set up ng stars para lang makatulong. And not only that, it's an angle that's perfect for the breach as well. To play from a link, you just say, oy, guys, may tao papunta dito. Pwede pa rin pagpadating ng full time. Yung aftershock, yung flashpoint, pwede pa rin naman tumama from afar in the first place. And just because of that extra bit of security, mas sure, ang Vision Strikers, mas confident sila. And I think I agree with you, Fnatic, they might have to go for the C-take more often than not dahil lang sa setup dito ng Vision Strikers. Pero syempre, si Buzz na co-operator at pag renotate mo talaga yan, papunta ng C, mas delikado pa ngayon ang Fnatic.
Fnatic, they seem to win or to get these successes a lot more pag hindi sila nag-full commit onto the site. Kasi ang pinaka-problema dito is Vision Strikers are always just prepared. King, no way he didn't get... No way na hindi nila nalaman na nandun siya. The swing out as well from Stax, nowhere near at all. So this should be the plant. Stax is going to just back away na lang muna sa garage ngayon as he waits for the rest of the team, and this puts us back into the 4 versus 3. But this is a time where Buzz seemingly is looking much stronger now, especially that he has the operator and a dash right in. All he has to do is flick and that's it. And look at that, a headshot onto Magnum.
Finds Magnum and sakto lang yung Seekers. Tatlo para sa tatlo. At tingnan na natin kung sino mahuhuli dito ngayon. Pero yung flash na naman! Galing sa side ng Fnatic. 2-for-2 trade bus na lang natitira versus side of Boaster. Phantom in hand. Same thing there sa side of Fnatic. Pero ito na, mga darts kaya Rico Darto doesn't get the intel dahil may Cloudburst na nakaharang halfway down and halfway left. And Buzz will be left alone to defuse that spike. 5-6. Kinaya pa ng Vision Strikers. And I honestly thought tapos na yung round as soon as the flash for Fnatic came. Pero natuto doon yung Vision Strikers. The clutch shot there from Buzz just to make sure nas value talaga doon sa Seekers. And from that point on, yung Vision Strikers pumapalag pa rin. Learning lessons there si Kingdom talaga na backstop. Pero natuna pa si Mystica. Magnum made that great opening. But I have to say here, in terms of the retake for the side of Vision Strikers, umasa sila kay Buzz. Hindi siya nag-disappoint whatsoever. And ang laki ng improvement niya performance from map number 1 to here in map number 2.
Predictive shot din yun, dun sa, yung last shot na yun. That was pre-fired as the smoke was coming in. Or as the smoke was extinguished. So, man, quick control on the Phantom, so easy to do compared to like the Vandal. It's one of the things that gripes me about the Vandal. They need to buff that one, man. But anyways, Durka made so much noise pushing through. And it seems like Fnatic, they've dealt with so much crap. They just want this trap to be over. They've really pushed everything in. So whatever happens, they've all just chugged out their ultimates. Buzz has his blades if ever that gets pushed through. So yeah, we're just seeing basically yung Venn diagram.
Oo nga, yung Venn diagram, 2 disco balls, bigla nilang back into the 70s real quick. But now, we go to the point of intersection. Just the notice natin, at ang Vision Strikers ang mabawagi so far for the C-hold. Spike is gonna be down, 40 seconds left. At Fnatic, kailangan tumakbo dyan. First si Buzz rin. So, moonwalking all the way to that C-side. Cosmic Divide gonna be the call as well dito sa Vision Strikers. At ito na, pantay sarado, 3v1. Magnum gonna be all alone. Guardian gameplay lang magiging palag. Peek on out, bigla lang may shot. Sabi niya, isa pa nga, second one, but the Rolling Thunder will come on in to get that takedown. At 6-6 na to. Vision Strikers, kumakabol palagi. Azuray, Fnatic, sige, nakaka-good start sila. Pero hindi nila kaya talaga pigilan yung Vision Strikers as soon as nasusolve nila ang pinagkagawa nito na Fnatic.
They stopped them at the seams. There are some rounds where Fnatic just want to take as much control as possible, and Durka reverts to being that entry fragging duelist. The problem is, ngayon, there is no more chance for Durka to actually isolate a 1v1 fight. And there was some talk nung nagsimula yung or nag-discuss yung mga analysts about Durka actually picking up the Raze, right? Raze, very, very good for setting up with the rest of your team. Really good utility usage. Also, obviously, a duelist, so you have that chance to be able to entry onto the sites. But with how Durka plays, it seems that he misses the dash of the jet, especially with how aggressive he's been handling on top of B. Like, there was a wall already, and he goes right past it. If he had a jet, he could just do that and dash away just in case. Pero because he's that Raze, he can't really utilize it as well as he would want. So I don't know what's happening here, but Durka just seemingly is kind of downtrodden kung anong kailangan niya gawin dito. He's like 7-10-3. It's not a bad score line, but not as expected when it's, Durka we're talking about.
Yeah. I think ako rin kasi inisip ko kanina, sige, there was that trust basically. May tiwala na magper-perform sa Durka kasi ang ganda ng first round niya, ng first game niya. Pero ako rin parang, okay, sige mag-raise kayo. You do wanna, at the very least, flush out yung mga angles na kaya i-take ng Killjoy, i-take ng Breach. But how do you compensate for the lack of utter immediate mobility? Na sige, kung marunong ka mag-blast back hops, malapit naman. It's really speedy, it's a really good entry, but it's still different compared to what the jet can do. And I feel like Karen, if Durka was playing that jet, he would be contesting the efforts of Vision Strikers a lot better. Na yung sky jet combo nila, yung pagpasok talaga lipas, yung mga angles niya, you're not getting it as much from Durka. And in terms of showstopper value, it's not as potent as you would like. Parang you want some more from the fireworks. Mag-New Year na, tas ganun lang yung putok nyo. It's like, ano to? Baby sprinklers, yung para sa mga bata yung nakakahon, tas tinatapon-tapon mo lang sa seg, tas mag-pop ng pop, pop, pop. That's all we're getting right now from the Raze in terms of that yung utility impact, diba? Pero alam naman natin Durka can pop off, but we still want to see it more in terms of maybe the paint shells, yung showstopper nga, at baka nga pagpunta na dito sa defense, makikita natin yung value nito. Kasi thinking about it for Vision Strikers, may mga angles, may mga small little cubbies na titake nila para makaset up someone like Stack, someone like RB, and maybe even Mako or King. And that can be Durka's opportunity to take them down. So tingnan natin nga, it might be planning for the future. Instead, 6-6 naman ang scoreline. So we go again into the pistol.
Taking that back.
Speaking of pistol, is anybody going to challenge that? Oh, there it is. First up to the plate, and lo and behold, it's Durka down to 67. Doma's also been spotted here. The rest of Vision Strikers, they got the heals from RB, so it's all good. Makakapagbawi sila dito, and interestingly enough, RB... Oh, okay, that's how. So RB didn't buy any shields whatsoever. It's full util, same with stacks. So you can really see kung gaano kalaki ang commitment ngayon ng Vision Strikers in terms of that utility usage. Doma with some value, Flash keeping him alive, but only for just a brief few seconds. 3 versus 3 now. And what's the pull? What's the trigger? Vision Strikers already going to push it onto the C side. Look at how FNATIC actually do not rotate for C and already anticipate the A push or the A rotate.
Yeah, they're not gonna fall for it. That's the thing. Pero eto yun, ako, big fan ako nung pagbili ng regrowth sa Sky this early on. And this is how you want to play it. You want to at least... Oh, never mind, RB. Nako, wala kang magagawa dyan kung patay ka kaging poster. King though in meantime would take out. Oh, to 2! At mo nag-pop off na ang Killjoy. And here we go for the sprint forward A side. Kasi kung may regrowth ka nga, diba? Pwede ka mag-slow play, go for a few pokes and prods as AoE heal. But it's not gonna happen when your Sky is dead. But patay naman na lang lahat ng Vision Strikers ang kalaban nila. And from that point on, they take the round. You see the difference, Astroy? Namatay lang si RB. Biglang full sprint ahead na yung Vision Strikers eh.
And the Ferrari pick pa dun siya sa last instance. Did they actually flash anything? This one was weird, to be honest. Oh, okay, that's what it looked like sa POV ni King. That looked very, very risky for FNATIC to actually try to get that refrag moving forward. But to be honest, I mean, if Magnum got the kills there, that would have been it for that round. Like, they would have just won purely from the punish of that on that rotation. I'm loving this. Triple rotation, and then the 4 people just swing right back out. That is the most beautiful thing ever because, you know why? Doma is a Sky. So everybody who took damage just got back up to full. That is some really smart use of utility here from FNATIC, and Boaster is adding up to the mix by just hiding in the corner and right-clicking to his heart's content.
Oh, daming targets though, but the gravity well is the ultimate counter. And King is there to go for the takedowns. Nandyan lang kayo, extra damage coming your way. And goodbye na lang sa'yo. Vicious Strikers gonna be able to get that takedown kanina. Walang malakas sa apat, pero doon tatlo lang in that gravity well. And 2 will fall in the first place. 3v2 scenario. FNATIC ngayon, classic lang hawak. Good damage though, done already by FNATIC. Every kill they get here is basically a bonus. And Durke gonna be running on in with Mystic para lang mamatay sa crossfire ni Mako at ni King. So goodbye FNATIC. Hello to a 2-0 lead. Here's the second half ng Vicious Strikers. 8-6 na. And I do want to say this. Look at Stacks here with 16 takedowns, 7 assists. Him on the breach is just a masterclass. Palitan na natin yung pangalan ni Breach eh. Gawin na natin Stacks kasi siya talaga yung embodiment dito ng Breach gameplay in the whole year of VCT eh.
It's been clean. Like, ang isa sa mga pinakamahirap na gawin, I think, kay Breach isn't the flash, but rather yung fault line that follows up afterwards, or yung fault line na tutulong sa team mo. It really, there's a different dynamic when that happens, right? I think it just Stacks just showing to us how well he can utilize that, to be honest. Now, okay, King actually retracted the turret before he got knocked out. But this is the buy round for FNATIC here. Doma's making a lot of noise. And where is the follow through? Durka's gotta have to commit to some of this one. That nade will do absolutely nothing. And as he tries to escape, he gets caught out. So whoever threw out that gravity well, it was good, but Durka was just not able to follow. So Magnum doubles up onto this one just because they know that they can't really risk anything else. But this is perfect because Boaster, yeah, they lost King. So Boaster has all the time in the world to go for that flank. Mako and Stacks, they're left on an island, but they will persevere and push through onto the A side where Magnum is waiting. But FNATIC is, I don't know, they're just missing these shots, man.
They're doing it, you know, they're doing the pinch that they love to play. At kanina masyado na busy si RB. Pinaglalaroan yung pet asa niya, and you know, dog at the dog cafe, nakatulog ka na lang, pagising mo puro fur na lang yan. So 8-6 scoreline. Here we go though with the side of Vicious Strikers. Malapitan, smoker meron kay Mako. Biglang may barrel out of nowhere. Sabi niya, ano to? Ba't pinumutan na barrel? At pinatay na lang niya. Ginawang multo si Mystic Chan, but Boaster with the find yet again. Mako with the hold. Pero handa si Magnum na naman. At FNATIC, makukuha na rin nila yung unang round nila dito sa second half. Pero ang laki ng binayad nila dito, Astra, is such a costly round for them. 8-7, yes, but 4 of FNATIC died there. And Vision Strikers should be relatively okay with that round. I do gotta say though, this far aside ng Vision Strikers, it did seem like they got a good catch there on Durke. And kawawa, inintay talaga ni Boaster bago matapos yung Trailblazer ni RB. But I have to say this, a little unfortunate rin kay Durke. Kasi if you saw how he moved, he pressed that paint shells, right? And ran on away. If I didn't know any better, he might be saying, kung jet na ako, naka-dash on away na ako, naka-cloudburst pa and everything. Honestly, it might be that muscle memory. And Durke right now going for the push. This time, he doesn't care. At mag-blast back away na siya safely. It's a way, you know? It's a way to disengage. But I still have to wonder, kung ganyan ang gagawin niya, bakit di lang siya nag-jet?
I guess I mean, you'd still do have that mobility, right?
Yeah.
With the satchel, so I think it still makes a good chunk of sense, and technically raises the utility duel, so you kind of want to use that in conjunction with how utility-based FNATIC have been playing this. Oh my god! Boaster, where have you been all my life? Okay, he's gotten the 2 spray down already. Mako and Buzz have... Oh no, actually Buzz has exploded himself, but Mako has not. But Magnum reads it like a book. So Buzz left on an island here. I was actually expecting FNATIC to lose this round, just because purely from the fact na sinabi mo na, diba? FNATIC just used up all their money in the world, and Vision Strikers can still get that full buy for them. But doesn't matter. FNATIC, they just do their own thing and it works.
Yeah, and this is big kasi sira na kagad na naman ang economy ng Vision Strikers. FNATIC will hold and Buzz will save that gun. Pero, alam mo, Asray, napaghalatan ka na pare. Yung yung kay Boaster, yung mga dedication mo. Where have you been all my life? Kulang na lang! Magbubukas na ako ng notepad. Wattpad presents a caster and a player. Pagmamahal sa Pilipinas papuntang Berlin. Chapter 1, Valorant Champions. Nung unang tingin pa lang sa camera na Boaster, napakingiti na si Asray. Inakala niya, bigla pa lang sabihin niya, apakan mo ko, utay. End of chapter 1. Mamaya na yung ibang fanfic dyan kasi bakit
Apakan mo ko itay like dad or apakan mo ko itay like ouch? Or pwede both?
Whatever floats your boat, pare. Kung ano man gusto mo. Kung ano masaya ka. Kung saan ka masaya. Diba? You're calling me out. Ikaw nga yung mas kunya sa atin dito eh. Ang kapal ng mukha. Pero ito na tayo. Back into the game we go. FNATIC and back on the way. Vision Strikers. Push muna dyan. Buzz will already take the entry. At mukhang yun nga, diba? Hero Rifle. Feeling confident. Pero nothing to lose for the Vision Strikers. They're gonna try to go for third poster na naman. Hindi talaga siya tumitigil. Kaya ka talaga nag-blush pag nakikita mo siya. Asray. 5v4 scenario. FNATIC with that first pick off.
This is still very winnable for Vision Strikers, to be honest, because they have Stacks as ultimate. So till they deal with Stacks or till they can get out of that effective range of the Rolling Thunder, they're effectively screwed, to be honest. So Buzz gotta have to go big into this charge right here, but meron siyang crossfire with Mystic, so it makes it very much easier for FNATIC just to come in and swing out. And now they know Buzz is out in the open, down to 30 HP, and he's stuck. He is nowhere near at default where the spike is, and he's just gonna have to just, well, you know, give up. Oh, he can die. Yeah, to the turret, if ever, down to 12 HP.
Muntik na yun. Yun yung sign pag tama, yung tipong tama na kung matalo ka pa ng turret na yan. It's like, time out, real quick. Madaya yung turret. Aimbot. Madaya. Pero, FNATIC again, just, yes, that was obviously lesser by Vision Strikers kasi they lost 2 rounds in a row, basically, na may barrel sila. But at the same time, FNATIC still able to clean up nicely. Umpisa pa lang, Boaster already getting value with the Hunter's Fury. He's been popping off. And an ultimate that charges that long, they're still gonna get it relatively quickly kung ganun talaga napapala ng Sova mo. So, FNATIC right now, they're firing on all cylinders. And even though, you know, we've been asking kay Sidurke, why not play the Jet? He's still able to perform in a way. Feel ko talaga for both here, FNATIC and Vision Strikers. May dinadala silang bago dito talaga sa series na to. Kasi may ini-expect silang kakaiba dun sa kalaban nila. And here for the side of FNATIC, it makes sense what this race can do on paper. Baka lang nga hindi pa natin nakikita yung full utility value na gusto nila hanapin. So Vision Strikers doing a good job at least shutting that one part down. Pero hindi nila siya shutdown si Boaster eh. May taga nice one baby galing sa panel. So alam mo na, malakas yan.
Tignan mo kung gano'n ka back of sight maglaro ang FNATIC ngayon. Because they already know that Stacks has that Rolling Thunder, so they don't want to play against it. Ooh, nice little lineup there. And it's gonna deny it for a second time. Quite hilarious. Perfect. Magnum spotted out the barrel, but Mako just retreats back perfectly. Boaster finally deals with it. And it's gonna be hard pinch plays para ngayon sa FNATIC. But RB not leaving any traces. Pero grabe, alam na ng FNATIC kung anong gagawin ngayon ng Vision Strikers. It's all about how they set up those counter plays agad, isolating fights if at all, if ever. But now it's just FNATIC always active, always prepared for that one odd player from Vision Strikers challenging yung pinch nila.
Handa lang sila. Yun lang talaga yun. And FNATIC again, kung hindi kayo naniniwala sa FNATIC, baka naman ngayon na. I have to say, coming into this tournament, hirap na hirap talaga sila sa mga pinapakita ng tournaments and all the like, but no, hindi sila nag-give up. And if you look at their structure, the team themselves, very smart players, coaching staff, matatalino rin. Ito nga, matalitong bata nga eh. Binigyan nung Sherifer, binigyan ng Promil, at handang-handa na talaga dito sa Champions. Sobrang confident pa din ngayon ng FNATIC. Tingnan, Vision Strikers now looking very lost on how to finish these rounds. rounds. Okay yung plano, okay yung setup, okay yung pagpasok. Pero at the very end, mapapakamot ulot lang sila. Hindi nila masolve. Mukhang sabi ng calculator, network error na yan. Pero si Buzz, at least masyashots on si Durke. And yet again, the questions we asked about the race, it happens one more time for FNATIC. Na-prove naman nila na kahit papitas pa nga si Durke, kaya pa rin. And Durke, that's the one thing about him is, kailangan mag-ingat pag sobrang aggressive siya because he can get shut down like this as right. Vision Strikers though, 5v4 situation. It's still not as confident as they would like kasi ilang beses na natin nakita pa rin FNATIC figuring out a way to answer back.
Deploying
Well,
spike planted.
There it is again. Ang daming flanks na ginagawa dito ng FNATIC. And I like this. Kasi usually it's much more difficult, I guess, to come out from spawn in heaven rather than just come in from the flank where you have a lot more cover, especially on long and short. Boaster hoping that King gets a bit more foolish or antsy to chase in on the kill here, because that's going to be a really big thing. But I don't really see in this particular round FNATIC winning, especially when they keep getting pinched, and that's going to be just beautiful transitions ngayon para kay Buzz. He gets Mystic, he gets the other members of FNATIC, and that keeps Vision Strikers afloat for the moment, because they were starting to lose steam as well as economy.
And at least sa side ng Vision Strikers, even though they haven't been as confident so far, this first pick-off on Durke really helps anyway. This time, nasolve naman nila yung problema nila with just Buzz popping off and going for the takedowns all the way in the front line. Pinilit na bumalik ang FNATIC, and there you go with the timeout. It's now time for FNATIC basically to talk about what's going on sa mga peaks dito ng aggression. They have seen so far, kung mapigilan lang nila yung push ng Vision Strikers, nakitigil na. They don't need to overcommit, honestly. Yes, there are times where the raise push works on out, but more often than not, it can open up an opening here for the side of Vision Strikers. At baka ngayon pag-uusapan nila dito. On the flip side though, para sa Vision Strikers, how do they stop these angles being taken? Ang laki-laki ng mapa, ang raming pwedeng panggalingan dito ng FNATIC. And Vision Strikers, they started this series off na binabantayan talaga nila lang ang lahat na maigi. But here on Haven, even though it's a little more straightforward kung saan manggagaling kalaban, nakapasok pa rin yung FNATIC sa timing talaga. Busy nag-utility, ba't hindi ka handang bumaril? At dahil lang dun, sa timing na pag-rotate in someone like Boaster, nakakapasok talaga ang FNATIC in places that shouldn't be there in the first place. And Vision Strikers right now, kung paano kaya gagawin nila, mag-sama-sama sila, may buddy system, someone will watch the person playing the utility, can they play the front line instead? They still haven't been able to solve it here. Di pa naman nila nasasagot talaga kung ano gagawin nila dito compared to basically some of the sure rounds we saw kanina on Icebox. But still, it's map point here for FNATIC very soon if they can get to that 12. They are up by 1-0. At kung manalo sila dito sa Haven, they will be the first ones to move on sa ating playoffs.
Adit na lang din, Dax. The reason why I feel like Vision Strikers just don't care about the flanks na ginagawa ng FNATIC is because it's too slow. They rather just use the death ball to secure the sites. And as long as Stax has his Rolling Thunder, FNATIC will always fear that. And FNATIC obviously don't have wall hack, so they're and by that I mean they just don't know the timing of when they're gonna have to push out onto the site itself. So this really leaves a lot to be desired para sa timing ngayon ng FNATIC and how they're gonna be approaching these rounds. The threat of that Rolling Thunder really is big enough that sites will be cleared out just for it, because yung follow through is even worse. And by that I mean, pag nakakita si Buzz na merong target na yan, he has a phantom, he has insane aim. You do the math. It's gonna be quite difficult to deal with it, to be honest.
It's just difficult that, you making me do the math, kaya talaga mapapakumuno ko ng bata ako. Pero here we have it now, Vision Strikers. At the very least, I want to go for the plant. But look at this King with the biggest brain place. Sabi mo, bagal yung ikot dito ng FNATIC. Might as well keep someone in spawn instead. Fake EFK. Suddenly, here we go with the takedowns. And it just seems like King will be 1 minute later than everyone else, but it's the perfect time kasi nasa harapan na lang niya ang FNATIC. 10-9 scoreline, looking to be 10-10 very soon unless makagawa ng play dito si Mystic. Ikot-ikot lang, hindi pa na-spot out ni King, pero bunti naman binapatay ni Mako, and the Rolling Thunder for the secure as well. Sometimes, kailangan talaga layers of outplay. Inception lang to. Asuray, parang you're gonna dream about, sige, mag-flank ka. Pero paano kung flank yung flank mo? Paano kung may flank yung flank? At paano kung may nag-camp dun sa flank ng flank? Yun yung sagot ngayon ng Vision Strikers at tuloy-tuloy na lang talaga tong game na to in terms of the outplay, in terms of the outwit. Labanan talaga ng matatalino tong Vision Strikers at FNATIC eh.
Vision Strikers haven't changed their strategy in like the past 3 to 4 rounds. So I think it's safe to say that they just understand. What's interesting though is Stacks has used the Rolling Thunder for, I would say, no apparent reason. Like, that was just like him just pulling off the trigger and maybe looking for a kill. But they already know that FNATIC's not going to be in the most capable of spaces economy-wise. So I'm not sure what that was for per se. And even more so, again, they already have like so much control and economy. So there's nothing really I think that Vision Strikers had to do like excessive at that particular round. This flank is gonna get red hard now because King, he's added the necessary security systems. And that is the alarm bot straight up there on the window.
At least may tagabantay lang dyan, and at the very least here for the side of FNATIC, hintay muna nila bago nila ma-confirm na ayan na nga yung take. But look at the guns here for the side of FNATIC. So lahat ng pwede pabilin dito ni Booster. Aries lang talaga ang malakas. Thing is though, not the best buys here for FNATIC. They're gonna be half buying at the very least for the next round if they do need to go for the buys themselves. Pero King ngayon, tagabantay, but it's not gonna work out this time. FNATIC, handa sila sa more direct approach dito ng Vision Strikers, and it's easy pickings there against the Killjoy. Now knocking dito sa may short-hand side, it's gonna be a heavy stack actually coming from the flank. At mukhang yung flank naman ang manggagaling dito harap eh. You're thinking that's gonna be more people coming for the spawn, but it's not. It's a big bulk here from the side of FNATIC at si Dirk, yung pinasabog na si Stack. Sabi nga, diba, yung mga sulok na yan ang para dyan sa race, but then RV again on fire. And you get the 3K, you get the lead, at buhay pa rin dito ang Vision Strikers sa series na to as they will take advantage of doing the strategy over and over again. Pero iniiba lang nila ang sagot versus FNATIC.
Tingin ko ramdam na ng A-site si Rick Astley. Dax, they're never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Hindi nila titigilan ang A-site na ito hanggang sa hindi ma-figure out ng FNATIC how to deal with it. And look at how much they've stacked up on there. And the adjustment para sa Vision Strikers, you pointed it out, Dax. Just leave one person on the spawn itself. Pero seems like Vision Strikers, they're deciding otherwise, reading that it could be basically like a 5-man stack or more bodies being thrown out by FNATIC onto the A site. Still though, Vision Strikers hearing a couple of pop shots will not pull their trigger too quickly onto the C site. What will they do is the slow methodical process of clearing every single nook and cranny on Haven before approaching anything else. And they just need one more game to push it to overtime and one more game to give us into game number 3.
And many look at the series na pwede talaga mag 3 games ngayon. So, Puyatan! Nako, Astray, kung mag game 3, baka umabot ka pa nga sa araw na minamahal namin ni Ray. Magiging part ka na ng Night Shift Warriors. At alam ko actually, magiging Night Shift Warrior ka rin sometime soon. Pero habang ngayon guys, kung gising pa kayo, thank you na lang talaga sa lahat. Second series pa lang to. May third series pa. Ako, para sa akin itong mga oras na to. But then again, oras natin tingnan paano mag-push ang Vision Strikers. Punta dito sa may A-side. Poster ngayon nakatago lang sa itaas behind that smoke. But again, of course, alam na lang lahat paano naglaro ng paintball doon. And here we go again! AFK cosplay, part 2, Mako, gonna be there to get the take down onto Dirk. Mako not done, isa pa! At tambay lang sa bahay ang kailangan dito ang Vision Strikers. Kung makapakatro pa dito talaga si Mako, ewan ko na lang, Mystic, habulin mo siya. But FNATIC, they cannot play the flanks they want to play. At Mako nga, si Mystic! Naku, ano siya? Yung parang, ano ba yun? Yung mga fortune teller, yung mga crystal ball. Kasi mystical gameplay, galing kay Mystic right now, Astray. And of all the strategies na pwede gawin ng Vision Strikers, ang sagot pala ay mag-quick AFK. Back nung dumalapitan, isa, Buzzdo will get that takedown. But like is just making its point right now, keep someone sa may spawn. And Vision Strikers will win another round to put them on map point.
Rinse and repeat. Walang pinagbago. Always go for that A site. Yes.
Pag ito yung talagang game na sasabi mo, guys, napanood ko to sa Champions. Mag-EFK ako sa base. Kayo mag-push ng side, gagana to, promise. Pinanood ko yung Vision Strikers. Ewan ko na lang, yun pa yung makukuha mo. But yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, it's a viable option for some reason. Just because, I don't know, attacker spawn in Haven actually gives you I think it's routes. It's just where you can see yung mga entrances to mid, a house, as well as C long. It all starts on spawn, and interestingly enough, that's just how it is here in Haven, and as well as I feel I should say Acend. But yeah, you know, leaving it at that, FNATIC, they just can't. Yun na yung problema. They have no lineups to stop the spike from being planted on default. So unless Boaster has like a double shock dart that he can use to take down stacks, it turns very incredibly difficult, because always 5 versus 2 in a site.
And yun nga, diba? The value of the utilities that FNATIC should have, it's not happening. And Vision Strikers, they're looking to give the same kind of score sa kalaban nila. No, mga ginagawa mo with your birdie. Huli ka dyan. Stocks gonna be able to go for the takedowns. And FNATIC will answer back with Magnum and Boaster. But the damage has been done at 3v2 na to. Spike na being planted here by RB. Ayan yung unang shock, it's too late for the second. Oh, it might, oh no! Boaster, ginagawa mo. Walang nakita doon. Pero this is gonna be such an instrumental moment. This is a paramount moment para talaga mag-commit, para talaga makagawa ng play. And you needed that shock dart to bring in more of that damage. But anyway, now it will still be 3v2 inside the smoke. Boaster right now gonna see the third person focus at makikita na lang yung Killjoy. At biglang si RB ang magiging master of A site. 30-10 pa rin ang sagot, pero Vision Strikers ngayon ang mananalo. We go 1-1. We go into Fracture. At tingnan talaga natin anong pa ang gagawin dito ng dalawang teams natin. Kasi the battle of the brains continues on. At matututo talaga kayo guys maglaro ng Fracture pag pinanood nyo yung next game na to.
For sure. Haven, yeah, Boaster's like, what are you gonna do about it? That's life. Yun na talaga yung magagawa niya. Yun na talaga magagawa ng FNATIC. That's the capabilities that they could just reach up until that point. Nagkaproblema sila in just handling, I don't know, the synergy of Vision Strikers, to be honest. And not only that, players from Vision Strikers are insane. Like, just insanely good. RB, yeah, just able to just get multiple kills non-stop. It's just nuts. Look at how insane. Look at how just clean everything is. And moment tayo sa point na they just figured out, you know, that final piece of the puzzle para lang manalo dito is just to keep pressuring A. Because usually players who try to defend A, they just have to give it up and play that retake. And retake is where Vision Strikers, at least in that specific site, it specializes in. So wala na nagawa talaga dito ang FNATIC up until that final stretch. And as you mentioned, we're gonna go to that final game that is, or that final map that is Fracture.
Alam mo, there was a matter of a lot of ace dun sa map natin. You know, RB was the ace of A side. And the ultimate strategy, Vision Strikers, no joke, A, FK. So spawn, just to go for that anti-lurk right there, anti-rotation. But guys, mag-break muna tayo. So mukhang part na kayo lahat ng Night Shift Warriors Club. Magbabalik tayo dito sa mga champions. My name is Dax. I'm welcoming Azrai to this shift. And we'll see you guys very soon. Mag-break muna tayo. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Well, Vision Strikers, they answered back. They managed to level the scores after Haven. It's 1-1 apiece against FNATIC, and I'm back on the desk with Achilles and Jess. Always such a close series. This is an absolute banger. I have no idea how map 3 is going to go, but map 2, we saw the prime adaptation of Vision Strikers and why they're one of the best teams in the world.
It took a while, I felt, for them to understand what the MO, what that kind of choreographed stage play that we were going to get from FNATIC was going to be. And, of course, in the first half, it took them a while, and, okay, they evened the score. But in the second half, I just shout out to my man, Mako, who read them like a book. He had every chapter. He had highlighted every page, and the bookmark was squarely on the flank of FNATIC. They could not break that apart.
Yeah, I mean, he has always been such a solid foundation for the squad. When you have to set somebody back well away from the team to go on a lurk, he is so very self-reliable. So seeing him come up with some of those crazy lurks back over in the attacker spawn and just come with consistent kills, it was absolutely absurd. But again, I mean, similar to what we were seeing versus Full Sense, Vision Strikers continues to just funnel things into Stacks to try to get those Rolling Thunders online. I was losing my mind a little bit because he was holding on for a really long time. But Stacks is always, as well, just one of those people that, whether he's alive or dead, he's going to be funneling information to the team. If he's alive, he's also often going to be getting kills as well for them. That 3-kill clutch that he had over on the B site, absolutely absurd that he was able to pull that off, and that kept them in that round.
I mean, we talk about how this is meant to be like a brain game, but we really saw that. You know, FNATIC taking the game to Vision Strikers, they responded well, and then FNATIC adapted a little bit, and then Vision Strikers adapted to that, and then they managed to win the match.
And this is what they're good at. You know, this is something that maybe they struggled with a little bit in the past, but this is something that they have been tightening up on, is that round over round evolution to, you know, go ahead and figure out what they need to do to change against their opponents and make sure that they are outthinking them and one step ahead at all times.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see what Sean thinks about this map. He's over by the telestrator.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yeah, this series is such a treat. So this round on Haven, I'm going to break down, is of Vision Strikers, and it's just going to show how coordinated they are, how fast they are at using utility when action happens on the map. So to start, I want to kind of set the scene, show you guys what's going on the mini-map, so you can clearly see a short A push is going to come in between Buzz and RB, right? And then we have the Breach playing top B, we have the Astra playing C, and the Killjoy playing Garage. They use this setup time and time again throughout the entire half, and there's not really much special going on over here. The turret makes first contact for Garage for the Killjoy. That allows her to play passive. The Astra is playing off of this alarm bot, top C, and the Breach is just kind of supporting everyone, and the Astra is smoking front B. But what I want to draw attention to is the A hit, because watch what RB does. So he's pushing down right here with Buzz, and Buzz is going to take this angle aggressively. RB is next to him. Then you can actually see on the mini-map right now, he has left. This is several seconds after Buzz has gotten set up in sewers. RB has left to rotate to B-Link. And now you can see RB dodges the drone because he knows it has to clear close long A. And once it goes out long A, he peeks out. FNATIC is actually very lucky that he doesn't get that kill. He then posts up at this short corner, so he finds the next angle. This is how you op. And then he breaks the Trailblazer immediately and throws a one-way jet cloudburst on the wall. You can see right here, the Trailblazer is already clearing long A. In addition to that, you can see Stacks has shifted to B-Link. They're all A-Link. They're all moving towards A right now. So again, Buzz re-peaks because his one-way is there. And if you notice, you can see there's a fault line that came in from Stacks, and we'll see that in a second. The Seekers come in from the opposing sky, and this one op shot actually triples them. This is something that a lot of pros do. If they see the Seekers turn a corner in a tight corridor, they will shoot and break multiple of them. He then updrafts over the gravity well, and now we get to see how everyone is helping out throughout this entire round. Stacks over here at Link ends up fault lining. This is when Buzz got away. Then he rotates over towards this A site, and he aftershocks the box, so that way no one can aggressively scale up on Buzz. This is all happening insanely fast. Meanwhile, Boaster is doing a Hunter's Fury at Stacks. He's dodging it, uses his Rolling Thunder to help RB get out long A. Meanwhile, Mako is actually going to activate this Nebula into a smoke, which RB can hide in. RB then pops his flash, his guiding light, right out of the Nebula, swings with it. You can see the Rolling Thunder actually come into the long area with him, and after this, RB falls into the site. It's not over yet, guys. The Nebula set up on short A, and the second RB makes contact, the gravity well is activated, the fault line comes through from Stacks, and the rotate comes in from Mako to get the last kill. This round is actually incredible how quick the teamwork is from Vision Strikers, and I can't wait to see it on Fracture right now. We know FNATIC is banging on it. I have no idea who's going to take the third map, guys.
Yeah, I don't either, Sean. That was kind of disgusting, wasn't it?
I mean, what we've been touting Vision Strikers as for the longest time is a hive mind. You know, they're always constantly on the same wavelength. At the beginning of this, definitely the hive mind was a little distracted. You know, King wasn't really in sync with everybody else, but they got there, and that's why they're able to take this map.
It was not an easy map, though. Let us not sort of tout this as a very dominant win here from Vision Strikers by any means. You and I, Achilles, are sitting here going,
bullets.
We are sweating bullets with our prediction of Vision Strikers because that was not comfortable by any means. But both teams, 10, 13 on the halves of pushing their maps across. Fracture, though, my Vision Strikers prediction is kind of going down the drain because I feel like FNATIC's pretty strong on Fracture.
I'm surprised because I feel like this is where you would back Vision Strikers because they are the ones that always innovate, they always lead the pack, and we are talking about a map that heavily features a breach.
Yeah, and that is where my faith still holds true, I suppose, is that if any team is going to develop some incredible strategies for this map, it is going to be Vision Strikers, at least historically.
Yeah.
But FNATIC, they have been playing incredibly well. They've also been catching Vision Strikers off guard at multiple different turns, and they have already, gotten through the pressure of having played this map on stage. This is a debut for Vision Strikers on a global broadcast of this map. That comes with its own concerns, with its own pressures that they have to push through.
You know what the extra added pressure is? We now know that FNATIC wants to play defensively with huge flanks, double, triple flanks. On Fracture, how do you deal with that? Okay, maybe on other maps, you're like, yeah, I can lock it down. Mako, hit the flank hold, I got you. How do you do it on Fracture? And even if they have been able to put all these strats in the strat book, does that strat book also have an answer to that kind of defensive play that we expect from FNATIC now?
I don't have the answer, unfortunately.
Should we go ask for the strat book? Excuse me, hi.
Zach, if I can get a moment of your time.
I mean, I don't remember a time where I felt this excited about seeing two teams on a new map. I feel like if it was going to be any team in the world that was going to step up the, the choreography, the structured game, the nerdy, cheesy stuff, Achilles, it is probably going to be in this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe one of the only other situations that might be maybe a little bit more exciting was if this was a Game 3 versus Gambit for that, potential revenge story for Vision Strikers. But otherwise, like FNATIC having shown us this map, having gotten their win over C9 Blue, this is about as damned as it gets. So I'm ready to strap. This chair doesn't have a seatbelt, but I wish it does.
I mean, production, please. Achilles needs a seatbelt on his chair. I'm unbuckled because I want to take off with whatever this game is about to throw at me. And whatever it is, whether it's strategic, whether it's gun skill, whether it's the utility from the breach, I don't care what it's going to be, Yinsu. What I care is that both of these teams throw everything at each other.
Yeah,
because we don't want them to pull back on this.
I just had a look behind my shoulder. We don't see Lakia, so that answers the question. Lakia is only featuring Icebox so far. We are heading into Prime Gaming Agent Select. Now, we have already seen what FNATIC play, so keep your eyes on Vision Strikers. Okay, this is a very, very safe for them. Super safe.
It is, and Vision Strikers is keeping it exactly the same. I wasn't sure if we were going to be seeing the Viper come through, but it seems like they don't want to take Mako off of the Astra. They're going to be putting more stock in that, and they don't really have anybody that can double up with those controllers playing the Astra Viper combination like we are seeing from FNATIC. This could end up being a shortcoming for Vision Strikers.
I'm loving the Cypher. I know I'm going to keep bringing up the fact that when you have Cypher on certain maps, the control that you can have over certain parts of the maps is exacerbated 20-fold. Some people don't like the Cypher. That's fair enough. But on a map like this where FNATIC knows how devastating that flank can be because they're the ones that use that as their biggest part of their ammunition, they're going to lock that off there for Vision Strikers.
Yeah, I'd say two biggest players to watch right here. It's going to be Stack Stax and Doma, the breaches coming through. Doma had a wonderful game versus Cloud9 overall. Stax is still very solid, but it's going to come down to who has the most control.
Yeah, we will see indeed. Well, this is it. This is the highly anticipated fracture between Vision Strikers and FNATIC. Pansy and Hypok, let's get us into game.
This...
What's up, mga ka-Night Shift Warrior? It is time, 4 a.m. This is where my shift really starts. Pero ito talaga, third game pa tayo ng ating second series. Pero papakatapos na to. At kung gusto nyo mag-fracture, ito na ang ultimate PSA na hinahabol nyo. First thing first, ako si Dax naman. Kasama ko pa rin si Asray. Asray! It's past your bedtime! Ba't gising pa? Bro!
Oh man, yeah, Dax knows. We've been to some escapades na pagkasama ako. Always around 2 a.m. I need to take like a 2-hour, 3-hour nap, or else I just will not function properly. So I'm being stretched thin here, man, and that is all just akin to how nuts the game has gone.
And kung kasing lalasya ni Ray, baka yun yung mangyayari. But no, Astra, of course, confident, professional, and Vision Strikers already getting off to a good start. Defense nila, they go straight after the south side of the map here, Astra. Now, I want to talk about Fracture real quick, but Vision Strikers is already taking a lot of the distractions on and a lot of the action in the first place. So, dito natin, Doma, plant muna ng spike dyan. Bigla na lang may guiding light na hihana dito si RB. But then again, numbers advantage na to para sa Vision Strikers eh.
Very true. It's all about that retake now. They should know tower is occupado. Nades will be thrown. That's going to delay just a teeny tiny bit, pero there's plenty of time, right? So I believe FNATIC should be able to take this one out. Oh my god, that was the closest. The micro millisecond was left there for RB to defuse.
Close, pero grabe talaga yun. FNATIC, it looks so dicey there, Asray, but Vision Strikers tried to go for that retake, pero wala pa rin sila pala eh.
Turret out.
Like I'm speechless because if Vision Strikers were still full 5 and they had so much time just to deal with FNATIC. I don't know, man. We've gone to game number 3 where, like, both of these games, it feels like teams kind of reset the jitter every single time each map starts. So that's probably one of the reasons why this is going like that. Mako's just going to be hiding beside the toxic wall here, but FNATIC should be able to just clean this round out per se. We're left with Buzz and RB, who's coming around the corner now. That tripwire will not really do anything as Boaster tries to go around, and Magnum swings out high to just surprise the rest of the squad. And FNATIC with 2 quick rounds. Here's the buy for Vision.
Alam mo, ito yung, if you look at this map, perfect to para sa side ng FNATIC. On the attack, on the defense, puro na lang flank, lahat na lang ng flank pwede nila gawin. Kasi pwede ka mag-zipline all the way to the other side. At FNATIC, this is a team na willing talaga gamitin yung factor na yun in the first place. Ginagawa nila sa lahat ng map naman to. Oh, grabe talaga, oh. Biglang may dila pang lumalabas siya talaga. Praktisado yung poster eh. Pero FNATIC, this 2-0 scoreline is just a testament to sa kanilang playstyle in the first place. They're happy to have these angles naturally. Umpisa pa lang, binigyan mo na kami ng flank. Thank you talaga, Riot. Thank you to Fracture. And here they come yet again. Vision Strikers. Okay, sana ginawa nila kanina sa pistol. Pero ngayon, they're lacking on the control. And King, he's gonna be going on down. Durkin with that take time. Mako daw ang sasagot. Ito nakagalaban for Mako and Stocks. Mukhang kinakaya pa rin ng Vision Strikers habang may baril sila dito, Asuray.
Mako's just insane. Like, he's not supposed to survive that, or at least get knocked off before he took down, I believe that was Doma. So now Boaster, yeah, there's absolutely nothing that he can do here. So one of the things that he might try is maybe just pick up all the orbs, because your opponents can't. I mean, just don't give it to your opponents. He'll try to go and do as much economic damage as possible. The big caveat here, Dax, is even if King is down and out for VS, the 4-stack, the crossfires for Vision Strikers are also down support. That flash does absolutely nothing, but like I mentioned, people are clearing out these corners like wildfire, and Mako does he spot out Boaster, or have they actually just gone on top of each other? And this is where Boaster can finally find something. He has to do something now because 13 seconds. Yeah. Okay.
Same as Spectre, I guess.
Bye for next round, maybe, but weird.
Wala naman siya mapapala dito. So, it goes to show para sa Vision Strikers that they're prepared for this map also. Pinabayaan nila to sa map pool. Alam ko talaga in a few interviews, sinasabi rin ng Vision Strikers na excited nila. Pakita talaga tong map na to sa lahat. And naturally, you have pretty much the best player of Breach in the world sa roster mo. At alam ng lahat naman, ang gandang map to. Para kay Breach, so Stacks, it might be his playground. Tingnan talaga natin sa composition. We weren't able to talk about it too much here as of yet. But they're sticking around with something tried and tested. Astra, Killjoy pa rin ang palag. Tingnan mo naman sa side ng Fnatic. Dirk is still gonna go over the race. We have Magnum yet again playing that Cypher like last time. And Dome is the one flexing on over to play that Breach. So, yung Fnatic talaga yung nag-a-adjust. Even though naturally sa philosophy ng playstyle nila, andyan lang talaga yung fracture. But it's the agents that they're changing up. Dito naman sa Vision Strikers, maybe they have to adjust to sa map mismo, pero it's a familiar comp for them. At Magnum right now gonna be meeting that turret, pero tambay muna dito sa Mako. Cyber Cage right in front of him. Ay, niya hawakan. It's just a pixel away. Pero Dirk just P6 that one. Goodbye na lang kay Mako. Fnatic gonna go for it. The King this time, staying up that tower. And the Aftershock plus the Pages. Ngayon yung value dito ng Fnatic at utilities sila makikita natin para lang ma-clear out tong B-site na to.
This leaves Buzz and RB stranded all the way on the A site, and that's just, again, them probably just saving the weapon. This B site, sobrang linis ng Fnatic to actually take it up. They throw two big utilities from Doma, the Aftershock plus the fault line, and then Durka just supplements it with a grenade. Whoever, even if your full HP is stacked up on tower, it would be just an easy thing to clean that right back up. So really good stuff there from Fnatic, showing us how well, as you mentioned, they've also adjusted to the Vision Strikers of, the Vision Strikers of Breeze.
The Vision Strikers now looking lost kasi Fnatic na naman. Palagi lang, they have this good start here, Asra. And para sa Vision Strikers, palagi silang kailangan mag-adjust and do it on the fly. Pero yun nga, historically, we've seen from the series' first few rounds, it goes in favor of Fnatic, and Vision Strikers will have to figure it out. And they do so multiple times in the first place. Hinahanap lang talaga yung mga comfort zone dun sa B side. At habang may time tayo, it's time. I wanna ask you, kasi kahapon, noong nag-cast kami ni Ray ng Fracture, may quiz ako sa kanya. Yung mga call-out, hindi na masyado go for call-out muna dyan. Si RB, tinawag si Mystic. So, ako talaga, Fracture, gawa tayo ng mga call-out dito kasi bagong mapa lang no. Deleted.
Oh, I actually just followed the one on the minimap. So, parang...
Ito, yung plato.
Nasanay na ako.
Ito, plato.
Yung plato.
Ito, plato.
Oh, no.
Watch dish. Uy, actually din gamit na rin natin. We watch dish and watch the dish. Pero sa all the corniness aside, dito sa may drop ramp, nagbabantay na kagad ang Fnatic. This time, gusto nila mag-go for the A-take. Rolling thunder doon, diretso dito sa may A-site mismo. At si Mako, mauuntog talaga ang ulo niya sa ilalim lang ng second floor na yan. Pero Vision Striker sumasagod pa rin. Buzz hindi able to get the take down. Booster Dome, makakuha rin ng dalawa. At Fnatic yung 3v1 situation. Stacks, ano na gagawin mo? Punta ka na ng B-site kung saan wala ang mga tao. Kasi isang round na naman to para sa side ng Fnatic.
Cocktail and run. Fnatic just so clean again with being able to do this. I love the pinch though, to be honest. Like that pinch from Boaster plus the ultimate from Doma really made everything easy to take on this A site. And yeah, that defender, that last guy Stacks is gonna have to do just leave the round to Fnatic, and Fnatic really quick start, to be honest. 4-0, 4-1.
Kala ko leave the lobby real quick tapos balik na lang next
yung ano naisip ko parang wala sabihin ko yan yung powers ng ano.
Leave game, see you later. Lucky ako na nga, ayoko ka na real quick, pende. Stacks nga, laking bagay na, yun nga, nasa bridge siya dito. Even though he is bottom fragging right now alongside King, no, it doesn't really matter too much kasi ilang beses natin nakita sa Fnatic, they get off to a good start and Vision Strikers will answer. But so far, the form of Fnatic, absolutely on point. it seems like mukha nga sila pa yung nag-breach all series here from what they've been doing so far with the effectivity of Doma. And not only that, ang bilis nila nakakuha ng Rolling Thunder dun. And just to keep the FNATIC dream alive. So, we're gonna see Durka right now. He does have the showstopper. Pero tingnan mo yung Vision Strikers. So, si Buzz na lang ang may baril mo binigay ni Stax talaga. Sabi niya, sa'yo na nga to! Hindi ko naman ito magagamit anyway. But here we come with the rockets over now to the ropes. At nasa spawn lang si King Farm mamatay. FNATIC talaga. Anywhere and everywhere you want to say goodbye na lang sa'yo. That's a free pick-off. And immediately, it's an E-take here para sa attacking side natin.
Goodbye and good riddance. Buzz, the only one that really has any form of firepower right within him. He is gonna be in that escort mission to there's the escort mission on Buzz, right? So he has the rest of his team that he's gonna just come right in. Beautiful stuff to charge on with the fault line, but everybody is not on the side anymore. It's all about that positioning. It's all about how they can cancel it out. 2 versus 4. All they have to do is really just line things, and that should be another round done by FNATIC. And yeah, you mentioned his name. 4 kills for Doma.
I mean, yes, it was an eco state, but still, that many people to deal with. Kinaya pa rin ni Doma. At, oy, Stax! Kala namin ikaw yung best breach in the world. Ba't si Doma yung top frag sa kalaban? Ba't 9 kills ng breach ng FNATIC? At eto na, papunta na ang pangalawang Rolling Thunder dito ng FNATIC if this keeps up. At alam ko naman na right? Tama naman ako, di ba? Na 4 yung orb dito sa mapang to. So, it's all about the control here for the side of FNATIC in terms of trying to get that Rolling Thunder. But look at the Vision Strikers arsenal. All of their ults are at the ready. Per kailan talaga yung timing na pwede nila gamitin to?
I'm not sure if it's 4 anymore or 3. I don't know. I haven't played Fracture in a while. It's for some reason hindi na siya lumabot sa queue ko, so I haven't like gotten time to like check it or something. Still, either way, that push from RB on Underground gets snuffed out so quickly by FNATIC, and FNATIC, I think. Yeah. So the reason probably why they're taking such a slower pace is, you know, they just marked the economy for Vision Strikers. They know that that our boy Buzz here is going to be an operator once again. So they got to tread carefully here, and one of those big steps in the right direction definitely has to pick out RP. Like, those flashes are so crucial right now for a team that wants to take one of these sites. Spike has yet to get planted, and it will take, I'm not sure, like maybe 20 seconds for them to rotate all the way around. So they have to commit into this one. But yeah, this is where it becomes incredibly dangerous. Buzz is just a timely master. 20 seconds still remaining, and we are down to the 1 versus 2. Mako and Buzz knowing that Durka has to run, tuck tail and run towards at this spike. They make it work. Durka can still actually plant perfectly. He executed that nade. Almost dunks into the face of Mako, who, mind you guys, is just 1 HP or 11 HP. That's gonna be a clutch perfectly executed by Durka.
Kinaya pa ni Durka talaga ang lahat. Vision Strikers, yun na dapat yung round. Asa yun, babawi sila. Yun na dapat yung the Buzz show na naman. Gossip and all the operator shots from afar. But what happens? Durka happens. And look at just this, how it ends. We start things off with Buzz. Sa kanya, isa pa kaya ang kukulit nyo, ang gusto nyo kunin yung spike. Hindi talaga nangyari for Dirk, and Magnum here just running in. 3 kills there for Buzz, but Dirk finds him as well. And eventually, siya talaga maglilinis dyan. Anong op pa nalalaman nyo? This is just FNATIC in their element. Parang lang talaga gumawa ng map ang Riot para sa FNATIC, at ang pangalan niya dito, Asray, ay Fracture.
Durka's Fracture. That sounds about right.
That sounds like a movie, actually. Paano yung Ender's Game? Durka's Fracture. Okay, ha?
True.
Ikaw pala yung Steven Spielberg ng Pilipinas, eh, Asray.
Stefano Kalatberg.
Stefano Super Kalat. Sige lang, Mr. Kalat. Mr. Producer. Nako, alam ko na paano yung mga casting call ni Asray. Hindi na ako titigil dyan. Pero FNATIC, ha. 6-1. All the guns in the world and more. Vision Strikers, nasa na ang pera. di talaga mahanap. Nako, hindi na pinambili ng laptop na sobrang mamahalin. Pero Fnatic ngayon, at the very least, pantay sarada muna. They don't want to overcommit para lang biglang mapitas. And they're just gonna do it again. All the angles they can take, Astray. Kita nga natin, Dirk playing by the arcade and looking for anyone to peek into.
So this one... Ooh. Okay, that's the pull.
Nice.
Mako was just zoomed past. So I'm not sure if they're actually gonna still get Mako into that, but well, Buzz and King are gone. There's Mako, finally. So we're left with RB still stuck somewhere. Magnum playing on the A site, and that spike needs to get planted down.
10 seconds left.
Mako's about to challenge the breach. This will just be a tad bit hairy, but he does pick up onto the rifle. Yeah, there was the confirmation there from Domo, but does not want to chase through. He knows that any of these angles can still be quite deadly to him and doesn't want to leave his teammate out in the open to dry, which is Durka. So with that in mind, it's all going to be about how well Mako can reach around with this one, but it's going to be a bit folly as it is still in that 3 versus 1, and Mako still has yet to get control or control on the side itself.
Yung controller, walang control at all, and Doma gonna get domed there, but oh, Darka! Parang yun yung sound na sasabihin mo eh. Pag nakutsilyo ka sa likod, Darka! Goodbye! It has happened again. Last time nasa Fracture, may knife kill. Talaga. Na nakita tayo, pero tingin mo, sneaky peeky, sinaksak lang talaga. At ngayon, si Dirk naman makakuha ng point on the board sa mga nice dito. Isaalala ko kay Boaster kahapon sa kanyang esports boyfriend na si Vanity. Ngayon, si Dirk mukhang nakahabol pa ng isa at kawawa na lang si Mako. Alam mo, kahit di sila nag-speak ng same language, lahat ng tao nakakaintindi kung ano yung sinasabi ng knife kill, Asoray.
Upshot baited ngayon. Buzz still holding on to the angle. His timings through smoke shots with the op have been the thing of nightmares for teams. But that doesn't change the fact FNATIC really want to hold their grasp here onto the A site. But obviously RB is going to try to deny. But look at that challenge. Oh no, Buzz is down to 10, but still has the operator. So if they try to push through this, a sniper is waiting in tow. And FNATIC, they've chosen death. And how Buzz reacts is going to be how this game will be dictated. Buzz have yet to scrub the rest of this site clean. But he is doing his job. And thankfully, because he took a bit of a while now for anything else, he's addressed the rest of his team to help things out.
So that's the thing, and now Boaster Mako, Doma getting on the board, si Stockton, makikisama na dyan. Biglang 2v2 after everything said done, but there you go with the sightlines off the stacks. Boaster will get that takedown, at si King na lang natitira. Hindi lang yun though, Viper Spit na ang lalo rin dito ng side ng FNATIC. At skirmish lang yun, parang talaga nagharapan lang sila dito sa small opening ng A-side. At bigla na lang isa silang namamatay, pero on the inside King, ano magagawa mo dito? Nasaan na daw yung Viper natin? Nakatago lang, pero si Doma pala yun nasa ilalim. At si King na naman, mahuhuli na. King of nothing there, good sir. FNATIC now with an 8-1 scoreline. At Asray, sinabi natin kanina na maraming bagay, nag-pop off si RB, Stacks, best breach in the world, gotta be it. At hahabol rin naman eventually ang Vision Strikers dito sa half na to, as will end up in a tied scoreline. Pero hindi eh, sinabi ng FNATIC, hindi yan totoo, mali lahat yan. At naku, with a 7-round lead right now, FNATIC talaga pinapakita sa lahat paano maglaro ng Fracture.
Vision Strikers playing on the Sheriffs. That in there. Ingay lang si Boaster na onto sa A, but Boaster's gotta be careful. Look at how far in Buzz has taken the site once again. Durka, yeah, he already knows what's up there. Stun onto stun onto King, excuse me. That's gonna be the site taken once again. Beautiful Sheriff shot, pero it's only really gonna tend to the one. Ziplines might have been heard by our FNATIC team dito, but they're really far away from anything quite useful in a retake scenario, especially with the Sheriffs just being in hand.
Spike though planted at Time taking. Wala rin naman magagawa nga talaga ang Vision Strikers dito. Sito sa underpass. Minsan lang magkabarilan and Magnum right now getting the confirmation na tumatakbo lang si RB. Twice shy. Parehong Cyber Cage to get that confirmation. At wala na talagang sagot dito ang Vision Strikers. Babawi ba sila mamaya sa second half? Hindi kagawa pa sila ang iba. RB though with that shot pero hindi pa rin siya makaka-pop off. Kasi si Mystic lang iilagan yung unang shot na yun to punta do sa Astra. And that was enough for go for the takedown. So 9-1 na. And look at these score lines. 14 kills Parker Dirk. Kasi natanong nga natin kanina, ano yung value in race dito sa Fracture? Sobra-sobra talaga ang nakuha niya sa pagpwes niya in the first place. Not only that though, sa side ni Doma, absolutely on point. And interesting enough nga hindi gaano umaasa dito yung Fnatic to sa Astra and Raze combo so far compared to the last game. Instead, ang mas secure talaga mga push nila. Kitang-kita rin natin na dahil sa pagka-pop off dito ng Doma, ilang beses sila nakakuha ng Rolling Thunder, and from that point on, it's easy pickings onto something like B-site. Yung A no contest, nanalo pa rin sila. And this is looking to be a perfect run here so far by Fnatic. Sige, they dropped the round, yes, but overall, sila talaga nagko-control ng larong to eh.
Yeah, they're the team that, as you mentioned nga, yung cleaner of the two then. I feel like Fnatic ngayon, it really is just their game. At least this first half has turned into a orange blazed or orange embossed first half, to be honest. Fnatic sobrang ganda na ginagawa nila sa mga specific rounds na ito. However, they've been reacting is, I feel like, is the right thing. You know, how they kind of approach these this third game. It's been such a thing of beauty, and because of that, they forced really the hand now of Vision Strikers to actually call for that timeout, especially now that Vision Strikers are really struggling. I mean, they can always mount that comeback, but again, 11-10, or sorry, excuse me, reverse 1-11 going into the second half, not the prettiest of things to think about.
Bawi rin to. Yung scoreline, 1-9. 2 points Vision Strikers, 9-3. All part of the plan. Yun na yun.
All part of the glorious curse.
All part of the glorious Vision Strikers way. Yun yung sagot. So, Fnatic ngayon, they are gonna be playing it slow and steady muna. They do wanna put Magnum and Durkin in position. Now, eto na. I've been waiting for this to happen here, galing sa side ng Vision Strikers. Yung unang pistol talaga, all the south side, they went for the contest. And this time, it's gonna get success as well. Buzz right now, taking down Poster. Tingnan mo doon, ginagamit rin ng side ng Fnatic yung underpass dyan. Pero Rolling Thunder muna, ilalabas ni Doma. Thing is though, yung spike, wala pa na sa pwesto. And Vision Strikers, ngayon, parang ina-anticipate na ang nagawa dito na Fnatic. Better late than never, I suppose. Pero kita pa rin natin, delikado ang lagay. 5v3, nakita na natin ito nung unang round talaga. Delikado pa rin dito sa Vision Strikers. Spike though being put on down. Cosmic Divide is there, yes, right? Pero Vision Strikers, ayun na, kumakatok. Pero nako, Durkin with the push. Buzz gonna be able to get the 3K so far. 4v2 scenario, nakukita pa rin si Durkin though. At nag-iisa lang naman yung Mystic, wala pa rin siya kay Mako. Finally, Vision Strikers, nakakuha rin silang round na gaano convincing na talaga alam nila ginagawa nila at alam paano gagalaw ang Fnatic. Pero kita pa rin natin, delikado ang lagay sa scoreline na ito.
I think it definitely changed.
Last round before the switch.
I'm also, like, once we get into that second half, how well has Fnatic adapted to the environment? That would be definitely a thing to point out there. But for now, it's a bit of replays as we are looking into it. Ooh, clean stuff from Vision Strikers, to be honest there. 2-9. Mako's got the wall. This is perfect. They can use this for a clean retake, if at all, if at ever. But, okay, we'll just see how this goes.
Tingnan talaga natin. Sa pang timeout dito, sa side ng Vision Strikers. So, sila, napapa-break. Alam naman natin, every time mag-timeout, mas inaatok ang ating mga 4 AMers. So, ano talaga? At this rate, mga 5 to. Tapos, may X series pa. So, kung tunay kayo na Night Chief Warrior, kung kaya nyo pa, isipin nyo na lang, baka mga 7 o 8 pa tayo matatapos sa araw na ito. So, good morning, mga tao. This is why tinatangki ko ang favorite schedule ko na 4 AM and more. But right now, Fnatic looking to be an absolute favorite here. Wala talaga silang weakness so far. in terms of what we've seen here versus Vision Strikers. The only time talaga that FNATIC got caught out was that last round truly. And ano ba yun? Dahil na-read na rin ng Vision Strikers sa pinagagawa nila. I love the angles that they make rin ng Vision Strikers na naglaro talaga sila sa may spawn nila, avoiding things like the Rolling Thunder as much as possible. Pero still 9-2 ang scoreline. It took them this long to figure it out. At ang problema paano kaya yung magiging makikita natin attack at defense nila. And from what we've seen from FNATIC, kung sa attacking side, pwede sila mag-play ng flank na pwede mag-backstab na kagad using that zipline. On the defense, mas malala pa yan. There's gonna be that impression to push, impression to go through the doors, kung makuha pa nilang control. At syempre yung gitna ng mapa yung spawn, ang laking link yun para lang dumaan na naman FNATIC dito. So, one last chance for Vision Strikers to get on the board dito sa half na to. At kita talaga natin, nag-a-aggress na naman sila. Gusto lang nila patayin kung sino man ang play sa opposite side ng FNATIC ngayon.
FNATIC man on the other end will try to do the same din. Apat ang magsastack sa A main ngayon and they flush right back out. Alam mo na si Dorka, always the man with the plan, pushing forward with the rest of the team. 4-man stack. Where is the other one? The 5th man, which is Magnum, holding the flank doon sa dish. But they actually haven't committed fully just yet. You're seeing... Actually, no, they've already committed. That's going to be the spike planted down. So it is the retake for Mako and the rest of the Vision Striker squad. Mystic, is he actually going to get flushed out here? Very close, very dead, as well as concussed. These flashes not working too well just yet. So, stacks. Okay, magpupush na sa A-main dito. This is constricting the mobility of FNATIC, to be honest. So FNATIC has to stand their ground for now, or else, or just risk losing. Domo's already been knocked out. No more bullets left into the chamber for Magnum, and that is going to be the spike fused. Wait. Yeah, fine. It is.
It's fine.
Get time.
It's fine. All part of the plan. Look at the scoreline, Asrai. Say it with me. 3-9.
3-9.
3-9 curse. Willing and waiting to happen. Willing to wait. Vision Strikers. Finally, it's there. But that's a lot of coping there real quick. But honestly, FNATIC, that half was just their baby. That first round said it all. Isipin mo na kayo pa yung kompleto, matatalo pa kayo. Disadvantage kanina ng Vision Strikers. And it really felt like di ka anong naka-reset dun ang Vision Strikers in terms of their mental, in terms of their decision making, and in terms of basically paano nalaga nila sinasagot ang FNATIC. Kasi the usual suspects that they try, yung pagdala ng operator ni Buzz, wala, naka 4-key pa rin ang ating Raze na nag-pop up lang dun sa may A side. Hindi lang yun, yung pag-take talaga ng all the way from these different angles para sa mga side, paggamit ng utility to flush out that P-Tower, yung behaving talaga doon, at kahit yung spawn, hindi safe. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Yun talaga ang nagiging plano ng FNATIC. And this is the problem with facing off against FNATIC sa Fractured eh. Wala ka talagang pwede takbuhan. Usually, pag bakit yung firefight, diba? Gusto mo reset, pag back on away ka in cover, and then dun may repeat para lang doon. Pero pag umasenso ka lang konti, pag umatras ka lang rather konti, tapos bigla ka na lang sa nasa ibang sightline, pag tingin mo sa likod eh, hindi mo kakampi, hindi yan pa there. Ibang tao. And that's really just one of the best things FNATIC brings here sa mapang to, na palaging may handa para lang sa angle na yon all the time. FNATIC is in position, and really masasabi ko lang, parang this map is just built for FNATIC right now.
At least for that first half, for sure. Ang nagiging strength ng FNATIC dito, to add to that, is yung willingness nila to fight for these angles. Kasi I feel like, you know, for the brief time that I've played on Fracture and the brief time that I've seen some tournaments played on this map, there doesn't feel to be a comfortable spot to actually hold a site unless you really fight for it, right? Kita mo yung kanina, yung last round na yon, before we got into the second half, where I believe that was who was it? Was that one of the players from FNATIC got caught on A main? It immediately forfeited so much real estate, so much map control on A main. Na FNATIC just couldn't really recover from that, from what I felt like, because once they got that, Vision Strikers had access to the door. Vision Strikers had access to A main, which in turn just kind of marooned FNATIC on that A site island. So it's either they had to win the fights or just, again, lose all of the map control that they gained just purely from losing that one player na main.
Well, ay ba Saray?
I mean,
Ito na, kinakaya natin. Kasi kinakaya pa naman ng mga teams natin. This is what Champions is all about. At ng Vision Strikers, kumakambak nga, kakambak nga. Yun yung tanong. And I want to see how they're gonna do it on the attacking side. Ano magiging plano? Expecting a lot of setup though between that Astra and that Breach. Siyempre malaking bagay yan. That Sky though for the flashes can be effective here for the Vision Strikers. At ito yun, no? Lead the charge. Gamit nung ibon na yan. Nasa likod lang, andyan yung jet plane ni Buzz. And here we have it, Vision Strikers. Lots of map control. At A-site na kagad sila dito, Asoray.
So quick, so fast. And this is where I feel like, this is the side that I feel like Vision Strikers are like, oh guys, we have so much to offer for Breeze. This is probably it. Nice little flashes to punish. Doba, they know where he is. Even if he tries to go for a blind, that's not gonna happen. Magnum though, and teammate, okay, they're working their magic. Look at how he just goes right back to the side itself. And it's leaving Stacks and RB to challenge for this one. That suck does so much. And now, barely actually gets it. Stacks does get the kill on Magnum, but the defuse successful for FNATIC, and they've just lost the pistol from the quick little flank that came out from the two members of the orange team.
It's a trap. Milan talaga yan. Walang...
It's a trap!
Nice nice one, Admiral Akbar. Galing! Galing!
Oh
Ay,
my gosh.
nako. Pero impressions, incredible impressions aside, do a Darth Vader one now real quick. Give me one. Okay. Anyway, TLDR, di ba? Free sight? Sige lang, punta kayo dyan. FNATIC, willing to play all the angles, plays the retake perfectly, and it just works for them. Vision Strikers, ang dali lang para sa kanila mamatay kasi FNATIC, handang-handa na naman sa mga angles in the first place. Vision Strikers just with a rush down onto A site and see what happens. Walang takas at all. The Cypher trying to play from the spawn. Dantay sarado dun sa dish rin ang ating Raze. At mag-isa lang dito si Mako per FNATIC right now. Looking on round, trying to go for the wallback. Run, nabusan pala na si Mystic. Mako gonna be able to get 2. And suddenly Vision Strikers getting on the board to get 3. Ayan na naman yung ating spawn camp strategy. Durkido in the meantime flying on high. They want to go for that spike. But the guiding light will scare them off. Hindi lang yun. Dahil pa rin yung nanoswarm. At Vision Strikers, pinipilit lang talaga na to. Kinakaya pa rin. Durkido can't even get halfway. Dahil na lang sa gravity well. At bigla na lang napagalaw dito ang ating Raze. Mako with the 4K. And Mako, Mr. AFK himself, ready yet again. Pero di naman tunay na AFK. Tago lang sa likod ng kahon na yan. 14 takedowns for the Astra. And Vision Strikers, yun lang pala ang sagot pa rin pagpasok dito sa Fracture eh.
Dude, Mako's AFK means something different from our AFK. If our AFK is away from keyboard, Mako's always finding kills.
Yes. Indubitably.
Oh, you gotta do that, like that boisterous accent. Indubitably.
Indubitably, good sir. Yes. Tama.
Just sip your tea.
Ay nako. Wait, I can't say that. Okay, never mind. Vision Strikers right now. Buzz, huli si Magnum dyan. So, FNATIC right now, looking to play the aggression kasi bigla na lang sila na nawalan ng pera dahil sa second round buy nila dito sa second half. And Vision Strikers at the very least playing safe, sound, and holding it off. So, baka nga dito sila pabawi ngayon. That was a very good round a while ago from Vision Strikers. It was instrumental para lang sa pag-survive nila dito sa game na to. And not only that, we're getting some bait plays basically. Tingnan mo, nag-strolling lang si Mako at si King. They're on a bit of a date. Punta sila ng Botanical Gardens, pare. At ayun no. Bigla na lang, tatakbo sila. And while all this happens, it's actually an ATIC, but FNATIC Oh, ito yung tour group eh. Kung may couple, tas ito yung tour group, bigla lang papakita, pero bigla na lang the tour will come to full stop as Mako again! He gets 2. Mako, absolutely on fire. 3K na naman kay Mako. Alam mo, bigay mo na yung kill sa iba. May cosmic divide ka na. Solve ka na. Vision Strikers will win this round again. But this Astra is just keeping them alive. Yung stars talaga nag-twinkle-twinkle para sa side ng Vision Strikers right now. And it really goes to show here for Vision Strikers. Sige, they didn't get the bowie they needed dun sa first half na yon. But at the very least, dito sa second, sumagot sila ng flawless victory. 10-5, still alive.
Live and kicking. Vision Strikers not gonna take this one lying down. And, well, there is the buy round for FNATIC that they have to worry moving forward into this one. That was just like that one highlight. Last kill. I'm not sure if that's a Prime Gaming flawless, to be honest, but maybe just because it was the flawless round for the rest of the team. So we'll take it. We'll take it. Operator, anyone? Not really. So FNATIC just gonna be stuck with the rifles, and here's the quick pull on the trigger once again by Buzz. Really used to this type of push dito, Dax, but FNATIC, their adjustment, they already know what it is. Just give up the site already and use those nice little shoot fire angles to get kills, and lo and behold, Durka finds one.
Yeah, it's big kasi Vision Strikers, it's already incredible how quick they come. Oh, this camera. It's a special tool that will help us later. Ako, talaga. May tagbantay, CCTV ni Magnum naghahanda dyan in the first place. In Vision Strikers, yes, it's telegraphed that they're gonna go for the A site, but at the same time, it's still that quick pace that can surprise the opposition, pero hindi nagpapatalo dun si Durka. Rolling Thunder though, gonna be call, and hindi lang yun, showstopper rin ang palag. Kawawa ka lang ng King Boss to get rid of RB, pero hindi pa tapos kasi Saxon mag-Rolling Thunder dyan. Natantanong paano pa papalag dito ang Vision Strikers, but suddenly Magnum finding that one out, and Mako is the only one left. He's been the hero of the side of Vision Strikers so far, pero walang malakas sa limas. Magnum is there to get that takedown, pero yung timing talaga, is it gonna be enough with the stall from the Astra? No, 1.5 seconds para lang sa buhay dito na FNATIC, at ang flawless retake para manalo dito na naman ang depensa natin.
Yeah, to clarify to our viewers, Gravity Well denies plant, Concuss does not, as you saw right there. Pag nakatap ka na sa spike, you really just tap on the spike. This was beautiful from Magnum, by the way. That flank of his just saved them the round, to be honest. And now that just 2 more steps before FNATIC can, just call it a day for this one. But really good stuff for them. Alam na alam nila eh. They didn't really have to push through because they had all the weaponry. They have all the big ultimates that can make retakes so easy. And I go back to what I say, Dax. The same thing that happened to, or the thing that happened to FNATIC, same thing happened to Vision Strikers. What happens when you take the site, especially on A? And you can't go to mid link or on drop. You're stuck on the site itself. You just cannot escape.
Parang na-handcuff ka na lang dun sa site na yun mismo. And Durka, huge find and huge hits. 1, 2, and 3! Grabe! Aim lab moments there from Durka. He just connects the dots here, Azurai. It's a pie! He does it again! And it's a 4K for Durka. Toma, bakit ka pa sumama dyan? Okay na sana eh. Isipin mo, parang obstacle course para kay Durka. From arcade to site. 1 to 5 really quick, pero wala eh. May nakisingit dun sa dulo, and this is looking to be it. Match point na para sa FNATIC. Natapos na ba ang larong ito? Kasi magiging delikado naman buhay ng Vision Strikers, but bigyan kita ng isang big but here, Azurai, but not the kind you like. Kasi last time nakita natin yung FNATIC umabot na 12 points, biglang kumambak yung Cloud9, tuloy-tuloy lang, tapos napilit pa yung overtime. 7 rounds, the gap. Kung 7 rounds in a row makuha dito ng Vision Strikers, nangyari na before, so pwede pa mangyari muli. Pero habang ngayon, Vision Strikers, they're gonna be fully stacking on that A push, except yung pag-intay ni King sa likod. Nag-set up rin siya ng mga traps ngayon, turret, and a star there as well. Doesn't wanna run on in, baka lang bigla siya man-nade dito ng Durka. But at the same time, ito na naman sila. Mag-cross on through ang Vision Strikers, pero naghahanda na kaagad rin ang Cypher ni Magnum dito.
Flashes are coming through. They should know that this is not cleared whatsoever, but they still pull the trigger onto the A side itself. And look kung gaano kadami some members of Vision Strikers are just going to be asking their teammates to rotate alongside them. Nobody from Vision Strikers is going to go the long way around. It's all going to be coming through mid as well as, the A main. As I mentioned, Dax, they know the importance of that A main control when you try to retake or get the definitive control on the A side itself. So I wonder how far King is gonna be bringing this to the front, or is he gonna even try to go for this one? Anyways, the fight ensues on A main. That's gonna be where it is. RB, really good kill. Mako into the corner here. He swings out wide, and Mystic still gets him.
I wasn't ready for it. Hindi nagnakas pa niya yung bala. But stocks kayo on the board. And there's a buzz and the transfer over there to the right-hand side. Durkin though, he wanted to go for the defuse. He will get the takedown out the buzz. Pero wala na rin siyang oras para mag-defuse ng spike na yan. Lahat mamamatay as Vision Strikers will get the round. Pero at the very least, buhay pa dito ang ating team galing sa Korea. I gotta say though, a few errors there from Vision Strikers. Buti na lang, hindi pa sila talo dito. Not only was that push there from Mako, ill time na hindi pa siya handang bumaril, pero also the camera, it's the same spot as before na ginawa ni Magdom. Wala pa rin nag-check nun mismo. Of course, he wasn't using it until that retake scenario para lang matago. But at the same time, Vision Strikers, they should be expecting it kung may Cypher setup yan in the first place. But then again, they're still not done. 6 round gaps at may paril dito. Ang side na Fnatic. Vision Strikers, pipilit na lang yung Bladestorm dito ni Buzz. He does only have the Spectre into play. Ayan yung flashpoint na lamang galing. And it does seem like Fnatic, they wanna finish this already. Dirk and Mystic on the board. But Buzz covering about destruction. But stopped here by Doma already. 4v2. Mako mawawala. At goodbye na lang sa inyo. At hello sa unang team natin sa playoffs. Fnatic with a dominant win on Fracture 36. Pinuro sa lahat. Pinuro sa Vision Strikers paano mag-Fracture. At alam nyo, kung hindi ko naniniwala sa Fnatic, wala silang pake. Kasi dito na sila mag-move on sa next round natin.
Hindi pa tapos ang communication ng Fnatic dito sa formation nila. Mukhang... yeah, there it is. Just unfazed and happy about that win. Grabe. I mean, Fnatic, they just swung wide, and I mean, Vision Strikers on the full receiving end of that got smacked hard by what Fnatic was swinging around in that series. Gotta say though, it doesn't seem like they're phased out too much. For sure, they're not gonna like that loss, but man, just the better team won. That Fracture map, sinabi na ng Vision Strikers, they had so much strategies or things prepared for this Fracture map, but that doesn't mean that Fnatic didn't prepare for it. Seems like Fnatic prepared a whole lot, especially Durka playing on that race, doing well on the race. Was the Haven map just a tester? Was it just a warm-upper for Durka? Well, it seems like at least now here on Fracture, it's a resounding yes that he is a good Raze player. Not only Jet, also on that bombastic lady.
Bombastic indeed. And a bombastic performance galing dito sa side of Fnatic. Look at that! Durka just been on fire this full series. Doma also, pressure on him talaga whenever we go to Fracture to play that breach, and he does not disappoint at all. Hindi siya magpapatalo. Stocks hindi silang papatalo sa Vision Strikers. And it's just that dynamic. Kakaiba talaga eh. Para sa Fnatic, it's all about the angles. Vision Strikers, gets natin yung plano eh. Mabilis na take, mag-hold na lang, try to go for the lurks as well to help them out. Pero para sa Fnatic, sige lang, gawin nyo lang. Happy na kami. Easy trap and easy shakes para sa Fnatic dito. Naka-bombastic talaga dito sa Acer, but Fnatic, they will move on. And kung tama nga ako, diba, sila unang papasok sa ating top 8 with the victories between their wins against Cloud9 at Vision Strikers. Pasok na sila sa playoffs natin.
First team. Man, we still have so many more, and there are some matches that we haven't really started just yet, and you guys with later about to cast that, the X10 versus MV1. That one, I am so much curious. The Ye versus Patifan matchup, that is gonna be a sight to behold. Sino kaya? El Diablo or what the other one was. I don't know what the title for Panda Fan is actually. So
wala eh. Hindi ko alam yung nickname niya. Nakatay eh. Ayoko magsalita ng ganun.
El Diablo or Angelito.
Angelito. El Pepito, ganun ba yung hihingin pala?
Pepito Manaloto.
Pero Asoray, ang ngiti na yan, feel ko nakuha mo na kasi pwede ka na matulog ng makimbing. Pero di pa tayo tapos, guys. It's okay. Asoray, you did great. Welcome to the Night Shift Warriors. You are part of the club right now. Tumalapang puso ako dito. Pero huwag natin ka muna, guys. Ang tagal-tagal na stream natin. Mag-relive tayo sa Facebook para sa ating third series. At yun nga, diba? Magiging NT versus Acend. Gusto nyo makita is pang SE rep lumaban against the runner-up of Masters Berlin, then you should stay up and tune in for that. Pero I've been back, kasama si Asray. Kita-kita tayo muli in just a bit sa ating real live. Ito ang Filipino broadcast ng Valorant Champions.
Final spot is guaranteed. Jess, it doesn't get better than this.
And now Booster and Magnum, what have you got for us? They're desperate! They're still pushing! Oh my god, Booster!
One enemy remaining.
Habang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
And I'm in a set pace first. I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Champions to be locked in for the quarterfinals. And Jess and Achilles, if I had told you before the tournament started it was going to be FNATIC, what would you have said to me?
I would say what I think I actually did say to you, which is, of course, you think that.
You did. We had this exact conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
But what would you have said, Jess?
I probably would have said not too surprised in a very difficult group, but not surprised they've pulled it all together. And I just wanted to shout out to the people out there who have an exam in the coming months. If you need answers to any of it, go to FNATIC. They have the answers for everything. So that's exactly what we saw in Fracture.
Yeah, what a way to end it. I gotta say, real improvement from the Cloud9 Blue series. Vision Strikers, they were starting to get back into the game, but FNATIC, they shut it down this time.
I mean, barely. It was really, really rough, and I feel like I bought a movie ticket that ended up getting gypped. The film melted in the projector and everything like that. This is not what I was anticipating at all from Vision Strikers.
Yeah.
Again, this could very well boil down to something like jitters and whatnot. I mean, the lack of a call on timeout for the longest time is also incredibly strange for them. So everything seemed a bit off the rails for Vision Strikers, but this was absolutely not the performance I was expecting from them. For Magnum, though, and FNATIC, absolutely stellar.
Oh my god, I feel like, and I think Pansy and Hypop touched on it, that this was one of the best series overall, consistency-wise from Durka, and then from Magnum, this may have very well been the best series ever that we've seen from this player. To come up huge, to solidify yourself a playoff spot, now's the time, and if you can carry that momentum through into the playoff games, FNATIC will be a scary team.
I mean, it's almost a little bit fitting that for Vision Strikers on the international stage, the teams that are able to best them are the ones that play like a team, that play with synergy, that play with that chemistry. Kilios, that lower bracket right now is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely
ridiculous.
insane. And like Vision Striker still has to wait a little bit longer to find out who the hell they're even going to be playing against. Full Sense has to go up against Cloud9. That should be a fairly safe bet that Cloud9 will be their opponent. But Full Sense, you know, also is a team that didn't really perform as we had anticipated. So you never really know there. So Vision Strikers just kind of has to sit back now and wait and see who they're going to be playing against and then try to prepare for that rather rapidly.
I mean, we've been speaking about the choreography and the big range stuff happening in that game, but there was just some unreal fragging as well. We got to take a look at this around for the Verizon high-speed moment. Durka with that ridiculously disgusting 4K on
the trigger discipline. Oh my god! And he knew as well. He knew he was wrapping around behind them. He saw one, and when you see one, you know there's going to be more to follow. And he was able to capitalize beautifully. I'm glad we're replaying it as well because we get a really good indication of the fact that Durka knows this map so well. And Achilles had already highlighted this. He knows where his paint shells need to go. He knows where he needs to be on the map. Map knowledge for this team highlighted their abilities 20-fold.
Yeah, it was just beautifully done. And I mean, it just, I don't know, shows a little disjointedness as well from the side of Vision Strikers. They didn't have Buzz ready to re-peak when Mako was getting ready to try and trade against Durka. So he just ends up picking up both for free, gets himself back up into tower and finds the 4th kill. It's just beautifully done from him to be able to consistently steady his aim time after time. So, I mean, you can give him nothing but credit for that play.
You know what? I got to jump in on this because my anime friends out there are going to understand this. Tower was a... Don't do this to me, Killers. The anime fans will love this. I
love it already.
Thank you. Tower was and will obviously be one of the power positions on this map. I think we can say without a doubt whoever holds Tower will be the Tower of God. And to my anime fans out there, you'll know exactly the reference I'm making.
I love it. I love it. And do you know who loves anime? Boaster. Let's hear from him now with Riv in the Verizon post-match interview.
Bias.
Thank you so much, Yansu. Yes, I am here with Boaster after taking down Vision Strikers pretty fancifully as well on getting to Fracture. A lot of people thought that might be the bomb out for the team, but also I have to ask you, a lot of people thought coming into Champions that FNATIC themselves would bomb out. However, you became the death in the group of death. How's that feel, Boaster?
Well, that's what I was telling my boys. I was like, boys, the reason why it's a group of death is because we're in it. But that was just a major like motivation, confidence kind of thing. Honestly, we didn't expect to put the teams to bed, but at the same time, we didn't quite put them to bed because it was like 2-1s, really close matches. But yeah, super happy. Durka is an animal right now, and he's popping off. And yeah, playoffs, baby.
Exactly. You're into the quarterfinals now. Playoffs there. You take Group D. There's another team to be coming, but I have to ask you, within the group of death, how do you divvy up your preparation for that? Because there's so many things to look at.
I think with the preparation, our main focus is obviously, like I was saying, with the protocols, we're focusing on them, making sure we get them down, and then we look at the anti-strats, look at what the other team does. Are there any kind of exploits we can do within that? And that's kind of what we were doing. And then obviously they'd have to change up, and then we'd have to find the change up as well, which on Haven we sadly couldn't do. We couldn't find the next meta, I guess.
So what was the communication like? Walk me through that. You come back on Icebox, kind of take Icebox, and also Fracture. Why was it so clean? What was the mentality? What were the comms like throughout that match?
Honestly, I think, like, because Vision Striker said, like, we'll beat anyone on Fracture. And we subconsciously were like, well, we don't mind Fracture. Like, it's okay. It's quite fun. And then we got into the game, and just stuff worked. People were hitting shots. You had Doma the mechanic, Durka the stoic, as we like to call him, and he was just popping off as well. And then all of us in the background like, Molly, go Durka, Molly, stun, flash, be free kind of vibes. And it was, and then he was just popping off.
You make it sound too easy, Boaster. I got a final question for you. There's another spot in that group. There's still great teams with FNATIC, Full Sense, and Cloud9. Oh, I'm sorry, Vision Strikers. Who do you think is going to be that next team for Group D?
Obviously, I'd love to see my boy Vanity qualify with us. So we're going all the way to the finals, us two. So if he could do that, do it for me, bro. But yeah, I'd like to see Cloud9. I love Vision Strikers, but I love Vision Strikers because Lackey is in it. So
there you go.
They're like, he's my boy. So yeah, I'm gonna have to say Cloud9. Hopefully, we'll take it.
Boaster, a pleasure speaking with you. Thanks for taking the time. Congratulations on the run to playoffs. FNATIC taking it fast, quick, and we will see them continuing on in Valorant Champions. And there's more to go today, too. Do not go anywhere. We have Envy versus X10 coming up right after the break.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
LFO, come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Welcome back to Champions, whereas FNATIC is the first team to book their trip to the quarterfinals. Tom, Ryan, and myself are hopping on the desk for the final series of the day, which will sport our very first look at Envy and X10. The two final teams to step onto this Master or Valorant Champions stage. Sorry, we're in Berlin, and so I jump all the way back to Masters. Out in the group stage for the very first time. It's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, because as we've talked about on a number of our matchups so far throughout this tournament, there's a clear favorite. There is an expected victor. But in both senses, we've seen those kinds of matchups go different ways now here on the Champions.
Day.
It is underdog
right?
day,
It's
right?
underdog day, like FNATIC, I guess, like
Something
underdogs in that matchup. I think definitely in the first matchup as well, we're looking at as an underdog story. I would say in this one, like if you're going off percentages, this would definitely be the craziest upset of the entire day. But at the same time, I also feel like X10 are the biggest unknown in the entire tournament.
I think the reason why it is that is because Envy get into the grand finals of Masters 3 looking so good through this tournament. You kind of expect them to bring more of the same. They've had some time to sort of fix out some of their issues. They've got some new backroom staff with Chet coming in. And really, when you look at the players one by one, you look at the Crashies, Yay, Mavd especially, definitely the best agents at their respective roles through Masters 3. And you expect more of the same.
I think that's the thing. Like in terms of a team that I think fits best into the current meta of what we're seeing in Valorant. Also, as you sort of mentioned, some of the players who are best at their specific roles. Like you're talking about a superstar Jet in the form of Yay, who's just been superb throughout the entirety of the last event. The best player, excluding maybe Nats, and they're on incredibly different roles. And then you go down to like the same with Crashies in the form of the Sova. Like it has been a team that I just think they have picked up all the pieces along the way. And now they're one of the favorites in this tournament. And X10 are very different.
Without a doubt. And it's an important reminder, their placement in Masters Berlin, because while it might be a little bit of a red mark on their record, the way that they exited in that grand finals, and people will maybe forget the way that they got there to begin with, not dropping a single map on the way, and in large part due to the exact thing you're talking about there, Tom, the individual skill in every single role across this team. We've already talked about Finesse, we've talked about Crashy, we've talked about Victor, we got to talk about Marvd as well.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the discussion of who was the best Astra player before this tournament started, I personally would have gone with Mako. A lot of people would have gone with Marvd. And I think it's a case of, like, it's not even just utility. It's incredible for Marvd. He's one of the better players when it comes to those stats. But it's also just how he's almost taken that Nats-esque play style of playing close into smokes, being ratty, being very much in the forefront, like this clip, just trying to take these engagements one after the other. That's what made him shine in Masters 3, and I'm really excited to see what he does, especially considering that controller role hasn't really changed that much meta-wise, has it, Tom?
Well, one of the things I wanted to actually look at was sort of statistics that weren't just from someone like Yay, because like if you go through Yay stats, you're talking about like top 1 in opening duels, top 1 in ACS, top 1 in
we're probably going to talk about him a lot during this
It's a bit
series.
of a sort of a boring sentiment, I guess, at this point, because we know how good he is. So I started looking into those assist-style players, and I think especially if you exclude the final because of how it actually went down, you're looking at like players with like the top 5 in terms of assist rate, which is so strong in terms of the depth of this roster.
So again, full stacked lineup through all 5 roles. So now comes the fun part, where I get to challenge you guys to find the, to find the explanation for X10 as a team. You already said they're the most unknown quantity here at the tournament. So as best we can, let's set it up for people. This is a team that has been to multiple international tournaments in Valorant so far this year. So no strangers to the stage, and yet it still feels like we can't necessarily put a finger on them.
Yeah, it's not like we're looking at this team to come in and just be tragic, for example. It's just more that the dominant period where X10 got those points, those circuit points to be involved in this event, was the start of the year. Like in Masters 1, they were good. They were the dominant team in SEA for Stage 2. But it was after Reykjavik the things started to go downhill. More noticeably, Patipan leaving the team because of wrist injuries and now just coming back. Missed out in that period for Stage 3. And kind of one of the reasons why they weren't in Masters for Berlin either. Just losing that player is such a big loss.
Yeah, like I think even their the qualification for that, they were playing with a different player altogether. So it was like a really weird sort of scenario that they've they've now had to test different players on different agents. And then even in the qualification to tournaments prior to this, they were just mucking about. Like, they were playing maps with 4 controllers. I don't think that's something that we've ever seen before. I think it's Fox's most played agent over the last few months is Yoru. Like, I feel like that in itself is almost setting it up to say that they have hidden Stratch to such a degree that we have absolutely no idea what they're going to do here.
Yeah, I don't think they know. Like, they genuinely said that at the start of the show. We don't know. It's just that true. 200 IQ play. They can't anti-strat us if we can't even anti-strat ourselves.
Yeah, the video, top of day. Boom, threw it out to the world. Sometimes we don't know what we're doing, and in part, because of that player you've already mentioned, PPGL, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is so unpredictable. And one thing, though, that I can say for certain is that he's an international star, both in his play that he displayed in Reykjavik, the chaotic nature of it all, but also his personality. This is the kind of guy who's going to jump onto the stage. He's going to come at you with that kind of stuff. And so he's going to put on a show regardless. And that's where I wonder when I look at teams like Envy, who can be known to find a way to control their opponents and really, pin them down. How is PPGL going to be able to kind of break that mold and throw them a curveball?
Well, the fact is, one of the first times we ever saw him, we were sort of going into this like, so yeah, he plays a lot of Jet. And then one of the first maps he played, he was like, Sage. And we were like, wait, what are you doing? And then he was walling himself over mid in Acend and just headshotting people. And we were like, okay, this guy is crazy. And then some of the next games, he went, okay, so we're gonna get the Jet now. And he went, right, so I'm playing Viper. Yeah. And we're just kind of sat there like, how are you performing to this standard? I think he was actually, but he didn't play that much on this age. I think it was like 40-something rounds. But he was the highest statistical Viper in the tournament, even though he's a Jet.
I wonder why.
That's just wild, right? Okay, I got good news for you guys, though. We're rolling right along. Map vetoes are ready to go, so we're going to dive in. And when it comes to this map veto process, again, I have a lot of questions surrounding X10 for one of the reasons that you just talked about. What they've shown recently, things like 4-controller, while we meme about it, yeah, but then I'm also like, well, so do you care about the maps that they're playing that on? Like, how do you even approach, as Envy, this map select?
Well, that's kind of the thing. I feel like Envy are almost going to ignore everything that they have seen from their opponent in this matchup. They're not going to be trying to counterpick. They're not going to be trying to look at their opponent's map pool. They're just going to pick the maps that they don't like to play and get rid of them. And we saw that at the last Masters. They were just basically consistently banning out Breeze. So I'm curious to see if that's still the case or if that's something they've now incorporated in and maybe moved on to, say, the other new map in the pool.
Yeah, Fracture is just going to change this up. We spoke about it with the Ascend game, right? Just like Breeze is now probably going to be seen a lot more than Masters because the new map gets banned out. This is no surprise. Even if you're looking towards the start of the year, X10 never really liked to play bind. If you go back to Reykjavik, which realistically is one of the only 2 tournaments, that's interesting though. Envy banning out Fracture, they usually banned out Breeze. I wonder what the Breeze is going to be like.
Well, that's why I'm so happy you made that point a couple series ago, mid-cast, that you feel in a number of ways that that Breeze will be the map that can determine the ultimate winner of this tournament. Because with Fracture now in the pool, okay, so we're going to it straight away. A map that was once perma-banned by Envy is now going to be played straight out the gate.
Yeah, it is actually the map that we saw the 4 controllers out from X10, and I pray to God they don't do that again, because I will have a genuine meltdown. That included a Brimmy, by the way, which I don't think anyone wants to see, but it does probably mean that it's a map that has also been worked on heavily by Envy if they're letting it through.
Yeah, and X10 done a favor to everybody else in the tournament. Like, okay, if Envy ban out Fracture now, how good is Envy's Breeze?
Yeah.
And we saw that as well, like with Gambit yesterday. Just the whole aspect of like their icebox didn't look good. So teams, if they play up against Gambit, will maybe want to exploit that. So the Ascend, again, is not too much of a different pick from Envy. They really like to play Haven from Masters 3. They won it consistently up until they ran into Gambit with Redgar's Reyna. But their Ascent was strong as well. Just some dominant results throughout. And I can't imagine meta-wise they're going to be changing up too much either.
Yeah, I think the other thing to almost premise in this matchup is I think no matter what map we're going to, Envy are going to be favored, especially with just the sheer individual skill that they have across their roster. The other thing that we might see is that they might even test out a map here and there. I am a little bit worried, though, that if we end up on something like a Haven, where they have just been so unbelievably good,
of course.
which we will, I just don't like, even if by some miracle their Breeze is awful, which even from the matches we saw before Masters, it wasn't. They were just losing to top-level teams. So even if they somehow lose that, they now get basically what I would consider their best map as the third in the series.
So what, if it turns out the Breeze is actually super insane for Envy, every other team is looking at this map pool and going, holy Toledo, this is going to be a nightmare.
Toledo. I like that one. You should coin that phrase.
Yeah, you know what?
I've never heard it before. What do you mean?
Doug is ripping his hair out right now. He's ripping his hair out.
Yeah, to be like us.
Exactly. He wants to grow up and be just like you, Ryan.
Oh Lord.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, the maps are locked in. We're gearing up and getting ready to go in just a moment. We are going to throw to a quick break, but we'll be back shortly to get us towards Agent Select and eventually into this final best of 3 of the day. We'll catch you here soon.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Sa mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions. I promised you a quick break, and we delivered. You didn't believe me, but we did.
I didn't make it back to my chair. I had to run. Like.
That's why they cut to my single there. Give you a second to get back into your seat. It's X10, it's Envy hitting the stage for the final series of the day. I say stage metaphorically, as you may know at home, that this one will be played remote. But a reminder of the 3 maps that were picked. It's Breeze, Ascent, and Haven. If we make it there, Breeze is the one that will kick us off. That's X10's choice. We have no idea what to expect on this map because Envy has had so little play on it, although admittedly have picked up a few games, and X10 seem to be willing to do pretty much anything on this map.
If I see 4,
I know it was. You have no idea how badly I'm internally rooting for 4 controllers.
No. It won't happen. It was something that they did in like a smaller regional tournament just for a bit of fun. So it's not actually going to happen. All jokes aside, like I think that they've lent into a much more comfortable comp, and I think the main thing that I'm excited to see is Padipan. I'm a little bit sad that with him like doing his little runouts onto the stage when we were in Reykjavik, that was one of my favorite things. I think in terms of walkouts, he was the only person that came anywhere near Boaster. So the fact that that's not going to be happening, it brings a tear to my eye. But realistically, I want to see him in the server as well. Like if anybody's going to be able to challenge versus the likes of Ye, it has to be him, and that is a tough task.
Yeah, it was just like the walkouts were noticeable, and also in the game, he was a delight to watch. He had one of the highest ACSs in Reykjavik despite losing 2 games and winning 1. Cruz as well as a player to highlight was like still in the top 10 for playing the Sova. So, and another thing that I want to mention about the Patipan show, when X10 won Masters 1 in the Southeast Asian region, it was without Patipan. It was with a player called Pooh One Tap, like Winnie the Pooh, not not like an actual poo.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Thanks for that clarification.
Like the fact that we're seeing a bit more KO on this map as well from both sides. So this is a
Wow.
very different look. I also wanted to mention Envy's defense was the question mark as well in Masters. Their attack was insane. Their defense was a little bit easy to catch out. And considering the attack inside in maps that we've seen of Freeze, maybe Envy are going to be put under a little bit more pressure than we maybe anticipate.
Yeah, I'm liking this as well. I do think there is a little bit hit and miss when it comes to KO, and I know that with C9 running it, I feel like a lot of people have been doing that. Although I will say, we don't actually know. Maybe someone else was cracking it versus C9. They went, that's a good idea. We're going to play first.
Yeah.
We'll play it first, and then you'll be like, oh, they came up with that. When in reality, FNS is fuming, just like this was
Right.
the entire time.
I mean, Acend played it top of the day today, right?
Wasn't great.
Wasn't great, and that's where I'd love to be proven wrong. One of the KOs will win here.
That is true. One of the KOs has to
KO's
succeed.
win rate will increase in a sense, I guess. I don't really know. Predictions, though, I think we've, in a sense, tipped our cap to who we think is going to win, but I got to get you on record. I got to have the graphics come in. That way, if you're wrong, I can flame you endlessly. So, Tom, I'm going to start with you.
Do I need to do this quickly, or can I like fade
You
it
know
out a
what?
little
Yeah,
bit?
take your time. You're only going to piss off however many people are out there, on Twitch
These faces
watching
are
the
just
show.
fine. just for anybody wondering.
You want to?
There you go.
There it is.
Envy. See, I didn't say it, so you
Graphics
can't get
beat
me.
you to it. Oh, that was his plan all along.
To be very clear, this is the team that I expect to win, not the team that I want to win. Because if
Okay.
X10 win this tournament is completely topsy-turvy. Like,
my
we've already
goodness.
seen upsets today. Let's make it 3 out of 3. That's what I like.
Let's burn the place down. Why not?
I swear, man, I said this to you an hour ago in the green room, but Tom's personality is pure chaos. Like, that's it. That's all he wants is for things to just be on fire always. And so while I try and make sure he doesn't light fire to the desk, we're going to toss it over to our
Got a lot of
casters,
paper.
DDK and Sean Garris, to get this series underway.
Good morning! Good morning sa inyong lahat! And welcome still in the last series of Valorant Champions. Ako si Riri at syempre, kasama ko nag-iisang pati ko kasama sa 3 AM na si Dax Cast.
Wow, ibang tone bigla ha. Just talking about di ganyan ka na. Pero mukhang okay ka ngayon, Ray ha. Good morning sa'yo kaysa good night. Good job guys! Nakatulog si Ray bago mag-cast ng ating Night Shift Warrior matchup. So, congrats sa'yo, Ray. Congrats talaga.
Ayan, salamat sa mga nakarinig sa boses ko kanina. Hindi ko alam kung ano sinabi ko eh. So, baka poster ko yun. Poster ko yun, guys. So, walang nakarinig. Okay, walang nakarinig dun sa sinabi ko. Pero alam mo, mas importante is Envy vs X10. At X10, ang tagal na nating hindi sila nakita. Well, meron tayong mga iba-iba mga tournaments kaliwat kanan sa sarili nilang scene. Pero nga lang, looking at this, X10, may Cypher sila ngayon. Nakaka-excite sa Breeze!
I love it! Ay, ang ganda talaga pag may Breeze ang X10 sa Cypher. Lahat tayo excited makita ang pinaggagawa nila dito. Pero sa totohanan lang naman, sige, naglalaro sila ng local tournaments nila pero wala masyadong bearing eh. Tingnan mo yung mga comp na nilalaro nila doon. Mga 4 controller, mga off-roll. At kung makikita talaga natin yung X10 na dominate ang SDA noon dati. Ay! Tapos na! Oy! Round 1 pa lang! Ayan na! X10 nag-dominate na nga! Patifan is back! 1-0, 2 kills sa X10 at bigla na lang tayo makakita ng double initiative nga dito sa X10. So SCA represent, here we go with X10C looking to face off against Envy ng NA Ray.
Eto na nga, sa mga nagtatanong bakit naka-screen lang sila, well, nakita nyo naman yung tweet ni Victor from Envy. So, pagaling ka, Victor, manalo. Ayan.
Diba ano yun? Character sa Arcane? Favorite mo yun? Fantastic.
Let's not bring back memories, bring back yet na nagbabalik. Guys, huwag kayo mag-alala. Mag-starting naman nila attacking side. Kaya bati-bati na tayo, okay? Alam ko matindi-tindi yung galit ng mga Pinay last time sa X10. Kailangan natin mag-move on. And speaking of moving on, ito na si Hep Hep Hooray. Hinihintay na nga kagad ang mga miyembro ng X10 to come at them. Pero si Patty, hindi siya Patty Pan. Pati na lang siya ngayon.
Pati.
Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pwede ba Patty Pan?
Patty Pan? Ikaw wala. Pero Patty. Diba? Parang pag kung ikaw, Ray lang. Diba? Dali lang. Pag ako, pag Dax, gawin mong da. Galing eh.
Ang galing. Ang talino nun, grabe. Ang talino talaga ng co-caster. Kaya ang classmate ko na pwede natin pagkopyahan. Pero speaking of, iniisip na natin, nakapasok na kagad ang mga taga-extend here in a B-set na walang katakot-takot. And at the same time, si Kraus, KO Lord, this is scary with that flank. Oh no! Buti na lang si Paddy sa last shot. He was able to pin out at this one, but Marv gets a good trade against Scary Kun. At inaabangan na lang sila on those post plants ng extend. Pero nga lang, winnable nga ba to na moment para sa kanila? Or still, mag-aalinlangan sila. But FNS, he makes a move against Kraus. Pero nga lang, Sushi Boys will just be trading, of course, his teammate. Pero at least yung time lang, pwede lang magdali ng so much ang mga taga-extend. As Sushi Boys gets one. Sige, mag-audition na kayo pa isa-isa. And Foxy will be able to finish the crashes. And still, extend will be able to win this.
Ayan, ito talaga yung extend na hinahanap natin ng dati pa. In extend, nirespeto natin sa umpisa ng SEA circuit. At kita talaga natin rin, just a comfy rolls here for extend right now. Patty, on that duelist, you got Cruz na talagang galing-galing mag-flex and playing that initiator yet again. This time, KO nga ang lalabas nila. Fox is gonna be on that Sova and it really feels like it's back to form dito sa side ng extend. Ini-enumerate ko yung mga agent picks nila kasi kung nanonood kayo ng extend recently, kakaiba talaga yung mga composition na nila lang ngayon. Pero sabi nga nila mismo sa mga interview, marami na tinatago at Sushi Boys, ang bilis! Finesse, goodbye na lang sa'yo! At ito, NV, mapapaiko na naman, hindi handa ang kanilang mga baril dito sa run na to. 2-0, pwede na gawin extend 3-0 kung tuloy-tuloy lang mga pitas nila ngayon, Ray.
Grabe naman kayo. Ito na ata yung extend na buff. The SEA buff. Kita mo na si Patty. He gets to kagad. Talagang tumatakbo lang. Na-miss natin syempre mga big fans si Patty Pan. At ngayon may buhok na siya. Last time wala yung mga pictures niya. And this is it. Yay na lang. Tsaka Marv. But Marv still
Last player standing.
will be able to finish him out. Pero just a little bit of those skills. And si Yay na lang kagad ang natitira. But Sushi Boys goes with the plan. Na-spot nga kagad doon kung nasaan na si Yay lahat. Hahanapin na nga kung nasaan siya. And uy, lahat papanoorin yung camera. Uy, easy
Dumaan lang yan real quick. Uy, wala naman dan. Wala dyan. Okay lang tayo. Pero si Yay nga, 1v3 situation. Yung spike nakaplant lang dyan. Sarapan lang niya pero hindi niya alam. Nandyan lang si Sushi Boys. At Bulldog, kinailangan dito. First kill, gamit Bulldog. Last kill, gamit Bulldog. Sushi Boys, di na nga kailangan na ibang rifle eh. 6 kills on the Cypher of Extend. 3-0 scoreline. At tuloy-tuloy lang mga push na dito, Ray. Kita-kita talaga na hanap nila yung unang pitas na gusto nila. At marami nagtitingin sa match na to. Yay versus Patty. El Diablo versus the Thai Prodigy. Pero as of yet, Sushi Boys is giving in the impact right now. And it's interesting kasi parehong side rin. Dinalaro nga yung KO eh.
Kaya nga eh, di ba? Pareho sila ng pickups talaga. Very familiar na nga sila kung paano nga ba gumagano yung bawat isa. But seeing Patty Fan right now with that operator versus Yay. Oh no! Oh, timing! Still Yay gets the cross. Really pretty big kill. On the other side naman, si Patty, akala ko si Patty Pan, bago na yung kulay na book. Nagulat ako, yung pala, yung isa sa mga member yon ng NV. And here it is. Mga first runner-up nga sila ng last champion, last master sa may Berlin. And yun, si Patty nga ngayon, ganda ng kulay na book. Mukha siyang anime character. Nakakalimutan ko yung pangalan ng anime, pero mamaya na natin yung pag-uusapan. Dahil Victor will just be throwing, of course, ang kanyang mga knives. Sinabayan pa nga kagad ng isa pa. And now, Foxy, slowly nakapasok na siya right now. Even though he's blinded, at least nakapagsilip na kung nasaan sila. But they will just be denying. And Foxy will still get those kills. At kung sinabayan na nga kagad ni Crashies, mukhang nagkakaroon ngayon ng fight. Kundi lang sa side ng Extend na medyo nahihirapan talaga sila with all those denies and especially with that first frag na nakuha kagad ni Now Marv will be able to finish Sushi Boys at bumabawi naman ang NV kahit papano.
Ayun nga, sasagot ang NV. At ito talaga, coming into the series, may kakaiba rin na inag-isip mga tao eh. Yung sa Extend nga, asan na sila? Where have they been? Ang pinaglalaro nila? Pinagagawa nila? At handa na ba makipaglaro dito si Patty Pan? In the meantime, dito sa NV naman, sige, nag-runner-up nga sila. Ang lakas ng kanilang duelist in the first place and especially the roster na pwedeng mag-pop off at the moment's notice. But at the same time, kung napansin nyo yung Masters Berlin path nila, sino ba natalo nila? Mga taga-NA. paano sila papalag sa kakaibang region? Masasagot ba nila ang extensi dito at ma-outtool ba nila ang kalaban na first place? For here we go now. Oh no, Cruz, magpakita ka sa harapan ni EA. Masa-shutdown ka talaga. Kailangan ng reboot, kailangan talaga bigyan ng bagong battery ng laptop na to. Cloudburst muna dyan para lang ma-res ang ating KO. Pero hindi pa siya makalapit, Ray. Nakakatakot eh. Andiyan na to, ang res galing kay Scary. In the meantime, nakatago lang dito pero mukhang yung spike makukuha dyan. At sabi ng Acend, tara nga, huwag tayo dito.
Sabi, may mga bagay na hindi na dapat talaga pinipilit. Mamaya sasagutin namin yung mga nagtatanong kung nasaan, bakit nga ba mga screens lang yung nakikita natin right now. Okay, explain ulit namin sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam. Pero big shoutouts nga pala sa aso ko na si Gohan na kanina ko pa naririnig ang kanyang gustong makisama. Makasama ako dito habang nagkakast. Pero ito na nga, ang Envy, nakapag-push forward na nga sila right now, galing halls, going already to the spawn. Pero timing itself, di nyo naman sa akin sinabi na si Foxy ay kamukha ng ibang mga players ng Vision Strikers. And ito na nga, tinitignan na nga, oh, the timing hits! Buti na lang, sabi niya, titignan ko lang kayo. Hello guys! But then yung time, kailan babala kayo ng Acend? Saan pa ba kayo pupunta? Sobrang ipit na at ngayon magagaling sila sa meet tours na kung saan marami silang may kita at naghihintay. And speaking of si Finas, sige mag-audition kayo, he gets 2 and spray down with a 3. Traded lang ni Panty, but we only have Foxy kagad. It took them so much time to make those decisions kung saan nga ba talagang sila pupunta. Nakapag-extend na nga kagad ang Envy and I think that's just it.
Oh, at least no, he's building up the ultimate as si Foxes ngayon. Makakuha pa rin ng orb, makakuha rin ng pitas. But yay, nandito lang. Kita kaya hindi na umabot. But there you have it. Envy with the lockdown play. Basically, you put Yay on the corner, ready with the operators. Yun na. Kasi bigla na lang wala magawa yung side ng Acend eh. Ang tagal ng rotate nila, yung Envy, wala talaga pinush na pinush. And yung 2 to 3 score line, kita natin bumabawi pa rin ang Envy per extensi. Handa na rin naman sila gamit ang Blade Storm. In Eurotef, meron yung Fire Spit. Makalapit lang si Scary sa may A-side talaga. Ang gandang pwesto na ilagay yung Viper Ultimate. Pero Yay pa rin, panalo kay Patty. Tingnan natin do, Envy, El Diablo na naman. Tingnan nga kung sino pa mapipitas. Tatlong ready mag-line up lang para sa kanya. Pero mukhang hindi naman makotest dito ang Acend. Sushi Boys pa back on the way. At ito na naman, Ray. Pilit ang Acend mag-rotate. Back sila sa may spawn nila. Delikado na naman ang lagay. At habang nangyayari to, wag natin kalimutan guys. So bakit ganito? Bakit hologram gaming ang mga teams natin this time? Kasi nag-test positive sa PCR. Ang alam ko si Victor. So kawawa naman siya. Hope he gets well soon. So dahil sa isolation protocol, hindi sila muna mag-stage. So get well soon Envy guys. At get well soon talaga sa mga lahat ng effects so far. But for now, Acend gonna be going for that P site here. Ray per crossfire na naman. At sino nakahanda? Ang pangalan niya ay Pines.
Ito na nga, ready for the backups na. Those crossfire! Naku, kahit na naglabas kayo ng, of course, ang Viper's Ultimate, ang Viper's Spit. Scary, he gets smart. Pero nga lang, siya na lang mag-isa. And naku, will he be able to clutch this? May tatlo pang mga miyembro ng Envy. Speaking hard, yep, Scary does his work. Kaso nga lang, we have Victor for the follow-up. And still, kahit 3-0 yung naging simula ng Acend crit, Envy still, kaya talaga nila even if mahirap yung mga sitwasyon. Nakakapag-step up talaga sila. Masters Berlin, something people didn't expect na talagang magpa-pop off sila. Alam mo yun, slowly rising talaga tong team na to. And at the same time, natalo nga nila ang Sentinels.
100 teams at Sentinels, diba? Yung mga seeds higher than them. So, kita talaga, binabash lang yung ulo ng mga kuya nila basically doon sa bracket na yon. Pero guys, nasa ano pa rin sila? Nasa Berlin pa lahat ng players. May LAN set up. Huwag natin kalimutan. So, whatever kind of performance gagawin sa stage, halos pareho lang talaga eh. Yung hindi lang sila magkakasama doon sa mga members na kailangan ni Isolate. So, ingat lang talaga sila dito. Pero ito na, ang ating lockdown. Now, pag lalaro mo yung Killjoy, hindi ka naman yung pagkuha ng sakop ng site in the first place. But Marv at Crashies, nasasakop talaga nila yung pagpwestuhan dito sa dulo ng hallway na to. At bigla na lang ang 4v3. Hindi lang yun. Sige, hawak-hawak pa yung operator. Finesse naman. Nako, Foxes, ginagawa mo dyan. Taas ka may Patty to with the Blade Storm. At ito na ang push ni Mr. Patipan. Kaya pa niya makakuha ng baril ngayon. Pero ang problema para sa X10, delikado na naman ang lagay. Isang Phantom, isang Guardian. Paano sila gagalaw dito? Mukhang pinasfer na yung Phantom papunta doon sa Viper kasi gusto pa rin gamitin dito ni Patty ang Blades form niya. Pero bantay sarado si Crashes, kaya si Ray Ray. At yung Envy na naman, pwestong-pwesto para mag-hold.
Ito na yung mga taga-NV 2v3. Patty, will he make a move? Kaya pa ba niya masaktuhan to with all those happenings right now? He tries to, pero alam na, maghahabol siya ngayon kay Crashes. Sige, marunong talaga siya mag-habol. At least nakakuha na din siya ngayon. He'll be switching. But then all those timing, kailangan na lang magdesisyon. Dahil parati silang naiipit sa mid. Parati silang too late for those decisions. Tapos yung oras pa, napakalaking pressure ang binibigay sa kanila ngayon. Okay, clearing out all of the side. B is quite open. Pero nga lang, Crashes might be denying him. Ano po? Yep, may kita nga siya and that's it. So na lang natitira si Scary pero nga lang may follow-up na. Oh no, Victor! And Crashes will go for a defuse. And finally, Envy will be leading biglaan. Yan.
Leading biglaan. Tapos parang... Parang biglang sabi mo, gusto ko i-translate yung last word na sasabihin ko.
Oo nga eh. Na-distract ako dito eh. Kasi sabi lang nila, yep guys, nasa Berlin pa rin sila.
Oo, sabi ko na nga, diba? Land pa rin to. Pero eto yun na, talking about the game itself. In terms of the matchup, this is actually pretty good sa Envy side. Kasi Envy nga, lahat sila yung tipong pwede mag-individual plays na pwede sila mag-init sobra-sobra. And it's a little bit different sa compare mo sa Sentinels na yun nga, may secret shot of 10's go kill. Dito parang bigla na lang, isa sa kanila yung biglang magiging superstar of the round. And then palipat-lipat lang yung hat na yun. Usually it's this guy, si Ye, si El Diablo, ang init talagang kamay niya on the jet. But overall, this is a roster na sobrang scrappy, willing makapag-duel. And against a team like X10, nako, pwede nila gamitin lang yun para makapitas. Pero paano ba natin naalala yung X10 nung dati? Yung taga-setup nila, yung apat, yung taga-entry nila si Patty, tapos from that point on, dun sila nanalo. Kung nasa-shutdown na kagad ng Envy, yung setup na gusto gawin ng X10, syempre mahihirapan na ang ating attacking side.
Yun na kayo, merong mga mishaps lang sa side ng X10. And hopefully talaga makapag-recover sila syempre sa gustong patunayan ng isa sa mga best SEA team nga. Pero tagal kasi natin silang hindi nakita, lalo na sa mismo mga VCT, di ba? Kaya ngayon talaga, hopefully, makita natin yung outstanding performance nila as what we've seen as to them last time. Pero on the other side, si Marv, nag-aabang lang talaga siya. Ready sila sa crossfire with his teammate. Pero si Foxy, of course, nandito pa rin sa A. Nagtitingin pa rin kung may mga kalaban pa. Kaso nga lang, yung Envy, nagbaback lang sila. Pero alam nila how they'll be able to play it, syempre. And now, a lot of distractions happening as Foxy will just be trying to, of course, distract yung mga taga-Envy. Pero yung oras, kailangan natin tatandaan ito na kailangan pa rin ng X10 ito kahit papano. And speaking of, Patty gets Marv, there may be a chance for them to win this actually, pero sinabayan lang ng Hunter's Fury. May sakto. Nako, Foxy! Sabi niya, always check your corner. And now suddenly, he was able to get that. Pero nga lang, Patty na lang natitira kagad. And no! Oh no! Si Crashes pa. Nakita niya ang last guy. Napitas niya ang buhok po ni Jet. And Envy still wins it, even if agad na kagad ang ginawa. Syempre, all those pick-offs coming in from Foxy, coming in from Patty, tapos may mga natitira pang miyembro ng X. I think the response talaga ng Envy is still up and kicking.
Yeah, diba? Simple mistake sa Envy. Di check yung corner. Fox is making that happen. At kung talaga na-punish yun ng X10, easy round na sana para sa kanila. But look at this, Crashes. The next wave galing sa side ng Envy. Di lang napitas. Yung isa gamit ng Hunter's Fury. He also saw Fox is running on away. At dahil lang doon, naka 1v1 siya pa kay Patty. Na-save pa nga niya si Victor. So masasave yung barrel. Okay pa yung KO. Sabi niya, thank you. Walang added death to my tally. At eto na, Envy tuloy-tuloy na lang panalo. 5 rounds in a row para sa side ng Envy. At kita talaga natin, may rason bakit sila naging runner-up ng Master Berlin.
Talagang Itong Envy, every day, nakita natin yung napakalaking improvement nila. Maybe one of the teams that might be contending to be the champions, syempre. So, magandang sign na ba yun para sa mga Envy fans? But as of now, ano yan?
Ikaw, Envy fan, di ba?
Uy! Grabe ka naman. Kung ako lang magbibigay ako ng predictions ko. Syempre, pinakauna, Team Secret. Pangalawa, Vision Strikers. At pangatlo, Team Liquid. Ayan.
Grabe. Parang may nagsabi sa'yo ng predictions sa'yo na. Parang pamilya yun na. Sino kaya nagkukwento tungkol sa'yo doon?
Hindi. Yung Vision Strikers, given na yun. Pero yung sa Team Liquid, parang kahapon lang talaga nila napatunayan sa akin.
Naging believer ka.
Naging believer ako. Grabe si Nivera. Pwede na nga siyang, ewan ko is it me or, alam naman natin na si Nivera, may name naman na talaga siya. But then, syempre yung amount of people na nag-look up talaga kay Tens, ganun, di ba? Napakadami. So, for me, yung skill set ni Nivera, maybe, pumapantay na ba kay Tens? Or maybe better?
May ibang agent ka. Okay nga yun. Pero minsan natin pag-usapan mali Team Liquid kasi back into the game. Pero ito lang yun, guys. Bago tayo mag-start ulit. Hindi ka tunay na Valorant fan. Kung hindi mo kilala si Tens. And that's it. Siya lang dapat kilala mo. Para sa league lang, kilala mo si Faker lang. That is a kappa, by the way. That is a joke tayo that temper. Alam mo, hindi joke tayo dito. Yung NBA, sugod lang ng sugod. Handa para lang manalo. And for Envy, kung pwede nila gawin to, gagawin nila Ray. Willing sila magkipaglaban. Yung mag-pick lang, papatay lang, outskill. Kasi ganun ka-confident ang Envy sa sarili nila
Plus, wala na silang kinakatakutan. And this is how actually they go up against teams. They get momentum. Alam mo na kagad na talagang ganun lang ang mangyayari sa ibang teams. They will just capitalize on that. Wala na talaga silang amount of hesitation. And this is a good time for them to be aggressive. But then, suddenly, Sushi Boys pati si Patty, magkoconnect yung mga shots nila. Getting this into a 3v3. Pero nga lang, si Victor, nasa 6 HP na lang. So medyo mahirap to para sa side ng Envy. But here it is. Nagkakataan sila si FNATIC together with the... Oh no, scary. Nakakatakot bang scary? No time for Halloween, but he gets the tap. He gets the head. And now, yay na lang si Victor. Pero talagang walang oras. Anong save? Winnable pa yan is winnable. And looking at that, Sushi Boys was able to pin down as to where Victor is. 8 HP, 5 HP versus 100 HP. Yay! Will he be able to clutch this 2v1? And naku, si Sushi Boys, konti na lang! Ayan na nga sinasabi ko, maraming amount of opportunity. But the time itself, it's on Envy. Plus, yay, 100 HP din siya. And that's it. A Red Bull clutch. Grabe naman talaga.
Sinabi mo pa yung Red Bull part, kasi alala ko parang marami ka dyan. Marami ka dyang dala-dala ngayon, Ray. Pero grabe talaga, tingnan mo, Victor, umpisa pa lang, sabi na ng NT, tara, madala tayo guys. 1, 2, from the cave and more. And then isa pa para kay Victor talaga, get that intel. And at the very end, so far away, kinaya pa rin ni Yay. At kita talaga natin na handang-handa talaga ang NV makipaglaban. Simple duels for a simple team. NV getting another round and just dominating Acend in the fights here.
Lot of dominance is up ahead, but okay, timing. Goes together with Patty. At dami distractions. Pero as of now, si Crashy sa naka-SOL pa nga ngayon na skin will be pinned down. But Marv makes his way in. Buti na si Patty. Hindi nagugulat. Hindi siya magugulatin. As we only have Marv, but he gets a tap. Patty is just gonna go down, but with 8 HP, will he be able to redeem, of course, as to what happened sa previous round? Or talaga si Foxy at Scary na ang mananalo? Pero I think mahirap na talaga to dahil sobrang low na nga din niya compared sa kaninang clutch na ginawa ni Yay. And he will just be going for those exit frags. So, yeah, I think that's it. Naabangan na lang siya kung saan siya manggagaling. But all those post-plants positioning nasa side na nga talaga ng Acend. And finally, magigising yung Acend after what? Envy has been winning 6 consecutive rounds and magiging dikit na nga ngayon, making this into a 6-4. Pero wala naman problema sa Envy. Marami silang pera. But then, guys, wag nating makakalimutan na malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30 gig data ka na valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. Yan guys. And wag niyo kakalimutan because of all those wins, winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiber up with Plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle. Yan. Maraming salamat nga pala Globe. At dito sa bahay, nananalo ako dahil syempre, Globe ang ginagamit kong internet. Ayan, maraming. Yan ang magpapaabot sa inyo hanggang Diamond 3.
Ha? Kala ko yung baby cakes. Rinig ko, umabot na immortal yun. Malupit eh.
Malupit na yung baby cakes.
Oo, malupit.
Salamat nga pala sa gumagamit ng account ko. Sana masaya ka. Nawala na yung account. Binaon na sa lipot. Di ka man lang nag-unfriend. Di ka pa nahiya.
Ang tawag dyan, mine na. Yun lang nangyari. Akin na to. Aray ah. Kakaiba tayo today. Ibang glowing ang iyong boses. Laking tulong pala nung tulog sa'yo, no?
Oo, malaki yung bag yan. Bawal kasi ako guys mag-kape. Kaya malalakas yung caffeine. So, tinigil-tigilan ko na maaga tayo mamaya pa sa buhay. Ayoko pang mangyari yun. Pero ito, mag-extend pa rin naman taga-NV. Si Fines walang kinakatakot. Yun yung gusto ko. Yung kaya kong ipaglaban. May kasama pa yung ipaglalaban ko ang aking pag-ibig sa Valorant. Speaking of, he gets curls kagad. Pero nga lang, baka makabawas pa rin. And Foxy would just be trading him out. That's a good extension. Pero nga lang, at the price of what? Being just stated by the members of Acend.
Ayan, Acend, diba? Huli ka agad dyan. At least Finesto, nasagot na yan. And we've seen this from Acend. Tuloy-tuloy na sila nakapunta sa site. Pero hindi naman meaning nun, okay na sila. Post-plant-wise, NP pa rin naghahanap ng duels. But I like this a lot na yung ating toxic screen setup para lang makaharang in the first place. Mukhang gusto nila mag-play ng danger close. And tingnan na natin kung paano tago dito si Sushi Boys. Hindi na mag-check na corners dito ng NV. Si Crashes ngayon ang mahulog na dyan. Victor in the meantime, nasa kabila. Pero si Sushi Boys, nakita niya may flash grenade po sa kanya. At yung flash drive na ang pakapahamakan niya ni Victor. At ito na ang NV na naman falling on apart. 2v4. Yay, may operator. Ito na si Marv magpapakita sa harap ni Foxes. Pero si Marv pa rin ang mananalo dyan. Isa pa kaya makakuha dito ng side ng NV para lang makatulak pa. And look at that lineup. Ray from afar dyan sa spike. Para lang masecure yung round. Pero sa NV naman, mukhang haba na nila exit. Kunin lang yung mga pitas na pwede nila gawin. But long story short, X10. Tapos kuha na nila yung side, nakuha na nila yung point, at mukhang handa na sila i-tie up ng scoreline na ito.
Mukhang napakatagal para sa X10 to finally figure out. Kanina kasi una is ang tagal na mag-make ng decisions, naipit lang sila ng aggressiveness ng Envy. But finally, nakakuha na sila. And si Foxy, galingan mo dyan. Galingan mo May buff ni Ray.
Ito na ang Fox's fan club, ganun ba? Si ano rin, si Cruz. Hindi ka ba fan ni Cruz?
Hindi, fan ako ni Foxy. Ever since naman na ex din
gets ko na talaga bakit. Yung ating Oppa bias ni Ray. Kaya pala yun yung narinig natin kanina. Hindi pa rin pinag-uusapan mo. Pero ito na tayo. Ang katotohanan ay tutulak na naman yung Extend. And this is interesting kasi ginamit pa talaga nila yung elbow na yan. Nag-push sila through the tunnel and more. At minsan natin nakita yung Saudi attack ni side. Pero yung Fitness, nakakuha pa ng dalawa 2v3 situation. Ito ng flick agad. Sushi Boys to try to find the answer. Pero hindi pa rin niya makukuha si Fitness dyan. Pero mukhang backstab nga ang galawan dito ng ating Killjoy. Lockdown pang bait rin, Ray. So sabi ni Fitness, sige, punta kayo dito. Walang nakatingin din. Nakatingin na dalawa. Per Fitness, makakuha pa rin si Fox's dyan. Scary na ang mga ka-refrag. Pero nasa loob, meron may plano. Ang pangalan ay Marv. Pero, Ray, kanina ngayon ang Exen Biglang, uy, A-site. Tara nga dun tayo.
Gumawa sila ng homework buti naman. Hindi na kasi sobrang lahat na struggling nila And ngayon, commit. Although heavy talaga yung nagiging rotations nila, at least it's going to be a 2v1 and we already know that when it's Sushi Boys together with Scary, syempre marami tayong tiwala para sa team ng X10. All in para sa SE, no? Sino ba nakarinig ng halabayas kanina? And here it is. On a serious note, Marv, tatago lang syempre ang mga taga-Acend. Careful na sila this time around. And Scary, they'll be able to pin him down, making this into 6-all. So, please, alam naman natin na ang tagal natin di nakitang Acend and Envy. Of course, alam naman natin, sino ba to Envy? Sila lang naman ang first runner-up nga, and they remove what? Their mga favorites like 100 Thieves together with Sentinels. And Acend, lumalaban sila, making this into 6-6. But ito na nga ba yung first game curse na nangyayari sa mga SEA teams? Or talagang ito na ang isa sa mga teams na ina-expect natin mag-step up and maybe rattle ang mga taga-team sa NA?
Taga ano ka talaga, Riri. Taga Jinx ka talaga, no? Kasi ang rami mong curse na alam eh. From 3-9 to 2-10 to first map to 4-5. Ewan ko na nga saan makuha yung huli. Basta may curse, gawa ni Ray yan. Pero kita talaga natin, Acend naman pumapalag. Historically, interesting nga kasi itong Breeze na to. Alam naman natin lahat nangyari sa Acend sa Breeze last time nakita natin sila. But I don't think it's gonna be happening anytime soon. Pero sa Envy, gusto ko ito pag-usapan eh. This is actually a map na hindi pa sila nakakakuha ng success on a tournament circuit. 3 times sila nalaro to dati. 3 times na silang talo so far. So, wala pa rin silang panalo dito sa Breeze on the tournament setting dito sa stage natin. And hanap lang talaga na yung elusive win na yan. Pero Acend, pumapalag pa rin. And kita naman natin talaga may plano sila sa pinaglagawa nila sa SEA circuit in the first place. One of the things talaga on the attacking side is to set things up for Patty. And in this time though, it's more of the adjustments there. Parang nakita ng Acend na kailangan nga nila paghandaan ang pagsugod ng Envy. And more often than not, na-take nila yung mga angles na hindi ka anong kailangan i-take mismo sa Breeze. Yung mga iba't ibang daan, especially na last round, umikot pa talaga sila through the tunnel and more para lang mas-psych out yung opponent. Kasi bantay sarado ng Envy. Yung mga usual pathways, yung mga daanan talaga, yung cave, yung tipong B-main, dun may nakapwest na lang, biglang may tutulak. And sure, Acend can win those tools. Pwede naman nila ma-outfrag yung kalaban. But at the same time, delikado pa rin at mukha nga yung extra adjustment yung magpili ng Acend kung saan sila pupunta. Yun yung naging pangpanalo para sa last few rounds. Pero Envy, just again, just the timings, yung pagka-clutch, at syempre yung pagka-outduel before and after the plant happens. If Envy can just keep this up, mukhang kaya pa rin nila umatake in the first place. As we go now into the second half, Ray, ano ang concern mo sa Acend defense natin besides of course yung hindi natin kailangan pag-usapan?
Memories bring back.
Bring back memories, bring back memories, bring back you.
Hopefully, ma-improve talaga nila. Kasi, total, masaya naman sila. Kita mo naman yung ngiti ni Foxy. Yun na nagpapaligaya sa akin. Pero on a serious note, ano nga talaga, sa tingin ko mas better team sila sa attacking sa Breeze. So, hopefully, ngayon na, yun na, tagal ko na talaga sila nakita eh. So, maybe mas improve na talaga ang kanilang defending side. They win the pistol and I think they'll be able to get the momentum against Envy. Pero nga lang, there's no denying eh. Nakita mo naman yung comeback stories ng Envy every time they go up against bigger teams. Para sa recent nga, nung nakita natin sila sa Masters Berlin. So, still a contestable 50-50 for all of the teams. Pero tignan natin yung magiging particular strategies nila as to how they will be able to take this. Now, speaking of, Scary, meetingin lang sa may mid doors. Yay, mag-extend na papunta AOL, pero mukhang mayroon may nakikita sa kanya. But then, he just goes and pipita sila nga si Foxy together with Sushi Boys. And mukhang all of a sudden, Envy was able to go sa may A side. At ina-expect na nga nila meron si Cross, pero nalabad pa. Meron pa ba pag-asa para sa team na to? Kaso nga na si Victor, on point, he gets Patty. As we only have Cross together with Scary, makakapag-survive pa kaya sila kagad. Pero nga lang, kahit binatuhan na lahat kay Victor manalo, makakuha pa rin siya ng frag at Scary na lang kagad ang makikipaglaban against 3 team. Pero magpapadali lang syempre ng oras itong mga tag-Envy na wala silang kinakatakutan. He still gets, of course, tries to go for a wallbang. Kaso nga lang, wala ng oras para pa i-defuse to. And I think exit frags is the key. Sasama ka na lang agad and Marv was able to take him and Envy wins the pistol on their second half. So maybe matatamba ka na nga bang extend ngayon or take things slow lang para sa kanila?
Dito na ba ang simula? Pero kita talaga natin dito, Yeo, ang layo na napuntahan niya eh. bigla na lang sa dulo ng metal halls natin, nakadalawa pa. Goodbye sa Sova, goodbye sa Cypher, at goodbye talaga sa pagka-gather ng intel dito sa side ng X10. Pero ito na, Envy, gonna have that kind of advantage. Gusto ko talaga makita na yung mga giging plano ng X10 on the defensive side. Kasi yun nga, may Cypher sila dito, may Viper pa nga. And you also have that KO to go for the intel. Pero Susi Force, sagot na kagad dyan ni Crashes. Magagaling na dun sa may shop. Bigla na lang isa pa mga quad. Naglalaban nila ang orb na ito. Garcia, ito na naman tayo for Foxes with the fine auto Crashes. CA still making the sheriff count. Dalawa na naman. Gamit ang revolver niya. Victor the way the fine auto scary. At si Patty na lang natitira. 19 HP. Ito pa rin ang gusto ng Envy. Sige lang, X10. Laban lang laban. Kasi ilang beses ka na namin aapakan nito. 8-6.
Ito na, full buy rounds sa Acend. Is this the time that they can finally get, of course, ang Envy and make this into an 8-7? Or talagang, if Envy wins this, nako po, baka mahirapan na naman ang X10 na sa kanilang defending. Hindi tayo makakita, of course, ng operator ni Patifan. Instead, si Ye ang makikita natin ng operator. Alam mo, kapag naisip ko yung natatandaan ko yung pusa na marunong mag-yeah. And speaking of...
Ano pusa yun?
Ayun, meron. Mamaya, papakita ko sa iyo yung video dahil meron na namang nalaman si Dax sa mga kakanood ko ng videos sa Facebook.
Ito. Tingnan mo si Crashes daw. Helicopter. Lumilipad yung Aldron na yan. At scary na ngayon. Nakatambay lang dito sa may pyramids. Nasa gitna lang. Ayaw talagang patama. Pero yung toxic screen, syempre, ginagamit niya para lang umilag sa any kind of intel. Gumagawa ng big X, X for X10. Pero nako, na-execute dyan si Scary ni Finesse. Bigla na lang. Ito na naman yung Envy. Victor, mahalap para si Patty dyan. At 4v2 na ngayon. Foxes to. Mag-drop on down para lang nag-drop siya sa puso dito ni Ray. Crash, he's gonna try to find on back. So she's always in the meantime. Will find Finesse there. At ito na talaga para sa Envy. Nakapasok na sa site. Sinira pa talaga ang lahat ng ginagawa dito ng X10. 3 rounds in a row na to para sa side ng Envy. Bonus na bonus talaga para sa kanila. And they're looking to dominate the second half kung tuloy-tuloy lang ang panalo nila dito.
Yan na nga sinasabi natin. Ang daming setups. Kita nyo, naging multiplication pa nga para lang mga albums ni Ed Sheeran. And suddenly, X10 is just gonna be denied once again by Envy, making this into a 9-6. Nice. Umagang-umaga, ganito na kagad ang ating scoreline dahil dangerous to. If Envy will just be winning this couple of rounds, kung di sila matitrifting, syempre, 10-6. And tatlo na lang before they can finally get Breeze out of the hands ng X10. And speaking of, OTQT? Tignan natin kung magiging OTQT ba to or hindi. Dahil kayo talaga, syempre, big fans tayo ng X10. SEA support, syempre naman. Pero nga lang, let's not deny. Ang Envy talaga ngayon ay nakakuha ng init. Pero nga lang, Foxy, meron niya nga bebe buff. At makakuha na nga na kagad si FNS. Oh no, Migay gets, of course, the first kill on this round against Cross. Pero nga lang, makuha pa ka na, Victor na lang kagad sumusunod. Isa-isang bumabagsak ang mga miyembro ng X10. Pati na lang siya kasi scared ang matitira. Okay, lahat kayo ay pupunta lang sa harapan ni Victor siya kanini. At ganun lang nanalo ang Envy against X10.
Galing mo magkwento, Ray ha. Okay yun. Storytelling with Ray. Hindi po nasa library, tapos naiikot tayo lahat. Paano po? Nangyari yung round na yun. Paano yun nangyari? Tapos yun na, si Ate Ray taga-explain ng lahat. Pero,
Ate Ray. Bakit ba?
Ate Ray.
Mga nanonood, mga bata.
Hindi, alam mo ba? Kasi usually sasabihin ko, matulog na kayo mga bata. Pero, eto na yung gising nila handa na sila sa online school. 6 o'clock, gising-gising rin. At habang ngayon, ito mga Envy pa rin ang nagwawagi. You can see it here. Envy na lang, tuloy-tuloy lang panalo. X10 trying to contest. But this is gonna be a big round here for the side of X10. Operator, apat bandal. Pero mukhang tatlo na lang as Foxes. Ang ating crush ng bayan. Goodbye na lang sa kanya dahil kay Jake Crusoe. In meantime, would take down on to Finesse. And this is now gonna be a 4v4 situation. Pag tumatalon talaga si Ye, parang hip-hip hooray. Gamit ng operator every single shot. Pero si Patty ngayon, updraft muna. Mag-tightrope lang dito sa gitna. 3v3 na. Operator pa rin ang palagat. Si Ye na naman mo. Hip-hip hooray. Goodbye sa iyo, scary! Marv daw nasa loob lang. Si Patty, nandyan lang sa harapan niya. Bigla lang, di na mahanap daw yung Jet. Dash on the way para maka-escape. Pero Marv, sakto yung snake bite. At ang bilis ng second half na to, Ray. Game's done quick. Envy just taking round after round. At puro na lang duel na ikikita natin dito para naging Yu-Gi-Oh kaya sa Valorant.
Oh, nag-Yu-Gi-Oh! Pero nga lang, talagang there's no stopping Ye right now with that operator. And nakita naman natin paano mag-manifest sa mga rounds, especially with Envy. Kapag start na talaga ng momentum si Ye, talagang di siya mag-whiff, wala talagang mintis, lahat saktong-sakto, and extend talaga mapapa-timeout sila. Medyo talagang naging maganda ang kanilang start. Siyempre, anti-attacking. Pero yun nga sinasabi ko yung kanilang defending, yung mas kailangan natin bigyan ng tugon. Dahil nga, kita mo naman, na nahihirapan talaga sila on those angles. Alam ng Envy kung sino ang sisimulan para mapitas. Kung sino nga kakagad ang pinakauna nilang Envy, sino ba agad yung ine-expect nila. And this is quite hard sa side ng Acend. Paano kaya sila makakasurvive out of this knowing na dalawa na lang syempre ang natitira sa side naman ng Envy. Pero tignan natin kung makakabawi sila. Dahil si Foxy, alam niyo, next time, nasa Vision Strikers na yan. Pero hopefully talaga mapag-usapan nila at makabawi sila against Envy. Kasi looking strong na talaga yung form ng Envy ngayon, and there's no way na talagang mapipigilan nila unless they will be having that round that they will be outsmarting them. They lose this round, guys, alam nyo na it's going to be at 13-6. They still win this, then 11-7, maybe that's up for grabs na magiging momentum na para sa side ng Acend. Pero ang Envy talaga, sobrang scary itong team na to.
Talaga sa Envy, puro na nga laban lang ng laban para sa side ng Envy. Tapos ito na out-drone ngayon, lalabas si Foxes, pero mukha talagang walang pala ang ating drone na yan. Kasi si Ye at taga-shotdown, kita mo natamahan pa rin. Si Foxes nag-skip na, no wallbang pa rin na 24 HP na lang siya. Kawawang Foxes yan, buti na lang Riri, pwede mo siyang ngitian mamaya-maya, pero ito pa rin. Envy, tulak muna papunta ng B site. Ayan na nga, dala nga yung spike. And hindi natin nga masyadong napag-uusapan yung pagkagamit ng utility dito ng Envy. Kasi more often than not, it just boils down to them fighting and outdueling the mga kalaban nila dito eh. Pero ito na, 0 point, hinahanta na ni Victor. At walang surprise ngayon na pwede na itapon to for the Intel camera. Nag-beat lang sa left-hand side. At ito talaga, big suppress, big silence, shut on down. So lahat ng pwede gawin dito ni Patty. Daystar, pwede niya gamitin nga sa ultimates niya. At ang maraming ultimates na kanda dito ang Acend. Pero dahil lang sa pinaggagawa dito ni Victor, hindi nila magamit sa oras na gusto nila gawin. So, ito muna para sa Acend daw. Ayaw magpakita, Ray. At Envy, ibuha muna ng mid-control. Tatanong dyan si Patty. Pero at the same time, ito na ang Hunter's Fury. Ilalabas at goodbye kagad kay Patty as Ye gets that peek on out.
Speaking of, bumagsak na agad ang dalawang miyembro ng Acend, si Patty pa at si Sushi Boys. Paano kaya talagang makakabangon muli ang mga taga-Acend? Pero nga lang, Foxy, di deny that. Lahat ng oras saan makakita, and now biglang nag-step up. And suddenly, just because of them entering, mukhang natagad na oras ito ng Envy. Mukhang makakahabol pa ang Acend just because of those delays na binigay ni Foxy just by staying behind that wall. Medyo
30 seconds left.
nagkakaroon na ng advantage kahit pa paano ang mga taga, of course, Acend. Is this the time? Even if dalawa kaagad ang na-early nga para sa kanila, but the point here is Foxy talaga just denied them into entering ang B side, and that is pretty big from the side of Acend. Maybe makakabot pa kaya sila sa 4 rounds, pero every round is going to be crucial dahil marami pa rin pera ang NP.
Yan nga talaga eh. Ang laki ng bank nila dito. And look at those utilities right now. All the way talaga doon sa pinakadulo. Pura na lang talaga mga control dito ng Envy. Pero more of a mistake din sa Envy. Yung tunnel talaga masyado sila nag-commit. Wala naggaling sa ibang klaseng angulo. dahil lang dun, simple lang para kay Foxes para mapatay ang lahat na importante para sa spike plant and at the very least keep this TIE squad on the board for now. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos nga. Envy, sabi mo, ready talaga sa Mobrel, ready sa economy at mukhang naghahanda na naman mag-intay ng peak dito si Ye. Pero mukhang ito na, goodbye kay Patty kagad. Yung wall on natin naman just to separate left hand side. Kita natin though na may plano dito si Scary all the way to the very end para maka-just in and out kung gusto talaga niya. For Scary, he will find Crash. He's Barb right now. Sinashutdown muna si Cruz. For Scary, Fox kaya on board. At dalawa na kagad dito side ng Extend. Kaya pa ba to ni Ye? Mag-isa na lang siya. Bigla na lang nandun si Scary sa kabila. At yun yung nagiging plano dito ng Viper. Bigla na lang, Serpentine. Parang ahas talaga dumadaan pupunta dun sa cave na yan. 11-8, nakadaan pa rin ang Extend.
Oh no, humahabol. Naniniwala ba kayo sa comeback stories? Ako, oo.
Naniniwala ako kay Ray eh. Yun talaga yun.
Ako din, naniniwala din ako sa mga comeback na yan. And nakita nyo na nga yung latest, di ba? Mga trailers ng usapan ni John Lloyd at ni Bea Alonso. So, yun na ba yung sign?
Parang sa'yo yun eh. Yun yung palagi mong pinapanood eh. Big fan.
Depende. Ako, ibang comeback na gusto ko eh. Yung mga manwa ko na namamahinga hanggang next year. Baka naman may gusto kayong update, di ba? Salamat sa inyo. Nag-hayatus para, ewan ko, syempre mahirap mag-drawing ng mga nagwagwapuhang mga lalaki. So, nagpahinga muna sila.
Kala ko natulog ka na. Natulog
na ako. Ina-explain ko lang na nakakapagod talaga. And ito na nga, nakakapagod syempre humabol sa side ng Extend. Pero the willpower that they have, mukhang meron talaga silang idea pa para talagang ma-pick off itong mga taga-NB. And there's no denying that they still have the power of what it takes. So, per round talaga napapanalo nga nila isa-isa. But at NB kaya, ano kaya naman na magiging plano nyo? Dahil lalagyan nyo na nga lang ng closure. Hirap na hirap pa kayo.
Hindi mo alam, yun pa yung pinakamahirap. Titingnan mo pa sa pagmumukha nila at sasabihin mo, sorry na, tapos na tayo. Sa map na ito. Kaya, NV, kailangan nila sabihin and willing talaga dapat na sabihin yung NV. Tatapusin namin to, 2 rounds na lang. Padalan dito ng NV, pero hindi talaga. Nagbibitaw dito ang Extend. Sabi na, may chance pa to. Huwag nyo kami iwan. Maglalaban pa tayo dito sa Breeze. Ewan ko lang, pinag-usapan natin si Rere, pero kita talaga natin eh. NV, parang more often than not, yung setup talaga para lang makakuha ng tools. Ito na naman tayo. Victor gonna throw out that 0 point. Bigla rin may dart na pumunta dyan. At pure intel talaga. Patty, tinatry niya lang. Harangan niya ng Cloudburst where hindi lang siya tipong nakikita. Suppress na rin siya. At kailangan talaga niya ng tulong dito for yung camera. Tagabantay. Nandyan na rin si Sushi Boys nakahanda. Fox the only time dito lang sa nest. At mukhang talaga pinabantayan dito ng Extend ang lahat ng pwedeng angulo ng NB. But unfortunately, masyadong atat si Foxes. Bumaba para lang mamatay. Yay with the off angle there doon sa gitna mismo ng mapa at yun ang unang pitas na hinahanap ngayon ng NB.
Yeah, talaga di pa rin nade-deny kahit papaano. But Patty also, as that operator, he just needs to hold on to those angles. He just needs to deny one. And that's pretty big coming at you. Pero hinagmintis siya. Si Marv pang nagkaroon ng opportunity. Pero nga lang, may crossfire pa coming in from Patty together with Kraus. And that's pretty big. Ito, maghahabol ngayon na shorty. Pero nga lang, Finesse was able to get at least Patty, making this a 2v2. Alam na nga nila na may isa pang going for a flak. That's going to be Kraus himself as he will be popping off that flash. Pero nga lang si Scary this time around. Talagang dinedenay lang niya. Pero nga lang, Finesse magkocommit na nga kagad sa plant. Ano nang mangyayari sa Extend Farm? Makuha pa kaya nila? No, because Crashes will just be putting out to Scary ngayon. And suddenly, Croso sumunod na din. And after that serious timeout, isa na lang before NV can actually get this.
Finally, nakuha na rin ng NV yun. Pero nakakataka pa rin eh. Pa yung Extend hold eh. Pag bigla ka na lang lumusog, bigla ka na lang makita dyan, pwede ka nila patayin eh. And unfortunately for the side of Extend, hirap pa rin talaga mismo dun sa harapan na duels after everything is said and done. But you can see it here, yung effort talaga. But Crashes, may bayani talaga dito sa NV. Not all heroes wear capes, but the thing is, sa side ng NV, lahat sila pwede talaga maging hero for a round eh. It just goes to show that this is one of the most clutch teams in the seed in the Valorant Champion Circuit right now. Kasi kung sino man kailangan mo, nandito sila para sa'yo. Pero one last chance dito para sa side ng X10. Kailangan na nila dito para tuloy-tuloy para sa overtime. Pero ang bilis ng NB na naman, blitz lang all the way to the other side. Victor and mahanap rin si Scary. At goodbye na lang sa mga wall setup. Hello to the Vice Versa. At konti na lang, malalasan na talaga dito ang X10.
Konti na lang dahil si Patty na lang. Pero makakuha pa siya. Making this a 3v2. Pero yun na naman, buhay pa siya. Kaya wala talagang magdedenayan. Finally, Patty will be the last guy. And Envy still making this into a 13-8 sa pinakaunang mapa na pinili nga ng X10, and that is in a breeze. And congratulations nga sa Envy side, kahit nakahabol nga syempre ang mga taga-X10, hindi sila of course nag-fail, hindi sila nawala ng momentum, and all of those entries coming in from Yay na walang katakot-takot. Buti na lang, nakakuha pa rin talaga sila, and Envy still stands strong against one of the best SEA teams nga, and that's going to be Acend. But then, it's just the first map, syempre. Next map ba, makakahabol pa kaya ang Acend sa Acend? Or talagang Envy magtutuloy-tuloy lang, knowing how they're able to get that one out?
Alam mo, score-wise, yun nga, dumikit to ng Acend. Pero in terms of what was happening, honestly, puro lang tuloy-tuloy dun sa mga duels dyan. Big mistakes though on both sides in terms of the calls, but also big clutch plays para sa kanila. So, this is a game na nakita talaga natin kung sino pwede mag-step up dito sa parehong teams, and both sides, they prove it there. But Envy, more often than not, having the right call or having the outfrag that they needed at the right time. Ilang beses natin nakita talaga yung mga mas open na hanggang pwede pa rin. But then again, masyadong eager dito ngayon ang Envy para tapusin yung laban na to. It's not as if you can just walk over Xen or anything. Kita talaga natin may palag sila Sushi Boys, sila Patty, sila Foxes, especially those with the names right now holding things off. Si Scary yan, punta naman siya side out. Nandidigado ka talaga. But what happens here for the side of X10? They can get an advantage here, but more often than not, sabi lang ng NB, sige nga, tara nga, let's sweep on and get those takedowns. And after everything is said and done, nakuha na rin ng NB ang first map dito sa best of 3 na to, at yung first map nila ever sa VCT official circuit.
And that is a great resilience coming in from Envy. Even if yung mga advantage ng X10, they started pretty good, making this into a 3-0. Nakahabol pa nga sila with a 13-8. And pag-uusapan pa nga natin kung anong mangyayari naman in Acend. So right now, we're just gonna be going on a short break here in Valorant Champions. Once again, I'm Rayday, and together I'm with Dax. I'll see you guys right after the break.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Berlin, where Envy take the first map, 13-8 on Breeze. Relatively clean back half, a little disruption there. We saw midway through it. but finding their footing once again. And by all accounts, the kind of way you'd want to see them wrap up the map on the attacking side to continue to prove to us that they are one of those legitimate threats we talk about here in Champions.
Yeah, for sure. I think that maybe like we expected it to be a little bit more dominant just because we didn't know what to expect coming into X10. And I will say that I was actually quite impressed with them in that map. Like, especially considering they were losing the majority of opening duels because of how well someone like Ye was playing. Like, I think he was something like 6-2, just had a relatively easy time with finding those picks. But they did well to fight back in a lot of rounds that realistically I didn't think they were even going to come close to winning. The thing that impressed me most with Envy, though, and I'm sure Ryan will agree, is like the fact that the utility they had to just force people into really awkward positions was something they were doing so well, especially in that second half.
Yeah, especially when you looked at like X10's defense. They were playing so far passively back, they didn't really want to try and aggress on like AK, for example. We saw a little bit of that on Envy's defense, but Envy just have this thing where they pull them in. Envy, yeah, you always sort of expect him to have these moments. It was one of the things that really brought like Envy back into the game at the start, is just shutting down these kills. This clutch was a moment that I think sort of took a bit of the wind out of the sails from X10. But the same as you, Tom, I've been impressed. They brought some creative ideas, and I think Envy are going to be a bit annoyed at how much they struggled, certainly with map control, the gaps that were exploited. But the reset after the TAC timeout that came in, like round 20, I think it was, Envy just slowed it down, they kept their composure, and they finished it out cleanly.
You said, what you said, Envy's just got this thing that pulls them back into it. I was like, yeah, that's it, that's it, that's what they got. You know, it's a tough thing to come up against when you've got a player like Ye on the squad, right? Particularly for someone like X10 to figure out how to maneuver around him. Because if he has the op in his hands, you almost feel like there's an entire section of the map that is untouchable.
Well, I think as well, you look at the other side of things. I think Patapan played well, but you look at the difference in terms of utility usage. Like the amount of times I saw him hit with like the KO knife, and he just stood there like, I can kind of peek this, but it's a lot more risky than if I wasn't doing that before. Or you see like the fragment pushing them out of positions, the nanoswarms as well from FNS. So you have one side of things where Ye's just like, I will hold this angle and someone walk into it. Whereas Patapan's like, I'm now hit with a null. I've got to move this way, move this way, move this way. And he's still hitting some shots here and there. It's just nowhere near as easy when you have a team as competent as Envy, just making every single battle you have very awkward.
While we continue this discussion, why don't we pop into the AIM Lab pre-match shoot-around to watch.
He missed one.
Yay.
That means they're going to lose.
Here.
Oh, he missed another.
That means they lose the next two, right? Is that what you're telling me? Only 98% accuracy.
I think it's just a case of, like Tom highlighted so well, just the defensive op-in. There'd be times where you just sit on the B site and hold it for like 40, 50 seconds.
Yeah.
But that's because the rest of Envy is holding up close parts of the map. And it's just the fact that it was glacially slow from Envy on that defense. It's those areas where it's like X10 can't take space, but I like it when the map kind of gets a bit out of hand. X10 were the ones to exploit that, and Envy fell apart. And I'm sure there's a lot of teams watching this going, all right, that might be something that we can maybe exploit just a little bit more.
I mean, maybe if they get a bit wild.
It's forever the battle, right? I mean, it feels like match to match, you know, when you have that kind of contrast in styles, a slower paced, controlled team versus a more chaotic, fast-paced, explosive team. Both styles are capable of beating each other, right? But it's about dragging the opposing team into your style. It's about being the one to be able to dictate that pace, whether you want it to be fast or
pulling
slow.
them into the mud.
Exactly. And so, again, we'll have to see if X10 can continue to set a quick pace in our next map. We're going to Acend. This is Envy's pick, though, right? And so while we talk about dominance, for Envy and putting up at least a solid showing here on Breeze, while maybe being surprised by the performance of X10, you almost expect this one to go more in favor of Envy.
Yeah, I think especially because even when we do eventually get towards Agent Pool, I think this is a map that really plays into a lot of the agents that they're very comfortable on. Like, you're probably going to see Marv move back over to his Astra, where he's now able to be in tandem. And we sort of already saw on this map where they're pushing and pulling players out of position. Now he can literally pull players out of position, which is not going to make things any easier. So I think that realistically, we saw some crazy, spicy things coming out from X10 all the way back in Reykjavik with like silly Sage Walls that were winning them rounds and almost managed to take the map off Vikings at the time. So I'm hoping for a little bit more of that, because I think that although I enjoyed the structure when it came to Breeze, Breeze. I don't think that will work as well going onto a map like Acend, where I think Envy are just that little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, and just the anti-plant style of Envy on that defense, they will hold you in those A main chokes, Mav's utility, FNS, they will face you. They will stop you from planting the spikes. That's the area that I feel that the momentum gets taken out of X10's playstyle, and the attacking side from Envy was one of the best in Berlin, and I think that's what made Breeze a delight to watch in that second half, because that was the same Envy. They kind of ran into a bit of a curveball with how X10 were playing it, but then they stopped, they adapted, they changed the pace, and that worked out. I expect the same on Acend.
Let me ask you this, agnostic of scoreline here in this map, what would make you happy to see from Envy? What would continue to instill confidence from you in this squad that was able to make it all the way to the finals in the last international tournament, but this time maybe make it there and put up a better fight or even challenge to take that trophy?
I kind of want to see them bully X10. I know it sounds a bit harsh, but realistically, I want them to put them in the mud. I want to see them get to the point like they sort of did in the first half of the last map, where they were going, okay, you've taken a pause, we're now just going to push you. We're just going to face you. We're going to out-duel you. Because although I think we've got some good individual players on the side of X10, realistically, they shouldn't match up to Envy if they're going for a title charge.
Yeah, it's not expected, really. I think for me, what I want to see is a bit more Victor KO. I thought he was all right on Breeze. Like, it was the bottom frag again, like the bottom of the ACS at the very least, but like it did its role, and especially that's hard to do when we saw.
And it was a tight board.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's that utility that was there to set up. But the fact that Victor can play Sky, Raze, Reyna, used to play a lot of Phoenix as well, like 5 different agents that he could potentially jump into a playoff game in, for example, that's very hard to anti-strat. Yeah. Maybe he could save something like a KO later on, but Victor has choices, and that's what makes him so scary.
I was gonna say, it's an interesting thought too, just in the idea. You combine the two ideas, right? You bully them while playing something like that, continue to expand that pool and just say to the rest of the world, like, look, you're not gonna be able to pin us down on this kind of a map. We've got too many options. It's not gonna be long until we find out what they decide to go with. Victor's gonna go for that Sky, a little more classic choice for him, but as you called out, the Astra coming in for Marved. We do get the Victor on the other side, or not the Victor, we get the KO on the other side though, so at least we get our wish in some sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing that X10, it was hard to really get a gauge because of the tournaments early before this. It's nice. I think Cruz's KO was okay at the very least. I think the big thing overall, yeah, and X10, they were taken by surprise by KO in some aspects, so I think they'll be happier to play up against a more de facto composition in Envy. I still want to see, like, Victor pop off. Like, he still had a great tournament, but when we're saying, like, Crashies is one of the best Silvers in the world, Mavd is one of the best Astras, I would like to definitively say that Victor is one of, if not the best guy in the world. I need that kind of performance.
Okay, and before we go back to the casters to get ourselves into this game, I'm going to flip the script, ask you the same question, but this time from X10's perspective. Again, agnostic of scoreline, win or lose. What's the kind of thing that you want to see them do on this map that's going to give you confidence, whether they win this series or drop to the elimination match, that they can continue to pressure teams?
I want some more of those, like, fast-paced takes execution alongside with the KO to almost try and nullify some of those individuals that Ryan mentioned, like that Astra. Like, take that utility out of play, give Padipan the pedestal to take those individual fights, because if you're able to isolate some people, he's going to hit the headshot.
And look, I know we talk about him a lot, but the fact that he was away from the game for a bit, nursing an injury, comes back in, is still able to top the ACS for his team. He wasn't top fragging technically, but did top the ACS in that last map. It's a beautiful thing to see that he can kind of step back into that star role. But I think to your point there, Tom, now it's about supporting him and giving him the opportunity to push it even further, because it wasn't quite enough, you know?
And it wasn't just him as well. Like, Foxy, I really enjoyed watching him.
He had clutch rounds.
Yeah, I said that Cruz was the one in the top 10 ACS of Reykjavik. I meant Foxy, and I mean, you could sort of see with that performance. Also scary, like, it is not moving away onto the Viper, which we saw a lot of innovation on Breeze, to the point that even Sean's not seen this kind of stuff before. Then you definitely know it's not common. I want to see that on the Astra, just some weird tech that people can really nerd out about.
All right. I mean, yeah, we're taking a look at the players in their webcams. Again, I gotta wonder, you know, for this X10 squad, when you look at the performance that you put up on Breeze, and you're trying to identify, okay, what worked, what can work against Envy this time around, there doesn't seem to be a ton of weakness. It was that idea of, you know, push the pace and just take the gunfights, right? I mean, and
they had
win them
a
out.
cool few like double lurks, I almost want to call them. Like you had like Scary at some point, like holding really, really deep to almost just try and catch players off guard. So I wouldn't mind seeing something like that, because as expected, you're gonna see some of that pushing coming out from Envy again. They're gonna try and disrupt you on the defensive side, even though they have these almost like lockout players that can just slow you down and delay. I think it's definitely possible that having these like later lurks can work out for you, especially on late rotation. So I wouldn't mind to see something like that, but ultimately, like, again, I want to see what they're going to actually do here with the KO, because I think that there's a lot of times now where we're going to highlight this agent because you're normally replacing something that's a fairly big deal in terms of the meta. So it seems like, I think a lot of the time we are overly critical of KO because we're like, we don't see it much, so it's got to be amazing. And a lot of the time I don't think it does, but it needs to have impact to the point where, okay, that knife's doing something, the null command's doing something. Even the fragment, I think that was actually one of the pieces of utility I really enjoyed from Victor in the last map, was the fact that his fragment was just making things really awkward and like isolating players on takes or pushing people out of position on the site. So if something like that can come through from Cruz, fantastic. If not though, then you are back to relying on someone like Padapan to just like have these crazy openers and make space for you.
I think especially when you look at a player like Cruz that has the options, like has played Breach on this map, which is another like interesting pickup as well. And I just feel like the X10 defense was a bit too scared of Envy's attack. Like that's why it was playing so far back, and they couldn't help but be pulled into these engagements that they really shouldn't have been taking, almost like moths to a flame. I want to see, especially with that KO, fighting for A main, pushing for B, those pop flashes, seeing X10 kind of go, actually no, we're not just going to sit on our asses, wait on the site for you, we're going to fight you sort of in the streets kind of thing, we're going to take all of that space away.
Gloves are off.
And just to see Envy like sweat a little bit would be nice, because I think the rest of the teams that are looking at Envy as a potential favorite want to see them struggle against a team that people don't have high expectations for.
I love it. Answered the question before I even asked it there, so you're very much in my brain, right? This idea that when you say they're, you know, not to play scared, and to, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean, okay, just hold the angle, right? You can even push them defensively, and if that is what has worked for X10, let's say on the attacking side of Breeze, there's no reason why it couldn't work on a defensive side as well. And then to your point of utilization of KO, A main, B main, right? Those are small chokes. Those are small chokes, and some of the coolest, you know, the executes that we've seen have been things like using a wall in B main to flush out the person, you know, who's holding holding that, and then use the KO to nullify any and all of the traps and that are placed in the way. And so, will they come up with that amount of creativity? I hope so. Time will tell.
I also wonder in this series as well, realistically, how much Envy are actually going to be showing. Because I feel like in a series like this, personally, if I'm them, I'm just hiding as much stuff as I possibly can.
Especially when you sort of see that Acend lost today in a bit of a weird performance. I think like if Envy wins this series, goes up into the higher game against Fever-Keyed, it might be another time to not necessarily show stuff. So you're going into playoffs, kind of playing like normal stuff. The interesting stuff might come out later.
The teams have readied up to dive into the server, so we're handing it back over to DDK and Sean to get us in the game.
Mukhang naghanda na naman tayo dito sa lobby natin, and we are back here para sa game number 2. Ang liliwanag na naman ng buhay, guys. Tingnan mo mga background namin. Pero ako si Dax, kasama ko naman si Ray Ray. Ang night shift nyo, umaga na naman. At Ray Ray, eto na, babawi na ba ang X10? Kasi papasok tayo dito sa Acend. At biglang labanan na naman kagad, oh. Ito straight para sa Envy, going for that B-take. X10 in the meantime, full stack lang nan. Mag-push na lang galing sa A-side. Tatlo sila mag-go for that mid-control. Pero ito na, sandwich gameplay. Pero yay, kanina pa siya makulit kami ng Sheriff. This time though, shutdown siya ni Foxy. At 5v4, may advantage dito. Extend if it si Vanessa at mukhang kinakaya pa niya. Hindi na. Dahil nandyan si Scary para tumulong.
Uy! Ito na nga ba ang sign? Oh no! Ang dalawa na lang natin. Flawless, maybe. Oh, Victor is still there. There si Mark na lang kagila. Titira, saying hi. And yep, denied. Retake lang, sabi ng X10. Refresh lang tayo ngayon. And sabi nga namin kanina ni Dax habang nasa behind the scenes at nagsasalita pa yung panel, sabi ni Dax sa akin na Pagaling na pa rin naman ang Acend sa Acend. And it's actually one of their best maps, sabi ni Dak sa akin. Pero it's just that, ang tagal na natin kasi silang hindi nakita. So, tignan natin kung madedenay nga ba ulit ng Acend ang panel na nagsasabing maganda ang performance ng Envy when it comes to this. So, tignan natin kung kaya naman. Magaling din sila parehas.
Yun eh. Yung sabi ko lang na parang Acend, talaga, nung panahon, nung ako ay masaya pa, nung ako hindi pa sumasak likod ko. Ito talaga yung pinaka-dominant map X10 at kita talaga natin just the adjustments that they're making daw pagpasok dito talaga sa ating Valorant champions as 1-for-1 trade counts. Biglang hard aggression na dito. Bigla na lang galing sa side ng XNV. Biglang X10 though also going forward per Patty. Siya na lang mag-isa. Ang ganda na punish dito ng NV so far. Mapapabako na ba si Patty dashing on para lang mabuhay. Pero yung spike nasa harapan lang. Look at this juggle though. Ang galing oh! Juggler si Patty. Dala-dala lahat ng mga baril. Pero at the same time, ito na, nagkakatok ng Envy dito, Ray. At naghahanda sila para mag-take dito sa may A site.
Mga kaagad, quick takes lang. Naku po, don't tell me on the second round. Envy pa ang may papanalo. So careful lang sila, pero may mga nakuha na rin ng mga baril. Just the pick-offs coming from Kraus together with Scary. Something, aliligalig pa rin maglaro ng mga taga-Envy. And all of them mapupunta kagad sa A-side. Walang tao ng extra na naghihintay pa. And seems like, wala. Sabi nila, wala sila dito. Wala man lang footsteps or anything. And here it is.
30
Going for a
seconds
planta nga sila. Marv will just be setting up. And finally, how will Extend get this with this retake? Dahil nga si Finesse on the other side, he will be coming in from Cubby and waiting lang to just hit those shots against the members of Extend. All those post plants is up ahead and Finesse will be going with a kill and Marv finishing out Foxy. And ayun, sinabayan. Sinabayan sa buy round.
Oo nga eh. Biglang, uy, pwesto muna tayo dito. Kuha tayo ng at least para makapang-hold sa kalaban ng X10. At biglang nakita nila, mag-hard aggressive ng X10. Gusto na makakuha ng punish. And what happens there? Sabog na lang lahat ng pinaplano dito ng side ng X10. Envy though, just making that Sky Flash work in the first place. Marvin, sakto talaga yung tama dyan. And it's interesting kasi marami nga nag-expect. Ako rin yung na-expect ko na yung Envy nga yung mag-KO dito. Yung X10, babalik sila to the Sky instead para sa kay Cruz. But no, what happens here is, yun nga yung X10 pa, yung gusto pa mag-play ng suppress, yung Envy pa bumalik ng Sky. At kita natin dito si Finesse, huli lang si Foxy dyan, goodbye na sa kanya. Kasi X10 ngayon, full eco state in the first place. Something to note though, Sushi Boys, ayaw na mag-kill chain nga dito. Cypher lang nilalaro niya. Patty though, with the find on Finesse. Cruz right now, gonna be all alone here by A main. Kung sasabihin na niya, guys, nandito na si A side, pero it's little too late. Ang bilis ng Envy. At hindi pa to tapos oh, nag-hunting talaga yung Envy. Gusto nila patayin si Patty just in case nakuha yung baril. And X10 right now all alone with one, but Envy taking the side. Victor though fights on back. 3 kills para sa kanya. Extra money gamit ng spike. And Envy again, they're doing it the same way as they did it here in the series, Ray. Kanina sa Breeze, laban lang laban. And Envy just getting away with it time after time.
Talagang Envy and Dom pa rin. Yep, XM may papanalo niya ang pistol. Pero pagdating sa next rounds, makakabawi pa rin kami. Pero to si Patty Pan, big fan siya ng SOL, ng Sentinels of Light na operator. Pero here it is. Kapag may operator si Patty Pan, baka ito na ang oras talagang madedenay lang niya ang pag-entry ng Envy once again. Pero ito na, rather, on the other side ng mga taga-Envy, meron na pa sila mapipick off. Unfortunately, wala. Kumuha lang, nagko-collect lang, nagpa-farm lang ngayon si FNS. Kahit yung farm na term, nakikita natin yan sa ibang bang-bang. Pero speaking of crashes, going with the mid, very slow pace lang ngayon ng Envy because they need to take care of every angle before it gets too late. And finally, oh no, tugmang-tugma lahat ng Envy. Pero at least may information na lang din kahit papanong extent kung nasa saan ang mga tropa ng Envy. But as of now, Cubby is the control. Cubby is the key. If they take this one out, then maybe they can still get this against the full buy na nga ng Extend. Pero nag-stretch siya din ng Extend dahil sobrang dali lang i-take ang pace ngayon ng Envy. And now, Patty denies too. Kahit nilabas na nga kagad ang mga Repolyo, dalawa na lang kagad na titira. FNS together with Crashies. At it seems like Extend is just gonna be denying them.
Eh, di ba? Walang takot-takot doon sa Seekers eh. Patayin mo na yung tao bago sa lahat ng iba. At bigla na lang magpapakita si Scary dyan para i-exit si Crashies. Diyan ka muna, Crashies. Sayo ko muna dito. Pwesto ko muna. Pose. Ginawang model si Crashies eh. Tapos biglang peekaboo. Scary sees you. And Extend right now, matatay up yung scoreline. So, ito na naman tayo. Nakita natin yung Extend pumapalag. Nakikipitas. Yung Envia, they are getting away with a lot of things. Nakita natin noong first map na talaga scrappy fights na nanalo lang yung Envy dahil na outtool nila yung kalaban. Extend couldn't really get the job done completely para tapusin yung round win. But something also to take note para sa Envy is they do want to play these rotations really well. Ray, pansin ko kanina nag-iintay sila mga timings dun sa Breeze, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it yet again here sa side ng Acend, where at the same time they just want to make the openings happen. Yay right now, finding Patty, pinakitaan paano mag-operator ng ating prodigy ni El Diablo dun sa kabila. Ito na ang shocktime, mapali pa rin ang attacking killjoy right now. The lockdown is gonna come on through very very soon. At Sushi Boys, bago pa pamatay, papatayin ka na. Hands up muna daw sa isa dito sa Extend, where at the very least makakuha na pitas dito si Foxy. But as I stay at Marv right now with the find out the Scary 4v2, Foxy still holding the line dun sa gitna. Yung spike to malalagay na dito sa may B-side. Mag-double retake ang ating mga initiators dito. At Foxy, hindi pa tapos. Tatlo na para sa kanya. Eh, ganun pa rin. Kita do, yung jet natin. Nalaga ni Crashes pero hindi. Masasakripisyo na lang ang Sova para pumitas pa rin ang ating jet na to na si Ye. Apat na para kay El Diablo. At nako, dinidemonyo lang talaga niya dito ang Extend.
Grabe naman. Parehas na mga jet ng each team. Sobra talaga on point with that operator. Pero nga lang, with the first frag coming from Ye, yun na nga kagad ang sign para talaga pumunta na sila ng B. Sinabayan din kagad syempre ng lockdown and almost na nga na-win coming arrows. But we're seeing the trades. Uy!
Rinig natin sila.
Ayan, gusto ko marinig yung mga ganun na moments. Yung magugulat kami dahil sumisigaw sila. Yun ang gusto ko marinig.
Yung ano? Let's go! Let's go, yay! Diba? Mga ganun.
Yeah!
Hip, oh, yay!
Hooray! Ito na nga, Patty. With a blade
Patty.
storm.
Ganon. Si Patty.
Krabby Patty.
Yung pa talaga naisip mo. Ano ka? Ikaw yung tipong sa ano? Sa Facebook? Works at the Krusty Krab? Galing.
Oo! Yan yung mga nakikita nating nagko-comment minsan na mga poster account.
Yung wala pang profile. Tapos...
Works at Krusty Krab. Ito na nga! Oh, sumakto! May space pa for Patty to get 2 kills! And suddenly, Envy, napitas just because of that smoke. Kita-kita ang mga ulo ng Envy. And suddenly, meron pa naman silang ult. Meron pa naman si Marv, si Ye, at saka si Crashies. Pero nga lang, undermad na sila. And usually talaga Envy, they still stick together. But if Ye will be able to pick up at least one, that can be a sign that they can still win this. Pero sobrang, ano na talaga sila, wala na silang oras at all. They can get those openers dahil napakabilis na lang sila basahan ngayon ng X10. And I think they're just gonna be going for a save.
X10. Di naman, naka-hold lang talaga sila dito. 3 kills para, 3 na titira rather sa side ng Envy. At mukhang magiging 3-3 scoreline. Yay, di na mahanap talaga yung pitas. Just a perfect opening there in the first place for the side of X10. At alam dito, mukhang tied up pa rin. So, sa simula talaga, pumapalag dito ang X10. Pero parang pinaka-concern ngayon sa pagtingin natin sa X10C is really just because of that endurance eh. After a while, dun sa Breeze, tuloy-tuloy na lang NB. So, kita talaga natin sa simula, pumapalag pa ang X10. At ang ganda, diba? Victor, busy talaga. Pinapet yung little doggy niya at bigla na siya mahuli pa ng Blaze. Isa pa si Finesse, naging biktima doon. At sabi mo nga, diba? Nagkamali lang sa smoke, patay na kagad in the first place. Easy take turns there for Patty using that Blaze Storm. Ngayon magkakabaril na siya. Pero X10 nga, kaya ba nila tuloy-tuloy to hanggang sa dulo? Can they finish strong in the first place? Yun talaga yun, Ray. Wag mo simulan ng ang something kung hindi mo na matatapos na maayos eh.
Uy, mismo. I think hindi na talaga sa totoong buhay. Kasi syempre sa Valorant, skirt nga ang pinaka-paboritong linya ng isa sa mga coach syempre ng grind sky na si Viminal. Pero speaking of, starter naman kagad itong ultimate si Crashes. Yes, because Sushi Boy is gonna be going down pero Patty just gonna be denying 2 together with Scary. And now Patty gets 2. Crashes na lang kagad pati si Marv. Tapos yung Spike, nasa kamay pa ng Extend. Ano na? Ang hirap na kunin na to unless na-pick up pa si Patty. Then winnable moment pa. But Marv will just be trapping them. Pero sabi ni Patty, wala akong kinakatakutan. Magta-timing pa. Oh yes! Magta-timing nga together with Crashes. Ang si Foxy na lang ang matitira. Pero Foxy, makakukuha ba ni Clutch? No, because Marv just gonna be going that. And napaka-smart na ginawa ni Marv. All I thought was Patty will be hitting those, but the timing itself, alam mo yun, marunong makinig sa music kasi Marv at alam niya ang, of course, 4x4. 4x4? 4x4?
Ano music pinapakinggan ni Marv? Sige nga.
4x4 picture. 4x3 na sa
May ganun ba? 4x4 picture?
4x4?
4x3 yung square, yung TV luma.
Nakakaya sa direct natin. Sa music.
16x9. Iniisip ko na lang talaga. Ilan na naman ang ating natitirang brain cells sa ating favorite na kasama dito na si Ray Ray. Pero ito na, labanan ng mga Jet sa gitna. Yay versus Patty. Sino ba ang mas malupit na Jet? At si Patty, Marshall lang yan. Umupo ka muna. Yay, sabi ni Patty dyan. Updraft muna daw para sa side ng Extend. At kita mo, big confidence yan. Pero sino may big gun ngayon? Si Foxy, oh. Odin, hawak-hawak. Pero isipin mo, pumuli ka ng operator para lang matalo sa Marshall.
Napaka-sakit na pangyayari. Napaka-dalamhati. Sa sana, pero ba si Yay? Doon lang palang oras sa babagsakin siya. Alam ko na paano pabagsakin to. Pero talaga si Foxy marunong mabagsak. And low on HP na nga kagad si Crashes. Gusto na lamang diff yun. Talaga init na init ang mga tag-extend. Pero on the other side, pagdating sa mga outsmart plays, nakita mo naman yung ginawa kanina ni Marv, diba? Kasi ang pangalan niya Marv and Marvel. Ibig sabihin, magaling talaga siya tumiming. Magaling talaga siya. Part siya ng Avengers as Crows will be taking him out. Okay, finesse na lang Crashes. Victor natitira na pahiling galing nga ngayon si Crashes. Walang problema. Magiging winnable time pa ba to? Or suddenly, madedenay lang sila. And that's it. I think that's also a sign na that they can actually lose this. That's Sushi Pastel gets Victor as we only have one. But Crashes gets him, and I think that's it. Scary with just the free frag making this to a 4-4 just because of that Marshall. Tapos isa-isa na nga rin nahulog ang mga miyembro ng NP in the hands of X10. Napakadikit talaga Dax ng first half eh. I think talaga may kita natin yung mga absolute plays nila pagdating sa second half. But as of now, all the information once again is onto the side of X10. Doon na talaga nila pwedeng kasi pagdating sa duels, sometimes natalo sila sa LV. But when it comes talaga in all those information as to what happens sa Breeze, nakakalamang naman ng X10 kahit pa paano.
The thing is, parang continuation lang to ng Breeze eh. Inaba pa lang yung mapa, ganun pa rin galawan. But at the same time, dahil nga pinapalagan ng NVO X10, ngayon yung X10 yung palong-palo. Kanina talaga, Yay, so dominant doon sa performance niya. Ilang bakis nakuha niya doon sa Breeze? 21 compared to the 16 ni Patty Pan. Pero dito naman, si Patty ang nauuna ngayon. Baka laban talaga ng Jet Thief. At hindi lang dahil doon, parang bigla naman yun yung magiging benchmark ng mga teams natin kung sino talaga pwede pumalag, pwede makapuha ng pwestuhan. And kita talaga natin rin, umaasa yung dalawang teams natin sa impact ng mga Jet players nila. You have the tools for good reason. At ilang beses na natin nakita talaga sa history ng X10, yung play the entry, go for utilities para ma-set up lang talaga ang lahat in the first place. And it really goes to show para sa X10 na yun yung nagiging side take nila. Pero interesting enough, dito sa depensa naman, yung bantay sarado at kuha ng pitas, it still works in a similar way. Ma-enable lang talaga nila makuha yung advantage. Doon na sila papalag ngayon, Ray. And at the very least, it still is that fight. 4-4. At tingnan mo yung scoreboard rin eh. Hindi yung long streaks na nakita natin kanina. Ngayon, talaga 50-50 ang palag, 50-50 ang galawan. Pero mabibigay na natin ang advantage dito sa X10 coming into the round kasi kita mo na ngayon ang barel ng NV. Kung ano man pang half-buy, pero hindi pa rin yan sapat compared to whatever X10 has right now. Yung Odin pa sa mga rifles.
Nakakatawa talaga yung Odin ni Foxy. Biruin mo, parating problema talaga ng mga teams. And try to controlling mid, yan ang ginagawa ginagawa ng NB, pero I think it's just going to be a hard take lang sa kanila because we're also seeing those crossfights. Si Kraus talaga, tsaka si Patty magkahawak pa kamayan. Ang name nila ay Patty Kraus. And speaking of Marv na lang, tsaka si Crashies ang natitira. Collect lang sabi ni Crashies. Walang ka-problema. Next round kami babawi. And I think that's just a little bit of it.
Ginawan pa talaga ng pairing eh. Patty Cruz. Grabe ka talaga. Pinagsama ka. 2 is better than 1. Pero ito na tayo talaga. Crashes na ngayon. Uy, na-tempt ng barrel. Nakuha pa rin niya, Ray. At ito na ang dart naman. Itatapon na dito. Patty though, in the meantime, at the very least, malapitan lang. Crashes gonna turn on around. At bigla na lang, yung Odin ni Foxy. Nako, Shining, Shimmering, Splendid. Pero Marv! Grabe talaga. What a shot on to Patty. Kanina pa tayo naghahanap ng ganyan. Persig nga, 1v4. Ano Marv? Kaya mo ba? Hindi na kinaya kasi si Cruz nandyan para makakuha ng 3. And extend again, extending this game and getting the lead away from NB. Mukha talaga may palag dito ang extend ngayon.
Talagang walang makakapigil, pero let's give it also sa side ng NB dahil wala silang kapera-pera nga, talagang nahihirapan sila and gusto na lang mid-take. That's probably a good idea, pero nga lang nakuha na extend yung ano talaga nila eh, yung tugma. Yung nagsabi ligag ni Team Secret. Bukas na sila may... Natatawa ko pinagdedebatehan nyo pa, guys.
Guys, double elimination yung group. Huwag natin kalimutan yan. Meaning nun, matalo kayo isang beses, okay lang. Pwede pa iba. At, siyempre, Team Secret versus Crazy Raccoon. Nako. Kaya. Pero di pa naman nangyayari yun. Alaman natin, pang start yun ng araw, hindi para sa mga umaga na to. So, Extend, Envy pa rin pumapalag. Ito na naman yung aggression ng Extend. Pero, alangan nito kanina, Ray. Kanina nahuli sila. At ito naman si Marv, pinaplano yan. And there you go again. History repeats itself. Deja vu! Marv sees you! At Diyos ko po, si Marv na naman ang nandyan. The Marvelous Marv. Ilang beses na lang talaga. Tuloy-tuloy para sa ating Astra. Pero then again, nag-meditate siya si Cruz. Handa pa siya. Ay, lumulutang si Marv para mamatay. Crashes ang sasagot si Foxy. At ang Extend ngayon, try hold off ang B-take dito ng NB. But then again, ito na alam mo si Cruz. Nakukuha niya yung operator Ray. Pero at the same time, pang-save na to. At magiging tied scoreline na naman ang larong to, Ray. Ay, napaka-tight na naman. And every time, talaga na kaya nga ng sinabi mo, kada trap card na show ng X10, yung Envy kagad meron din. And yun yung meron about the Yu-Gi-Oh cards nga na sinasabi ni Dax. Alam mo yun? Or kaya kung di man Yu-Gi-Oh, it's the unang cards. May +4, may +4 din kagad yung Envy. Ganun lang kagad ngayon. All of the high brain talaga na meron sila. 100 IQ advantage per cross. Talaga sagutan lang talaga to save that. And malay mo, ma-350 nyo na naman yung NV. And speaking of, that's just gonna be it. Making this the 5-5. Gaya nga na sinabi natin, very dikit lang talaga ang first half. Saka natin may kita yung second half kung sino bang mas may better talaga na defense, sino bang mas may better na attacking. Because right now talaga, checking the pace pa sila. But then, looking at that, it was already a good way of Crashes to start it. Imagine, dalawa na kagad na pick off ng X10 at buti na lang nakuha niyung dalawang nag-a-anchor ng B-side and that's how they were able to get that. Ayan guys. Sa mga kakagising pa lang. Good morning.
Dahil kilala ko naman kayo na good day manager, good morning manager. May nag-positive kasi sa NV. And yep, so get well soon kay Victor. Nag-tweet naman din siya about it. Kaya kapag gano'n ng protocol guys, mayroon silang sariling facility. Yeah.
It's isolation place basically. But kita talaga natin dito, in-isolate lang mga fights ngayon as much as possible. Hanap lang mga duels, ingat lang sa Odin na to. Pero kita pa rin natin sa NV, they just want to get a bit of that map control yet again. Bantayan yung mga angles, find that opening. At syempre pinaka-importante, ilaga talaga yung mga pinagbabaran ni Foxy dun sa kabila. Pero ito na si Victor, sinagot si Scary kagad. At ayan na yung opening, hinahanap ng NV as soon as mahanap na nila yung weakness dito ng defense ng Extend. Dinediretso na kagad nila dito. But Sushi Boys try to play that Cypher well. Ayan na yung blind! At ayan na si Victor. Malapitan lang sinuntok sa pagbumuka. Si Sushi Boys dyan. 5v3. Papalag pa ba dito ang Extend Operator? Hawak-hawak kay Patty. Masasave ba nila dito? Okay, kailangan na bala makipagpalag ngayon. 2 rounds na lang ang ating first half. Spike can get planted as well. At the same time, wala pa rin na angle dito ang Extend ngayon, Ray.
Yun na nga. Speaking of, walang palag na nga ang Extend. Tignan natin. Pero nga lang, sobrang hirap na nga lang. Then dahil si EA will just be eliminating them. They don't want them to, of course, save at all. Pero talaga nagtatry sila lahat. Si Silep, no po! Nasingan! Sabi na kay dalawa tayo dito, Beshiwap. Hawak kamay tayo, Foxy. Nakahawak ng Odin. I think that's just gonna be Crash is finishing him out with that all bang itself, and Envy finally leading after those rounds. Talaga na Extend still gets the upper hand, and so far when it comes to the distribution ng kills, kita mo naman Dax, sobrang pantay eh. So that's so much na it's just always the outsmarts na lang, execution for each round. Sino ba kagad yung mas magkakaroon ng malaking timing, and sabi nga nila dito, bulag ka na nga, nahilo ka pa, skirt.
Skirt, wala na talaga, nabulag ka sa kakaiba. Pero, pansin talaga natin ngayon eh. Operator versus operator, Odin versus Odin, challenge lang talaga. Yung palag ang hinahanap dito ng Envy ngayon. And it's a little bit interesting, pwede mo siya taken 2 ways eh. Yung Envy, pwede mo isipin, okay, ang galing ng Extend na pumapalag. Ang galing ng maglaban nila dito, Ray, just how they're able to duel them. But at the same time, isip kayo ng NP, itatago pa tayo dito for the rest of the bracket. Kailangan pa tayo ilabas ng mga strategies dito against the like of Extend na mahilig naman makipag-duel with us anyway. Nakita naman na nila na doon sa Breeze Me Zone, gumagawa sila mga rotation, sila pa yung nahuhuli. Pero pag bigla na lang scrap yung labanan, bigla na lang nasasabi na, okay, sige nga, patayin na lang natin sila, dire-diretso na lang natin. It usually works more often than not kasi doon sila nananalo sa mga duels. So for Extend right now, ang tanong, sila ba ay masasway na naman sa mga influences dito ng Envy? Extend has been pretty effective so far, especially talaga kung si Patty ang nauuna dito. Pero you can say the same thing about Envy eh. Pag si EA naman ang nauuna, di mas okay sila. And then you have some of the clutch players sa side ng Envy, si Marv, si Crashy, sa pinangakit natin. Dito naman sa kala, si Foxes, si Crew. At ito na tayo, si Patty naman, try to make the openings happen. First updraft, second updraft, pero wala pa rin. Hindi pa pasado ang drafts dito sa ating teacher ngayon. 5-6 right now, pero some damage done against the Sova. Pero siyang pa-heal dito kay Victor. For Envy, di na naman nila pipilitin ang push na ito.
Medyo talagang mahihirapan ba ang Extend or Envy pa ang makakuha? Oh no! He tries to pick up a pieces. Si Patty, pero mukhang siya pa kagad ang mababawasan. Very konti nga naman. Very minimal nga lang. Just like how you minima bundle. Okay, share ka lang. And speaking of, waiting pa rin si Ye. Kung meron siya mapipick off, wala pa rin still. Baka siya pa ngayon ang mapitas ni Patty. Very iba-iba talaga yung style na tong Envy. Pa-iba-iba sila ng tempo. Hindi na siya 4x4. Na sinasabi.
Ano na to? 6x8? Yun na ba?
Ang 4x3 resolution. Yan ang default resolution. Dahil sa Gambit, lahat nag-change ng 4x3. Pero nga, looking at the focus, 28 seconds. Kailan when kaya makakapasok sa site ang mga taga-NV? And they're just being denied on all those utilities that are exact. Pero it looks like Victor already made his way in. They just need to get that pick off, and that is finally the sign that they can just go with the flow. And speaking of, they are beginning to do guys kaga, and he denied yung plant. They still have a lot of time, but this is it. How will this Foxy together with Kraus go for the retake? Because FNS will be just tackling against Kraus, at Foxy na lang kagad ang natitira. Meron siyang kamukha na player. Pangalan ay Paraboy. At ngayon, nag-direct lang siya.
Gagawa ka na ng fan club na naman eh.
And ito na lahat. Tingnan, he gets one. Meron pa kayo susunod. Nope, that's a victory. Nasa kaliwa na nga na kagad. And kanina 6-6, but close na naman. Making this into a 5-7. Acend wins the pistol. Hopefully, manalo sila sa next round para lang maitay ito against Envy. Pero ikaw, Dax, sa tingin mo ba ang Envy, maganda sila sa kanilang defense here in Acend? Or talagang Acend, maybe finally nasa attacker side sila, bottoming side that they can just get those momentum?
I think yung kailangan talaga bantayan dito yung sa side ng Acend, yung paano nila execute mga attack in the first place. Makikita na ba natin yung form ng Acend dati na bigla na lang as soon as everything is ready to go, the dominoes just fall and Acend just gets in and takes care of business. Pero habang nasa halftime tayo dito at habang tumatayo naman ng bagong Filipino branch ng Fox Z Fan Club, si Ray Ray, kita talaga natin sa palag na naman, Envy, ang hilig nila hanapin yung mga kalaban nila. Makuha na yung unang pitas, okay na rin. And bigla na lang red nila nare-read ang ginagawa ng Acend eh. How many times have we seen it? Acend mag-play ng aggression sa defense nila. Bigla na lang, yung mga Tigers like Marv, nakabantay lang sila Crashies, mga ganon. Bigla na lang mawawala yung mga kalaban nila sa harapan nila eh. It's that shutdown potential that basically kept Acend in their lanes. Na doon lang muna sila pupwesto, doon lang sila talaga mag-peak on out. And from that point on, Acend actually improved in the first place. Patty putting in such a performance dito sa first half, talaga contest niya si Ye ngayon ng mas maayos compared to that first game. It hasn't been the Ye show na nakita natin dun sa Breeze. Yun kanina talaga yung operator ang nagsasabi ng lahat. Nagsasabi na lang, okay, ito na yung jet, papasok na naman, papatayin ang buong Acend. It wasn't the same case, more of the setup yet again from the side of Envy. But that's the biggest strength Envy has overall, Ray Ray. Many of them can still play that hero. Naging isa na naman tong showcase of that in the first place for Acend at the very least. Keeping up with the parity. It hasn't been the most complicated of sorts here. Interesting nga, nakakita pa tayo ng operators at Odins na laban-laban. But after everything is said and done, kita rin natin yung paggamit ng utility, yung pag-setup talaga for these kind of takes or retakes. It's not as much on the team scale eh. It's more often than not kung makakatulong talaga sa microplay mo, makakatulong talaga sa gusto mo gawin. And in this battle, again, this is where Envy and just NA in general can prove to a bit be superior. Kaya nga sila yung nakikitang major region eh. At up to extent talaga kung kaya nila sirain yung paningin na yun.
And here it is. Talagang kita mo eh, na napakadaming interesting capabilities ang Acend together with Envy. Pero nga lang, it's been a while since nakita natin Acend here, and hopefully talaga on their attacker, they'll be able to take this. Of course, kung ano mga setups. Plus, I'm so happy to see na usually we've seen a lot of KO plays in the scene already, and talagang nung unang may mga teams na nag-KO, nakita nga natin that hey, workable talaga siya. Even if a lot of teams are saying na medyo hirap talaga pagdating kay KO, at ang mga teams na to, sobrang ganda ng kanilang execution and just how Crows are just gonna be denying, of course, yung kanilang mga kalaban, control mid together with Patty, giving a lot of opportunities, syempre, on the other side. But will that definitely be a game changer ngayon sa kanilang attacking? Will those flashes be finally something na maganda? Better na nga ba this time around? Or talagang pahirapan lang sila ng Envy just because of that double initiator, especially with that Sky? Sky ba yung mas better dito on the defending? So those are the questions na kailangan talagang ipakita at i-improve ng Acend on their side. But here it is. Yay, nakatingin lang sa may mid. Meron ba siya mapipitas? Pero sumakto kagad without them denying those flashes, without them denying Acend na naglipat-lipat lang, nagkonting pick-pick lang naman. Pero wala pa naman kagad na nakikita kung saan pa. Pero speaking of Patty, together with Marv pala, hindi pala si Patty yon, si Marv pala ngayon ang nasa side na ng Envy. Naghihintay lang sila ng perfect setup coming in from Acend, and they will just be denying it. Pero yun, nagsaktuhan natin Marv, and now suddenly Acend still, because Kraus will be able to get those shots. Isa na lang kagad dito. That's going to be Yale. At knowing that it's 20 HP, it's pretty hard already. Oh, he gets it up! He gets it up! Okay, swingan na ni Crows, and finally Acend will be able to get the pistol, and it's a sign of life. Tying this most likely into 7-7 unless kung sasabayan nga ba ulit sila ng Envy, na magugulat sila na ay, bumili rin pala ang Envy. O yun nga, bibili pa rin ang Envy. Wala silang pakialam dahil confident talaga sila na pagdating sa second buy after the pistol, mananalo pa rin sila.
Isipan mo lang, muntik na maging ano yun eh. Uy! Dad! Okay yun ah.
Optimum Pride!
Oh, sige.
Yun ang ginagawa.
Nakita mo na yung ano, Optimum Pride ni Borkum.
Oo.
Okay yun. Malapit yun. Galing talaga ni Bimi na gumawa ng edit. Pero ito na, Finesse! Naku! Nagpakita ka pa dyan para lang mamatay. At si Marv naman ang sasagot kay Patty muna. 4v4 situation. Back off muna dito ang X10. At kita naman natin dito sa side ng X10, willing talaga sila mag-play na pagka-reserve. Alam naman nila, nasa kanila yung gun advantage. At pag tumakbo lang sila dun, baka mapahamak pa sila dito sa kamay ni Yaper. Sushi Boy siya na gumagawa ng opening dito sa may B-side, pero dalawang nasa harapan niya. Si Victor nga, hawak-hawak nga ang Spectre in the first place. Ito nakagad ang ating guiding light. At Envy na naman, pinipilit talaga ang lahat dun sa force fight dito ng Spectre. Baka patay nga kay Cruz. And it's still gonna be a disadvantage here for the side of X10. Sila ay nahihirapan. Versing nga, tatay na nila dito. Crashy, so gustang kinakailangan. Andyan na rin si Victor para nalo dito ang Envy. At bigla na lang talaga sasagot na naman ang ating depensa. Marv though has been absolutely incredible all throughout the series. Marvelous man ng Astra natin. Pero tingnan mo, Crashies, walang katakot-takot. Shocktart, wala lang yan! Sige lang, magpakita lang kayo dito sa crosshair ko. Si Victor with the shots as well. At kung may pangalan na Yay, syempre yung buong team is some woo ngayon. 1-1 dito sa second half. 6-8 na ngayon. At yun nga, diba, Envy humanda para lang sa push na ng Extend.
Grabe naman. Yun na naman yung Envy with their unexpected plays, and suddenly, Yay gets 2. Sa hindi na nakita. Pero nga lang, all of the sudden he gets 3, and we only have Scary na lang na natitira. And it's going to be a 9-6. Nice. Umagang-umaga, nakuha ulit natin yung same scoreline, and Envy leading by 3. Ito na ba ang sign talaga na gusto na lang going clean at 2-0 to against X10?
Alam mo, tumingin lang ako ng... May tinignan lang ako real quick, bigla na lang, wala na, tapos na yung round. Kasi kita natin dito, Yay, again, 1 and 2. The Yay shows on up one more time. Tumatalon to ba si Foxy? Sabi niya, guys, ang galing ko tumalon, no? Tapos wala rin naman makukuha doon yung X10. But then again, didn't have the buns anyway. At ito na, ang palag dito ng X10. Rifles are gonna be out and about yet again. Kuha ng konti ng intel dyan dito para kay Crashies. At ang buy talaga nila dito, Ray, is for that mid control. Bigyan lang nila yung options. Nakikita naman nila pwede maging sobrang effective ang push nila dito kung especially may options sila mag-play dun sa likod ng mga sites. Pero Patty ngayon naman naghahanap ng paraan para makapitas. Yay in the meantime, ginamit yung Blade Storm pero wala siya makakuha dyan. So Marshall muna para kay Yay. Tambay na naman. Makakuha ba niya ang ulo dito ng Patty? Get a bit of that revenge from that Marshall versus Operator show off. But then again, Envy still looking for it. Di naman nila mahanap kasi yung X10 hanging on back and just trying to bait something out. Pero here we have it. Entry gamit ng null command.
Here it is. Little bit opportunity for them. Yup, because Marv just gonna be denying Crows, and Patty secures it. Pero sabi ni Scare, gotcha fam, walang ka-problema. Meron pa rin tayong advantage kahit papano. Lahat ay alam na. Kaso nga lang, si FNS is just staying sa Mayel, and now he'll be able to get 2 frags. And suddenly, Yay also, kasama na niya ang mga teammates sila. Sama-sama sila. And now, Scary, napapo timing ang mangyayari. RZ only have si Sushi Boys, and this is a full buy round. Yet Envy will be able to win this. And next na naganda na sana ng kanilang push. But then, hindi nila na-tackle yung isang naghihintay sa may iba pa. Naghihintay sa hell. That's going to be FNS. And suddenly, nakasama pa nga niya si Yay. May refrag. Tapos, kita mo naman yung flash of death doon.
Ultimate flash of ultimate destiny. Pero alam mo yun talaga, okay na nga sana. I agree with you, Ray. Kasi si Cruz, siya yung tipong Gotcha fam. Siya yung tunay na gotcha fam eh. Kasi hinarangan niya ang lahat para lang makapush ang Acend dyan. Sabi niya guys, don't worry. Kaysa Human Shield, ako yung robot niyo. Ako talaga taga-alaga sa inyo. At kailangan lang mo lang, if I fall, you will catch me. And you raise me up, pare. So, Acend right now, they tried to make that push happen. Pero kinulang lang nga sila sa pag-notice kung ano nangyari dito sa site mismo. Pero ito na, finesse na naman. Killjoy natin dito. Nanos Farm Parmas Tolo na at Foxy. Kaya pa ba niya makuha ang pitas din si Victor gumagawa ng crossfire at huli na yan Percy Cruz. Shotdown key. Finesse right now with the takedown out the scary. Martian lang ang pilag dito na Acend. Guarding light mount. Makikita natin dito galing kay Victor. At Envy na ang nagbabantay ngayon. Pero kita natin, hindi lang yung market yung pressure dun sa kabila. Finesse right now. Try to make a kill box here. Tatlo na para kay Finesse Cruz na lang. Isa pa! Patayin pa si Victor. Pero at the very end, si Crashes ang nandyan para hulihin ang huli sa Acend. 6-11, dalawa na lang panalo na dito ang Envy. And all things considered ha, bumapalag ang Acend, nakakuha sila ng pitas. Pero compared to the quality of those kills o yung impact dun sa round, hindi nakaka-capitalize yung Acend dun sa mga pitas nila eh. Kahit yung sa Eco State, kahit sa mga rifle rounds mismo, especially here in the second half, hindi talaga makuha ng Acend yung momentum na pwede sana makita nila kung iba yung sitwasyon.
Talagang kailangan nila i-talk things through para lang talaga makahabol sila once again against NV. Pero guys, anong oras na ba sa Berlin habang nag-uusap lang syempre itong mga taga-Acend? 1 AM na doon. At kita niyo naman guys, gising pa rin naman sila. I think they're just a little bit of talking, then they'll be able to get this. Pero uy, yung taga-Acend pala dito sa taga-NV oh.
Si Victor?
Hindi sa pa sa pinaka-left si
balik mo, balik kayo. Cam?
Hello?
Hello?
Nagsabay pa kami. Pero yun na nga, ito si
I think si ano yan?
Si Marv yun.
Baka nga si Marv.
Si Marv na, si Marv. Yan.
Si Jimmy. Ano po kayo? Si Jimmy. Jimmy.
Ba't kailan din ako na Jimmy sa ibang bangbang? Kailan mo yan? Ayun. Magkakaparesa sila ng hygiene kasi lahat sila ay, syempre, magaling tumutok. And speaking of tutok, kung matatalong Acend sa round na to, alam mo na that it's just going to be an NV win once again. Sobrang grabe talaga yung performance ng team na ito coming in from the NA scene. But let's wait and see. Dahil di pa naman imposible. Meron pa naman cosmic divide si Scary Pair. Sabi ni Ye, wala charges ako po. Hindi naman frikan. Iwasan lang sila kami ni Patty. Yung na dyan. May sound effects pa yan, pero alam, denied lang sila from the possibility ngayon dahil nilabas na kagad ang lockdown ni FNS just to be able to secure those frags. And speaking of Ye, gets the very first one. Sino huling susunod sa kanya? Yun pala ay meron pa si Scary on the other side of the map. Si Victor naman ang kanyang mapapunish all those through the smoke. Crashes will be able to take against Scary and si Finesse magpapakita. And now, finally, he gets one on. 3v2. And Finesse gets so kills talaga. Susipot na lang kagad natin. Rock pa siya kagad. And because of that, even if he was able to plan, all those utilities being thrown at him, nasaki-saki siya ngayon, giving Envy just one left before they can win this against Acend.
Match point. Hirap lang talaga ng kailangan dito na Acend eh. Parang talaga yung mga kwento, yung mga adventure, tapos may party kayo, yung magkakasama kayo mga tropa, trying to get somewhere, pero one by one, nahuhuli lang kayo, one by one, nawawala ka lang kayo sa party ngayon. And that's what happens there to Acend. Napunta lang ng A-side, kino-contest na sila, puro lang labanan, and at the very end, nung nahuhuli na ang lahat dun sa may generator, ano pa ba ang nakita nila? Merong star sa ilalim lang ng paa nila, Gravity Well, at wala ng takas-takas. Sarang yun yung general feeling dito. Acend, pumapalag. Acend naman is trying to break away from these chains. Pero yung NB, hindi ka talaga binibitawan. Pero Patty versus Yay! At ito na naman ang labanan ng mga Jet. Laking bagay talaga tong Patty versus Yay show match dito natin. Yung showdown galing sa dalawang Jet natin ngayon. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang trabaho kasi Acend, they're gonna need more than that. At mga signs of life nakikita natin yung heartbeat dito ng Acend at ang tiwala talaga ng SEA ngayon. Null Command gonna be into play. Cruz right now gonna be out in front. Patty will get on the board as well. At Acend, kailangan lang nila yung isa. Kinukuha lang nila ang lahat. A flawless win para sa TN. Hindi pa tayo magpapatalo. At simply put, Riri, nagpa-extend na naman tayo ng time na to.
Oh. Kuya, pa-extend 5 minutes, maglalapag ng tig-pipiso sa loob ng CPU.
Alam mo yun, yung may butas pa yung computer. Tapos biglang piso net. Grabe.
And I think sa amount of pressure talaga, extend pa rin, kalmadong-kalmado lang. But then, tignan pa natin kung magagawan pa kaya nila ng paraan to make this into an overtime. Dahil minsan ang Envy, kahit gipit na, kahit may mga oras na nakuha pa rin sila ng X, and they're able to take that, and that is a sign already, maybe coming from 3,000 sumunod pa, then crashes na trap, then kagad yung Kenny, dalawa na lang kagad matitira, ipapush na nga lang nila kung nasa sila, but Kraus, hindi pa tapos, sabi niya, kayang-kaya pa rin to, kahit medyo gipit na sa oras, V2, marami pa naman pala radyo ang oras, kundi gipit sila ngayon sa sitwasyon, and all of this, it's just going to be workable na nga ba kagad dahil si Sushi Boys nagkumuha na nga kagad siya ng neural theft, nakapag-igip na rin din, nakakuha na rin sila ng information right now.
Ayun talaga yun, di ba? That intel, pero unang burst pa lang, okay na sana, but that's where it all falls apart after a while eh. Yung pahabol dito ng Envy, ang talagang nakakasakit sa efforts dito na ngayon ng X10. Pero saktong lurk muna kay Cruz at kung maka-timingan talaga niya dito ang ating Sky na si Victor, pero mayroon siyang pag-iisip at bigla na lang naramdaman niya na may tao dyan. Open masyado yung gitna. Galing ng game sense dito ni Victor at nag-iisa na lang ngayon si Sushi Boys. Mabubuhay pa ba ang X10 o mahulog na ba sila sa lower bracket ng group nila? Kaya pa ba ni Sushi Boys to? He has to run all the way to A side, pero naiisip na kagad ng NB yan. Wala nang time ang Extend. He has to wait this out 1v2 at Sushi Boys nako. Wala lang. Huling-huli na ngayon ng NB. Served up on the platter. It's a 2-0 para dito sa side ng NB. Mag-move on na nga ang NA squad natin to the next round. Malalaglag ang Extend to the lower bracket, pero maayos naman yung palag doon ng Extend. Kita talaga yung effort at grabe exciting ng matchup ni Patty versus ni Yay. Pero overall, na-outmuscle lang ng NB as a team yung X10.
Napagandang performance still kahit all of us are expecting in map 3 dahil nga yung araw to puro may best of 3 talagang lahat ng maps ay gamit na gamit. Dito talaga gusto pa rin i-deny ng mga first runner-up at nga last Masters Berlin that they still have what it takes. Fresh ideas pa rin ang meron sila, but as for X10, it's still a good game well played. It's been a while nga since we've last seen them, and this performance coming from them shows us so much kung ano pa ang i-expect natin sa kanila. And this already pretty big. Napakadikit pa rin naman kahit papano. And kita mo naman pagdating sa kills talaga, parehas lang ang teams na to. All amounting na lang talaga kung paano sila nag-execute per round. Ang daming times where Yay will be denied by Patty, and where times na si Patty naman will be denied by Yay. Meron naman ng oras. It's going to be a crash. There's Foxy. But all in all, nakakatuwa talaga yung nakitang development from X10 specifically, especially naman on the other side, si NB talaga. Ano pa ba ang magiging journey nila? Ngayon, nakalalaba na may iba po nga silang makakalaban sa kanilang bracket. Tignan natin kung magiging sila ba ang first seed, or tignan natin kung matatalo pa nga sila.
I mean, sa lahat ng nangyari sa X10, buti nga na nakita natin sila rather sa stage na to, na nag-perform pa rin, pumapalag against that squad from NA na huwag natin kalimuna. Nag-runner-up sila sa Masters Berlin. Envy is no joke, and X10, they made sure na pumalag pa rin sila doon sa matchup na yan. Pero at the same time, kita pa rin natin, may pagkukulang pa dito ang X10 in terms of that execution eh. Dahil maasa sila dito masyado sa mga pagpipitas. Envy very happy to play that game, and looking into their lower bracket bracket run, in-expect ko talaga mas makita natin yung extent of all na sobrang nakaka-suffocate gaming utilities para lang maka-push on in. But guys, tapos na rin na naman ang isa pang araw dito sa Valorant Champions. At Ray, kita natin umaga na naman. Anything else you wanna say before we go? And actually, hindi, good morning na talaga sa'yo to, Ray. Walang tulog-tulog para kay Ray, diba?
Syempre guys, bago tayo mag-end, pasalamatan muna natin ang mga amazing sponsor natin kasi malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 at meron ka ng 30 gig data valid for 7 days. So, 199 pesos lang yan. And of course, winning starts at home with Globe at Home Omni Fiber app with Plan 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya mo with its powerhouse bundle. So, maraming salamat talaga. And of course, thank you sa mga sumubaybay sa atin ngayong umaga. At syempre sa direct natin na sobrang passionate talaga. Maraming salamat.
Yes na yes talaga. At guys, thank you na naman sa isa pang araw dito sa Valorant Champions. Umabot na naman tayo umaga at happy kami nakasama kayo. But I've been Dax, kasama dito si Ray. Kita ko ulit muli. Same time, same place. Expect nyo na umaga na tayo sa araw natin na yon. See you guys for today. We'll see you guys next time.
This could be the day I die for you.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, where Envy wrap it up in 2-0 fashion. And akin to the first map, on the back half of it, they do it in a much cleaner fashion.
Yeah, I feel like this was almost, we got what we wanted in both cases. We wanted to see like this aggressive style from X10 where they like took the challenge and had a few cool ideas. And then in the second half, we got the other side where I kind of wanted to see Envy just batter them. And that's basically what happened. It was in style. They almost started to disrespect them, I feel, a bit towards the end with how aggressive they were being. So I think we got the best of both and we got the victor we expected.
Yeah, got a good look at Envy's defense and just having them answer and pose the questions that those SEA teams were going to scare them with, because we saw Gambit going up against Team Secret. Very similar matchup, I think, and Gambit dropped a map. Envy, they look a lot more composed in general, and it's more from what you'd expect from this kind of team.
Yeah, which is what's going to continue that conversation of whether or not they're in the kind of form this time around to take the championship title. Of course, Ye, they're still atop the table, but while we take a look at this, I want to point something cool out. The kill spread on the entirety of Team Envy, 16 for Ye. The lowest amount of kills on the team, 13. That was Marv and Finesse, both at 13. So a 3-kill spread for the entire squad. That's pretty incredible to see.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was a complete team performance from Envy. We were highlighting the group of Jets at the start of the day, and I think Ed and he both ended up with a higher ACS, but only just. Considering Ye was like 250, you're looking at like a couple of digits at the very least. Considering the rest of Envy showed up around it, that's what you want. Not just one player, all 5 on lock.
Yeah, for sure. I think Cruz having a decent performance as well means that we're not just looking at this as like the Paddy Man one-man army, which I think is Paddy Man. Yeah, Paddy Pan, one man. There we go. I did perfect. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think that was our biggest worry coming into the match was that we're just looking at one person, but we've seen Scary have decent performances as well. Foxy perform well in the first map. So I think that especially going into that lower bracket match, there's actually potential.
Oh, definitely. No, it's not over yet, right? And that's exactly, I think, what you want to see for a team to get kind of breathe life into their tournament.
Yeah.
You know, we've in the past talked about, okay, gonna live and die by Paddy Pan, but this time around, seeing Cruz top the leaderboard on the KO as well, finding some true effectiveness with the use of the utility, allowing them that aggression, right? The aggression that we ask for in a lot of cases is because he enables it.
Yeah, and I just loved Foxy's movement across the map, just from how he took engagements as well, how he found nice positions to catch off Envy on these rotates. Cruz lurks as well, like just being able to get all the way to top mid towards Fountain to try and catch people off. It was more that Envy kind of read it after a while.
Right, so while, of course, X10 found some creativity, it was Envy who had the series on lock in 2-0 fashion. And we've got the leader of the squad, Finesse, with Yinsu in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. We do have FNS indeed. Hi, FNS. Congratulations on your victory today. Now, I wanted to start off by asking you about your map pool because back at Masters Berlin, we saw you guys ban our Breeze over and over again. But here, you guys have leaned towards this map over Fracture. What is the reason behind this?
I mean, we just use... I mean, we play all maps, so we kind of just go by what we want to try to practice. And no offense to the team we were playing, but we kind of knew that we were able to do that today. We were also really confident in the maps we used to ban before, like you said, Breeze. So we've definitely worked on that over the break.
And in terms of that Breeze, you guys have worked on quite a lot on that map, you know, bringing in the KO. Again, what is the reasoning behind using this agent?
I think he's a very, very underrated agent. I feel like his kit is probably stronger than a lot of people think. I think at first it was 100 Thieves, and then Cloud9 started to use them, and I kind of started to see the strengths. And also, we struggle against KOs a lot as well. So that was the reason behind why we kind of implemented them.
I wanted to also ask you about something you said in the feature. You know, you said that going into the Gambit series at the grand final, you guys were a little bit too overconfident in that best of 5. How do you fix something like that, and what have you guys been working on?
Get a coach that's going to make us as disciplined as possible. So that's what we did with Chet, and then also just making sure that we're holding each other accountable. When we have big leads, we don't throw them away. When we have 3v1 advantages, we don't just peak 1 by 1 and stuff like that. So just pure discipline, really.
And speaking of Chet, talk me through the impact he's had on your team as well.
He just does a really, really good job, like I said, of keeping players accountable, makes sure that we're prepared as possible. It's also incredible at calling timeouts when we need them, and kind of gives his own input on what kind of strat we should run, what the opponent is doing, what we should exploit, etc.
And, you know, you guys have been to an international land before. The last time you were here, you reached the grand final. That wasn't that long ago. How differently do you think you guys would do this time, and what did you learn from last time that you want to achieve here?
Definitely just making sure that, again, we just minimize the mistakes. I think we had a good game plan going in, but, you know, people are going to watch our games, see what we do, try to counter it, whatever. So I think we're just going to play our style, a very defaulty style, kind of let me call my game and, you know, just let my players play, but mainly just kind of clean up the little mistakes we made before.
And lastly, your next opponent, Vivo, they were very, very good today. They were on fire. What are you expecting from that matchup?
I mean, they almost beat us the last time we played them, so definitely going to be a really, really good match, and I'm looking forward to playing them.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys as well. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
You know, I like it. Confident in the interview, but at the same time, it kind of has that temperedness that you want to see out of a team that had admittedly walked into the finals of Masters 3. Got smacked around a little bit, right? I think even DDK put it in a good way that perhaps they didn't realize how good they were at that tournament, you know, and then they got knocked down a peg. But I think this time around, a really good mentality coming into the tournament.
Well, I like the fact that they're not talking about like, oh, we got to try and do this to beat Gambit. We got to try and do this to beat this team. They're like, we need to minimize our mistakes, and then everybody else is going to be learning how to beat us. So it's much of a different mentality, I imagine, than last time, where they're like, what can we do as, like, I think they were the third team going into that tournament. Now they're coming in as one of the very top teams, and they're going, okay, we don't need to do anything for anyone else. It's just making sure that we're the best.
And this was a nice, like, taster session to see Envy, because as we did spot mistakes, we saw Acend exploiting some map control, but even without some of the attack pauses coming in, we still saw Envy kind of learn from them. It wasn't like X10 could get away with doing the same thing over and over again, but when you have, like, Sean Garrett's bringing up the mid control, that attack pause came in, and then it seemed to be fine, right? So it's those kind of areas where Envy are human. They're not going to go through this to be flawless unless you're Gambit, because they're machines. But even then, it's just Envy. If we catch ourselves making mistakes, we can reset quickly.
Right. I love the adaptation. They are, although matching so far, only one series in their similar run that they had at Masters 3, not dropping a map so far. Now that we've seen every team play at least once so far here at Champions, let's pull up the bracket and get a reminder of where everybody stands here in this group stage. One team already through to the quarterfinals, and that was FNATIC from earlier today against Vision Strikers, but we've got 7 other qualifiers to figure out, and that'll happen over the preceding days. Some really interesting, winner side matchups, as well as teams fighting for their tournament life here over the next couple days.
Yeah, for sure. Like we've got the opportunity for 2 Brazilian teams to actually get through in the first place, which I think is definitely one of the more interesting side of things. But
so, Ryan, I want to apologize because we're coming in about 34 minutes late on this one, as it was your birthday. But you can blame the teams for that. It's not our fault that the teams couldn't end this before midnight.
I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is just a really good joke or somebody really misunderstood. It's bigger than Gio. What she got for her birthday? I think I win out.
So, Ryan, what date exactly is your birthday? Just for
about 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks.
Yeah. This is why people need to double check stuff with me.
There's a story behind this.
I cannot tell.
Would you like to make a wish? And would you like to enjoy the cheesecake?
I wish this didn't happen.
So basically in EMEA, this has been a meme for a very long time, which I think both me and Mitch have done, where basically just every day we say that it's Ryan's birthday.
It's Ryan's birthday.
And it came up today. You've got a cake. I can tell you now, even though Mitch isn't here, he's dying.
Yeah. He's utterly dying.
I'm on for the rest of the event.
He's never going to forget this.
I think it's because like all of the other orgs got baited in, like Team Liquid, Gambit. They always this is Cameron's fault from EMEA.
You know what I love so much about this, though, is that that's a cheesecake, right?
I'm crying. I don't know. I don't care. It's not my birthday.
We came away with a cheesecake out of this.
Do you know what? This is my birthday. This is the best day of my life. Honestly, I can see the sheer hatred in his eyes.
I gotta move that to the next hotel tomorrow as well.
Oh God! I am so. You have to take a bite, man. They got you a cheesecake. You can't not.
They didn't even give me like a knife or a spoon or anything.
Here you go. Here comes a plate.
Thank you.
Here comes some other stuff. We got some post-day highlights. I need to watch him take a bite out of this thing and tell me if it's any good.
Isn't it actually like Vanity's birthday? Can't you like give that?
It's somebody's birthday.
Let's give it
Odds
to
are
Vanity.
it's somebody's birthday in this building, and we're gonna hand a secondhand cheesecake off to them after this. Is it good?
It tastes like shame, but it's beautiful.
Well, you know what?
It's
I love the taste of shame, and I think Tom does as well. So we're going to let you guys go at home.
Anyway.
It's been a wonderful day of Valorant here on the 3rd day of Champions Berlin. We're going to take a look at some highlights. We'll catch you back here tomorrow for some more matchups. Stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, everybody. Good night. Oh, my God. Give me a fork. Is there a fork?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Acend versus Vivo Key. These are teams that are familiar with each other. They've faced up before. What did these teams take in terms of learnings from that previous matchup? What kind of special sauce is going to be brought to the stage today?
It just goes on and on until I'm
Let's go!
idly press
I don't hear anything.
This is the group of death, and this is going to be the highest pressure both of these teams are going to feel so far in this tournament, because winning today means a quarter-final spot is guaranteed. Jess, it doesn't get better than this.
And now Poster and Magnum, what have you got for us? They're desperate. They're still pushing. Oh my God, Poster!
One enemy remaining.
It just goes on and on until I'm dead. Sound inside my mind plays all the time. I press repeat till I delete this beat inside my head. You make it stop. It just goes on and on until I'm dead. Sound inside my mind plays all the time.
It's X10, it's Envy hitting the stage.
If X10 win this tournament is completely topsy-turvy. Like, we've already seen upsets today. Let's make it 3 out of 3. That's what I like.
Let's burn the place down. Why not?
Press repeat till I delete. Press repeat till I delete. I delete. I delete.